Forget being friends, we don't even have a chance to be enemies. Han Sen showed no anger, instead a smile played on his lips. Not even qualified to be enemies. I hope you can still say that when I reach the second god's sanctuary. Wang Fu Pingjing turned to leave, cautiously adding, come to the second god's sanctuary, Han Sen. That's where you can truly become powerful. At this moment a man suddenly approached from behind him. Mr. Han Sen, my master has a transaction he'd like to discuss with you. He was then taken to meet Yang Zikan. Captain Han, please have a seat. He of course knew who this person was. Yang Zikan was a senator's nephew. You went to all this trouble to find me. It can't be just to offer me a drink, can it? The other party quickly poured him a glass of red wine as a courtesy. I invited you here today because I want your help in collecting a few god blood beast souls from Steel Armor Sanctuary. Han Sen replied with a smile. That's not easy. There are too many people who want them, but few are willing to part with them. Even if someone becomes an evolver and happens to want a god blood beast soul, it would have already been reserved, especially for someone like young Master Yang who needs to carry a large number of god blood beast souls when evolving. Which is why god blood beast souls are so scarce in the first god sanctuary. That's why I came to Captain Han. This private association's business was selling beast souls. Just tell me which ones you're interested in, and we can trade beast souls for beast souls. However, many of the beast souls here were not from Steel Armor Sanctuary. Han Sen of course was a smart person, so he also wanted to understand some things. Young Master Wang, do you have any beast souls from the second god sanctuary? You want to trade god blood beast souls from the first god sanctuary for beast souls from the second god sanctuary? I have some god blood beast souls here that you might be interested in. I'm not interested in others. I only want beast souls from the second god sanctuary, and I request the trade to be from Blue Star City Sanctuary. Young Zikan then motioned to his assistant behind him. Xiao Zi, how many beast souls do we still have in Blue Star City Sanctuary? The man began to report. Young Master, we currently have 3 god blood beast souls available in Blue Star City Sanctuary. Han Sen stated his thoughts. I'm very interested in god blood steel armor souls and mount type beast souls. I'll trade 3 god blood beast souls for them. What do you think? The assistant next to him added. Young Master, beast souls from the second god sanctuary are much more valuable than those from the first god sanctuary. 3 god blood beast souls from the first god sanctuary might only trade for 1 god blood beast soul from the second god sanctuary. Young Zikan pondered carefully and then said, let's take a look at Captain Han's beast souls first. Han Sen then pulled out his trident from before. Young Master Yang, are you satisfied with this silver blood trident? Young Zikan held it somewhat happily, saying, Captain Han, you're willing to part with this? Han Sen took out a second beast soul. There's nothing to be reluctant about. I no longer need it. Look at this second beast soul, the demonic sword beast soul. It can't accompany me, and it can't kill super god creatures. Young Zikan stood before the large wolf somewhat surprised. Is this a mount type beast soul? Han Sen began to introduce it. It's called the Wind God Wolf, nothing else special, it just runs a bit fast. You've heard of the Chasing Wind Steed, right? It's even a bit faster than the Chasing Wind Steed. Xiao Zi, standing aside, was also surprised. The Chasing Wind Steed is known as the fastest mount type beast soul in the first god sanctuary. Han Sen was very confident. Take it back and try it. If it's not faster than the Chasing Wind Steed, consider it a gift from me. Young Zikan replied with a happy smile. All right, however, his assistant quickly stopped him. Young Master, wait. Even if these 2 beast souls are valuable, they're still far from enough to exchange for 2 beast souls from the second god sanctuary. Han Sen then summoned another beast soul. This god blood fusion shapeshifting beast soul is called the Ghost-Eyed Bear. It enhances strength and speed. How about exchanging these 3 god blood beast souls for 2 god blood beast souls from the second god sanctuary? Young Master Yang. The young master was of course very excited about these items. A god blood fusion shapeshifting beast soul. This beast soul's skeleton is very similar to a human's, and it can use all kinds of human martial arts and weapons. This is simply a top tier item. So they made the deal, receiving a complete contract. Go prepare the contract. Please trade these 2 beast souls to Luo Sulan in Blue Star City Sanctuary. As he was about to leave, someone called out to him from behind. Student Han Senator, he instinctively replied with surprise. Teacher, I have a pass. However, the person handed him some data. I have a project that requires collecting data on the peak power burst of unevolved individuals. Be my experimental subject. There are academic credits. Han Sen pondered, holding it. Credits, huh? If the teacher needs it, the student will naturally cooperate. Data on unevolved life gene burst. Come to my lab tomorrow morning at 8:30. The next day he went to meet Qin Jiming, who was probably in charge of this experiment. What kind of equipment is this? It looks great. The cell activity activator can stimulate body cells, keeping them active, maximizing all bodily functions and obtaining the highest body data. Han Sen leaned in to look at the person lying in the glass cover. Enough? Isn't 1 Jingjia enough for you to test? Qin Jiming replied. How did you trick this kid Jingjia into participating in the test? This is truly a brilliant experiment. Han Sen gently tapped the glass screen a few times. Little Ya, I'm sorry, I'll teach you a few tricks after this is over. Qin Jiming carefully handed him a few essential tools. This is cell activity detection fluid. Drink it before bed and use this to detect after you wake up. It can roughly determine your cell activity value, and then we can activate cell activity based on the data. Han Sen took it and examined it, feeling very happy in his heart. Stimulates body cells. I wonder if this thing helps with overload training. He actually lost again. Han Sen was finally thrown to the ground and the opponent even praised, "You lasted 53 seconds longer than last time, not bad." Han Sen also finally felt the current strength of this exile. The gap between himself and this exile was too great. "I'll get knocked out within a few hits every time. I can't learn anything from this kind of fighting. So boring." Suddenly he noticed something again. Exile sent a duel invitation. "Bro, is it fun to abuse me? It's alright, people only grow fast in adversity, so it's still acceptable." The person in front of him had actually instantly appeared behind him and was chatting very friendly. "Little brother, which branch are you from?" Han Sen turned and calmly replied, "I'm not a disciple of the Ares Martial Arts Club." He was also surprised to hear this. No, he couldn't help but ponder, not a disciple of the Ares Martial Arts Club, yet able to use the 13 countercurrent blades and overlord disarming armor so skillfully. "Then are you interested in joining the Ares Martial Arts Club?" Han Sen stood before him and calmly replied, "I'm still in military academy." "Which military academy?" "I can't reveal that for now." Han Sen delivered another blow, making the opponent feel like he was the one imitating his moves. However, Han Sen could use it very skillfully. "I imitate you, but you imitate me. Is this a tacit understanding between masters? Any technique, if you use it exactly as it is, I will also break it exactly as it is. Show your true strength. Let me see what your level is." Their two-person battle was so fast that ordinary people couldn't see clearly. He wasn't from the Ares Martial Arts Club, but all his moves had the shadow of the Ares Martial Arts Club. This fighting style was indeed very familiar. It must be the queen. Then he completely fell into the trap Han Sen had set. "Not good, I've been led into a blind spot. This steel armor squad soldier's moves and footwork really have the queen's flavor." Han Sen really took a heavy punch. Again, Han Sen was sent flying directly into the wall behind him. "Yes, that's the queen's style, although I don't know how many times it's been weakened. It must be the queen." Again, fighting him was equivalent to indirectly fighting the queen. This experience would be very helpful when encountering the queen again in the future. They didn't know how many matches they played with the same stamina, but he simply couldn't defeat him. However, in the end he could only rely on pure physical dominance. Han Sen played several matches, sweating profusely. "Exile, haha, you really forced out my true abilities. What a satisfying fight." The phone next to him suddenly rang. "Why is it you again?" It was Su Xiaoqiao inside, who excitedly introduced Han Sen. "I found a phoenix in the White Demon Desert. I've gathered a bunch of people to hunt it. Are you interested?" A phoenix. That's right, that strange creature was like a big peacock. It perched on a large ancient tree. After it flew away, I approached carefully and found that the tree had turned to charcoal. Without a single branch or leaf damaged, it just turned to charcoal. Han Sen was lured here by those few words. If Su Xiaoqiao was telling the truth, could such a magical creature be a super god creature? Su Xiaoqiao was talking to someone on his side. "I'm not bragging for Brother Sen, but when it comes to archery in the first god sanctuary, no one can compare to Brother Senator," the other party replied with a smile. "You're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? In Steel Armor Sanctuary, I only admire two people. One is Gold Coin, who defeated Yi Dongmu with a single strike, and the other is Qin Zan, the former leader of Steel Armor Sanctuary. Besides them, there are really no outstanding figures." Su Xiaoqiao happily continued to introduce, "You're bragging quite a bit too. You dare to give pointers to our brother Han. Don't you even bother to inquire about what kind of person our brother Han is?" Han Sen sat behind, completely ignoring their discussion. And then a rude man continued, "My young master Yu has already upgraded his genes to become an evolver. Could there be anyone stronger than him in the first god sanctuary?" Su Xiaoqiao heard this and was somewhat confused. "You've evolved. Won't your body be damaged if you stay in the first god sanctuary for too long after evolving?" Han Sen walked to the side, wanting to stop this little guy from continuing the conversation. "Don't ask anymore." The few people behind them also started to doubt, "Is this brat lying to us? It's all sand here. Were there any trees? If this brat dares to lie to young Master Yu, he'll never leave this desert again." Su Xiaoqiao walked in front and said, "Wait, how dare I? I'm not lying to you. Up ahead. Go take a look." A huge ancient tree actually appeared in the wide open space behind them. Han Sen walked closer to check the situation. Was this tree burned by that alien creature? The tree had completely turned black. Su Xiaoqiao recounted the situation at the time. "I wasn't sure. I saw it on the tree from a distance and only dared to approach after it flew away. By the time I got close, the tree had already become like this." "Then where is that alien creature?" Su Xiaoqiao calmly replied. "I only know it flew towards the White Demon Desert, but I don't know where it flew to. Quickly lead the way for us." Su Xiaoqiao disagreed with this request. "The contract clearly states that I'm only taking you here to see this tree. If you want to find that alien creature, you can go yourselves." Young Master Yu angrily shouted a few times. "I told you to lead the way, so lead the way. What's with the nonsense?" Han Sen, on the other hand, ignored those few people. "Hey, if the contract is over, then we're leaving," the person named Yu angrily retorted. "Don't you know who has the most say here? Then you must also know who's the strongest, right?" "Of course I know who's the strongest," the people behind also clamored. "Are you crazy? Young Master Yu is an evolver who upgraded his genes. Is it not young Master Yu but you?" Han Sen ignored them, just calmly replied, "Not all evolvers are that formidable." Young Master Yu, angered, charged forward with his weapon. "I'll show you if this evolver is that formidable." Su Xiaoqiao, standing behind, worriedly shouted, "Brother Sen." Han Sen, however, blocked the sword with his hand, completely unharmed. "Your sword isn't bad, that's enough." A life for a sword, meaning your life for the sword in your hand. The other party heard this, surprised and angry, retorted, "What did you say?" Han Sen arrogantly smirked, pointing forward. "I asked if you want to live or die. Do you know who I am? My dad is Yu Guoxiong of Dongchang International Company, Limited. If you dare touch a single hair on me, my dad will kill your entire family." Han Sen pointed his dagger directly at the throat of the talkative fellow in front of him. "One last chance. I'll count to 3. If the sword is still in your hand, you'll take it to hell with you. 1, 2. Before he could finish, the other party had already conceded, "I surrender." Then, clutching his throat, he painfully retreated. Young Master Yu, are you all right, bastard?" Han Sen examined the sword in his hand, somewhat pleased. Su Xiaoqiao stood behind, shouting, "Brother Sen." He, on the other hand, showed no fear, even lecturing, "Next time don't come out saying you're an evolver, lest you bring shame to evolvers." The person, after being spared, still didn't know his place. Along with the people behind him, he prepared to charge forward and fight. "Bastard, you dare take my sword, kill, kill, kill." Han Sen gestured to his friend behind him, "Step back." Only he stood in the midst of those few men's attacks, showing no fear. "Die!" Something shot out from his hand towards the front. This thing flew directly towards young Master Yu, then it quickly turned into a huge cloud of smoke, easily knocking him down. The people next to them worriedly shouted, "Young Master Yu, what kind of devilish thing did you use, brat?" They could only panic. "Go, we've been tricked, quick, go." Su Xiaoqiao was extremely excited. "Dare to ambush Brother Sen. All of you die." Then he asked in confusion, "Brother Sen, why didn't you kill those beasts? Who will scout the way for us if we kill them?" That night, as they were walking in the desert, they suddenly heard a loud shout. The two were surprised to witness the phoenix burning with flames. "Did they encounter that alien creature? It seems they're in trouble. We should get closer and take a look." The phoenix sprayed huge flames from above, standing before that group of people, and in an instant they turned into roasted meat, all consumed by the flames. Su Xiaoqiao, standing aside, was surprised. "I wasn't exaggerating, was I? It really is a phoenix." Young Master Yu was still alive, turning to flee in fear. "Don't come closer." However, in an instant he was burned to ashes by the huge flames sprayed from the phoenix's mouth. In the end, only some terrifying humanoid charcoal remained, all burnt to a crisp. Han Sen looked up at the phoenix flying in the air. Super god creature. This must be a super god creature. That night, after he returned, he went to find his mother. She saw her son eating with relish and happily urged him, "Eat slowly, Mom." "Did Mom receive those 2 godblood beast souls?" He saw that she hadn't answered, so he asked seriously, "Is there something wrong with the beast souls, Mom?" No, Han Sen, it's just that Mom thinks you've grown up and it's time to give you your dad's relics." She handed Han Sen a small box. Surprised, he asked, "Relics? Didn't Dad die in a flying vehicle explosion? Why would there be relics left behind?" She slowly explained, "Your dad gave this to me 2 days before the accident. He wasn't quite himself during that time, as if he knew something was about to happen to him. Your dad wouldn't have left these things without reason. You were too young back then, so Mom kept them for you. Now it's time to give them to you." Han Sen picked up the card from the box and murmured, "Agent Investigation Department, 7th Action Team Investigator Han Jingzi, serial number X958712558. His mother, sitting next to him, added, "Han Jingzi is your grandfather. When he was alive, he seemed to work for a federal agency." Suddenly, Han Sen saw another beautiful ornament. "Mom, what's with this earring?" "This was left by your grandfather. Your dad told me when he gave it to me that if I ever encountered any difficulties, I should take it to Starry Sky Group and find the Ning family. They would help." When Han Sen heard this, he asked in confusion, "Go to Starry Sky Group to find the Ning family? Wasn't my dad killed by Starry Sky Group?" Actually, Mom also found it a bit strange, so no matter how difficult things got, Mom never went to Starry Sky Group. The more Han Sen thought about it, the stranger it felt. Perhaps his dad's death really had another hidden story. She took out another notebook. "And this, it's your grandfather's notebook." Han Sen flipped through the pages, exclaiming seriously, "How could this be? Why does Grandpa's notebook mention supergod genes? Does this supergod gene mean the same thing I know?" After that, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. The entire notebook only had these 5 words, but he noticed the empty red circle next to them. What does this question mark mean? Is it questioning the existence of supergod genes? His mother, sitting beside him, continued to explain. "Your dad only said these were left by your grandfather, Han Jingzi, and told Dad nothing else. These must be related to Dad's death. Mom, I will definitely give Mom and Dad a clear explanation." Afterwards, he went to Qin Jiming at the research lab. Jing Jia was jumping up and down there. Why was he jumping? That's a recently established test project called Extreme Effort, used to test the comprehensive burst data of the body. Do you see the white areas on those metal walls? Testers must step on those white areas, crossing all metal walls to reach the finish line. Areas outside the white are electrified. Once touched, you'll be shocked and have to start over. It doesn't look that difficult. Qin Jiming smiled and replied, "Don't let Jing Jia's easy passage fool you. That's because he's already familiar with all the metal walls. Want to give it a try?" Han Sen, of course, wanted to try this interesting thing. Ready? Start. As soon as he entered, he encountered a small difficulty. Damn it. Qin Jiming and Jing Jia stood above, happily looking down. "Go, senior, I got shocked 8 times on my first try. Don't let your score be higher than mine. That would be so embarrassing." Han Sen then quickly moved his body. "I can't afford to lose face like that." The test ended, and he was drenched in sweat. "Too dangerous. This test is a bit difficult." My time was also a bit slow, however. When the scoreboard appeared, the 2 outside were stunned. "Passed on the first try. What the hell? It seems the difficulty design is still too low. Needs another upgrade." A few days later, a group of people entered the forest looking for something. Waited so long, haven't even seen a shadow. That kid named LV1 is just bragging. God Coin must have already ascended to the second God sanctuary. How could he still be here? Chen Zichen stood there and said, aren't we all evolvers, and aren't we also here? Winan said he could invite God Coin to guide us. We're still debating if he's bragging, didn't expect it to be true at this moment. Han Sen appeared behind them in the form of God Coin and said, I'm just an ordinary person getting paid to guide people. He remembered Winan once saying to him, brother, did you really kill those 2 god blood creatures? Killed them. Couldn't find you, so I ate all the god blood creature meat. I can give you money or whatever conditions you have, just say. Back in reality, Han Sen said, Winan said he has a few friends who want to go to the Yulong mountain range. I owe him money, so this counts as payment. Are you all evolvers? A few people behind also nodded and replied, yes, Nanqing and I have both injected genes, and this friend is a fully mutated gene evolver. Han Sen didn't answer, turning and walking straight ahead. He also carefully warned, let me remind you first, after entering the Yulong mountain range, always stay highly vigilant. There are many dangerous creatures there. Chen Nanqing, standing behind, smiled and replied, God Coin, don't be afraid, just charge in. Those few alien creatures will make perfect barbecue for our dinner. After that, they rode their mounts into the mountains. Didn't they say there are many alien creatures in the Yulong mountain range? How come we've walked so long and haven't seen a single one? The Yulong mountain range is huge. We've only just entered the edge of the mountains. You're cautiously scouting ahead. It seems we can only go this far. Chen Nanqing also jumped ahead to investigate. What? It's not strange that there are no alien creatures ahead. Why stop? Chen Zichen also asked coldly from behind. God Coin, if you found something, just say it. Don't be shy if I'm not mistaken. Ahead is a lotus life formation. Chen Zichen exclaimed in surprise. You mean there's an alien creature lair ahead? So they decided to go together and see. Han Sen was also somewhat speechless seeing them so eagerly climbing the mountain. We came at the right time this time, really struck it lucky. Han Sen carefully observed the surroundings, thinking God knows what terrifying super-god creatures might appear in this lair in the Yulong mountain range. At this moment, large birds suddenly appeared overhead. Everyone gestured to each other. Be careful, Chen Zichen, holding his weapon, jumped up. Get out of the way. He also saw Chen Nanqing doing something with his bare hands. An ordinary evolver couldn't continuously dig through rock walls. This group of people was truly extraordinary. Chen Zichen, gripping his weapon above, attacked the alien creature. Those attacks were very strong and very decisive. He had no support under his feet, yet he could leverage force out of thin air. It was clear that he pursued the bird as if walking on flat ground with no point of leverage, but he was incredibly powerful. There was no record of this strange movement technique in theory of all things. Who exactly was Chen Zichen? He continuously attacked forward with his weapon, and another person appeared. The Chen family's heaven-shaking 7 absolutes truly live up to their name. Who are you? He, riding on the back of the large bird, also appeared at this moment. This is Yi Yufeng. My name is Yi Yufeng. You might not have heard of me, but I am a disciple of the Battle God Martial Arts Club's president. I shouldn't be a stranger to your Chen family, should I? Chen Nanqing shouted angrily. People from the Battle God Martial Arts Club dare to ambush us? It seems we need to have a good talk with Wangfu Shangcheng. The person quickly smiled and replied, how would I dare ambush you? The reason I stopped you is firstly to admire the Chen family's heaven-shaking 7 absolutes and secondly to save you. Save us? Yi Yufeng stood there and said, didn't expect the renowned God Coin to be from the Chen family. I'm just getting paid to guide, I have no connection to the Chen family. Are you here for the alien creature lair? To be honest, I've already been down. The alien creatures inside are very strong. However, they completely ignored these words. Brother Long, we appreciate your kind intentions, but the affairs of our Chen family are not for the Battle God Martial Arts Club to worry about. Yi Yufeng, seeing Han Sen here, asked in confusion, they've all gone down, aren't you following? Didn't you say it was dangerous inside? Aren't you letting me in? Or are you leading them in with some ulterior motive? Oh, God Coin is indeed a strange person. After that, Han Sen bent down and looked down. There's movement. They're coming out. They emerged covered in wounds. The 2 young masters Chen are more impressive than I imagined. They've been down so long and are still alive. I'm truly impressed, Chen Nanqing shouted angrily. How dare you mock us? I'm truly impressed, not mocking at all. I went down for 10 seconds and almost died. You 2 went down for 10 minutes and came back alive. Truly admirable. Han Sen sat aside, deep in thought, but the remaining people hadn't come up yet. What was down there that was so powerful? Yi Yufeng stood aside and replied, I don't know. I think these 2 young masters Chen probably didn't see clearly what kind of alien creature it was. Could that alien creature be invisible? The 2 recalled the situation at the time. Not invisible, but too fast. It flew 4 times within the alien creature lair, obscured by the cages in the lair, so we couldn't see what it looked like at all. I only know it's a 4-legged beast-shaped alien creature, and it's black. Besides that, I couldn't see anything. Han Sen carefully considered. Chen Zichen's physique must have reached 30 points, and even he couldn't see its speed, so it was likely a super-god creature. Yi Yufeng stood aside and asked, I wonder if young Master Chen is interested in killing that alien creature together? Do you have a plan? As long as we can touch it, what's difficult about killing it with my strength? This is my God-blood swamp quicksand beast soul, which can trap alien creatures in quicksand, usually unable to escape on their own, and their movements will definitely slow down. A few of them then also entered the cave. Young Master Chen among us, only you have the ability to dodge attacks. Please go in first to lure that alien creature out, and I'll deal with it with the swamp quicksand beast soul. Chen Zicken quickly displayed his strength. Han Sen could also see the figure of a beast-shaped creature jumping around. What is that thing too fast? Only a black shadow flashed by like a fox. Chen Zicken quickly moved around, so powerful. It turned out to be a black panther with armor on its body. Yi Yufeng signaled. Now, the three behind quickly jumped up, preparing to enter battle mode. Their three weapons quickly touched the large wolf. Chen Zicken also turned and attacked its face from above. Han Sen suddenly realized, not good, this is the alien creature's miracle. The wolf was quickly hit, but it still managed to rush out in an instant. Damn it, why is it still so fast? Swamp quicksand is completely useless against it. Chen Zicken saw with his own eyes that the beast rudged towards them, delivering fierce claw attacks. He used divine heaven art to block. Yi Yufeng attacked the beast from behind, supporting him. Be careful, Han Sen, standing behind and watching this battle, also realized it couldn't be stopped at all. This god-blood-long spear, it would probably shatter like the previous one after the wolf attacked them. Han Sen was already able to dodge the attack. He actually dodged it. Let's retreat. However, the beast had already quickly blocked their escape route. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Yufeng stood aside, releasing his weapon. Give me the beast soul. Is it a god-blood flying dagger beast soul? Why was Han Sen so confident? It turned out he had a hidden trick. However, what was completely unbelievable was that the beast was not harmed in the slightest by his flying dagger. Han Sen stood aside and said loudly, God-blood flying dagger. Couldn't even cut off a single hair, the beast roared, and after it terrifyingly leaped towards them, the two Chen brothers had already quickly fled. I'm not afraid. Yi Yufeng could only hold his greatsword and try his best to resist. However, he didn't expect to be suddenly carried away. Han Sen signaled from behind, quickly. Then he threw him out of the protective barrier. What are you still standing there for? God coin. Han Sen could only struggle with it below. It wasn't that the swamp quicksand was useless against it, but that it wasn't showing its full strength against the Chen brothers. The effect of the swamp quicksand weakened. Yi Yufeng had already gone far, and the beast's soul automatically retracted into his body. The soul could no longer be bound. Yi Yufeng was also pulled up by the Chen brothers. Kid, you're lucky to be alive. With such a severe leg injury, you still managed to come out alive. Chen Zicken looked at the cave below and shouted a warning. There's movement. That metal wolf isn't going to rush out again, is it? A few people were surprised to see Han Sen climbing up. He actually jumped out again. It's God coin. Are you also an evolver? You've hidden it well. As soon as he came up, Yi Yufeng rushed over. God coin, I owe you for this. If you ever need help, just ask. I have something I want your help with now. A few of them decided to set up camp here for the night. Look how miserable we four are. We didn't die inside, but we lost a god-blood beast soul. Isn't going down asking for death? Anyway, my life was saved by God coin, so I'll just give it back. Han Sen thought for a moment and replied. I asked you to go down because I was confident. If I wanted you to die, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Chen Zicken, sitting aside, asked in return, God coin, how confident are you? Han Sen thought for a moment and replied, 50%, but if the two young masters Chen are willing to join, it's 70%. After that, he unleashed his power. Chen Zicken also recognized this as an aura-type beast soul. That's right. A god-blood aura-type beast soul can enhance the power of various beast souls within a certain range. Combined with the swamp quicksand beast soul, it will definitely slow down that metal wolf. We still have a chance. Victory belongs to me. And as per old rules, whoever kills it gets the beast soul. What do you all think? The final blow to this super god creature will definitely be mine, and I can't do without its beast soul and life gene essence. The silver wolf below was resting, then suddenly heard movement and looked up. Chen Zicken, holding his weapon and shield, slowly walked in. They could only try their best to resist the large wolf's attack. The opponent was truly being pushed to the limit, quickly shouting, you all hurry. Two powerful weapons rushed straight towards the large wolf, surprising it. Hit, finally hit. Chen Nanqing, holding his shield, also shouted tiredly, this wolf is too strong. Chen Zicken gestured to them, let's retreat, we're all injured, can't keep fighting. Han Sen calmly accepted. This time the four of us cooperated more tacitly. We'll go down after our injuries heal. Chen Zicken, sitting aside, suddenly said, this alien creature is truly strong. Even though we can hit it now, godblood weapons can't even cut off a single hair when stabbed into it. If this continues, God coin, how about we just give up? Han Sen thought for a moment and replied, continue or leave, it's up to you. Then he turned to look at Yi Yufeng, who was standing behind. What about you? If God coin needs me, I'll go. Chen Zicken was also helpless. Since that's the case, then I wish you two success. However, one thing must be said. A non-evolver staying in the first god sanctuary for too long will cause irreversible damage. Han Sen of course understood this. He was right. So are you, however. Yi Yufeng refused. It's fine, I can still hold on for a few more days, alright. Then only the two of them are left to fight. Back in this familiar cave once more. This is the last time. You don't need to fight. Just wait for me to lure that metal wolf out and find an opportunity to possess it with swamp quicksand. Whether we succeed or fail, you can go back afterwards. Don't worry, Goldcoin. Han Sen once again entered its lair. Yi Yufeng, seeing his limping gait, realized Goldcoin was injured. The wolf charged forward, but Yi Yufeng, standing outside, couldn't believe it couldn't catch Han Senator just as it charged overhead. Mouth wide open, Han Sen shouted, Now you can definitely keep up with that wolf now, look closely, you've seen its every move. Yi Yufeng watched this scene from outside, unable to believe that Gold Coin had perfectly dodged all of the Metal Wolf's attacks. He had single-handedly subdued that Metal Wolf. That wasn't an injury. That was his unique rhythm. Was that sky-shifting art? Like a game of chess, we are pawns, and we must play to see who is stronger. It is said that the perfected sky-shifting art can control an opponent's thoughts, even their actions. And only the queen of the martial arts club can master this martial art. Could Gold Coin truly be the descendant of that person? Han Sen was still being chased by that wolf, because today I have rehearsed my movement trajectory and your attack patterns countless times. Your every move now, every strike is something I have calculated and designed for you countless times. Deal with an opponent far stronger than oneself. One can only cut off all retreat and fight to the death. The large wolf had already leapt, and Han Sen signaled, "Strike now." Godblood weapons couldn't even harm a single hair on it. He had to find the weakest spot and deliver a fatal blow, and after every observation in battle its weakness was clear. Han Sen gripped his sword tightly and stabbed it into its throat. Yi Yufeng was completely unable to react. Gold Coin, be careful. The wolf was hit by his fatal blow once again, completely unable to react, only letting out a few painful cries. Ultimately he successfully hunted the super god creature, ancient profound wolf. Han Sen excitedly shouted at the light that appeared, "A super god beast soul, I've obtained a super god beast soul again." Yi Yufeng anxiously called out, "Gold Coin," then he quickly ran over. "Gold Coin, I'm so glad you're alright." Han Sen quickly hid the jade stone behind him and smiled, "The metal wolf has been killed by me. Hurry and search for alien creature eggs." Afterwards they indeed found an egg stuck to the wall, but it was already completely shattered. How is that possible? Did the Chen brothers already smash the alien creature egg before we went down? No, they only stayed here for a very short time. Han Sen thought of another possibility. Perhaps that ancient profound wolf had hatched from the alien creature egg. Afterwards he returned to the real world and carefully examined the fragments on the wolf's body. Truly formidable, such a high-grade cold steel shield was split in half with one slash. Just then his phone suddenly rang loudly. It was an unknown number. "Who is it?" He answered the phone and the other party spoke. "Is this Senior Han?" "It's me." "Who are you?" Unexpectedly the person started crying painfully. "Senior, save me." Han Sen could only go to Wangfu Pingjing to discuss it. As soon as she saw him she showed a teasing smile. "Junior, you rarely contact me proactively. It seems you've run into some trouble again, haven't you?" Han Sen replied with a smile. "Senior is truly perceptive, worthy of being the future heir of the martial arts club." Wangfu Pingjing took a sip of wine. "Flattery doesn't suit you. Just tell me directly, what happened?" Han Sen calmly replied. "I want to ask you about the Gladiator VIP area. You went to the VIP area? Didn't I warn you not to go there? It wasn't me. It was my classmate." Wangfu Pingjing continued seriously. "Although Gladiators is under the Battle God Martial Arts Club, it actually has many partners, and those partners are all very rich and powerful. That VIP area is a slaughterhouse for young masters to seek pleasure. They attract people to participate in battles with extremely high rewards. Those people will fall deeper and deeper. To make money, when they realize they've accumulated huge unpayable debts, they'll be forced to participate in death matches. That's the pleasure those rich and powerful people get from playing games," Wangfu Pingjing warned. "Your friend Wang Di, he's a gambler, he's dead meat. Isn't it true that if you win a death match, all debts are cleared? Do you think those perverts will easily let him win a death match?" Han Sen then asked, "Can I go in Wang Di's place?" Wangfu Pingjing didn't expect him to go to such lengths. "Are you crazy? What is Wang Di to you?" Han Sen then added, "No relation, but he has a rare beast soul possession and I need it." She picked up the TV remote control next to her and turned on the big screen. "I'll tell you honestly, in the VIP area battles the opponents who are tortured are all higher level existences than them. Wang Di is unevolved, so his opponent will be an evolver. You'll be the same if you go. Isn't that deceptive?" Wangfu Pingjing refused to discuss this issue. "Anyway, in the eyes of the rich and powerful, deception is no big deal. If you participate in a death match, your opponent will be someone like this. If you have the ability to kill him, then you can go." Han Sen suddenly asked, "Can you guarantee that if I go, my opponent will definitely be her?" "Yes." Han Sen's face lit up and he replied very firmly, "All right, I've decided. I'll go in Wang Di's place." "Junior, are you out of your mind?" Han Sen replied with a smile. "I can defeat him. This person has strong physical stats but is slow. I have an absolute chance of winning against him." "Senior, can you confirm that my opponent will be this man?" Wangfu Pingjing looked at the young man's strong back, feeling a little hesitant. "All right, it will be arranged." Outside the arena, everyone was still cheering excitedly. Iron Demon King, twist his head off, tear his body apart, mash him into a pulp." Han Sen had already appeared behind him at this moment, his entire body rapidly transforming, wearing another set of jean armor. That guy shouted excitedly, "I'm going to twist your head off." But Han Sen showed no fear, easily striking the big guy with one blow. However, he still smiled calmly and shouted, "You little brat has some tricks up your sleeve. Too bad I have steel bones and iron sinews. Your garbage knife can't even touch a hair on me." Han Sen smiled arrogantly. "Who is it?" Just then a large gash appeared on his neck and blood quickly flowed everywhere. Everyone cheered excitedly. "So much blood, the Iron Demon King's blood, haha." And in the top floor secret room, someone had already witnessed all of this. "Is Han Sen the young man who had a conflict with you, the captain of the steel armor squad and still unevolved? How interesting. Wang Fu Pingjing was already standing behind him, calling out, "Cousin." That person calmly picked up a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. "Bring him to me." Wang Fu Pingjing found him and informed him, "Han Sen, you're in big trouble." "What trouble?" He was then led to another room. "Hello, I'm Ning Yu. Ning as in peaceful, Yu as in moon. Han Sen, do you agree to join the alien creature hunting plan organized by the Starry Sky Group?" "Sorry." Before I even finished speaking, the other party continued, "You've always wanted your sister Han Yan to enter a noble school, right?" Afterwards he was lured by those few words and walked into the ancient forest. Yang Cheng was already standing there. "Are you from the Starry Sky Group?" "Han Xing," he spoke to the person behind him. "Zhu Ting, follow young Master Han and ensure his safety. If he dies, you die. If he lives, you live. Remember not to be greedy for merit and rush in. Safety first." The person named Zhu Ting solemnly replied, "Yes, Brother Yang, rest assured, I guarantee nothing will happen to him. Let's go." 2 days later, a few of them arrived at a large mountain. And Yang Cheng introduced, "Our target is on this mountain range. Young Master Han, you ambush here, we'll go up and lure it down and you take the opportunity to strike it." Han Sen carefully surveyed the surroundings. These few people seemed to be fully genetically evolved. What could make them so afraid, is it really? Time passed, he looked up. They had been gone for several hours, and not a single person could be seen. "How is that alien creature doing?" Zhu Ting leaned against a tree trunk behind him and replied, "Knowing or not knowing doesn't matter. Anyway, you're only responsible for one stab. Don't worry about other things. That alien creature couldn't possibly just stand there and let me stab it. The group of people above were rushing down here. It was them." Zhu Ting blocked them from behind. "Don't go over there," he told him to hide behind a rock. "Hide here. Wait for Brother Yang to lure it over. If it's discovered, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Its eyesight is very sharp. Don't mess up our important mission." Han Sen sat there silently. "Wait, a sturdy shell. Is it that type Z steel arrow? Although it looks formidable with its speed, couldn't one just slice through it?" "Why do they want him to hide?" Zhu Ting whispered from the side. "Wait for them to lure that strange creature past this rock, then you take the opportunity to stab its soft flesh from behind. Remember to be quick. Whether you succeed or not, retreat immediately after one stab. Don't hesitate. Don't say I didn't warn you." Immediately after, the monster had already passed by here. Now, Han Sen stabbed down, but he felt as if he had stabbed into an old snail's sinews. Even the ancient profound wolf's dagger couldn't move as smoothly as usual. The thing felt pain and quickly retracted into its shell. "Trying to pull your head back in, not so easy." Zhu Ting quickly shouted from behind, "Run!" He quickly ran over and pulled him away. That snail could actually fly into the air. Han Sen held the dagger in his hand and stabbed the thing again, but he couldn't understand. How can it be so fast? Zhu Ting also delivered a blow from above. "Run, just get 100 meters away from that shell." Afterwards, he could only use his strength to quickly dodge all of that thing's attacks. After reaching the safe zone, Zhu Ting angrily said, "What did you do? Didn't I tell you to stab once and run? See, you've put us all in danger, do you know that?" "Sorry, I just wanted to see if I could break that shell." But Yang Cheng had already spoken to comfort him from behind. "It's all right, our mission has been successfully completed. Everyone prepare to rest and then return to the shelter." "Aren't we going to kill that mutant creature?" Yang Cheng replied with a smile. "Young Master Han, you've seen it. With our combined strength, it's not enough to kill that creature. We must wait for young Master Ning Yu to take charge." Zhu Ting couldn't help but scoff as he left. Truly naive, Han Sen watched them leave, unable to help but doubt. So Ning Yu only wanted to see if his dagger could hurt that snail. That thing was likely a super god creature. It seems the Ning family really knows something. No wonder they expended so much manpower, going out to sea to search for alien creature lairs and hunt super god alien creatures. That night, a few of them decided to camp in this forest. "I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. This roasted meat smells much better than mine. How can one serve young Master Ning Yu without any skills?" Han Sen ate the meat, still complimenting it, but he felt a little hot. "Is this food poisoned?" Ning Yu, if you really use such methods against me, then you underestimate Han Sen too much." At this moment, he had eaten his fill and was very satisfied. Zhu Ting sat aside and said, "After eating my stick of incense's worth of spices, you still haven't fallen. You are indeed not simple." Afterwards, he saw that the few of them had already fallen. At this moment, even Yang Cheng had fallen into the trap. "You're not from the Starry Sky Group. Who exactly are you?" Zhu Ting spoke to him. "Now I give you 2 choices. 1, hand over the dagger beast soul, or 2, die. I'm easygoing, so you choose. Do you take me for a fool? Hand over the dagger and die even faster." Zhu Ting had now revealed his true colors, picking up his sword and stabbing at him. Han Sen had already easily picked up his weapon and blocked his attack. Zhu Ting watched his sword break in 2, completely unable to believe it. Impossible, after eating so much roasted meat, a stick of incense's worth of sleeping gas didn't work. Han Sen watched the opponent easily dodge all his attacks and smiled. This footwork is truly familiar. The opponent can dodge attacks so skillfully. Heaven-shaking 7 absolutes. "Are you from the Chen family?" Zhu Ting now stood on a tall tree looking down. "Whether I'm from the Chen family or not doesn't matter, but who can tell me what your relationship is with the Chen family, and how you know heaven-shaking 7 absolutes? If you tell me, well, I'll spare your life." Han Sen replied with a smile, "Your poison is useless against me. Now you should be thinking about how to make me spare your life." However, the opponent showed no fear, looking at him with a terrifying expression. "Do you think you're very impressive for being able to endure a stick of incense's worth of sleeping gas? The poison on your body is not comparable to a stick of incense. Didn't you smell the fragrance? Have you heard of a supercore gene art called Myriad Fragrant Poison Body? It allows a person to develop poison genes like a poisonous insect, secreting invisible toxins at any time. Myriad Fragrant Poison Body has long been a forbidden art, because too many people have died practicing it. I am one of them, perhaps the only one. Han Sen did not relax his guard at all, looking at the man and saying, "Then I'm doomed? Not necessarily. If you can create poison, you can certainly cure it. Give me the dagger beast soul and I'll cure your poison." Han Sen delivered another blow. "What if I don't give it to you?" Zhu Ting seemed startled by that power. "Stop, we can talk this through. Whatever benefits Ning Yu gives you, I can give you the same." Before he could finish, he was hit in the face with a heavy punch. Afterwards, Zhu Ting was completely unable to resist him, being beaten until his head was covered in blood. Stop fighting, ask whatever you want, I'll answer whatever you want to know." Han Sen sat on him, inquiring about the situation. In fact, he didn't know what alien creature Ning Yu had sent him to hunt. "Isn't it a god-blood creature?" Zhu Ting laughed upon hearing this. "Haha, you could say it's a god-blood creature. At least no one knows if it's a god-blood creature yet." "What does that mean?" Han Sen, confused by these few words, asked again. The other party then asked another strange question. "Have you ever wondered why Ning Yu would help a child with no background get into a noble academy just for a god-blood creature? No, why in the ancient forest are there so many of us who have already injected genes yet can't do anything about it?" Han Sen grew more and more irritated as he listened and broke his hand. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't move, I'll tell you," Zhu Ting replied, trembling on the ground. "According to the elders of the Chen family, in the era when the sanctuary was first discovered, our ancestors once found some things in the sanctuary world, from which they inferred that there was a higher level of creature than god-blood creatures. Our Chen family spent a lot of money to prove this inference, but it was all meaningless. Those suspected creatures were too powerful. There were no weapons inside the sanctuary that could harm them at all," Han Sen coldly retorted. "Aren't you surnamed Zhu? Why are you surnamed Chen again?" "I am an illegitimate child of the Chen family. I take my mother's surname." "Do you know Chen Zikan? He's my half-brother, which is why he had me infiltrate the Ning family." Han Sen asked again, puzzled. "Then why did you infiltrate Ning Yu's side?" "Our Ning family ancestors and the Chen family patriarch once worked in the same department, and they initially discovered this matter together. That's why the Ning family has been trying to confirm that speculation. The Starry Sky Group is powerful and we wanted to infiltrate them to find more clues." Han Sen recalled the name of the department he had seen before. It was like a special mission, and things were getting increasingly complex. Han Sen tried to connect the information he had, realizing that Elder Gu of the Ning family and the Chen family patriarch belonged to the same department, and they might have discovered something together in the sanctuary. Elder Gu had left behind the word supergod gene, so the Ning and Chen families might have also left some information, or even more. Zhu Ting, lying on the ground, shouted, "Young Master Han, I've told you everything you wanted to know, please spare me." Han Sen pointed his dagger at him and said with a smile, "Your Chen family and Ning family matters are none of my concern, but since you made a move against me, this matter isn't simple anymore. I'll hand you over to Yang Chung and the others. Whether you survive is up to you." "Young Master Han, let's discuss this. I'm willing to pay for my life. You can name a price of 100 million or 200 million. Han Sen, however, wasn't interested in money. "Then what about that arrow? Which one?" Han Sen didn't want to waste any more words with this person and directly thrust his dagger towards his ear. Zhu Ting could only cry out loudly, "Take it, take it, take it all." He successfully killed the bone-spine fish, and Zhu Ting asked weakly from behind, "Young Master Han, I've given you all the beast souls you wanted. Can you spare me now? You only bought your life. I didn't say I'd spare you. Go quickly and give them the antidote." Zhu Ting was truly in despair. "We already agreed. I bought my life with money. If I give them the antidote, they'll definitely send me to Ning Yu, and then how will I save my life?" Han Sen directly drew his bow and arrow and pointed forward, scaring him motionless. "Don't move." Yang Chung and the others woke up, furious. "Zhu Ting, you brat, how dare you betray us?" Han Sen quickly stopped them. "He has already paid for his life, so spare him. Besides, even if you want to kill someone, shouldn't you at least wait until young Master Ning the second one comes to question him before acting?" Yang Chung could only obey him. "Since that's the case, then we'll listen to young Master Han." Zhu Ting was then tied up to the side. "Young Master Han, the dagger in your hand is the only thing that can kill supergod creatures. You must not make any mistakes. And even more so, you must not kill that alien creature. If you help Ning Yu get that supergod gene, the Ning family will have the ability to kill supergod creatures. Do you think they will spare you then?" The next morning, Han Sen woke up groggily in his tent, hearing a huge commotion outside. "Not good." Zhu Ting ran away. The people outside were already beaten bloody all over. Yang Chung said angrily, "Damn it." Han Sen, however, found it a bit strange. Zhu Ting had the ability to escape, but why did he say a few words to him before leaving? Afterward, Ning Yu came to find him again. "Han Yan's admission procedures have been completed. You can take her to school anytime. It's really thanks to you that Brother Yang and the others returned safely." Someone walked in from outside. "Has the evolution finished?" Han Sen sat aside, deep in thought, realizing that Ning Yu had deliberately completed his evolution before setting off so his physical stats would be improved. It seemed Ning Yu was determined to kill that alien creature this time. "Then let's set off." They had arrived at the stream by the ancient forest, but he hadn't expected Ning Yu's body to be so weak. He kept coughing a few times along the way. Young Master Ning Yu, let's go a bit slower. Han Sen sat alone by the stream, unable to help but wonder. Bug armor knight, substitute beast soul, how exactly does it substitute? Night soon fell, and Ning Yu suddenly came over. The first time I met you, I felt we should be friends. My grandfather, Elder Gu, also had a friend named Han who even saved my grandfather. Han Sen seriously asked in return. What was your grandfather's friend named? Perhaps we Han family members are truly related. Han Jingzi. What a coincidence, my grandfather is also called Han Jingzi. Could it be the same person? Ning Yu looked up at the moon and replied, probably not. My grandfather's friend was much older than my grandfather and had no wife or children. Much older? He couldn't help but recall what Zhu Ting had said last night. I once heard an elder from the Chen family say that in the era when the sanctuary was first discovered, our ancestors once found some things in the sanctuary world from which they inferred that there was a higher level of creature than god-blood creatures. However, something was amiss. When the sanctuary was first discovered, Elder Gu hadn't even been born yet. How could he have that work ID? Ning Yu sat aside and continued, at that time the sanctuary had just been discovered, and humans didn't have genes yet. Supercore gene technology hadn't developed either, and Elder Han was a very famous Qigong master at the time. Han Sen listened and asked back somewhat doubtfully, a Qigong master? History books say that Qigong masters back then were all charlatans who pretended to be supernatural. However, Ning Yu replied very confidently, Elder Han truly practiced Qigong. He was the instructor of the Alliance's most elite blue blood special forces at the time, and he was no charlatan. Han Sen carefully imagined that person's figure to be an instructor of the blue blood special forces. If that were now, he would also be a demigod-level powerhouse. If his grandfather was truly that Han Jingzi, then why would his descendants fall to this state? Where did it go wrong? It seemed all things were related, yet also unrelated. Afterward, the few of them continued to move. Yang Yongcheng led the way, and Ning Yu also spoke to reassure Han Sen. Young Master Han, don't worry. Brother Wang and the others will contain that alien creature and ensure your safety. Han Sen replied with a polite smile, thank you, Young Master Ning. Suddenly he stopped and gestured for the people behind to be quiet. Young Master Ning, Young Master Han, you wait here. We'll use it to drill out of its shell. Ning Yu stood behind and carefully reminded them, safety is most important. The snail monster stood on the mountaintop, and the few of them had already flown up with their own power, all simultaneously attacking a single target on its large shell. Han Sen could assess the situation at the time. Indeed, super god creatures were not easy to deal with. The snail monster in the forest fled frantically in panic. Yang Yongcheng charged forward first, holding his sword, and said with great momentum, we'll use our 30 points of evolution power to kill that beast. Dealing with it was as easy as turning one's hand over. The bug armor knights continued to pursue, rushing up to consume it. 3 swords simultaneously stabbed into the snail monster's soft body, and immediately its body began to split, trying to envelop the swords. Yang Yongcheng shouted in surprise, no, quickly pull out your weapons. No sooner had he spoken than the snail monster's body grew many tentacles. Ning Yu's bodyguards ran and dodged. Damn it, we're in big trouble. Saving our lives is paramount. Damn it, this beast is not simple. Our weapons are done for. A sharp tentacle severed the silver armor knight's leg. Blood gushed from the wound and he shouted in pain, my leg is ruined. Han Sen clutched his knife tightly, hiding behind a rock, observing the battle. They were injured. Perhaps now was his chance to go out, however. Ning Yu grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Don't rush, it's not time yet. Han Sen asked, puzzled, why not go out now? They'll die, Ning Yu replied while observing the situation. If we go out now, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Wait for them to lure out the alien creature, then you can take the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Han Sen was a little tense. He saw that Ning Yu's target was the alien creature, not saving people, or rather his thoughts were the same as his own. Ning Yu stood up and instructed, you wait here. Han Sen was puzzled. He watched Ning Yu's receding back with both eyes. He was so seriously ill and hadn't even upgraded to an evolver. So why was he taking such a risk? This person was a bit unfathomable. Ning Yu jumped from behind the rock into the battlefield. He swiftly swung his sword and pierced the snail monster's tentacles. Han Sen was surprised by Ning Yu's ability to sever the alien creature's tentacles, and his weapon wasn't sucked in either. Yang Yongcheng smiled proudly. Great, worthy of young Master Ning, kill it. The snail monster angrily continued to release tentacles. Ning Yu easily dodged the alien creature's attacks. Han Sen watched his movements, incredibly surprised. Ning Yu was too powerful. He was a twin but much stronger than Shenxianzi. Although his beast soul weapon could restrain alien creatures, his god genes were only about 15 points. But then Ning Yu became somewhat disheveled under the tentacle's attack. Han Sen seriously assessed, he probably can't kill that alien creature. Yang Yongcheng and the others rushed out of the tentacle's range. Young Master Han now, Han Sen transformed. After observing for so long, he had a basic judgment of this alien creature's strength. As long as he didn't use Jiu Shei Zhou and overload genes, his basic strength combined with the ancient profound wolf dagger would be enough. Finishing his thought, he charged forward enough to injure it but not kill it, which was what he wanted. Afterward, he swung his knife and severed a tentacle. The snail monster seemed scared and hurriedly retreated. Han Sen said happily, As expected, it fears my ancient profound wolf dagger. Watch me cut you into 8 pieces. He pressed the attack, starting a wild assault. The people on Yang Yongcheng's side began to discuss. I'm almost at my limit too. Let's retreat first. Not good. My transformation time is almost up. Ning Yu took the opportunity to tell Han Sen to retreat. Young Master Han, let's retreat and discuss this again. Han Sen still had the upper hand, so of course he didn't want to retreat. He refused. No problem, everyone go quickly. It fears my dagger, I can handle it, he thought to himself. Retreating is certainly not an option. Your transformation time is up, isn't that more advantageous for me? Ning Yu also agreed. Alright then, one more person means one more strength. Han Sen glanced at him warily. Is this kid trying to monitor me? The snail monster didn't counterattack but fled desperately. This made Han Sen very happy. It was scared away by his attack. He flew to the snail monster's side and directly stabbed his knife into its body. Hiding inside is useless. You're dead today. After doing this, Han Sen felt a bit regretful that it had only left a crack. The shell was harder than imagined. Yang Yongcheng came over to stop him. Young Master Han, stop. I already have a plan. Lend me your dagger to try. Perhaps it's because you haven't evolved yet and your strength isn't enough. His face was full of friendliness. I'll pry open that shell and we'll split the spoils half and half, how about it? Ning Yu looked at Han Sen easily, scaring off that alien monster, a bit surprised. He extended his hand and said, Young Master Han, perhaps you've already noticed this alien creature is very special. But no sooner had he spoken than the snail monster again extended long tentacles, attacking the people behind Ning Yu, scaring the two of them, making them jump simultaneously. After the attack, the few of them. The snail monster quickly turned and fled, but Han Sen wouldn't easily let it go. He followed closely behind, shouting loudly, Don't run! Seeing him chase after the alien monster, Ning Yu also followed closely. He asked young Master Han, what do you think of the current proposal? Han Sen heard him speak but simply replied, Sorry, my dagger is neither for loan nor for sale. Ning Yu proposed trading 5 godblood beast souls for young Master Han's dagger, adding that after killing the alien creature he would split the meat with him. Seeing his offer rejected, Ning Yu conceived a malicious intent and tried to ambush Han Sen from behind but was caught by him. Thinking of ambushing, Han Sen turned and said, You are not my match. After speaking, Han Sen turned and attacked the people on Ning Yu's side. Watching them covet his dagger, he said with a smile, Kill me and you won't get the dagger. It's better for no one to get it than for someone else to get it. After dealing with those small fries, Han Sen quickly rushed to Yang Yongcheng's side and said, It's a pity you misunderstood one thing. Looking at him, Han Sen raised the dagger in his hand high and said to him seriously, Who is the master here? After speaking, Han Sen sliced off Yang Yongcheng's neck with one strike. Before losing consciousness, he still asked Han Sen in surprise, You're also an evolver. You found out too late, Han Sen said. After dealing with Yang Yongcheng, only Ning Yu was left. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he clutched his sword and said, In the sanctuary, there's a type of substitute beast soul. The person standing before you is not the real body but just a substitute beast soul. After hearing him speak, Han Sen said nothing but sliced down with one strike without hesitation. He said, I believe you. After speaking, Han Sen retreated, took a running start, preparing to charge at that blood snail monster. So substitute beast souls have such magical effects, he thought to himself. Collecting his thoughts, Han Sen swiftly charged at the blood snail monster which was still hiding in its shell. His target was its hard shell. The dagger swiftly and fiercely stabbed in. Han Sen shouted, I don't believe I truly can't pierce you. The snail monster seemed to sense the potential danger brought by Han Sen. It drilled out of its shell and tentacles surged out to attack Han Sen but were easily neutralized by him. Afterward, a notification appeared. Successfully killed Super God Creature Blood Snail Monster, obtained Super God Beast Soul Blood Snail Monster and Life Gene Essence, but the meat is inedible. Looking at the monster, beaten beyond recognition, he had also simultaneously harvested a God Blood Beast Soul and Life Gene Essence. He was secretly pleased. Han Senator, you are the first human to surpass the Evolver level. You have reached this kind of power. The next day, in front of Fanatic Sanctuary, Ning Yu stopped Han Senator. His purpose was to buy the meat and beast soul of the creature Han Sen had defeated yesterday. Ning Yu said eagerly, Young Master Han, don't rush back to Steel Armor Sanctuary. Let's find a place to talk properly. I'm willing to pay for the alien creature's meat and beast soul, and the price is negotiable, Han Sen said expressionlessly. What's there to talk about? Young Master Ning the second one, do you really think I can kill that alien creature? Han Sen asked him mockingly. When I return, whether there's meat or not. You already know, why need I say more? Young Master Han is not an ordinary person, Ning Yu still replied stubbornly, even though Han Sen had already turned and walked away. A while later in the restroom, Han Sen was washing his face when a tall man walked in. Seeing him, he crossed his arms and said with a smile, Oh, old third, how come you're back and didn't even say hello to your brothers? No matter what he asked, Han Sen was currently busy thinking about the bug armor knight. Whenever it was injured, it could recover just by soaking in water. But checking the water revealed no abnormalities, unless it wasn't soaking in water but only looking at its own reflection. Forget it, thinking so much gives me a headache. Han Sen put his hand on the mirror in front of him, cursing inwardly. I've summoned it many times with no response. Was it being used this way? After magic power was injected into the mirror, the Bug Armor Knight's vision appeared in the mirror. Han Sen said in surprise, "This is the Bug Armor Knight's perspective. I can control its body through this perspective." That afternoon in the White Demon Desert, Han Sen stood on the back of a rock sandworm, quickly sliding across the sand, kicking up dust everywhere. Looking at the ground covered with monster corpses ahead, Han Sen was somewhat surprised. "Is there anyone ahead?" Han Sen asked doubtfully. A little further on, Han Sen looked down from the cliff and saw the chaotic battlefield below. He watched young Master Yuan and young Master Cheng direct their people to hunt monsters. A little surprised, Han Sen couldn't help but marvel that these two unpromising guys had grown up and were directing things quite competently. Young Master Yuan heard Han Sen's voice and with a smile on his face continued to slay monsters with his hands. He happily said, "Brother Sen is here." Seeing him take the initiative to greet him, Han Sen was of course there to hunt godblood creatures to quickly perfect his god genes. Young Master Cheng also chimed in, excitedly saying, "Brother Sen, take us to broaden our horizons, we won't compete with you." Hearing this, Han Sen smiled, "What if you do? It's all about strength, and trying to snatch a godblood creature from me isn't that easy." Seeing Han Sen boastfully riding on the rock sandworm, a brown-haired man below grumbled, "What's so great about that?" Half an hour later, the group was moving through the desert. Han Sen asked young Master Cheng about Hemingway Jingchao Hai Min Uy Kin Trao, a senator in the upper house. "Is the Hai family really a legendary family that inherited ancient martial arts?" Hearing Han Sen's question, he quickly thought and replied, "Brother Sen, that little rascal Hai Yun, relying on his grandfather Hemingway, is used to being arrogant and overbearing, just ignore him." He then explained, "Most of the senators in the upper house are related to ancient martial arts and their power was immense when they first entered the sanctuary. Otherwise, how could they become senators in the upper house? True powerhouses only emerged later, mostly in the lower house, just like our family." Han Sen suddenly shouted, "Stop," startling young Master Yuan, who yelled, "What's wrong?" Han Sen explained, "That's a flock of black-feathered beasts and a godblood black-feathered beast king." Young Master Cheng asked suspiciously, "Where are the black-feathered beasts? Brother Sen, are you seeing things?" Han Sen ignored young Master Cheng's confusion and calmly took out his bow, preparing to shoot. The brown-haired man saw this and said unhappily, "What are you doing with a bow? Why bother with them?" Han Sen drew his bow and knocked an arrow, which emitted a faint orange glow enveloping his hand. He killed the godblood black-feathered beast king, obtaining its godblood beast soul. Young Master Cheng was surprised to see Han Sen shoot without hesitation and hit his target. He hit it. He opened his mouth, completely stunned. Hearing him say this, the brown-haired man didn't believe it. It was impossible to hit. "I'll go see for myself." He then rode his horse over. Young Master Yuan behind him exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, don't run around." Looking over, amidst the flock of black-feathered beasts, the arrow Han Sen had just shot accurately hit the black-feathered beast king, causing it to surprisingly crash into a rock. The brown-haired man and his group ran over, their mouths agape. How could an arrow hit from 1 or 2 kilometers away? Young Master Yuan watched in shock. In the first god sanctuary, who could possibly be Brother Sen's opponent? Han Sen walked over and retrieved his arrow, and the black-feathered beast king fell to the ground face down. He humbly said, "There are countless masters in the world, what am I?" As soon as he finished speaking, the rock sandworm rushed over and swallowed the black-feathered beast king whole. Young Master Cheng next to him was torn between laughter and tears. "Brother Sen, you're too wasteful." Young Master Yuan next to him also had tears streaming down his face. "If you've injected god genes, please sell the godblood creature to me." Han Sen just responded with a wry smile, "It's already fed, maybe next time." Watching his little darling devour the beast king's meat with relish, Han Sen couldn't help but smile, almost evolving into battle form. "My dear, evolve into a super god pet." With a super god pet and the bloody snail beast soul, what super god creature can I not kill? The people behind raised their hands and shouted loudly towards Han Sen's direction, the White Demon Desert. Han Sen also turned and waved back at them. "I have other matters, let's part ways here." After walking a distance, he pointed at Miao King, a golden power emanating from his hand, and commanded, "Miao King, put on the bloody snail armor and charge." Then Miao King quickly rushed out, directly crashing into the waterfall ahead, which split open and several huge rocks fell to the ground. Han Sen stood by, observing with a smirk, secretly thinking, 2 super god-grade steel armor beast souls, truly FC King awesome. Han Sen stood high up looking down and pondered, how deep is this cave? Usually such caves hide bad things, so I should be cautious. Then he spoke, "Miao King, go scout ahead." Miao King responded with a meow. Han Sen held a torch for illumination. Then he threw a rock down the waterfall, observing intently. There wasn't even a sound. How high is this waterfall? Suddenly a dim green light appeared deep within the waterfall. Han Sen was startled when he saw it and shouted in surprise, "Who's there?" He drew his sword, preparing for battle, his body enveloped in red flames, his heart filled with doubt. "No, why is that person glowing?" "That person is a skeleton in a sitting posture holding something." Han Sen stood opposite, deep in thought. "Are these the clothes ancient people wore in movies? Does this person have some special clothing preferences?" He slyly reached out and took the object from the skeleton's hand. He spoke, "Brother, you're already dead, so you don't need worldly possessions. Why not do a good deed and help out a living person like me?" Han Sen opened the scroll to read. "What is this? Are these ancient characters from an ancient planet? Is this person really an ancient person?" The skeleton suddenly emitted a blue light and its clothes slowly disintegrated. Han Sen's face showed concern. No, I didn't mean it. How long would it take for these clothes to rot like this? Is this person really an ancient person? Impossible, how could an ancient person come to the sanctuary world? He sat down, covering the skeleton with rocks, muttering, "You'll be covered here. You're dead, you probably don't need this scroll anymore. So I'll take it. If I find your identity, I'll notify your family to collect your remains." The camera shifted to the suburbs where a dragon was evolving, golden power emanating from its body. Hansen stood by thinking, super evolving beast soul. Ha ha ha, from now on I'll kill gods and Buddhas. Who can stop me from injecting super god genes to evolve? Crowd in the distance ran in panic, continuously shouting, "Help, help, run!" This made Hansen turn his head, confused him. He asked a blue-haired man next to him. "What happened?" the man said urgently. Alien creatures have entered the sanctuary." Indeed, a lion appeared inside, charging madly forward, destroying buildings in its path. Hansen observed from high above, looking at the lion and judging. Golden hair roar, it must be the young golden hair roar. Hansen transformed into the fairy queen with Meow King and a huge dragon beside him. He smugly said, "Now I have enough power to kill you, and you've even delivered yourself to me." The people around were desperately trying to eliminate the ferocious lion. Someone shouted, "Protect the sanctuary." Others said, "Disciples, charge, charge," and rushed forward. The lion looked up at Hansen, who stood majestically on the dragon's head, surrounded by roaring flames. Then the lion opened its mouth wide and charged at Han. Several people below shouted worriedly, "Captain Han, be careful." He looked at the lion with a determined expression and loudly said, "Do you want revenge? Then let's end it here." Then the lion and Hansen's dragon charged into the battlefield, surrounded by smoke and dust. He seized the opportunity to raise his sword and loudly said, "Can't I blind your eyes this time?" Then he plunged his sword into the lion's eye, simultaneously laughing, "Ha ha, I hit it, I finally hit it." The lion, struck in the eye, fell to the ground in pain, roaring. The lion, Hansen, and his dragon continued to charge forward and fight. This time the lion was attacked by the dragon again, emitting another painful wail. Hansen raised his sword and fiercely stabbed it into the lion's other eye, with no other choice. The lion flew over the wall and escaped. The people around praised Hansen. "Long live Captain Han, long live Captain Han. Kill it, kill it." He rode his dragon and commanded, "Don't let it escape." At this moment the lion was flying over the black swamp, and Hansen followed closely behind. He shouted, "Run further, run further. I can't let anyone see the killing." After walking a distance, Hansen firmly said to the dragon, "Right here. Golden Sandworm King, go after it." The dragon quickly rushed towards the lion, which was groaning from its eye injuries. Hansen mercilessly wielded his weapon, decisively striking the lion, blood splattering everywhere. Hansen shouted, golden hair roar, good fortune is irresistible." The lion, having been cut many times, fell dead, covered in blood. Hansen stood by thinking, "Such a big piece of meat, can I eat it?" Then he used his sword to cut open the lion's eye, and its eye emitted a golden light. The scene switched to the black swamp. Boom. Hansen was currently riding on the back of the golden hair roar, moving along and saying, "It's as stable as riding in a private jet without even the slightest feeling of turbulence." "Hey, what's turbulence? Is this turbulence?" At this moment, Hansen took out a piece of meat, biting it and thinking, "There's meat, eating meat must increase supergod genes, right?" he thought. Then took another bite and continued to think, "What is this? It's even tougher than beetle nut skin." After a while, Hansen had already dismounted and said unhappily, "Forget it, you eat it." As he spoke, a slender ray of light emanated from his hand, aimed at the golden hair roar's back where it was pierced by a knife. Damn, as expected of a supergod creature's meat, it quickly grew into a true battle angel. He watched in surprise as the battle angel floated in the air, healing the golden hair roar. Although the battle angel's hands and mouth were covered in the golden hair roar's blood, she reached out and tasted the blood. Hansen was stunned and speechless. The battle angel suddenly rushed over and approached Hansen, then kissed him fiercely. A thought immediately flashed through Hansen's mind. "Damn it, I was kissed by a beast." A system immediately popped up a message. "Battle beast soul super pet can evolve." Hansen, somewhat embarrassed by what had just happened, said, "What does can evolve mean? What will a supergod pet evolve into?" As he spoke, his face flushed, facing the battle angel. Swish, the battle angel then emitted light, slowly shrinking and transformed into a little girl. Hansen looked at everything happening before him, his face showing some displeasure, and complained, "Hey, why did you change back without my permission?" At this moment in another forest, Xiao Chao walked in front, followed by a group of people. Xiao Chao ran while waving his weapon, loudly saying, "Damn it, how dare you snatch alien creatures from young Master Xiao Chao, are you tired of living?" Bang bang, footsteps chased the creature ahead. Xiao Chao immediately stopped and said in surprise, "Ah, it's gold coin, haven't you ascended to the second god sanctuary yet?" As he spoke, he looked at the person leaning against the tree, who then replied, "Almost, so I need to sell some of my beast souls, help me auction them off." Xiao Chao then said, "God blood black armor beetle beast soul, bloodthirsty assassin beast soul, Meow King." The two exchanged simultaneously. Xiao Chao then continued, "Slow down, aren't you afraid I'll swallow all your beast souls?" After a while, the two finished exchanging and the person turned and left, saying, "No, as long as the S-grade sanctuary card is auctioned off, I'll come find you." One of Xiao Chao's followers then asked, "Captain, is that gold coin? Why would he give you the auction items? Do you know him? It's a pity he took off his armor, but he's also masked, so I can't really tell." At this moment, by the evolution lake, a man bent down and said, "Young master, actually there's no need to evolve early just because of Hansen. You'll leave the first god sanctuary too quickly that way." The man in the lake listened and replied, "It's worth it. Uncle, have you found all the 13 fully gene-evolved individuals you promised to help me find?" The man replied, "All found." They are all elites of the Starry Sky Group distributed in different sanctuaries. They are currently heading to Steel Armor Sanctuary. In Ningyu's office, second young master, tomorrow is Gold Coin's Beast Soul auction. Should we participate? The man asked. Gold Coin, Hansen, these two people give me all the information, Ningyu said, handing the items to the man. Does second young master suspect Hansen is Gold Coin? Hearing Ningyu, the man immediately asked, is that so? Then we'll go see. Ningyu replied leisurely. At the auction, Hansen and young master Ching sat in the front row and upon hearing footsteps behind them, glanced back. Damn it, why is Ningyu here too? 8 or 9 times out of 10 he's here to deal with me. Hansen thought and sighed. Ningyu and his entourage just walked over and he recognized him. Ningyu, fully armored, spoke. Impossible. Second young master is wearing beast soul armor. If he recognized him, it's impossible for him not to react. A person next to him replied in disbelief. Perfectly disguised, Ningyu said, with a hint of frustration in his tone, then changed back into casual clothes and sat in the back row, staring intently at Hansen in front. Hansen sat in the front row thinking, as long as I use the substitute beast soul to make Hansen and Gold Coin appear simultaneously here, it will dispel everyone's suspicion about my identity. The useful beast souls under Gold Coin's name could then be smoothly transferred to me through the auction. Hansen, oh Hansen, you're really too smart. The auction had already begun. Young Master Ching immediately stood up and shouted, 8 S-grade sanctuary cards. Hansen, hearing this from the side, turned his head in surprise and exclaimed, Then he grabbed young Master Ching's hand and said, Young Master Ching, are you crazy? How can a God Blood Armor Beast Soul be worth 8 S-grade sanctuary cards? Hearing Hansen's question, young Master Ching replied, Brother Sen, the issue isn't the God Blood Armor Beast Soul, but Gold Coin's reputation. While the two of us were still discussing, someone behind stood up and shouted, Gold Coin is my idol. His beast soul cannot fall into the hands of others. Hansen was even more surprised at this moment, and turned to that person saying, how many billions is that? It's okay if there's no Black Armor Beetle. 10 S-grade sanctuary cards are even better. Xiao Chao on stage heard that person bidding and replied, next is the bloodthirsty assassin Beast Soul. Hansen at this moment was helplessly speechless. No sooner had he finished listening than that person excitedly shouted again, 15 cards, no one can snatch them. Xiao Chao on stage then quickly announced, next is the super god pet Beast Soul Meow King. As soon as he finished speaking, Hansen abruptly looked in the direction of the auction stage. Young Master Ching timidly looked at the person next to him and said, Young Master Wen, you've already bought 2 of Gold Coin's Beast Souls, leave the last one for me. That young Master Wen replied disdainfully, at an auction the highest bidder wins. If you bid high, it's yours. 4 universal S-grade sanctuary cards. Hansen couldn't stand it anymore, he thought to himself. Meow King was fed by me bite by bite, it cannot fall into the hands of others. Young Master Yuan, seeing Hansen somewhat worried, asked, are you going to bring this out too, Brother Sen? Are you a fan of Gold Coin? Young Master Wen grew more and more excited, hurriedly shouting, S-grade sanctuary card. Total value no less than 4 universal cards. Xiao Chao, listening above, said worriedly, this is really hard to calculate. Suddenly at this moment a voice came from the doorway. Priority universal sanctuary card. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was drawn to the fully armored person at the doorway. Gold Coin said, Priority Universal Sanctuary Card. Young Master Wen, I'm sorry, is there anyone else with a higher bid? Xiao Chao, having just heard the man's words, immediately responded with excitement. Gold Coin, having finished speaking, turned and left, disregarding the chattering crowd behind him. Young Master Wen, seeing the man depart, cried out in alarm, Gold Coin, don't leave. Hansen calmly watched all this, his mind racing with thoughts. I need to leave quickly, I can't expose my first use of a substitute beast soul. See, Gold Coin is Gold Coin. Hansen is Hansen, everyone here is my witness. The man beside Ningyu, witnessing the scene, asked, that was Gold Coin, but Hansen was clearly seated up there. Before he finished speaking, Ningyu picked up an item with a cold sneer. At this moment Hansen happily teased Meow King, thinking, great Meow King, you're back. Behind them, Young Master Ching and Young Master Yuan continued to discuss. Young Master Ching said, if he wasn't afraid of offending the Hai family, how could Hai Yun have won all of Gold Coin's beast souls at auction? Young Master Yuan replied, anyway we'll get one too. Before Young Master Yuan could finish speaking, a group of black-clad figures suddenly appeared from nowhere surrounding the two of them. Seeing this, Young Master Yuan and Young Master Ching exclaimed in unison, why are these people surrounding us? The man said, do you want to die? Ningyu then stepped forward speaking softly. Young Master Ching, Young Master Yuan, this is a private matter between Hansen and me. After it's resolved, I will offer you both a toast as an apology. Young Master Ching spoke with displeasure. Young Master Ching, seeing the situation, quickly said, Brother Sen, what private feud do you have with Young Master Ning? He stole my alien creature. Ningyu replied calmly. Young Master Ching replied impatiently, it's just an alien creature, name your price, I'll pay for Brother Senator. Hansen stood by silently, observing, about 80 or 90% of the people around Ningyu were already evolvers, and all of them were fully gene-evolved, with physical stats around 30 points. It wouldn't be convenient to fight here. It would affect Young Master Ching. Young Master Yuan and everyone from Steel Armor Sanctuary would be injured. Hansen said, I'll go with you, let's find somewhere else to talk properly. With that he decisively walked ahead. Ningyu, seeing this, smiled faintly and responded, bold indeed. Meanwhile, Young Master Ching and Young Master Yuan both said in unison, Brother Sen, this is mountainous terrain now. At this moment Hansen's body was tightly bound by iron chains. Ning Yu stood behind him, happily saying, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Han Sen replied with interest. "You wouldn't do that before you get what you want." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Kill me? Ha, with just these few chains in the desolate mountain forest, the battle had become one-sided." Ming Quan raised the sharp blade and pressed it against Han Sen's neck. "Hand over the dagger, then you can leave here alive." Han Sen still replied calmly, "Young Master Ning, do you take me for a fool? Not handing it over might not mean death, but handing it over certainly will." Ming Quan seemed enraged by these words, and without hesitation reached out and punched Han Sen fiercely in the face, drawing blood instantly. "You're asking to die, kid." Ning Yu stood by, witnessing all this, and only then spoke. "All right, take him to 107. The scene shifted to Valley 107, a gloomy place. The group had now arrived at the rocky Valley 107. Han Sen's gaze swept over the surroundings, beginning to explore. "What is 107? Ning Yu merely glanced back at him, offering no further explanation. "You'll know once you're inside," he lowered his voice, trying to negotiate. "Hand over the dagger now and you won't have to go in." But Han Sen still refused to back down, saying with a strong tone, "I don't want to hand over the dagger, nor do I want to go in." Ultimately, they failed to reach an agreement. They decided, "Then try to kill us and break out." Afterward, those seemingly very strong iron chains snapped completely the instant Han Sen tilted his head. "So I chose to kill." This scene fell upon the eyes of everyone present, immediately astounding them. "Unbound, unbound, what happened?" The crowd reacted instantly, quickly surrounding Ning Yu, forming a protective circle and shouting loudly, "Protect young Master Ning." Meanwhile, Han Sen had already taken his stance, drawing the sharp golden glowing dagger from within his body. "Die." Ming Quan, still steadfast in protecting his master, said grimly, "Do you think having an invincible dagger makes you great? Now if I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die." However, Han Sen easily dodged the dense barrage of attacks, not forgetting to retort, "What a pity." With a sharp glint in his eye, he mocked, "I didn't want this, but alas. Alas, you brought this upon yourselves." Just then, Ning Yu seemed to sense the approaching danger and hastily yelled, "Back off." At this moment, a large tornado formed by Han Sen's power appeared. He stood proudly at its apex, watching everyone being swept away by the sudden whirlwind. Ning Yu, witnessing this scene from the side, felt an invisible fear well up in his heart, mumbling, "Is that the power of a super god pet? Too terrifying, too terrifying." Just then, Han Sen charged fiercely forward, slowly approaching Ning Yu amidst the terrified screams as someone tried to protect him. Before he could finish speaking, Han Sen had already appeared before Ning Yu, one hand gathering purple energy, the other pressing a sharp blade against the opponent's neck, demanding, "What exactly is in this valley?" The opponent, as if having given up everything, closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. "Kill me if you want, don't ask so many questions. Want to die, it won't be that easy." No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light shot out from Han Sen's hand, merging into his own body, greatly surprising Ning Yu. What was that? Subsequently, a creature appeared behind him, attaching itself to his shoulder as if merging with him. At this moment the voice continued, "Leech Dragon, symbiotic beast soul." Ning Yu struggled to support himself, mumbling, "Symbiotic beast soul." Facing this scene, Han Sen still calmly explained, "It can parasitize any creature resonating with its life, which also means your life no longer belongs to you." Ning Yu, with clenched fists, struggled fiercely. "You want to control me? No way." Han Sen, clearly understanding his stubbornness, continued to press closer. "Ning Yu, your power is too weak. The Leech Dragon can very easily control your body. Now all your thoughts and actions will be conveyed to me through the Leech Dragon." Ning Yu's entire body was now consumed by discomfort, trembling uncontrollably. "Kill me, you'll get nothing from me." Suddenly, Han Sen extended his hand, holding a necklace with a pink jade pendant. Didn't Ning Yu recognize this? The jade pendant, carved in the image of a cat, was exquisite. Ning Yu's eyes widened. "9 lifeblood cat, how can it be the 9 lifeblood cat?" He denied it in disbelief. "Impossible. I've already investigated your family background. You can't be Instructor Han's descendant." However, the figure of the young man before him overlapped with that familiar figure from years ago, forcing him to confirm, "No, that's right, you are Instructor Han's descendant. This must be true. Besides his descendant, who else could possess such power?" His last trace of resistance vanished. According to the Ning family's ancestral teachings, any descendant of Instructor Han must be treated as a benefactor. "If you had revealed the 9 lifeblood cat earlier, how would we have come to this?" Han Sen, however, retorted with a sarcastic look. "Benefactor? Killing my father, seizing my family's factory. Is this how your Starry Sky group treats benefactors?" These words struck Ning Yu like a bolt from the blue. He responded in horror, "Absolutely not. This may not sound good, but the Starry Sky group has countless ways to seize your family's factory. There's no need to kill someone and cause trouble. If the Ning family truly harmed your father, then my brother would have killed you the first time he saw you in the first God's sanctuary. How could he let someone with a grudge over his father's death live beside him?" Han Sen looked up at the person opposite him. He didn't speak further, but silently calculated in his mind, "What he says is true. The Leech Dragon is inside him. He wouldn't dare hide anything from me." He still remembered that scene, his mother carefully holding the necklace and handing it to him. When his father gave it to his mother, he said that if she ever encountered any difficulties, she should take it to the Starry Sky group and find the Ning family for help, that it might provide some assistance. At that time he was still young and truly asked the doubt in his heart, go to the Starry Sky group to find the Ning family, but his father was killed by them. Recalling it now, there was indeed a contradiction. His finger gently caressed the blade, feeling its cold touch. Did Dad really think the Ning family would remember their long-standing kindness and help us? If the Ning family didn't do it and Dad specifically told me to go to them, were our family's enemies to begin with, so the Ning family would side with me? Pulling his thoughts back, Han Sen once again pointed the dagger at Ning Yu's face. Do you want to live? The opponent replied calmly. Do you have the courage to let me live? He turned his head to look into the depths of the valley and began to state his conditions. 107. Your Ning family knows a lot about places like this. Give me all the information and I'll let you go. The Ning family must have collected a lot of data on suspected supergod creatures. Getting it from Ning Yu would be much faster than searching for them one by one myself. Ning Yu agreed without hesitation. All right. The two opposing figures departed separately, and he didn't forget to add, Instructor Han's descendants can only be friends of the Ning family, never enemies. On this side, a female figure with white wings appeared at Han Sen's summons. Holy Battle Angel, now it's time to see your power. Just then, several green tentacles emerged from nowhere, coiling around her limbs. Afterward, several golden streams of light flashed and the tentacles were easily severed into pieces. Even Han Sen, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Too cool. Suddenly a gigantic flower emerged from the ground, attempting to devour the Holy Battle Angel. He cried out in alarm, Damn it, watch out for that flower. His eyes wide, he continuously exclaimed, Damn it, my Holy Battle Angel, do you know how precious such a beautiful steel armor humanoid pet is? I was too careless. Since I'm facing a supergod creature anyway, I should have put supergod armor on her. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in his mind. Successfully killed supergod creature demonic prison flower, did not obtain a beast soul, obtained life gene essence. The system's cold voice stunned Han Sen. What? The sight before him was extremely rare. The Holy Battle Angel's figure charged out, tearing apart the powerful gigantic flower, yet she herself was completely unharmed. Is she a Lolita? They're both supergod pets. This one is even more terrifying than the Sand King worm. Han Sen, on the contrary, was very excited, continuously exclaiming with great interest, I'm rich, truly rich. He gently touched it. Then, seeing the Holy Battle Angel's cold face, he wisely explained, You misunderstood, I didn't mean anything else. Han Sen sat alone amidst the chaotic rubble on the mountainside, holding the beast soul he had just obtained, as a system notification simultaneously popped up. Use demonic prison flower life gene essence, supergod gene 1. After eating this, my supergod genes will reach 68 points. After ascending to the second god sanctuary with full supergod genes, as long as I work a little harder, it will be easy to exceed 100 physical stats. The scene shifted to steel armor sanctuary. In the bustling crowd, a man asked Han Sen, Third brother, where do you plan to go after graduation? He already had his own plan, so he replied without hesitation, I'll follow orders. A colleague nearby also started asking questions. Aren't you going to find Ji Yanran? Han Sen glanced at him and replied, I've already inquired. I can't even find the service number of Yanran's battleship. If I can't see her, it's all the same where I go. On the other side, Meng Meng, with her head timidly bowed, apologized to a dejected Han Sen. Senior, I'm sorry. Without your permission, I had someone assign you to my steel armor team. He didn't mind. Instead, he smiled very gently. I thought the team you joined must be good. For such a good thing, Senior should thank you. With that, he raised his phone and the screen lit up. After checking for a moment, he spoke again. Junior, isn't the steel armor team you joined called Goddess of Lament? Meng Meng was stunned upon hearing this. Goddess of Lament, wasn't our team supposed to go to the Royal Steel Armor team? Is there some misunderstanding? Knowing there must be a misunderstanding, Meng Meng took out her communication device, turned around, and whispered, Didn't I ask you to transfer Han Sen to my team? Was there a mistake? Meanwhile, Han Sen was left puzzled, finding himself increasingly confused. Goddess of Lament, Culinary Unit. I'm a military academy graduate and a major. How could I be assigned to the culinary unit? Just then, Meng Meng returned, informing him, Senior, it's bad. The person I asked said he did nothing, and your assignment information was directly issued by the Central Military Department. Unless you have the authority, it cannot be changed. Han Sen's expression immediately turned serious. Someone must be behind this. Can you find out who? Is it someone from the Ning family? Meng Meng immediately replied with certainty, Impossible. Not many people can do this. The Ning family doesn't have that capability. Senior, what do you plan to do? What to do? Life has just begun. With that, he curled his lips into a smile, pretending not to take the matter to heart. The scene shifted to Steel Armor Sanctuary. A man excitedly shouted, Great, you're almost ascending to the second god sanctuary. Han Sen was also infected by the man's excitement. His expression also relaxed. I plan to complete this great undertaking before enlisting. I won't charge money for this beast soul, but can you get me some god blood meat? The man didn't hesitate, even feeling he was getting a good deal. There's such a good thing. New recruits enlist in 3 months. What will you do during this time? I have more important things like studying ancient texts. He immediately asked back, Ancient texts, in another time frame. In the White Demon Desert, Han Sen rode on the back of a majestic tiger, sweeping past with a roar, excitedly shouting, Little bird, I'm here. After a while, the man and beast stopped. He shielded his eyes and looked ahead in confusion. It's clearly this direction. Could that snow mountain have run away? I haven't even seen that burned tree. Damn it, am I really lost? Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the distance and voices followed. There are people over there, we're saved. Han Sen had of course already spotted them. HMPH, daring to come to the White Demon Desert. They're not ordinary individuals it seems. A moment later, Jiyu Changfeng approached him. Friend, can you sell us your water? Han Sen without a word directly threw a bottle of water to the newcomer. Thank you. Suddenly, Xiao Lingfeng walked over and snatched the water from his hand. Out here it's better to be careful. Changfeng immediately glanced at the man, then asked in confusion, what are you doing? Xiao Lingfeng only replied after thoroughly inspecting the water bottle, the water's fine, you can drink it. Only then did he look at Han Sen nearby and ask, friend, do you know how to get out of this great desert? If you can lead us out, I'll give you a god blood beast soul. Han Sen without hesitation pointed in a direction. I'm not planning to leave for now. If you keep going in that direction, you'll reach the desert Gobi in about 3 or 4 days. Friend, have you heard of demigod Iron Fist? These words echoed in Han Sen's mind, and the figure of the tall and imposing man, Jiyu Zidao, immediately appeared. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Xiao Lingfeng pointed to Changfeng standing nearby. That's right, his name is Changfeng. Demigod Iron Fist is his grandfather. Lead us out and we'll introduce you to become a personal disciple of Demigod Iron Fist. Facing these seemingly generous conditions, Han Sen's expression remained calm. Thank you, but I genuinely have some matters to attend to, so please go on your own. What divine power could compare to the Dongxuan Sutra, he pondered inwardly. Ancient people didn't have teleportation devices. They could tear through space and transfer to the sanctuary with their flesh and blood, saving a lot of time. Instead of wasting time learning how to use Steel Fist, it would be better to study the Dongxuan Sutra. At this moment, Jiyu Yan behind him was also surprised by his decisiveness. Isn't that right? No beast soul is needed, let alone such a good opportunity to become a personal disciple of Demigod Iron Fist. Changfeng thought this person didn't believe them, so he tried to prove it. Friend, maybe you don't believe me, it doesn't matter. I can teach you 2 moves of Steel Fist first. But Han Sen had his own plans and refused again. I really don't need it. Alright, have you seen a snow mountain in the desert? I'm looking for it. Wait for me, I can take everyone out once I'm done. Hearing this name, Xiao Lingfeng, who had been silent, finally spoke. Is a snow mountain a mountain with its summit covered in snow? After a short while, the group set off and finally stopped in front of a huge snow mountain. Look, it's right here. Han Sen observed for a moment, muttering, it's not like it. That mountain is more like a volcano, not as tall and perilous. What a waste of a whole day. Changfeng, on the other hand, gasped and said, we can't go any further. Ahead is the territory of the Bloodbone Demon. Hearing this name, he turned his head in surprise. Bloodbone Demon. Seeing his interest in the matter, Lingfeng explained, there are at least 1,000 Bloodbone Demons, and among them is a God Blood level Bloodbone Demon King. And this was exactly what he wanted. I just happened to be short on god genes. Without further ado, Han Sen quickly climbed the snow mountain ahead, leaving the people behind who whispered curses. Are you crazy? Such alien creatures are not something a few of us can deal with. Looking at the dense blood demons on the ground, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but dry heave. Ah, so disgusting. Han Sen gradually approached the snow mountain pass, staring at the huge blood demon in the distance, thinking, this guy doesn't just look terrifying, it might be a super god creature. Lingfeng still stubbornly tried to stop his suicidal behavior. Han Sen, your arrow won't harm the Bloodbone Demon. Instead it will attract the Bloodbone Demon horde and we'll all die here. It was then that Han Sen realized he wasn't alone here, so he decisively turned around and said, you're right, everyone leave quickly. I'll meet up with you after I kill the Bloodbone Demon King. You don't mean to kill the Bloodbone Demon King alone, do you? Han Sen, if you really want to kill them, we can discuss a method. Before he could finish, Han Sen calmly glanced at them and interrupted. Everyone leave quickly. I can handle it. After speaking, he also left. Outside, Lingfeng and the others quickly covered their ears. He really made a move. Jiyu Yan still asked her teammate with some hesitation. He saved us after all. Are we really not going to help him? Her reply was Xiao Liangfeng's voice. Let's wait here. He has a god blood mount. Maybe he can jump over and we'll provide some support. Inside, Han Sen faced the huge creature alone, which roared incessantly. He gathered strength in one hand, laughing excitedly. An ordinary blood god creature can't withstand this arrow. This Bloodbone Demon King is a super god creature. Han Sen's mount let out a huge roar, carrying him quickly towards the target. The next second, the Rock Sandworm King was released, and the two creatures immediately confronted each other. Rock Sandworm King, it's all up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, both charged forward, fiercely biting and attacking each other. Seeing that the battle before him was evenly matched, Han Sen released another helper. It has some skill. It can fight the Rock Sandworm King to a draw. Holy Battle Angel, go help it. With just one strike, a golden stream of light streaked across the Bloodbone Demon King's body, and green blood gushed out. Finally, the Holy Battle Angel triumphed, stepping on the fallen body of the enemy. But the notification Han Sen was waiting for was still missing, so he asked in confusion, why is there no kill notification? Looking up at the bottomless cave, he cursed in shock. Half its body is outside the snow mountain. Lingfeng and the others stood beside the bloody half-corpse of the Bloodbone Demon King, continuously sighing. Did he kill all these? Who exactly is this Han Sen? Jiyu Yan scanned for a while and suddenly asked, where did Han Sen go? Meanwhile, inside the cave, Han Sen was holding a burning torch, fumbling with a newly found cold iron box. How can there be a cold iron box here? Could there be others who could break through the Bloodbone Demon's defense and get in? Ultimately, for safety, he decided to order, "Holy Battle Angel, open it." Immediately, that familiar figure appeared, approaching the target. After opening it, inside were 3 small vials of potion, one of which was already shattered, leaking strange blue liquid. The gene fluid also had no label. Could it be something harmful? Suddenly, with a loud bang, Hansen was startled and instinctively looked behind him. He immediately thought vigilantly, quickly moving. The Bloodbone Demon must be invisible. In his line of sight, a small figure riding a rhino-like creature slowly approached. A person whispered, "Who? Why don't I see any humans?" The Bloodbone King let out some strange cries, and after a while, the person turned and left, not forgetting to order, "Go back." Seeing this scene, Hansen was somewhat surprised. The Bloodbone Demon King actually followed her. "I've never heard of humans being able to control alien creatures before. Who exactly is this woman? Human?" Listening to her tone, it sounded as if she wasn't human. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he hid behind a rock, looking at the deep black hole in the distance. "I must find out today." After following for a while, the person stopped, sat down and started a fire, stirring something in a pot. The rhino stood by the stream drinking water. Behind it was a small tent, and the aroma from the pot made Hansen salivate, exclaiming, "It smells so good." Looking at the small masked figure busy alone, he secretly guessed, "Didn't the Asura royal family say the sanctuary would automatically cleanse Asura? Can't Asura exist in the sanctuary?" The Asura physique far surpasses humans, and the purple-horned Asura is the noblest royal family, possessing the most powerful physique. Although she looks only in her teens, her physique may have already exceeded 100, which is why she can control alien creatures. Whether she's friend or foe is unclear. So observe first. Suddenly, the person had just taken a sip of the liquid from the pot when she clutched her stomach and fell. The bowl in her hand also fell to the ground, losing its support. The next second, the little girl rushed out as if out of control, continuously hitting the nearby rock wall, making piercing sounds. Hansen saw this scene and thought in horror, "This Asura is crazy," hitting herself against the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the person finally stopped. Falling powerlessly to the ground, Hansen also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Finally, she stopped. She wouldn't hit herself to death, would she? Subsequently, the Bloodbone Demon King gave up attacking and approached the little girl, making Hansen's heart skip a beat. The Bloodbone Demon King wants to eat her. Soon, the huge body of the god-level creature completely surrounded the small body. Her bleeding head was exposed, and Hansen was slightly stunned. "Where's the horn? Am I seeing things?" Suddenly, the Holy Battle Angel rushed over, unleashed a golden stream of light, and flipped the Bloodbone Demon, forcing it to release its prey. Immediately, he ordered again, "Rock Sandworm King, kill it." As soon as he finished speaking, it quickly rushed over with a gust of wind. Hansen immediately stepped forward, picked up the small body to examine it, then murmured to a conclusion, "No horn, no. Could the horn I saw be a popular girl's hair accessory and I didn't know?" In the end, as if he had had enough, he decided to do it himself. He jumped up and quickly slashed across the Bloodbone Demon King's body with a knife. The notification panel appeared as expected. Successfully killed super god creature Bloodbone Demon King, did not obtain beast soul. Can collect life gene essence after use, meat not edible. After taking care of everything, Hansen helped the little girl up and placed her on a nearby blanket, going all the way to help so she wouldn't freeze. His gaze gently swept around. Suddenly he stopped, shouting excitedly, "These damn things, I'm rich, so much life gene essence. I'm really rich." His eyes seemed to glow, and he held several round red objects in his hand, laughing happily. "5 life gene essences, this is a pie from the sky. And it just fell into my mouth." Suddenly, distant movement caught his attention. The Rock Sandworm King and the Rhino were still enthusiastically attacking, biting each other's heads. Suddenly feeling danger, Hansen quickly glanced over. The little girl who had been unconscious was now standing behind him. At some point, he began to smile falsely. "Ha." He watched her actions in his mind, wondering, what is she doing? What does she want to do? Is she really an Asura? No way! Not seeing any further movement from the person in front, Hansen held up a few life essences and tentatively asked, "Those 2 alien creatures wanted to eat you just now. I saved you. You don't need this either. Then I'll take it." At this moment, the Rock Sandworm King had completely defeated the Rhino, startling him. "What are you doing? I didn't tell you to kill that one. My stupid son." But it was too late. The notification panel had already arrived. Successfully killed super god creature 6-legged white jade rhino, did not obtain beast soul, collected life gene essence, meat not edible. Feeling danger approaching, and at the same time the little girl's figure had already lunged at the Rock Sandworm, intending to attack, Hansen hastily shouted, "Run, Rock Sandworm King!" The small figure flickered in and out, weaving through every corner, causing a surge of fear in his heart. Quick, so fast. Finally, the little girl stopped in front of him. She wouldn't hit me, would she? Not hit. Why would she suddenly go for the Rock Sandworm King, giving up the closer target? After hesitating for a moment, Hansen finally spoke. "Little sister, my name is Hansen. What's your name?" Ling's voice sounded, and Ling Lan wrote a symbol on the ground with her hand. Hansen tilted his head slightly. "Is that your name? Then what's your surname?" The little girl innocently raised her eyes. "Just Ling." It was then that Hansen asked, "We are friends, right?" He also secretly pondered, Miss Ling's mind isn't very good, but she can write alliance script. So she shouldn't be an Asura, right? The next second, Ling Lan softly replied, "Yes, friends." He continued, "Friends don't fight." and the little girl in front kept repeating "don't fight" like a broken record. Hearing the desired words, Han-sen quickly held up a few life essences to tempt her. "Good friend, can I take these things?" Of course, this request was met. Today's harvest seemed better than expected. Han-sen was in a very good mood, preparing to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Thank you, beautiful little girl, you're a really good person." He turned to leave, but that figure still secretly followed behind, making him somewhat flustered. What does she want to do? Ambush me? It can't be that she has a crush on me, right? The camera cut to Steel Armor Sanctuary, where Han-sen sat in a corner, arms crossed in thought, looking at the small figure in front. Ling Lan stood before him with an innocent expression, saying to someone, "I'm hungry." In the room of Steel Armor Sanctuary, Han-sen asked with folded arms, "Little Ling, tell me, why are you following me?" Suddenly she reached out and unbuttoned her clothes, and Han-sen quickly covered his eyes and waved. "Hey, don't do that, I'm telling you I'm not that kind of person. I will never be tempted by beauty." Seeing that she didn't speak, he also secretly opened his eyes to look. At this moment she had turned around, revealing a red mark on her back. He asked in surprise, "9 lifeblood cat, how do you have a 9 lifeblood cat on your back?" After showing Han-sen, she walked forward and grabbed his lapel. Han-sen, blushing, subconsciously retreated. "Hey, don't do that, I've called someone, where are they?" Suddenly she reached out and grabbed the necklace around his neck. Han-sen immediately guessed, "You mean because of this pendant you are related to this pendant? You know Han Jingzi." Han-sen turned his face, worriedly thinking, could it just be a coincidence? "You're right. Who said Elder Gu was the only one with a 9 lifeblood cat?" He walked to the door and instructed little Ling. "I have to go out. I'm about to be promoted to an evolver and leave the sanctuary. If you don't want to stay, go back on your own." The scene shifted to the White Demon Desert, where Han-sen rode on a lion, saying dejectedly, "Just a little bit more supergod genes, walked for half a day and haven't seen a single supergod creature. Am I infected with bad luck?" Suddenly ahead, a phoenix flew up from the mountain, carrying raging flames, soaring into the sky. Han-sen knew at a glance that that phoenix was it. Suddenly, the God-Blood Holy Battle Angel soared from Han-sen's side, and seeing this scene, he enthusiastically encouraged, "Holy Battle Angel, the remaining supergod genes are up to you." Seeing the angel fly over, the phoenix also vigilantly shot out a ball of flame. Han-sen worried, "Too dangerous if it's not supergod-grade steel armor." Then he glanced at little Ling, who had powerful armor-piercing ability enough to deal with the Firebird, but she might not help because she wasn't interested in life gene essence. He spoke, "Little Ling, can you help me with something?" Hearing Han-sen's words, little Ling didn't speak but flew directly into the air with her spiritual power. Han-sen was surprised. Too fast. She directly slammed her body into the phoenix, causing it to cry out in pain. After dealing with the phoenix, little Ling gently landed on the ground. She walked to Han-sen's side and handed him the phoenix's beast soul. Han-sen was shocked. "Is this human?" After getting the beast soul, he slashed it with a knife and the system panel immediately popped up. Successfully killed supergod creature Flame Domain Chick, obtained beast soul, collected life gene essence after use. Han-sen laughed heartily. Beast soul Flame Domain Bird Aura type beast soul. After dealing with this, Han-sen rode his lion and walked forward. He didn't forget to call little Ling. "Little Ling, there are still many supergod creatures waiting for us ahead." In the office, security action team. Zhang Zhenhong frowned, answering the phone. "You're right, don't worry, this matter will be handled by the special security action team." He walked into the office and began to report. "Team leader, a squad captain wants to trade beast souls with our team." Zhang Zhenhong angrily slammed the table and yelled, "Didn't you see I'm dealing with something? Do I still need to teach you how to solve this kind of thing?" He handed over a document. "Please take a look at the beast soul list." Zhang Zhenhong picked up the list, reading a long string of names that needed to be exchanged. He instructed someone to invite Han-sen and to agree to whatever he asked for. "Sign the contract as soon as possible, we need this batch of beast souls." He added another condition proposed by the other party. He wants us to protect his sister after she enters the sanctuary, and collect these 4 godblood beast souls for her. A person lay in the evolution chamber. It turned out to be Han's senator. He soaked, while lamenting, "Many people pursue physical evolution because it brings a feeling of rebirth, revitalizing an aging body with youthful vitality. The system notified successful evolution, obtaining 100 years of lifespan and the Emperor Spirit Divine Body." Hearing this, Han Sen no longer soaked and resolutely walked out. As he walked, he wondered, "Emperor Spirit? I've never heard of this name before." The system continued to provide 2 names. "Subdue all spirits under heaven." Han Sen curiously guessed, could all spirits refer to? In Steel Armor Sanctuary, Han Sen was holding a pill, examining it carefully. The beast soul was complete. This treasure couldn't be left behind, but nothing else could be taken out, unless it was beneficial to alien creatures, but harmful to humans due to radiation or energy bursts. With that thought, he boldly swallowed the pill. After swallowing it for a while, Han Sen thought in confusion, "No reaction. I'm still alive. No discomfort. Great. I don't know what this is. I must find a way to take it out as soon as possible." When I reach the second God Sanctuary, after arriving at the Steel Armor Sanctuary teleportation station, Han Sen immediately entered the cabin, allowing the machine to scan his entire body. During the scan, he was astonished to find that the item was not present in the body scan image. It simply couldn't be removed. In Han Sen's soul sea, there were hundreds of different spiritual entities with a black object at its center. Han Sen wondered, how did it end up in my soul sea? Can it not be taken out? Seeing the pill lying next to the lion, he continuously encouraged, "Move, move, why aren't you obeying? Does this black crystal sustain alien creatures and beast souls? Bronze-tooth beast, go give it a try. Holy battle angel, I didn't call you. Since eating the golden hair-wars meat you seem to be getting more disobedient." Suddenly, a system prompt appeared, "Can evolve." Hansen commanded, "All right, since it can evolve, I'll see what you can evolve into." As soon as he finished speaking, the angel immediately absorbed the pill. She reigned in her body, continuously absorbing spiritual power. Hansen remarked, "If I had known beast souls could eat it, why would I have risked eating it myself?" Outside the Steel Armor Sanctuary teleportation station, Hansen turned to see Little Ling emerging. How could the sanctuary teleport from anywhere, yet coincidentally use the same teleportation device as him? In any case, he was almost ascending to the second god sanctuary. Then he could finally shake her off. Thinking this, he turned and left with a smile. In the certification hall, a long line of people waited behind Han's senator. He handed his ID to the certifier and said, "Excuse me, could you please process my God Blood Evolver certification?" The people behind him heard this and wondered. "God Blood Noble." A blonde man behind him spoke, "I wonder if he has a girlfriend. How wonderful it would be to marry him." The reddish-brown-haired person behind murmured, "He looks very young, about 25, I guess." At this moment, the certifier, sitting behind the counter, read a long segment of information about him. 26 years old. Black Hawk Military Academy graduate. Major rank. Hansen confirmed. "That's right." The certifier immediately extended a hand. "Major Han, please follow me." After a routine check. Later, at the second god sanctuary teleportation station, he caught sight of that little guy still following him. Hansen happily thought to himself, "This time I'm entering the second god sanctuary. She definitely won't be able to follow, right?" Teleported to an ice cavern, Hansen still had his hands clasped, praying intently. "Passing immortals, please bless me with a good place." But when he opened his eyes and saw Hansen, he was shocked and cursed. What kind of place is this? When he turned and saw the figure he wanted to shake off, he was even more surprised. "Damn it, how did you follow me into?" Unsealing the ice cavern. Alien spirits and creatures possess thoughts and intelligence, capable of controlling other lower-level creatures. Alien spirit sanctuaries in the sanctuary world have 4 ranks: servant, knight, noble, and royal. Hansen and Little Ling walked outside, seeing only ice and snow all around. He asked in confusion, "Is this an alien spirit sanctuary?" Suddenly a voice came from a nearby cave. "What are you doing standing here? Do you want to die?" Hansen asked. "Who is it?" A purple-haired man walked out and shook hands with Hansen. "My name is Shu Yu. I came to this godforsaken place a year before you, so you can call me your senior." "Haha, your luck is really bad." Hansen asked again, "Senior, is this a human sanctuary?" Shu Yu's face was a bit red from the cold, and he replied, "It's impossible to establish a human sanctuary here. Do you see that alien spirit sanctuary on the big mountain? All of us combined aren't enough to fill the belly of that guy inside. This godforsaken place is for killing. Even if you want to kill alien creatures, you have to travel a long way. And those who are sent here are all unlucky." The 3 of them walked into the cave together. Shu Yu knelt beside a large package, took something out, and handed it to Hansen. "Don't go out for now. Wait a few days here until more people arrive, then we'll act together." Hansen reached out and took the item Shu Yu offered. "Thank you, senior." Shu Yu said, "Just call me Shu Yu." The scene shifted to a shop where Hansen and Little Ling were each carrying large bags. Hansen walked ahead, turning slightly to say, "It seems I can't shake you off. Running around with me, what will others think?" Arriving at the entrance of the testing hall, Hansen suddenly stopped, causing Little Ling, who was following closely behind, to bump into his back. "Ouch!" In the testing hall, Hansen asked Little Ling to hit with all her might. Subsequently, Little Ling used all her strength to deliver a fierce punch to the testing board. Hansen looked at the numbers on the board and smiled, thinking to himself, "Although it's not over 100 yet, this physical quality is already astonishing enough." As soon as Little Ling stood aside, Hansen activated the energy between his hands. His first punch made the testing board display 702, physique 70 points. Even those divine bodies can at most exceed 30 points. Super divine bodies are truly powerful. According to Alliance survey data, the average physique of alien creatures in the second god sanctuary is between 0 and 20 points. Hansen threw a few more punches, thinking to himself, "Primitive creatures have a physique between 20 and 50, mutant creatures between 50 and 80, and godblood creatures above 80. Let's try again." Even transformed, Hansen still persistently continued to strike. It wasn't until he reached a satisfactory number that Hansen stopped. Physique 80 points, plus Little Ling, I must raise the alien spirit noble sanctuary. The scene shifted to Hansen's new home, where Hansen and Little Ling were sitting on the sofa. He kindly pointed out some essential functions on the communicator to the little girl. "Tap this for communication, this for internet, this for ordering takeout. Did you get it?" Little Ling replied, Hansen looked at the little girl and then instructed her again. "I'm going to the military soon. You stay here. If anything happens, you can contact me with the communicator, okay?" Little Ling softly replied, "Okay." In the news hall, Hansen stood by a news machine, muttering, "So annoying. How long has the queen been offline?" Suddenly, a paper crane avatar invitation appeared on the blue screen. "Tianzi, he sent a dual invitation, accept," Hansen confidently said. "Tianzi, he. Do you still think you're my match?" The scene shifted to the Roman Colosseum. Seeing the familiar teleportation pillar, someone next to Lu Bin spoke, "The Steel Armor Squad soldier is here." Suddenly, someone rushed out, continuously attacking the person who had just stood next to Lu Bin, forcing him to raise his hands in defense. "From the very first strike, I didn't even have a chance to retaliate. How could he have improved so quickly?" Lu Bin stood by, observing, and advised, "No need to fight anymore. You're not his match." That person still refused to give up, saying, "Again." Lu Bin walked over helplessly and patted that person's shoulder. "Didn't you feel that he's deliberately suppressing his strength while fighting you? The physique gap between you two is too great," that person exclaimed in disbelief. "No, impossible," Lu Bin said. "Let me try." In the news hall, Han Sen observed everything through the blue screen, asking in confusion, "Who is that?" Back in the Roman Colosseum, voices from the stands continuously echoed, "Who has such influence that Captain Lu would personally step in? It's been a long time since I've seen Captain Lu's death kick, endless killing move. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to see it today. I bet $1,000 that kid won't last 7 kicks." Han Sen looked at the stage and sighed. Such a grand spectacle. Lu Bin on the opposite side asked, "Which team are you from, brother?" Han Sen replied, "Sorry, military secret." Then the two began to exchange blows. Lu Bin kicked towards Han Sen, who dodged in surprise. Captain Lu is actually fighting seriously. "Damn it, is the death kick, endless killing move I learned fake? 5 consecutive kicks in midair too strong." Passerby R exclaimed. Lu Bin continuously kicked around Han. Senator Passerby B commented, "Captain Lu is indeed Captain Lu. His skills haven't regressed at all. That young man actually managed to block Coach Lu's continuous kicks." Lu Bin jumped to a distance, thinking to himself, "To kill, one must have the resolve to kill. With resolve, killing intent will naturally emerge. If one hides killing intent, they will surely be suppressed. The attacks won't be so decisive and resolute. This person attacks decisively, yet there's no hint of killing intent. This is a skill that can only be honed between life and death." Lu Bin's mind conjured Han Sen's figure blocking his kicks and the blurry shadow behind him. He had only seen this power appear in 2 people, himself and the most intense battle he had ever experienced. It's not that he has no killing intent, but that his killing intent is too strong. When its intensity reaches the limit, it becomes imperceptible, because the killing intent has permeated everywhere, attacking everywhere. Han Sen was still struggling to block every one of Lu Bin's kicks. He raised one leg to block Lu Bin's kick. Han Sen's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression unusually serious. To win a battle against someone like this, there's only one possibility. Fight to the very end and the stronger one wins. In the Roman Colosseum, Lu Bin continuously raised his legs to kick, making Han Sen feel a bit strained. Too strenuous, shrinking back like this, what kind of soldier would that be? He continuously kicked, leading to discussions among the onlookers. 7 absolutes, 7 kicks like shadows. Few first-rate evolvers can achieve that. He was kicked to the ground and asked in confusion, "Legwork, such amazing legwork, what's its name?" Someone shouted loudly. 7 absolutes. He slowly sat up. 7 absolutes, I'll remember that. Lu Bin still stood proudly. "This is my unique skill. It's impressive that you blocked 6 kicks." He assumed a ready stance while the people around provocatively shouted, 7 absolutes again. Just one more kick. At this moment, Lu Bin also raised one leg high. He charged forward, kicking down hard on Han Sen's back, but others didn't understand. Why was it a phantom? Unexpectedly, Han Sen suddenly counterattacked, kicking him. Blocking this kick would cripple both hands. Everyone continued cheering for the 7 absolutes. Han Sen seized the opportunity to rush in densely. His hands are already broken, yet he can still counterattack. Truly the resilience of an old soldier. He gritted his teeth in discomfort. Kicked the wrong phantom, damn it, hit another phantom. He fell to the ground, looking up at Han Sen's countless clones. 8 kicks, how can there be none? Everyone began to discuss that he was on the defensive. He made 8 kicks, kicked the 7 absolutes 8 times, but he couldn't have kicked an 8th time because there's no leverage in midair. Who exactly is this Steel Armor Squad soldier? Tianzi, he frowned in displeasure. How is that possible? How is that possible? In just a few months his physique has far surpassed mine. He suppressed his physique. After the battle on a starship, someone saw Han Sen engrossed in reading something and walked over. "Brother, what's so interesting? Ancient texts. Are you interested in this?" He replied briefly. Learning more is never a bad thing, but in his heart he thought, "Damn it, that Dongchuan Sutra is really hard to understand. If it can't give me something the Alliance doesn't have, how can it be worth my effort?" He left and the person wondered, "Where are you going?" To report, he went straight to the East India Galaxy without looking back. They still wondered, wasn't that the edge of the Alliance? The scene switched to a spaceport where the Lament Goddess ship stood alone. Han Sen had just walked over carrying a basket when 2 people came to greet him. San Shin excitedly said, "Third brother, our culinary unit finally has a newcomer." Ming Liang just followed silently. Han Sen secretly thought, no way, a major assigned to the culinary unit, and on this dilapidated ship. That person led him along, introducing, "I'm San Shin, the head of the culinary unit, and also your superior. Our area is no different from others usually. There's no need to be so cautious. Since you've just arrived, just do some odd jobs." He was very frustrated. Super God-grade military battle armor. Oh my god, isn't that the one that defeated Dr. Silverkill? These people also look like ordinary soldiers, so military secrets are indeed true. In the kitchen, he curiously asked, "Squad leader, what are you looking at?" Ming Liang shouted from afar, "Our fat squad leader has a very grand dream. He wants to be a flying fatty." San Shin retorted, "What flying fatty?" I just want to learn the death kick, endless killing move. He proudly pointed at the screen and said, Little Sen, do you think this person's 8 absolutes are impressive? Han Sen couldn't bring himself to smile. Wasn't that himself? He thought with a wry smile about how he jumped and danced in the air. Impressive, of course it's impressive. But if it were the squad leader doing the aerial 8 kicks, Ming Liang would also agree that it's too beautiful to watch, ha ha ha. He walked out of the room, hearing the fat squad leader's voice say, Little Sen, go ask the captain to sign Ming Liang, try my aerial 8 scoops. Then he was kicked hard. He walked to the front desk and handed over the tablet. This is next month's nutrition supply report. The captain needs to sign it. The girl said the captain requested him to deliver it personally. He walked to the doorknob thinking, as the captain of a high-level warship, she must at least be a major general, right? This was his first time meeting the captain, and he was a little nervous. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he was surprised to see the girl in front of him. Yanran, he couldn't believe his eyes and abruptly closed the door. No way, am I dreaming? The girl just asked in confusion. What's wrong? He walked into the room, rubbing his eyes. I'm not dreaming, you're really here. She stood up and walked towards him. I'm sorry, I arranged for you to be here without your permission. She hugged him and cried. I tried my best, but I could only get you assigned as a kitchen staff. I know this makes you feel wronged, but I can't bear to have you not by my side. I'm just too selfish and headstrong. He kissed her lips. What I love most about you is your selfishness and headstrongness. She shyly pushed him away. Stop messing around, there are cameras here. He scratched his head. No way, you're the captain and you're still being monitored. She pulled him to the desk. The Lament Goddess is a warship on a relic exploration mission, and even the captain must follow the arrangements of the expert scholars studying the crystal. He wondered about the crystal's allure. How could it make the Alliance so focused on it? She took out a crystal and placed it on his forehead. You've probably heard the legend that crystals possess powerful mental energy and can control objects with thought, right? While we don't know if this legend is true, one thing is certain. Crystals possess many precise scientific technologies. For example, this memory crystal can store and read human memories, many times more advanced than the human brain. If we can analyze the crystal civilization's technology, human technology will advance by leaps and bounds. She asked him how it felt, if there was any difference. He felt it. His brain felt like it had been electrocuted, but he didn't feel any other difference. She opened a book and placed it in front of him, asking, What's the 6th character on the 3rd line of page 13? He clutched his head. You flipped so fast, how could I see it? Suddenly, he saw the character black appear in the crystal. How is that possible? That's its effect. She took the crystal. This crystal, mined from the crystal ruins, can enhance human brain function and regeneration efficiency. However, the more often it's used, the more its effect diminishes. But a small portion of the enhancement is permanent. He questioned, Regeneration, is this a secret? Can you tell? She asked mischievously. Your rank certainly isn't high enough to know yet, but you're my lover after all. You can't tell anyone else this, or I'll be in trouble. He asked in confusion. Didn't you say there were cameras here? She blushed. I didn't lie to you. There are cameras, but I've turned them off. I knew you wouldn't take it seriously, you rascal. He pushed her onto the table. All right, you dared to lie to me. Let's see how I punish you. Afterward, Yanran actively pushed Han Sen onto the table. What followed was their private time. He walked out whistling happily. Does this count as an affair? Heh 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 heh. Suddenly, he bumped into a man at the corner. The man reprimanded him, asking which department he belonged to as a soldier. Why are you walking around casually here and mumbling about some system? His face showed displeasure. What business is it of yours which department I'm from? Besides, the corridor is so wide we wouldn't have bumped into each other unless you did it on purpose. The man, still wearing that same expression, retorted, You don't act like a soldier and you dare to talk back. Just then, San Shin appeared. Do my 3 kitchen staff act like soldiers? There's no need for your steel armor department to concern itself. The man continued to argue. Captain San Shin, your soldier was whistling and bumped into someone and I can't say anything about it? San Shin, not to be outdone, retorted. We like it this way. What are you going to do about it? The man was furious. The fatty pushed him away, saying, Aren't you going back quickly? What are you standing around for? The man was indignant. Why would Yanran let a cook stay in her office for so long? It's all that fatty's fault for spoiling things. At this moment in the kitchen, Han Sen gave a thumbs up. Fatty squad leader, you're truly domineering. He raised his face. Domineering about what? How can my soldier let Hu Xuan point fingers? I sent you to deliver the list. Why did it take so long? He explained. After the captain read it, she asked me a few questions and I didn't understand any of it. The more I talked, the more confused I got, and the captain even scolded me. He pushed him to work. If there's nothing, don't provoke that Wang Hu. Han Sen agreed. He recalled Yanran's words. The people on the Lament Goddess all had very complex backgrounds and no one should be underestimated. While washing dishes, he thought, who exactly is that Wang Hu? The scene shifted to an ice cave where a group of people huddled around a bonfire in the freezing cold. Achoo! Suddenly Lu Feng spoke. Great God, you're here too. Han Sen appeared unexpectedly, and that young man looked bewildered, asking, Great God, what are you talking about? Lu Feng, do you know him? The young man exhaled cold air and asked, You know so much about my school's matters. Are you also from Black Hawk Military Academy? Lu Feng introduced himself. My name is Lu Feng, an ordinary youth. It's normal that Great God doesn't know me. The young man who just spoke walked up and put a hand on his shoulder. I didn't expect you to be an honor student from a prestigious academy, reaching the rank of major in the military. Your future must be bright. Unfortunately, it's difficult to get promoted after coming here," he casually said. "Not necessarily. As long as we work together to break that alien spirit sanctuary, everything will be fine." An older-looking person spoke at this time. "Young man, your thinking is too simple. This is the second god sanctuary, not a military academy or a place for children to play. Here you can really die," he continued eloquently. "Don't think that just because you're a big shot in the military academy, you can live comfortably here. Forget about fighting alien spirit sanctuaries. If you can go out and hunt alien creatures and bring them back, then I'll consider you truly capable," Lu Feng reminded. "Great God, don't mind him." He looked at the smoking man in front of him. He was also considered a genius, a fully gene-evolved person, but was trapped here for nearly 20 years. He was even unable to get much mutant god blood meat and was exhausted. He sighed. "Fully gene-evolved 20 years ago, truly a chosen one, much more valuable than now." He put on his hat and walked out of the cave. "I'll go out for a stroll and get familiar with the environment," Lu Feng reminded. "Didn't you say it's dangerous outside? Even if you want to hunt by yourself, you should go out with us a few times, get familiar with the environment. It won't be too late then." The smoking man coldly exhaled smoke. "If he wants to die, let him. Why are you stopping him? An ignorant brat, he deserves to die." On the ice field, Han Sen was currently riding on a huge cat, and he heard a roar. What sound? On the ice cliff, a polar bear was roaring. He muttered to himself, "Is this the ice armor beast Shu you mentioned?" He ordered the cat, "Meow King, go teach it a lesson." They immediately rushed towards each other. Meow King pounced downwards, but the bear dodged in time. He secretly assessed, the ice armor beast is probably a primitive-grade alien creature, yet it can fight the god pet-grade Meow King to a draw. Alien creatures in the second god sanctuary are indeed much stronger in physical endurance than those in the first god sanctuary. The two animals confronted each other, roaring again. What did he notice? Just then, the ice bear's life gene had awakened. He was surprised. Its life gene has awakened. He pulled the cat, ordering, "Meow King, come back quickly." The bear, having lost its opponent, looked at him angrily. Manly appeared from nowhere, warning Han Sen to be careful. He casually turned his head to look behind him, not noticing the bear charging over. "Who's calling me?" she shouted. "Quick dodge," she secretly blamed herself. "No, absolutely not. It's all my fault for distracting him." Unexpectedly, he suddenly slashed down with a knife, cutting off the bear's head. Just then, the system panel popped up. Killed awakened ice armor beast. Obtained awakened ice armor beast soul. Awakened type consuming meat can randomly grant 0 to 10 primitive genes. He happily thought, getting a beast soul from the first alien creature in the second god sanctuary. This must be a good start. It was then that he raised his hand to greet her. "So it's Manly, I didn't expect you to be here too," she replied. "Before you came, I was the only one from the Special Security Action Team. When I heard you also came just now, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you really came to this godforsaken place." He looked into the distance. "Do you know where this is? What's the closest human sanctuary from here?" She looked at him. "I don't know where this godforsaken place is within the second god sanctuary, but so far no one has been able to get out of here and find other human settlements." He stroked his chin. "That's not bad either. No one will compete with me for alien creatures." She watched him check the bear, arms crossed. "You'd still need the strength for that, never mind." It was getting dark in the cave. She watched him make a fire. "I'm also a fully gene-evolved person, but against such an ice armor beast, forget one punch. I couldn't kill it with 100 punches." Just then he asked, "Have you ever heard of Han Jingzi?" She was puzzled. "Which Han Jingzi? How do you know Han Jingzi?" He stared at the fire. "Instructor Han Jingzi was in the Blue Blood Special Forces, the one called a Qigong Master." He said with a smile, "My great-grandfather was also named Han Jingzi." She was bewildered. "Impossible." She stood up to deny. "It absolutely can't be him. Why are you so agitated?" "I just said my great-grandfather was also named Han Jingzi. I didn't say it was Instructor Han Jingzi of the Blue Blood Special Forces." In the cave, Manly quietly looked at Han Sen, an idea surfacing in her mind. If Han Sen was a descendant of Han Jingzi, it wouldn't be surprising for him to possess such power, but it's impossible. Han Jingzi had no descendants. The air was silent for a long time, only the crackling sound of the bonfire. After a while, she suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "What do you want to do?" Han Sen just smiled and replied, "Just want you to be my subordinate. Help me do some things, follow me. Other things I can't guarantee, but you certainly won't have to worry about food and drink." Hearing him say this, she slightly lowered her head, eyes fixed on the meat slice in her hand, softly saying, "What can I do? Since being sent to this godforsaken place, I can't even deal with a single mutant creature." Han Sen seemed to see through her thoughts and leisurely said, You can do many things. Within a month, I want to capture the alien spirit sanctuary, and then you can help me manage it." She looked back at him somewhat surprised. "A month? I admit you're strong, but do you know what kind of entities are in there? There are at least a dozen mutant creatures with physique exceeding 50 points, and an alien spirit noble with high intelligence." The firelight in the cave was still faint, his gaze fixed forward, his voice steady yet resolute. "You're right, but I don't have that much time. So I must capture the sanctuary within a month." Han Sen suddenly raised his hand and pointed behind him, calmly saying, "Take the remaining ice armor beast meat back with you." Manly frowned, asking doubtfully, "If I take the meat back, what about you?" He turned back slightly, his gaze subtly fixed on her. A faint smile played on his lips. "Do you want to come with me to the alien spirit sanctuary?" As soon as he finished speaking, Manly's body suddenly trembled. She lowered her head and remained silent, only stammering, but a heavy thought arose in her heart. She had become a burden to him, and useless one at that. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes, not wanting to make things difficult for her. He simply said, "Wait for me, I'll come back for you." Hansen's figure gradually receded into the darkness of the cave. Manly watched him, complex thoughts welling up in her mind. Even though she had entered the second god sanctuary earlier than him, he was continuously improving. Manly could only be his subordinate. Looking up at his back, outside the cave, a thought flashed through his mind as he walked. If she discovered his true power, it would certainly be impossible to explain clearly. On the cold ice field, vast white ice mountains stretched endlessly. The wind howled, emitting a terrifying sound. Suddenly a strange sound rang out, making Hansen stop in his tracks, cautiously looking around, exclaiming, "What's that sound?" He looked down through the cracks between the ice mountains, seeing a black shadow slowly moving, muttering to himself as if something was approaching. From the depths, a huge animal gradually revealed itself. Every step it took made the surrounding ice and snow tremble. A blood jade spider suddenly rushed into the air, startling him, making him instinctively take a step back in shock. But then he unleashed a ball of red flames igniting in his hand, and said, "You didn't take the path to heaven but forced your way into hell. Then I will kill you." Then he quickly charged forward, slashing its huge body with a knife, his tone full of confidence. "Come taste the might of the Golden Sand King." The notification panel popped up. Successfully hunted, eliminated primitive creature blood jade spider, did not obtain beast soul. Consuming meat can randomly grant 0 to 10 primitive genes. Hansen walked closer, unable to hide his joy. "Wow, this meat is both fragrant and sweet, truly top-grade meat." His joy didn't last long before another strange sound came from deep within the valley. He gently turned back, squinting his eyes, vigilantly saying, There's another one inside. I'll kill as many as come, just enough for a few more meals." Hansen saw a huge spider leg slowly crawling towards where he stood, exclaiming in surprise, "Damn it, this one is too big. If it's a god blood creature, that would be troublesome." From the spider's mouth, a white web strand suddenly shot towards him. Hansen quickly jumped to the side, shouting loudly, "No good, Golden Sandworm King, run!" However, the web strand had already hit the Golden Sandworm King, tightly coiling around its legs. He shouted in horror, "It's caught!" Meanwhile, the spider slowly crawled up, its crimson eyes seemingly able to burn everything. When it fully revealed its body, Hansen couldn't help but exclaim, "A god-blood creature." He jumped onto the Golden Sandworm King, unleashed a move, and said, "With the flame domain bird and ancient profound wolf dagger's blessing, perhaps I won't have to fight for too long." He gripped the scorching dagger tightly with both hands, shouting, "Break, break, damn it!" Hansen continuously slashed at the white web strands coiling around the Golden Sandworm King. The sharp blade, combined with the heat of the flames, finally cut through the web. Seeing this, the spider retreated, seemingly observing and waiting for an opportunity. But just a moment later, it shot out a large amount of white web strands at Hansen again. He anxiously ordered, "Golden Sandworm King, come back quickly." He ran, muttering to himself, a confused expression on his face. Didn't they say there was only an alien spirit noble and a dozen mutant creatures in the alien spirit sanctuary? Where did this god-blood grade spider come from? He ran desperately, but after a short while he saw an bottomless cliff ahead, the path cut off. Suddenly he saw a huge eagle flying towards him again. A hint of despair flashed in Hansen's eyes, and he couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, is God playing a trick on me? Why is another god-blood creature appearing, caught between the god-blood spider chasing from behind and the god-blood eagle chasing from ahead against the cliff?" Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. "I absolutely cannot die here today." The eagle's emerald eyes gleamed fiercely, and it swooped down to attack him without hesitation. At the same time, the spider's huge forelimbs also swung over, trying to impale his body. Hansen skillfully dodged two dangerous attacks, barely making it. Without the slightest pause, the giant eagle violently flapped its wings like two sharp swords cutting through the air, charging straight at him. Hansen rolled over to dodge, secretly thinking, "My physique really can't beat you guys." However, humans don't just rely on physique, they also have intelligence and skills. He quickly outlined a battle plan in his mind, saying, "This is the basis for humans to turn a disadvantage into an advantage." Observing the battle, when the spider shot a web strand at him, Hansen immediately dodged to the side. The web strand missed him, but coiled around the eagle's two legs instead. He dodged at an extremely fast speed, a smile playing on his lips. "My footwork skills. The queen might even ask me a thing or two if she saw it." The two godblood creatures now charged at each other, unleashing lethal attacks without hesitation. Hansen, observing from the side, let out a sigh of relief. "I let you chase me, and now you're fighting each other. Go on, fight until you kill each other. That way it'll be easier for me. Although this one is a bit big, I don't mind eating it for several days." The godblood spider and godblood eagle refused to give way to each other. The battle reached its climax. The two gigantic creatures charged at each other, then fell together into the abyss. Seeing this, Hansen's mouth dropped open, his face full of regret. Sigh, did they both fall down? The fatty meat was right at my mouth, but it fell. He knelt down to observe the situation below, softly saying, "They've been falling for so long, how come I haven't heard any impact sound? What's going on?" After some thought, Han Sen jumped onto the golden sandworm king's body, his eyes resolute, gripping his dagger, making up his mind. The bold get fat, the timid starve. I'll take on these two god-blood creatures. With my abilities, even if I can't kill them, it's impossible for me to. At the bottom of the ice cliff, Han Sen rushed down from above. Another god-blood creature appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow the remaining two god-blood creatures in one go. He silently hid behind a rock, peeking out to observe. Encountering three god-blood creatures all at once, this ice and snow mountain region is much more terrifying than I imagined. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Although he dared not kill all these creatures simultaneously, if he seized the opportunity he might still obtain a god-blood beast soul. Suddenly something vibrated the ground. Han Sen turned around worriedly. What's that sound? Is there more? The sound came from below a rock crevice. A swarm of ice armor beasts poured out, lining up and charging forward majestically. Han Sen was puzzled. Why are there so many ice armor beasts? Are you going to war? Leading this horde of beasts was an alien spirit. The alien spirit rode on the back of a huge white tiger, majestic and formidable, holding a gleaming scepter that enveloped the entire space. The scepter emitted a green light as if commanding the ice armor beast horde to attack. The scene before him baffled Han Senator. What exactly was that thing? An alien spirit? Seeing them charge forward without hesitation, he felt afraid. Damn it, do they really want my life? After the alien spirit waved its scepter to signal, they aggressively plunged into battle. The mutated octopus in front swung its twisted tentacles, flinging them far away. She gripped the scepter tightly, raised it high, preparing to directly fight the mutated octopus that was trying to escape. Other beasts staggered and fell to the ground. The alien spirit leaped from the white tiger's back, stabbing the mutated octopus with one strike. The octopus, in great pain after being hit, thrashed about furiously. Han Sen's eyes widened in astonishment. Her physical quality and archery skills were truly top-notch. Not inferior to human evolvers in the slightest, her strength was beyond imagination. Physique estimated at 80 points, perhaps a top-tier female alien spirit. Being counterattacked made the alien spirit even angrier. Riding on the white tiger's back, she shouted loudly, "Kill!" The alien spirit launched a frontal attack, holding the scepter with both hands and thrusting it towards the mutated octopus's eye. After one strike, she and the octopus fell together into the deep water pit. Han Sen was stunned. They both fell into the deep water pit. The alien spirit wouldn't just die like that, would it? In the water pit, the octopus tried to tightly coil its tentacles around the alien spirit's body, dragging her away. After a struggle, she broke free from the octopus's tentacles and surfaced. Han Sen stroked his chin and smiled smugly. Heh, it seems even she can't kill that tentacled monster. Just then, intense fighting sounds erupted and a grizzly bear was sent flying into the air. Han Sen clicked his tongue, watching the chaotic scene. Tisk tisk, both sides have suffered heavy losses. If I wait a little longer, I can reap the benefits of their struggle. The alien spirit leapt high again, then with lightning speed rejoined the battle. Han Sen silently observed carefully. Tisk, someone else is here to pick up the spoils. The huge snow jade spider was surrounded by the alien spirit and the ice armor beast horde. Han Sen looked bewildered. Oh, she's making the mutated creatures attack the strange bird, not trying to kill the snow jade spider? Suddenly, the alien spirit stopped. She peered around carefully, then began to cast a spell. The alien spirit placed the scepter before the snow jade spider and it immediately submitted, obeying the alien spirit's command. Hiss! Han Sen darted out from the rock crevice at this moment, catching the alien spirit off guard. Without hesitation, he slashed his knife directly at the center of the alien spirit's neck, giving her no time to react. Han Sen held the sharp knife sinisterly. Thank you for helping me. Another day I'll come to thank you and make you my subordinate. Then with one swift strike he dispatched the snow jade spider. A system notification popped up. Successfully killed god-blood creature Snow Jade Spider, did not obtain beast soul. Consuming meat and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 gene points. The alien spirit clutched her painful neck, gradually dissipating into the air. You, Han Sen merely said a cold goodbye. Have a good trip. The huge strange bird was also killed by Han Sen, falling to the ground. You fought and brought me a god-blood beast soul. A system notification popped up for successful kill. Successfully killed god-blood creature Demon Blood Weasel Larva, obtained Demon Blood Weasel Larva's meat and blood, consuming which can randomly grant up to 10 god genes. Han Sen raised his shining knife high. A god-blood beast soul. This was the first god-blood beast soul he obtained in the second god sanctuary. The black-feathered eagle spread its wings, green light enveloping its entire body, standing before Han Sen. Let me see what a demon-patterned beast soul actually is. No sooner had he spoken than that light flew to his side. What's going on? Han Sen smiled and took off his clothes, revealing a black bird pattern on his back, his eyes sparkling. There seemed to be no change, no increase in strength, and no burden on his body. What exactly is the use of a demon-patterned beast soul? He put his clothes back on, stood up and left. I'll check the information later when I get back. There's an abnormality in the soul sea. The system notified that the Holy Battle Angel Super Beast Soul can evolve into a pet type. Han Sen was surprised. It evolved so quickly, but why isn't this little guy in a combat state at all? The angel flapped her wings and flew directly towards the already torn Snow Jade Spider's body. Han Sen quickly called out to her. Hey, what do you want to do? She looked at Han Sen with pleading eyes, and Han Sen easily understood her meaning. You eat. The angel chewed with relish. Crunch, crunch. Han Sen showed a smug smile. Could it be that she has evolved into a super beast soul of the second god sanctuary? Under the ice crevice, a group of people were eating ice armor beast meat and discussing, did Han Sen kill this ice armor beast by himself? Young people nowadays are really amazing. An evolver who just entered the sanctuary not long ago can actually kill an ice armor beast. I think it was just luck. Han Sen's image appeared in her mind. Manly lowered her head, deeply worried. Suddenly a sharp piece of ice fell from the sky, startling the purple-haired man. Damn it, what's happening outside? Someone next to him shouted. Mutated creatures have broken in, someone's yelling outside. Manly, come help me. Manly immediately looked over. Had Han Sen returned, she thought he probably wouldn't be in danger. The purple-haired man walked out curiously. Come on, let's go out and see. The things Han Sen collected made them disbelieve their eyes. This is Han, little Han. Did you kill all these and bring them back? Holy cow, this is way too much. Han Sen jumped down, clapped his hands and said, you could say I killed them. I just took advantage while a few god-blood creatures and a high-level female alien spirit were fighting fiercely. Manly stepped forward to ask, did you really break into the alien spirit sanctuary? Han Sen raised a leg and said, everyone look, this is a bird's leg bitten off by a god-blood strange bird. Alas, it's a pity it still got away in the end, the purple-haired man praised. Little Han, your luck is really too good. How are you going to deal with these preys? You can't eat all of them yourself, why not sell some to us? Han Sen also nodded. Sell, of course I'll sell, but I only sell to people in the team. Outsiders who want to buy will have to pay double. That person heard this and was a bit displeased. Little Han, what do you mean by that? Han Sen stated his plan. I want to form a team. Everyone in the team can buy meat at an internal price or exchange it with points, someone next to him interjected. If we don't join the team, how much does it cost to buy an ice armor beast? Han Sen answered bluntly. One evolver S-grade sanctuary card, they discussed unhappily. One evolver S-grade sanctuary card for one ice armor beast, you might as well just rob us. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, someone here was quietly trying to steal an ice armor beast. Argue, better yet, fight directly so I can steal more. Han Sen immediately turned around and fiercely slashed at his arm. Ah, my arm, he raised his knife and threatened. Who dares to move without my permission? Those people shouted in dissatisfaction. He actually dares to injure his own people. Are you still human? Quick, avenge me, kill that brat. Manly walked out to stop them. Han Sen, be careful, that stance doesn't look good. He angrily leapt forward. You refuse a toast, so you'll drink a forfeit. Han Sen with his sharp knife slashed at each person's arm several times. They knelt on the ground in pain. Who else wants to make a move? A voice came from the cave. Stop everyone. Uncle Ching is here. Uncle Ching, you must uphold justice for us. That bastard actually hit his own people. Seeing this, Manly quickly explained, Uncle Ching, it's not like that. They tried to steal Han Sen's things. They took the opportunity to threaten, beat him to death. Uncle Ching, you can't blame little Han entirely. Uncle Ching, you must uphold justice for us. He coldly raised his hand to signal, I have my own judgment. He directly drew a sword from his package. Han Sen was also stunned for a few seconds, not understanding what was happening. After a few slashes, the heads of those people had inexplicably flown off. Ning Ching bowed his head respectfully and said, Young Master Han, Ning Ching is late and has let you suffer. Ning Ching deserves to die. This sentence stunned everyone. What's wrong with Uncle Ching? How can he be so respectful and polite to that brat? Han Sen recognized it as the Ning family of Starry Sky Group. He nodded and said, yes, the eldest of the 6 Ning family sons, yet the most disappointing one. Previously my 2 nephews were unaware of young Master Han's identity and offended you greatly. The 2 young men behind whispered in discussion. Who exactly is this Han Sen? Even the Ning family has to give him face. Uncle Ching is actually from the Ning family of Starry Sky Group. Manly couldn't help but be surprised. To be treated like this by the Ning family, could he really be related to Han Jingzi? Ning Ching continued. The old master originally wanted to apologize personally but was afraid of disturbing you. However, he has already given instructions that if you have any needs, the Ning family will fully assist you, even if it means losing everything. Han Sen immediately said, it doesn't matter if you didn't know before, we'll talk about future matters later. Han Sen turned to the ice armor beast and said to Manly, these meats are for you. Gather our team as soon as possible, but not just anyone can join, she agreed. All right. Lament Goddess Dormitory, Chu Chen Hezi shouted loudly. Little Han, you're finally back. Han Sen was startled and turned to look. It's you scared me to death. Chu Chen kept urging, where have you been? Isn't it the end of the month today? There's military training activity on the ship. Everyone is free to sign up. The first place will receive a reward from Vice Captain Chen. Lament Goddess Training Room. Vice Captain Chen Shoshan asked, anyone else want to come up and try? If you can pass the 10th level difficulty of this test, I will reward one Evolver S-grade sanctuary card. Han Sen found it a bit familiar. This project looks a bit familiar. Isn't this Professor Yan's extreme sprint project? It spread so quickly. Wang Hu said with an arrogant face, the armor class, confidential class, guard class and sacrifice class have all tried it. Now only the cook class hasn't had anyone go up. Shouldn't the cook class be given a chance? Fatty squad leader, didn't a new recruit just join your class? Why don't you call him out to show off? The squad leader frowned and said, Wang Hu, don't go too far. Han Sen placed his hand on the squad leader's shoulder. Squad leader, let me go up. I want to try. He looked at Wang Hu with sharp, confident eyes. Want to see? Then watch closely. Wang Hu curled his lip in disdain. Hey, Han Sen supported his hand, thinking Yanran tried every means to help me get here. As her boyfriend, I can't let her lose face, but this kid named Wang Hu kept trying to cause him trouble. Recalling what Yanran once said, Wang Hu was part of the expert team. After I replaced the old captain who had more than 10 years of ties with the expert team has always been dissatisfied with me. Wang Hu's position as the armor class squad leader was secured for him by the expert team. So the armor class was entirely made up of people from the expert team. He loudly mocked Han Sen. I'm looking forward to seeing you make a fool of yourself, Han Sen said angrily. Want to see, then watch closely. He braced his hands, assumed a starting posture. Han Sen leapt, swiftly crossing the obstacles like a gust of wind, drawing everyone's attention. What's he doing? He'll fall quickly like that. Someone even said contemptuously. A new recruit is a new recruit after all. Too excited, Vice Captain Chen carefully observed him. This kid was brought by Yanran, even considering my relationship with the Ji family. If this kid isn't active, I won't bother with him. The people below truly couldn't believe this was a new recruit. Too powerful. Han Sen, go. After completing the obstacles, he finally landed steadily, easily finishing the test. The two behind him praised him endlessly. What kind of training is this? It's like a performance. This kid did great. The vice captain was also very surprised. This new recruit is good, Zhao Bing then said. With this kind of skill, assigning him to the cook class is too much of a waste. Kid, your skills are good. This Evolver S-grade sanctuary card is yours. Have you received training before? He thought. Extreme sprint. In addition to testing physical quality, more importantly tests comprehensive ability, on-the-spot judgment and reaction ability. Yanran calculated correctly. Han Sen stood at attention and saluted. Reporting Captain, this extreme sprint training system is the research outcome of Professor Yan from Black Hawk Military Academy. I am Professor Yan's student, and one of the testers of the extreme sprint training system. The vice captain placed his hand on his shoulder. So a famous teacher produces a brilliant student. In that case, please introduce this extreme sprint training system to everyone. Wang Hu frowned, very unhappy. Idiot, go ahead and show off. Expose all your strength, your doomsday is coming soon. Lament Goddess, Logistics Officer's Office. Han Sen wondered, are these all the S-grade Evolver supergene technologies available on the Lament Goddess? Zhao Bing explained. After all, this isn't the sanctuary. He was a bit frustrated. If I had known I was coming to this godforsaken place, I should have bought a few Evolver S-grade supergene technologies beforehand, the logistics officer continued. However, this microcrystal method is a special supergene technology developed by the Alliance for the Crystal Ruins. Ordinary sanctuary cards can't buy it. It can change the life particles throughout the body, turning them into microcrystals to resist certain destructive weapons in the crystal ruins. Once mastered, the entire body can turn into crystal. Han Sen turned his head. That powerful? Zhao Bing looked up and said, but its training cycle is very long. Usually it takes 10 or 20 years to achieve a small success. Except for experts from the expert team, few people choose it. He pointed to it and said, then I choose it. Zhao Bing asked one more time, are you sure? Outside the door, Wang Hu's anger hadn't subsided. Idiot. Practicing microcrystals for 3 to 5 years won't achieve anything significant. Don't count on its effectiveness. Lament Goddess Dormitory. Han Sen took the test tube and drank it. If it can trigger a cellular reaction from the start, it indicates that the physique is very suitable for practicing microcrystals, and it will be easier to master than for ordinary people. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Suddenly, what happened? What's going on? The ice muscle Jade Bonard actually started running automatically. His body started breaking out in cold sweat, trembling. So cold, so cold. Han Sen struggled to resist. I'm so sleepy. I really want to sleep. No, I can't sleep. I'm afraid if I sleep, I'll never wake up again. Han Sen curled up in his blanket. Why still so cold? Damn it, the air conditioner broke at just this moment. Does heaven really want me to die? Han Sen frowned and thought, no, how could the air conditioner break so coincidentally? The air conditioner hasn't changed, which proves the room temperature hasn't changed. Yet I feel cold. It might just be my illusion, not that the temperature has actually dropped. In his mind, a struggle was constantly raging. Don't sleep. This isn't really getting warmer. You'll freeze to death. I'm not cold. I'm not cold. This is all my imagination. It's so warm. I really want to sleep. His body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Han Sen abruptly sat up and slapped himself hard. Damn it, I'm not dead yet. It hurts so much. I'm not dead yet. He tried cultivating again. No, something feels wrong. My body feels different, although I can't quite pinpoint it. This feeling is unmistakable. Han Sen looked at his hand. Ice muscle jade bone. This is the true ice muscle jade bone. After being trapped in the first sanctuary for so long, I finally made a breakthrough. Facing himself in the mirror, he continuously questioned. Did the microcrystal technique inadvertently activate the ice muscle jade bone cultivation method? Ice formed on Han Sen's back. So that's how it is. All the microcrystal meridians overlap with various parts of the ice muscle jade bone, or rather the application of microcrystals is part of the ice muscle jade bone system. He cried out in delight. Microcrystal, it actually succeeded. Looking at his strong body, heaven, you've truly blessed me. Others train diligently for 20 or 30 years to master microcrystals, yet I've achieved it this easily. In the ice cave, the purple-haired man complained, clutching his head. Goddess Legion, we have fewer than 10 women in total. What the hell is that? Han Sen said coldly. What do you know? He was imagining himself leading an army of women. The Goddess Legion, of course, is an army of pure beauty alien spirits. 3,000 beautiful alien spirits leading the way, that's what's truly formidable, Manly said softly. Fortunately, Uncle Ching voluntarily joined the team, allowing this legion to be successfully established. He turned to her and told them to digest these baits, then take them for training, select some elites from them, and then return to attack the alien spirit sanctuary. Ning Ching walked over. Young Master Han, if you plan to hunt mutant creatures, I know a place with many primitive creatures. That place is suitable for many people to hunt. The ice abyss. Han Sen looked around, watching his subordinates desperately hacking at mutant creature heads, taking the meat and putting half of what was left into his pocket. Heh, why didn't I realize being a captain was so enjoyable before? Charge in and kill. Ning Ching looked up and said, Young Master Han, let's hunt in this area. If we go any further, we might encounter mutant creatures. He pointed ahead. It's best if there are mutant creatures, keep going. Ning Ching single-mindedly followed Han Sen. As long as young Master Han gave the order, even if it was through mountains of swords and seas of fire, Ning Ching would go. Not long after they set off, everyone suddenly heard a sound. What's that sound? Ahead, a gigantic mammoth was chasing several men. Help, run? Manly recognized it as a white-furred mammoth. Han Sen pondered silently. These people are half dead with fear after encountering a little danger. Haha, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Everyone, prepare for battle. He glanced at them. Those with substandard physical fitness can gradually accumulate it through meat. There will also be cultivation methods to improve martial arts, but character is not easily changed. From this perspective, the people around me who face challenges head-on are the talents worth cultivating. Han Sen pointed at the golden hair roar. Let's put on a show. He took a running start, jumped onto the golden hair roar's back and retreated. The golden hair roar charged fearlessly at the white-furred mammoth, its eyes red, full of fighting spirit. Han Sen clung on tightly, shouting, charge. The two behemoths collided violently, a heart-stopping sight. The people in the distance were stunned. Damn it, what the hell is that mount? That's a mutated white-furred mammoth. It can actually withstand a direct assault, Han Sen tried to encourage it. Compared to your mother, its mother is too weak, it only charged twice. And almost threw me off. Does becoming a mount beast soul mean losing the fierce nature of a carnivore? They both roared ferociously. If the black crystal can really evolve first sanctuary beast souls into second sanctuary beast souls, I'll let you evolve next time. Seizing the moment when the two beasts were locked in intense confrontation, Han Sen, dagger in hand, leaped into the air. Then he fiercely plunged the dagger into the mammoth's left eye, causing it to roar in pain. Roar! The mammoth writhed in pain and jumped up. Seeing this, Han Sen plunged the dagger straight into the mammoth's abdomen. After the mammoth collapsed from exhaustion, he walked over and slashed a large opening in the mammoth's hide, revealing countless red meat sacs. Its belly was full of meat and red blood flowed out. The purple-haired man stammered in fear. This is too cool, Manly thought. Could he really be a descendant of Instructor Han? Han Sen wiped his dagger, looking at her. Manly, how to handle this meat is up to you. Remember to reward and punish fairly. Inside the ice cave, whispers spread. Is the goddess legion really made up of goddesses? Yes, the goddess is of course the captain's woman. Deputy Captain Young, Manly growled unhappily. Anyone who talks nonsense again. Watch out, I'm watching. Seeing this, the two men trembled and begged for mercy. Deputy Captain, please spare us. Damn it, we've been discovered. On Zhu Ting's side, he stood on a platform emitting a dazzling blue light, looking around. That's Zhu Ting. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down, crying and pleading. Brother, it's really you. I finally found the organization. Brother, Han Sen was puzzled. Zhu Ting, you still dare to appear before me? Do you really think I won't kill you? He tried his best to explain. Brother, life in this godforsaken place is too boring. If I can't venture out with you, I'd rather die. Kill me if you want. Han Sen looked at him with disgust. Damn it, this place can really drive people crazy. Outside the ice cave, Zhu Ting still clung to his leg. You want to venture out like me, but why should I take you in? He sobbed. Young Master Han, my brother Han, you are a descendant of Instructor Han, and my ancestors were also members of the Agent Investigation Department. With that, Zhu Ting reached into his pocket and pulled out something. I've had no luck since coming to this godforsaken place. Many of my first sanctuary beast souls were also destroyed. Now I'm so poor I only have this money left. Do you want it? Han Sen waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Give me something substantial. Is this an initiation fee? He looked at him, smiling mockingly. Do you still have the heaven-shaking 7 absolutes? Zhu Ting pretended to cough, saying arrogantly, Ahem, the Chen family ancestral teachings state that the heaven-shaking 7 absolutes must never be taught to outsiders. If you want to learn it, you must first humble yourself and become a Chen family disciple. Han Sen didn't hesitate, immediately turning to leave. Then there's nothing to discuss, he panicked. Don't, even if I violate ancestral teachings and teach it to you, I only know the first 3 moves, so it can only be called the heaven-shaking 3 absolutes, and without the Chen family's gene's secret art, it's difficult to master. Zhu Ting ran forward to block his path. Listen to me. I found a great place recently. Why don't I take you to see what kind of place it is? If you're interested, let me join the Goddess Legion. If you think I'm useless, I'll leave without another word, he said sinisterly. A mutant creature lair, although somewhat skeptical. Han Sen still wanted to check it out. Take me there first. Mutant creature lairs usually have a godblood beast soul, it's worth it. The ice abyss. Zhu Ting happily rode on the golden hair roar's back. Brother, this mount is so majestic. Do you want to sell it? Name your price. Han Sen shook his head. I'm not selling this one, but if you want to buy beast souls, I can find one for you here. He gave some examples. Primitive grade ice armor beast soul, out of control ice armor beast soul. Zhu Ting interrupted. Brother, just name a price. Han Sen patted his shoulder and said, since you dare not teach the heaven-shaking 7 absolutes, I won't force you. Does the Chen family have any S-grade evolver movement techniques to teach? He hesitated. Brother, I just realized I don't really need a beast soul. He tried hard to tempt him. I won't directly trade the out-of-control ice armor beast soul for your movement technique. I'll give you a discount. How about an evolver S-grade sanctuary card for your movement technique? Consider the out-of-control ice armor beast soul a gift from me. Zhu Ting fell silent. Zhu Ting agreed to demonstrate. This movement technique is called half-step cloud. It can change the life particles in the legs, generating powerful explosive force. After mastering this movement technique, one can ascend to the heavens in just half a step. Han Sen was very interested. It settled then. Last time in the training ground I could only kick once by borrowing force because I had only initially learned to borrow force. But after mastering half-step cloud, I'll be able to perfectly borrow force and deliver a fatal blow. The ice field was covered in snow, an ice cave. A mutant creature lair. Zhu Ting pointed inside. It's right here. See, this alien wall is still intact. No one has been here for sure. Han Sen punched through the wall. You wait for me here, I'll go in and check. After entering, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Nothing bad is going to happen, right? Suddenly an echo came. He couldn't help but be startled. What's that thing? Han Sen stood in a corner looking around, checking the situation. There's movement in the lair, meaning something is hiding in the cave. Just when he wasn't paying attention, it shot out like an arrow. Han Sen quickly ran away. Damn it, that speed is definitely a god-blood creature. The mutant beast quickly caught up behind him. Han Sen was almost grabbed by it, but fortunately he agilely dodged to the side. Close call. Thankfully I moved in time, almost got impaled. Han Sen pushed off his heel, leaped up by borrowing force, and saw the Tang family right before his eyes. Not bad, that kid Zhu Ting runs faster than a rabbit. The mutant beast roared furiously. Its roar echoed throughout the cave. It swung its arms and pounced, trying to grab Han Sen. Damn it, out of control god-blood creature. He looked back at it. Am I really going to die this time? It seems I can only fight it with the ice-muscled jade bone art. Han Sen quickly raised his ice arm to block the mutant beast's attack, turning the tables to counterattack the monster. The Ghost Soul Devourer's soul-binding technique, combined with Overlord Disarming Armor's defense and the ice-muscled jade bone art. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? The mutant beast thrashed wildly. Come on, he secretly bent down and ambushed its body from behind. Taste my decisive blow. It kept groaning in pain. Han Sen stood behind, clutching the mutant beast's wing. Your body is really hard. Even my ice-muscled jade bone fist only left a red mark. He prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The mutant beast struggled incessantly, shaking left and right, trying to throw Han Sen off. Want to catch me? Not so easy. He raised his right hand and performed a move. Taste my eagle claw skill. He punched the monster in the center of its head. Han Sen had already pinned it to the ground. No way, damn it. Even its eyes are hard like metal. Unexpectedly, it could still hurt him. Long wound on his back. I'm almost at my limit. I need to find a way to escape. The wound bled incessantly. Han Sen endured the pain, used his force to jump into the air and quickly fled. The situation is urgent. I can only escape. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Han Sen finally escaped. Zhu Ting hastily stepped forward to ask, Brother, you finally escaped. Are you alright? I can't kill this thing. He still didn't forget to mention joining the Legion. Then what about me joining the Goddess Legion? Han Sen frowned helplessly. Join if you want, but Zhu Ting was a bit confused after hearing this. But what? He turned and said, You can teach me the half-step cloud movement technique, but without the exclusive gene fluid I can't master it either. Zhu Ting nodded in understanding. Leave it to me. In the dining hall of the goddess worship, complaints arose. Our new recruits only get to eat these dishes 4 or 5 days a month. Normally it's just nutrient fluid. Why do those experts and scholars get 3 dishes and a soup every day? As soon as he finished speaking, he was smacked on the head. They all understand the crystal race very well, have high academic qualifications, and contribute greatly. Do you? Tongshin glanced at Han Sen. Are you Han Lin, the new cook in the kitchen? I heard you passed the M-level difficulty of the extreme sprint. Han Sen simply replied casually. It's nothing special, I'm just used to practicing it. He was surprised. Black Hawk Academy graduate. That's right. Tongshin nodded. Not bad. I remember when I was at the Central Military Academy, Black Hawk was just on the top 100 military academy rankings. How is it now? He said. I'm not sure about the Central Military Academy. I just played one archery match. It was pretty good. It took a lot of effort to beat them and win the championship. Tongshin growled. Did you participate in a bragging contest? Tell me, in which grade did you defeat the Central Military Academy? I don't remember such small details. Go look up my name, you should find the information. The people behind laughed loudly. Haha, was he just bragging when he was at Black Hawk? I think you're more suited for the bragging class than the cooking class. He shrugged, saying sarcastically, I'm truly sorry. I really didn't know the Central Military Academy was so formidable. It's a pity I've graduated and don't have a chance to compete, otherwise I would definitely make them, or rather not make them, lose so much face. With that he pushed the cart and left. If there's nothing else, please move aside. Others want to eat. Tongshin was very unhappy. He walked to Professor Li and requested, Professor Li, only you have internet access here. Can you help me check, see if he was telling the truth? After Tongshin's request, Shi Mingting also agreed to help with the inquiry. The event of monster advancement and the era when the Central Military Academy dominated the entire military alliance officially ended after this competition. After listening, they couldn't help but admire, didn't expect the cooking class to have such a new recruit. Little Han, I didn't expect you to be so handsome when you were in school. Just average, just average. It's just that the opponents were too weak. Tang Xin left angrily. Little Han, be careful in the future. That Tang guy is very petty, he must have already held a grudge against you, Han Sen muttered to himself. After going to the Crystal Race ruins, I really need to be more vigilant about this guy. Ice Cave, Little Ling looked around blankly. Everyone looked at her, asking in confusion, who is this? Never seen her. Is she new? She's the one who appeared with Captain Han Sen. I'm here. Little Ling hid behind him. It's time to attack the Alien Spirit Sanctuary. They worried if attacking the Alien Spirit Sanctuary now would be too hasty. There were still many mutant creatures in the high-level Alien Spirit Sanctuary. He said firmly, if anyone wants to quit, you can stop here now. I unconditionally agree to that person's withdrawal from the Goddess Legion, never to return. Zhang Guosheng raised his hand and spoke, sorry Captain, I cannot risk my life. He immediately asked Manly to retrieve his contract. Han Sen continued to ask, anyone else want to leave? He thought unhappily, damn it, this group is too timid. Out of over 200 people, only 20 or 30 remained. Han Sen took the lead, so they set off. The cold made the young man shiver. So he held Little Ling's hand to warm her. Han Sen asked, are you cold? She shook her head. No, he realized, right, everyone's physique was stronger than his own, how could they be afraid of the cold? Zhu Ting followed behind him. He looked ahead and said to Han Sen, that ancient arena ahead is the spirit shelter. You only have this few people, are you really going? He asserted. Of course. Looking at Han Sen's figure walking ahead, Ningqing felt a little worried. If Han Sen had no other backup plan, this mission would be a near certain death. He was a descendant of Han Jingzi, there was no mistake. The spirit shelter, a door covered in thick ice. Manly looked around. Not even a single mutated creature came out. This was too abnormal. Han Sen raised his hand to summon. Golden Emperor Killerworm King, scout ahead. A moment later, the Golden Emperor Killerworm King had already scouted once but still found no abnormalities. Were there really no mutated creatures inside? Spirits were incredibly cunning, this was likely a trap. He turned to Ning Qing for advice. Uncle Qing, what do you think? He softly replied. We've already come this far, we can't just give up. Han Sen held Little Ling's hand. Uncle Qing is right. We came to break through the shelter in the first place. If we're scared, why bother coming? After everyone had entered, he reminded. Don't get distracted, follow me. He happily saw something. It was a soul stone. This stone glittered, emitting a captivating blue light. The purple-haired man couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, we're so lucky it's a soul stone. As long as we destroy the soul stone, no matter where the spirit is, it will surely die. He raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment. From the darkness a woman's figure slowly emerged. Han Sen only took one look and immediately recognized her. Ning Qing assumed a ready stance, carefully on guard. The spirit raised the scepter in her hand and shouted. Bang, the door behind them immediately closed. The door closed. Damn it, we're trapped. A large group of mutated creatures swarmed out like ants. How could so many mutated creatures suddenly appear? Where were they hiding? Ningqing shouted. Charge, destroy the soul stone. The spirit commanded the mutated creatures with her scepter. Humans, you will regret killing my pet. The spirit was probably still angry about Han Sen killing her pet. He commanded, everyone guard the door, I'll get the soul stone. Ningqing was worried but could only obey his request. Young Master Han, be careful. Han Sen faced the spirit. You are very smart, even cunning, leading us into a trap you set long ago. The spirit showed no fear. The moment you became my enemy, your death was already sealed. He drew the knife in his hand. But unfortunately, you made a mistake. He asked in confusion, what mistake? The moment he finished speaking, Han Sen charged forward like lightning to attack. Your most proud trap is also your biggest mistake. The spirit wielded her scepter, fiercely attacking Han Senator him. He quickly dodged the attack. However, behind him, a group of mutated creatures surrounded him. They leaped into battle. Han Sen unleashed his God-blood beast soul, breaking through the mutated creatures' encirclement. He punched them in the head. Or a beast soul. Is it a God-blood or a beast soul? I haven't transformed yet. Han Sen was full of strength. With the enhancement of the ice muscle jade bone art, fighting these beast souls was effortless. Han Sen moved like lightning, instantly knocking down many mutated creatures. Ningqing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Over a dozen mutated creatures were completely unable to hinder his steps. This jump was to get that crystal. Success. The spirit watched in panic. Han Sen had successfully touched the stone. He held the stone in his hand and commanded the spirit, Soul Stone, now your life and death are in my hands. The spirit bowed in submission. Icebone noble Shui Ji willingly offers her most sincere loyalty to become your most loyal servant. An incredible scene. The spirit recognized its master. My goodness, an unexpectedly successful outcome. Han Sen raised the stone high. Submit to me. Shui Ji walked towards the stone step by step. A dazzling light shone. This is taking these spirits into the Soul Sea. Han Sen closed his eyes, exchanging thoughts with Shui Ji. Shui Ji, kill all these mutated creatures, as you command, my master. She immediately obeyed. Entering battle, the system popped up a notification. Successfully hunted. Eliminated mutated creature Fangtooth Snow. Obtained beast soul Fangtooth Snow. Successfully hunted. Eliminated mutated creature Bear Armor Snow. Beast soul not obtained. Watching the mutated creatures being eliminated in groups falling to the ground. This counts as taking down a spirit noble shelter? 20 years. 20 years. It wasn't in vain. I can finally stand up again. Zhu Ting ran over and continued to chatter. Do you sell this spirit, name your price, or don't you want an S-grade sanctuary card? Can you trade it for the half-step cloud movement technique? Han Sen said casually. No sale, no trade. Manly secretly envied him. He's so lucky. He obtained the loyalty of a spirit noble on his first attack on a spirit shelter, free construction of a goddess shelter. Be careful not to drop anything, they discussed. I heard that those who didn't give up each got a free room and a lot of mutated creature meat. Now if we want to stay, we can only rent it at a high price. We really regret it. Damn it, they actually managed to take down the spirit shelter and not a single person died. How is that possible? Ice Mountain, a system voice rang out. Use demon blood bird meat god gene 1. Han Sen held the meat in his hand. Eating so much only adds 1 god gene. The efficiency is too low. Forget it, I'll let her eat it. He handed her the meat. Take it and eat. Eat more meat, it's from the Legion's hunt. It'll add some basic genes and primitive genes. Your physique can reach nearly 90. Crystal Ruins. A spaceship was approaching. Han Sen looked out from inside. Is this the Crystal Ruins? He looked down at the necklace on his neck. The 9-life blood cat was getting hotter and hotter. Could this pendant be closely related to the Crystal Ruins? First, I need to find Yanran. Perhaps by seeing the excavation process of the Crystal Ruins I can find the answer. Here everyone was perfecting their preparations. Captain G, note that after the excavation begins, no one is allowed to enter the shelter world. She nodded. Understood. Captain's office. Han Sen asked Yanran in confusion. Such a large planet, and we only have a few people. How long will it take to dig up crystal buildings one by one? She looked at Han Sen and smiled. Who would be so foolish as to dig one by one? We only need the crystal core, and their buildings have a certain pattern. As long as we dig an entrance, we can go in and search for their treasures. But scanning equipment cannot scan internal structures. We can only rely on experts. Not only that, the material of crystal buildings is very peculiar. Not only is the structure sturdy, but if blown up it will form crystals. The stickiness will block the passage. The expert team has already started their exploration. Yanran looked up. These are not problems. If the crystal ruins are still operating, that would be the real trouble. Han Sen asked in surprise, what is that red crystal? She looked at the screen thinking, that's probably the crystal ruins operating. The vice captain shouted, not good, there's danger. Quickly protect the expert team, they shouted loudly. Where are the armored personnel? Quickly get the expert team out of here. An explosion made them panic. Get out of here, retreat quickly. Retreat to a safe place. The vice captain specified to use laser guns and pulse swords. Do not damage the crystal buildings. Everyone gather, full attack. After being attacked, that warship shattered. Han Sen asked in confusion. What is that? Yanran explained. That's a crystal defense core. The Alliance calls it a crystal core simulator. It can simulate anything it scans, such as machinery and creatures, but its quality is still blood-colored crystal. It's not a complete simulation. A notification came from outside. Found it. Found the entrance, Yanran said happily. Great. The screen suddenly flickered. Why did the picture suddenly disappear? She was stunned and very worried. Something happened on the Lament Goddess training room. Everyone had gathered. Yanran said, Team Leader Lee, choose 5 soldiers with good armor skills and come with me. Han Sen raised his hand without hesitation. My armor skills are very good, let me go, he muttered to himself. To let Yanran go into danger alone, what kind of boyfriend would I be? Moreover, the necklace around his neck. Its 9-life blood cat pendant must be related to the crystal ruins. Crystal ruins, rows of huge and shiny crystals. The base vehicle stopped. Captain, the base vehicle can only go this far. Everyone put on their protective suits and started moving downwards, maintain formation, ensure clear communication. Everyone stood concentrated at the door. Captain, shall we go in? Yanran turned to look at Han Sen. Han Sen, you stay here, I'll take people in to check, he asked in confusion. Why? She said with a serious face. This is the operating center of the Royal Crystal Clan ruins. It's very dangerous down there. You don't understand the Crystal Clan, it's better for you to stay here. This is an order. Han Sen ignored her words. Your order is invalid for me. Li Lu shouted loudly. Mr. Lu, what happened? Please respond, Crystal Core model. How could there be so many crystal core models? Yanran ordered. Retreat to the crystal ruins. Help, save me quickly. Many enemies quickly landed from above holding large guns in their hands. One person in the team immediately drew a gun and retorted, let me show you the power of a laser gun. Don't. The laser gun quickly took down the first enemy. Before they could rejoice, the enemy opened fire and 2 people were instantly vaporized. Han Sen pointed at the door. Immediately retreat to the ruins. He tried to obstruct the enemy, allowing everyone to retreat inside. Everyone hurry. Yanran hurriedly pulled Han Sen inside. Come in quickly, don't go out, team leader. He still clung to the side of the door. If he didn't go, they would all sacrifice. But in the crystal passage, the 2 quickly flew up. Don't worry about it, run. The expert team might already be inside. She looked around. These passages were too narrow for the armor to squeeze through. Which way should we go now? Han Sen added. Let's take off our armor and turn them into suitcases. The 2 took off their armor. Han Sen walked ahead, leading the way. Follow me. He unleashed Fangtooth Snow to scout ahead. The crystal ruins had many restrictions, so he let Fangtooth Snow scout first to ensure safety. The 3 stopped. There seemed to be no sound behind them. Let's stop, looking at the statue in front of them. These were the deities worshipped by the Crystal Clan, and most crystal ruins would have such statues. Han Sen suddenly said seriously, come out or don't blame me for being impolite, Yanran asked in confusion. Is there someone? Indeed, someone walked out. Tongxin, how are you here? Where are the others? He replied. I don't know, we got separated. How are you two here? Han Sen immediately drew his gun. Stop, don't come closer. She looked at him worriedly. Han Sen, what are you doing? He shot Tongxin directly in the head without hesitation. At that very moment his body changed and green liquid flowed out from inside. Yanran then realized it was a crystal core parasite. His body seemed completely occupied by the parasite, his limbs trembling, beginning to make uncontrolled movements. A voice came from behind. Laser guns are useless against it. Li Mingtang and two others ran over. You need a beast soul weapon to deal with it. A figure darted past. HMPH. He charged forward, displaying several exquisite sword techniques, instantly severing the parasite. He also said arrogantly, "This is no place for a cook," Han Sen said displeased. "A cook is also a soldier," Wang Hu scoffed. "You're courting death, suit yourself." Yanran walked forward worriedly. "Professor Li, what exactly happened?" He explained, "We found the entrance to the square crystal ruins. However, a large number of crystal core models suddenly appeared, causing all communication devices to fail, so they could only retreat into the ruins, where they were then attacked by the crystal core parasites here. In the chaos, everyone got separated." Han Sen continued to ask, "Professor Li, do you know the way out?" Yanran interrupted him. "Now everyone is scattered. Trying to find everyone will be difficult." Wang Hu said arrogantly, "We came to develop the crystal ruins anyway, just keep going deeper. Maybe we'll find the crystal core library soon," turning to watch him leave. Li Mingtang said, "Captain Ji, perhaps we should do as team leader Wang says. If we can find the crystal core library, it will not only complete the mission but also greatly help us leave here." Yanran had no choice but to accept. "Then that's the only way, crystal passage." Han Sen looked to the side in confusion. "What are they looking at?" Yanran explained that Professor Li and the others are very knowledgeable about crystal culture and can roughly infer the location of the crystal core library from the patterns of ordinary crystal buildings. They just need to find that crystal core library. Wang Hu interjected, "Captain Ji, you let a cook follow you down. Are you protecting him or is he protecting you?" Yanran displeased. "Team leader Wang, just do your job. You don't need to interfere with other matters. We are currently in danger and should work together to find the crystal core library. An extra person means extra strength. Crystal Gene Gate." Li Mingting pushed his glasses. "Excellent. This is indeed the Royal Crystal Clan ruins." "Royal ruins?" Yanran asked in confusion. "What do those patterns mean?" Based on his knowledge, he said, "I've only deciphered a part of it. This Royal Crystal Clan is from the Dela Galaxy." She was surprised. "A Dela Galaxy? Isn't that the legendary Mother Galaxy where the Crystal Clan originated?" He nodded. "That's right, it's the birthplace of the Crystal Clan, the foundation of the Crystal Clan civilization in the Dela Galaxy." Han Sen asked himself, "Sounds very advanced, so there must be some precious things hidden inside." Li Mingting instructed others to open the gate. "A little higher, a little higher." Push, push. A dazzling light shot out from inside the gate. Everyone hit by the light felt a burning sensation on their skin. "Is this light some kind of radiation? It hurts so much, so much." One person squatted down, slowly checking. The surfaces that had been exposed to the light were all scorched. Had they stopped breathing? Han Sen worried, realizing that the parts of the body hit by this light had disintegrated. Li Mingtang recognized it immediately. This was the dissociative light that radiated from the production of crystal core energy, indicating the presence of a large number of crystal cores. This would be a major, historically significant discovery in the research of the Crystal Clan. "Quick, those who have cultivated the microcrystal technique, follow me in." Ji Yanran quickly stopped him. "Professor Li, it's too dangerous inside, you can't go in." Li Mingtang still insisted, "As long as one has cultivated the microcrystal technique, they can resist the crystal energy dissociative light, so there won't be much danger. According to Alliance regulations, such major discoveries must be logged into the main computer system before mining can begin, until we can contact the Lament Goddess spaceship." Wang Hu frowned unhappily. "Professor Li, I told you already, this woman will only cause trouble and ruin our plans." Ji Yanran turned around and said loudly, "Wang Hu, you are an Alliance soldier. Are you not afraid of military law?" He rushed over with a sharp knife. "Military law? What military law is there here?" Han Sen quickly went forward to help Ji Yanran, and everyone stopped. "Unless you grab someone and hold a knife to their neck. You want him to die and he pleads for help in fear. Squad leader, save me." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu, instead of helping, directly cut the person in half with a knife. "It's just a worthless life, it holds no threat to me." Han Sen could hardly believe his eyes. "I can't believe this Wang Hu is so F-seeking cruel. Your skin was cut by Wang Hu, that bastard," he arrogantly boasted. "You're dead." Han Sen was furious that he dared to destroy his sword group. He clenched his fist and rushed forward fiercely. "Even if you want to die, it won't be that easy," he fearlessly resisted. "You are indeed not simple. What are you all still standing around for? Go kill Ji Yanran now." Upon receiving the order, the four immediately surrounded her, and Ji Yanran also prepared for battle. Han Sen gritted his teeth, furious. "He wants to use Ji Yanran to restrain me? That's a good idea, but too wishful." A long spear lay across the sword, blocking the attack for Ji Yanran. She looked up. "Is that an alien spirit?" Everyone in front was stunned. An alien spirit noble." Han Sen summoned a beast soul. "Shui Ji, take Ji Yanran and go." The alien spirit rode a beast soul and charged into battle. Just as the alien spirit reached out to grab Ji Yanran, a hand from behind suddenly grabbed her leg. Han Sen turned around in surprise. Damn it, how long has it been? This physique is even stronger than Wang Hu's, it's terrifying. Li Mingtang pointed a gun at Ji Yanran's head. Wang Hu, stop. He's arguing. The captain doesn't want to kill her, nor does she want to be an enemy of the Ji family. She just wants her to suffer a bit temporarily. Once we find the Crystal Core Library, we'll naturally release her. He looked at Han Sen. The same goes for you. Han Sen was now helpless. After this is over, I'll let you and Captain Ji go together. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them widened their eyes. Han Sen took a running start and rushed behind the door. Wang Hu was also stunned by his actions. He said angrily, damn it, that bastard has already mastered microcrystals. Li Mingtang waved his hand. It's alright. There's only this one path he can't escape. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, your microcrystals are already mastered. Come with me and Wang Hu. The others stay here and await orders. Wang Hu interrupted. Aren't we killing that woman? He still walked leisurely. Moving against the Ji family is also troublesome. Besides, if we can't catch Han Sen having her in hand, it's still somewhat useful. Behind the door, Han Sen felt his whole body burning. The microcrystals were activated, but there was still a scorching sensation. He took out a crystal stone. Substitute Beast Soul, I'm counting on you. In the Crystal Clan ruins, Wang Hu and his companions were in pursuit. Chase, let's see where you run. After they left, Han Sen poked his head out. Idiots, go play with my substitute beast soul. Outside the black crystal door, Ji Yanran struggled continuously. You are official Alliance researchers, don't you consider the consequences of doing this? Consequences, Captain Ji. Do you think we'll stay in the Alliance after successfully completing the mission? Ji Yanran said angrily. You don't even know what's in the Crystal Clan ruins, yet you're giving up everything in the Alliance. Is it worth it? He raised his gun and laughed. Haha, the person behind, gag her. She doesn't know what's in there because you wouldn't dream of what a treasure it is. Not only that, but the two of them also directly made fun of her. You used to be the high and mighty captain, now you'd better be honest, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Suddenly, his hand was cut off by something. He cried out in pain, my hand, Han Sen appeared holding a long sword. How dare you touch her, this is the consequence. The alien spirit appeared behind him. Oh no, she directly slapped him across the face. You came rushing at me aggressively. How dare you grab Ji Yanran, I think you're looking for death. After dealing with it, he stepped forward to check on Ji Yanran. She was surprised. How are you here? Where are Li Mingtang and the others? He looked at Ji Yanran, worried. You're here, how could I not appear? They've already entered the core area and won't come out for a while. She pointed her gun at another person. Answer me, otherwise you know the consequences. He gritted his teeth and immediately bit his tongue, committing suicide. He fell to the ground and she would never get the answer. Han Sen frowned. Damn it, he committed suicide without saying a word, that's too ruthless. Ji Yanran was puzzled. No, what they did wasn't a capital crime. At most they'd go to jail when they got back. Why would they seek death? He bent down and searched his body. Li Mingtang and those few people were all strange. What exactly were they plotting? Han Sen took out a red card. What's this? She turned her head and asked. Any discoveries? Han Sen just shook his head. Nothing. The two stood before the door. What should we do now? Han Sen pondered for a long time and said, I think we should enter the core area to see. But you, she pulled Han Sen's hand. Let's go together. Although I haven't cultivated microcrystals, I have the Ji family's pure Yang true bone, so I won't be afraid of the crystal energy dissociative light. If not for this, how could my family be at ease letting me come here? Put this on, it won't be dazzling. Alright, let's go together and see what Li Mingtang and the others are up to. In the Crystal Clan ruins corridor, all the rooms along the way were empty. The things inside were probably taken by Li Mingtang and his group. Han Sen was surprised. How do you know there were things here? She explained. I've read a lot of Crystal Clan data, and from the design of these rooms I can tell, this might be a Crystal Clan storage room. Those round holes are actually transport channels that can directly move items to the storage room. If Ji Yanran is telling the truth and they haven't opened these doors yet, I don't understand the Crystal Clan patterns, but it's very likely they carry warnings or dangers. So Li Mingtang didn't open these rooms. In the underground plaza of the Crystal Clan ruins, Han Sen's substitute was hiding behind a statue. They searched everywhere. That kid Han Sen runs really fast, he's not even afraid of dying here. Run faster to survive, if we catch you you'll just die. If it were me I'd run too. There are so many passages in this room, which way would he run? Li Mingtang considered. We can't just go anywhere. If we take the wrong passage we'll never come back alive. Wang Hu stepped forward. Professor, what kind of passage is that? That's a passage to the breeding chamber. The Crystal Clan places great importance on breeding chambers. There must be many difficult things to deal with inside. Even transcenders might not come out alive. They stopped in front of a door. Are there really Crystal Clan inside? There's a possibility of death. No one has been found to come out alive so far, Li Mingtang demanded. Everyone come and push this statue aside. The path to the Crystal Core Library might be underneath. They pushed the statue aside with all their might. Surprisingly, there really was an entrance below. Li Mingtang shouted, Danger, quickly come back. They ran around in panic. What's that? A cube rushed out of the door. He took out a grenade, threw it aside, letting the cube fly past. They quickly escaped. It's chasing the grenade. Let's run. In the Crystal Clan ruins corridor, Han Sen walked, tightly holding Ji Yanran's hand. Fortunately, I left a substitute there to spy. Otherwise, if Ji Yanran and I had gone, we might not have even known how we died. He secretly wondered, what was that thing in the underground plaza of the Crystal Clan ruins? That cube flew out of the door and dust filled the entire room. A blue beetle appeared on the ground, seemingly attracted by something in the underground plaza of the Crystal Clan ruins. There was a blue beetle at the foot of the statue. Squeak, squeak. Han Sen's substitute secretly looked down from above. I don't seem very smart. First, I'll take that stone over and see. He placed the stone in front of the beetle, and it continuously bumped against it but couldn't absorb the stone. Squeak, squeak. He was surprised that it couldn't even absorb the stone. Did the Crystal Clan also create such useless things? Han Sen held the beetle in his hand, examining it carefully. Is it a pet? Squeak, squeak. He bent down and looked at the crack below. There seemed to be something in the crack caused by Li Mingtang's grenade explosion. He found with interest that this was a crystal that enhanced brain function. But I don't have anything in my hands, not even a beast's soul. How can I take it away now? In the Crystal Clan ruins corridor, Ji Yanran also found it hard to believe. Unicorn beetle. Usually things made by the Crystal Clan are useful. For example, that yellow cube is a crystal core guard. But something useless like what you just saw is really rare. She checked for a while. It really looks like a toy. Crystal Clan products, even toys, should be worth a lot of money. He opened his suitcase. I'll put on my super battle armor and then we'll go take a look. The two peered into the crack. Crystal brains are rarely found. Historically, only a little over 100 have been discovered at most, and most are not visible in the ruins at all. I didn't expect there to be so many here, Ji Yanran said to Han Sen. If you want these crystal brains, then use them here. Otherwise, once we return to the battleship, the crystal brains definitely won't pass the scanner. He looked around, counting a total of 16. Han Sen took one and placed it on Ji Yanran's forehead. Spouses share blessings and misfortunes. We'll split them evenly. Remember, you can only use one within 12 hours. Otherwise, too much stimulation to the brain will cause some problems. He helped her down. Ji Yanran, do you know what these spherical rooms are for? In all the Crystal Clan data I've seen, there's no mention of places like this. Should we go down and take a look? Maybe we can even find crystal brains. He thought, for safety's sake, I'll let Shuiji scout ahead first. Han Sen sent Shuiji down to check. The substitute slowly jumped down. No danger below, let's go down. You must keep a close eye on Li Mingtang and his group's entrance. In the Crystal Clan ruins, triangular passage, the two bent down and climbed slowly. What kind of hellhole is this? We've already gone through over a dozen rooms and there's nothing. I wonder how deep this path goes. Entering the spacious room, both were stunned. Han Sen wondered, is this the Crystal Core Library? Ji Yanran looked around in surprise. Is this the Crystal Core Library? It's all cabinets. These black crystal cabinets are also similar to those used to store crystal cores in previously discovered crystal core libraries. It's just that this room is different from previously discovered crystal core libraries, so I'm not entirely sure. Shuiji placed her hand on a cabinet. Let's open it and see. There really was nothing inside. Han Sen was disappointed. Empty? Ji Yanran bent down. That's right, this is indeed a crystal core storage cabinet. But the scale of this warehouse is too small for a place like the Crystal Clan Royal Ruins. The Crystal Core Library should be very large. Han Sen was excited. It's good that it's a Crystal Core Library. Maybe this is the Crystal Clan Royal Family's vault. Shuiji brought out another one. This time, something was probably opened. Any discoveries? Inside was a glowing crystal core. Ji Yanran recognized it immediately, an unactivated crystal core. Judging by its shape, once activated, it would probably be the cube guard you encountered before. He pointed at it. Damn it, will it activate by itself? Ji Yanran said. The crystal cores in the warehouse are all in a dormant state and can only be activated by Crystal Clan commands. It's impossible to find Crystal Clan to activate it now, she continued. Cube guards of level 4 or 5 and above are already very rare. A level 12 cube guard crystal core can be said to be priceless. Then I'll take it. Shuiji brought another one. This is a memory crystal core which records the data left by the Crystal Clan. If one's spiritual power is strong enough, one can directly perceive the content within the memory crystal core. However, this is difficult for humans to do now. This crystal core was actually left by the Crystal Clan royal family. It may contain a lot of Crystal Clan data, which is very valuable for human science and technology. Han Sen unconsciously turned around upon hearing movement. Did you hear something? A group of nuclear parasites rushed out from under the crack. Both said in unison, parasitic crystal cores. Han Sen quickly pulled Ji Yanran's hand and ran. Crystal Clan ruins passage. He summoned Fangtooth Snow. Fangtooth Snow, scout ahead. They hadn't gone far when a cube suddenly appeared from above, attacking Fangtooth Snow. It cried out in pain. Cube guard. Ji Yanran quickly called out to him. This way, Han Sen was puzzled. Why are there more and more parasitic crystal cores? The path ahead is also a dead end, a crystal wall. Since things have come to this, let's fight them. The two held their guns and continuously shot at the parasitic crystals. A parasitic crystal approached Ji Yanran's foot. Seeing this, Han Sen quickly took out a grenade and threw it at the group of parasitic crystals. Ji Yanran, danger! The grenade exploded and dust filled the entire room. He worried, are you alright? Ji Yanran gently replied, I'm fine. In the Crystal Clan ruins passage, Han Sen delivered a steel punch to the wall blocking their way ahead. But this wall was harder than he imagined. Only a small crack appeared. Damn it, so hard. Seeing this, Ji Yanran pulled out her dagger and stabbed the wall. I have a godblood dagger from the second sanctuary. Let me dig it open. But because she had only recently become an evolver, her physique was weaker than Han Sen's, so she couldn't dig it open at all. Suddenly, Han Sen remembered that his yin-yang magnetic field cannon had reached the minor achievement level and could use the yin polarity technique. Within a short distance, it could generate powerful explosive force. He said, let me try. Then he unleashed a flurry of punches hitting the wall. It wasn't long before he was drenched in sweat. Yanran behind him was distressed and urged him, "Han-sen, don't push yourself too hard, let's try other methods." But just then a small fragment suddenly broke off the solid wall. Han-sen was overjoyed as a final glimmer of hope had appeared, and he quickly told Yanran to step back. Then he put all his strength into it, increasing the intensity of his rapid punches and slammed the wall. "Haha, I knew heaven wouldn't let me die here." Yanran gripped Han-sen's hand, choking out, "Han-sen, why is there so much blood? Does it hurt a lot?" He suppressed the pain and urged her, "It's nothing, just a superficial wound, let's go in and talk." The two followed the tunnel to a grand hall, and the sight before them left them stunned. Crystal core models. Countless blood-red crystals floated on the ceiling. Just then the sparkling crystals suddenly activated, deforming and growing limbs. Soon countless crystals transformed into the exact shape of Han-sen and plummeted from above. Seeing such a large group of things rushing over, Han-sen immediately stepped forward to shield Yanran, protecting himself. In an instant he dealt with several of them. He thought, my physical data was simulated, but some things like cultivation techniques and the understanding and application of martial arts cannot be simulated by crystal core models. Yanran was immediately shocked by this scene in front of him. The blood crystal people were utterly unable to retaliate. Han-sen's efficiency in utilizing his own power was truly high. Without the help of a prominent background he could reach such a level. He was truly unique. Before long, Han-sen with a series of moves instantly defeated all the simulated crystals. Yanran asked, "Han-sen, are you alright?" Immediately after, she ran over and threw herself into Han-sen's arms. He hugged her and said, "It's just a few blood crystal people, how could they hurt your husband?" She finally felt relieved. "Thank goodness you're alright," Han-sen said awkwardly. "Now isn't the right time. Even if you really want to, we'd have to find a safe place first." Yanran's face flushed crimson and she kept lightly hitting Han-sen with her hand. "Who would want to?" Just then a familiar voice came from the darkness. "Young people are truly something, flirting even in a place like this." Mingtang walked out. "Han-sen, you truly surprise me. To be able to exert your own power to such an extent at your age, I've only seen 3 others do it." Han-sen silently observed him closely. He was covered in injuries, and Wang Hu was nowhere to be seen. It seemed their situation wasn't good. Mingtang walked towards the two, saying, "But from now on in these Crystal Clan ruins, you two must follow my command." Yanran quickly hid behind Han-sen, who asked with some doubt, "Why?" He revealed an autocratic smile. "Heh, why?" Then his face suddenly turned diamond-like. Yanran's face was filled with surprise. She recognized the Super Diamond Body. He had already mastered the Super Diamond Body. Han-sen was stunned. "What is the Super Diamond Body?" She explained that there were countless supercore gene technologies created from ancient martial arts in this world. There were also many rankings, but in any ranking the Super Diamond Body could make it into the top 10. This Super Diamond Body was adapted from the ancient martial art Diamond Indestructible Body. When cultivated to the highest level, even cannon fire would struggle to harm the body. However, it was incredibly difficult to cultivate, and one might not master it even in 100 years, so few people attempted it. At the same time, Mingtang's entire body quickly stiffened, emitting a dazzling light. Yanran added, "Once mastered, the body is strong enough to reign supreme," Mingtang calmly said. "It's not that exaggerated. I've only scratched the surface. Assuming one has a physique exceeding 120 points, breaking my Super Diamond Body wouldn't be difficult. Actually, you two don't need to treat me as an enemy. I have no intention of taking your lives. Otherwise, Captain G wouldn't be alive right now. Now that we are in the perilous Crystal Clan royal ruins, we should work together more than ever." Han-sen immediately asked his main purpose. "You want to cooperate with us, so I presume you need our help? We can cooperate, but you must tell us your objective. We can't just follow you blindly without knowing anything," Mingtang then said frankly. "Captain G, you know these Crystal Clan royal ruins were discovered decades ago, don't you?" He recalled the events of that year. Originally, a space explorer discovered this place. They sent people into the ruins to investigate, but no one returned alive after that. The Alliance sent more people to excavate. Those who entered met the same fate. My deceased father was the captain of the first spaceship to discover the ruins. I want to find his remains here. Han-sen cleverly saw through his lie. "Professor Lee, do you take us for children? Does Wang Hu also want to find your father's remains?" Mingtang smiled. "Our objectives are naturally not limited to just one." The captain of the Alliance battleship back then also carried an item. Han-sen asked, "What item?" As he spoke, Mingtang produced a golden key, a Crystal Clan key. With this key, one could activate the Crystal Clan core, allowing humans to control crystal cores. This alone would advance human technology by 300 years. Han-sen still didn't quite believe it. He then asked, "You're searching for that key, I presume not for the sake of humanity's guiding light?" But he replied, "You want to know, so I'll tell you. Are we cooperating or not?" The two decided. Han-sen and Yanran exchanged glances and he asked her, "What do you want us to do?" Mingtang said, "There's an area ahead that requires the 3 of us to cooperate to pass through, and after that, we can reach the center of the Crystal Clan royal ruins. Then the crystal cores in the warehouse will all be yours, and the item on the captain's body will be returned to me. How does that sound?" Soon, the 3 arrived before an abyss. This abyss was bottomless. Ahead was a bridge leading to a castle as magnificent as something out of a fairy tale. Mingtang said that crossing this crystal bridge would lead to the central area of the Crystal Clan royal ruins. There could be no mistakes, or all 3 of their lives would be in danger. In the abyss of the Crystal Clan ruins, Han Sen asked doubtfully, "Can't we just fly across?" Mingtang immediately pointed to the cave ceiling above and said, "Look up. There are huge green crystals suspended above." However, Yanran's expression was very grim at this moment. She realized that passing such a crystal core mother nest would be impossible. Han Sen said, "For safety's sake, I'll first test its power with an illusion." So he cast a spell emitting a blue energy that formed an illusion. Immediately, the crystals fired violently, forming a dazzling beam of light. Seeing this, Mingtang said seriously, "Once the crystal core mother nest detects any movement in the air, the small crystal cores inside will spray out like raindrops." He raised a hand to adjust his glasses, then explained, "These small crystal cores are covered in sharp spikes. Once touched, they will penetrate the skin and absorb blood. Even my super diamond body can't block them." After the test, Han Sen's face showed some fear. "So terrifying." Mingtang chuckled lightly. "Even walking across the bridge, there's no guarantee the air won't affect the crystal core mother nest, let alone trying to fly across with a beast soul. Ha ha." Soon, under Mingtang's arrangement, the three maintained a certain distance and stepped onto the bridge in sequence. "Follow my instructions. The three of us will maintain a certain distance and walk as slowly as possible." As he walked, he noticed a strange phenomenon. It was truly odd, there was no movement at all, and so the three safely reached the castle. Mingtang went in first, with Han Sen and Yanran cautiously following behind. "Stay alert at all times. Remember to hide behind me if there's danger, and you be careful too." Inside the castle there were many bodies sprawled about. These corpses looked so realistic that Han Sen screamed loudly. "Someone," Mingtang explained. "Those are all corpses, don't touch them, the cause of death is unknown." Just then he suddenly rejoiced. "It's you." A mysterious figure stood behind the door. Han Sen, with his keen eyes, immediately recognized Wang Hu. Mingtang, however, asked in surprise, "When did you get here?" Wang Hu slowly walked out, a red crystal floating in his hand. "After separating from you. I wandered around a bit and arrived here. I've already found the item." Mingtang slowly walked towards Wang Hu, his face full of eagerness. Good, give it to me quickly." But unexpectedly, after Mingtang approached, Wang Hu directly punched him in the chest. Mingtang sneered. "Wang Hu, you can't break my super diamond body." Wang Hu quickly took out a special grenade and threw it out of the castle. "Oh really?" Soon a huge explosion was heard outside the castle. Countless green crystals flew towards them like a storm. Before they could react, they split into two groups, frantically chasing the three of them. Han Sen shouted, "Run!" Yanran felt very strange. Those small crystal cores didn't attack Wang Hu. Soon Mingtang was caught. The small crystals attached themselves to his body, turning blood red and making him scream in pain. On Han Sen's side, the two were tightly embracing, believing they were doomed. But to their surprise, the crystals didn't attack them either. At this moment, Wang Hu slowly walked over and without hesitation drew his sword. "Forget it. I'll send you on your way myself." Suddenly Han Sen noticed, what's that thing in Wang Hu's hand? 9 lifeblood cat. Why is it reacting to it? In a flash, Wang Hu no longer concealed his power and lunged at Han Sen with his sword. He said, "I didn't kill you before to hide my strength from Li Mingtang. Otherwise, do you really think you could contend with me with your insignificant power?" Han Sen also simultaneously cast a spell. He wanted to activate both Ancient Evil Curse and Overload, hoping to block this attack. Han Sen secretly analyzed. Wang Hu's physique already exceeds 100 and he has a god blood sword from the second sanctuary in his hand. There's only a slim chance if I fight him in close combat. Just as Han Sen charged forward, a sword in Wang Hu's hand suddenly spun rapidly, slashing a cut across his neck. Yanran recognized it immediately upon seeing it and quickly shouted a warning to him. "Han Sen, be careful, that's the gear sword art, don't let him continue drawing his sword." But Wang Hu gave him no chance. He immediately summoned a sword from his left hand and the two swords merged into one, forming a continuous wave of attacks. Han Sen struggled to fend off sword after sword. Wang Hu said, "As expected of someone from the Ji family to actually recognize this sword art, what a pity it's too late." Just like that, after only a few moves, Han Sen's body was already covered in wounds, big and small. He thought, his physique already exceeds 100 plus the exquisite gear sword art. "I have no power to fight back at all. I haven't suffered such humiliation since I evolved." Yanran couldn't bear to watch any longer. She immediately picked up her dagger, wanting to rush forward. "I'll help you," Han Sen quickly shouted. "Don't come over, I can handle it." The sword in Wang Hu's hand became faster and faster, appearing like a phantom. He said proudly, "Don't rush, you'll all die." At this moment, Han Sen suddenly moved. He imagined the entire battlefield as a huge chessboard. The gear sword art was indeed powerful, with one strike after another, a continuous sword momentum that left no chance for counterattack. But a human is only human after all, not a true gear. Just like that, Wang Hu stabbed 300 times yet still couldn't kill Han Sen. "With your meager stamina, you actually survived 300 strikes. Panic suddenly welled up in his heart. Although his body was covered in wounds and looked terrifying, they were all minor and not too serious. Han Sen, relying on his superb movement technique, made it increasingly difficult for Wang Hu's sword to injure him. Even stranger, his wounds seemed to be disappearing, and the bleeding had stopped. Before long, flaws began to appear in Wang Hu's movement technique, making Han Sen smile triumphantly. "Ha ha, flaw." Yanran watched the scene before her, astonished. Wang Hu's chances of hitting Han Sen were becoming smaller and smaller. Was the situation about to change? At this moment, more and more flaws appeared in Wang Hu's sword art. Han Sen seized the opportunity to break his sword momentum. "Your sword momentum has been severed." Wang Hu roared furiously, impossible. At this moment his mood was heavy and gloomy. He tightly gripped the red crystal in his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, I'll make sure you die a terrible death. No sooner had he spoken than Han Sen and Yanren suddenly watched in panic as the red crystal in Wang Hu's hand suddenly emitted a strange light. Haha, you're dead. He placed the crystal on his forehead and the small green crystals seemed to receive a command, spraying out frantically. They rushed straight towards Han Sen like a whirlwind. He quickly dodged. Damn it, these things actually listened to Wang Hu. At the same time Yanren also cried out his name. Han Sen, the speed of these crystals was too fast and Han Sen was quickly surrounded. Just then a squeaking sound suddenly came from his pants pocket. The crystals seemed to receive a new command and suddenly swept past Han Sen's body, leaving him perplexed. What's happening? They quickly turned and rushed straight towards Wang Hu. Han Sen didn't understand what had happened. Why had they suddenly turned to attack Wang Hu? At this moment Wang Hu's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he pointed at Han Sen, frantically urging the crystals. What are you doing? What are you doing? Attack him! Attack him! But no matter how hard he tried, the crystals still ignored him. Wang Hu could only roll on the ground trying to escape the pursuit of the blood-sucking crystals. He cried out in pain. I'm almost drained. In an instant, not a single drop of blood remained in Wang Hu's body. He had completely turned into a dry corpse due to the extremely terrifying manner of his death. Yanren quickly covered her eyes with her hands and turned away. He was drained dry. At this moment, Han Sen's pants pocket began to make sounds again. He reached in to check. Did you hear anything just now? It sounded like a bug, Yanren asked back, puzzled. A bug? And he pulled out a unicorn beetle from his pocket. After he heard it squeak, those small green crystals turned to attack Wang Hu. Yanren immediately widened her eyes. Are you saying those small crystals didn't attack us because of it? What exactly is this thing? Han Sen replied. Probably. Then he walked over to Wang Hu's corpse to search and found a card. On this card was printed the 9 lifeblood cat. The blood-colored crystal and the 9 lifeblood cat were indeed related. But when he brought the two closer, nothing happened. He thought even together, there's no change. What exactly is their connection? Han Sen placed the red crystal on his forehead. He could feel a warm current flowing into his brain. How did Wang Hu use this blood-colored crystal to control the crystal core? Just as he was pondering, the crystal in his hand suddenly melted, greatly startling him. It was slowly melting, and before long it had completely permeated his brain, causing steam to rise from his head. Yanren rushed over. Are you all right? He calmly replied. I'm fine. This thing seems no different from a crystal brain. How exactly did Wang Hu use it to control the crystal core? Seeing he was all right, Yanren felt relieved. With both of them dead, probably no one would ever know the truth. What a pity for the Alliance's 2 elites. Afterward, Han Sen went through Mingtang's corpse again. Strange, there's no 9 lifeblood cat card on him. The two didn't continue exploring the castle's interior, but instead returned. Let's go. The things in the crystal core warehouse will now belong to the Alliance even if we take them back. We'll see later. Just as they exited the castle gate, they ran into a cube guard robot. But the robot, after approaching, remained motionless, as if frozen in midair. Yanren said, it didn't attack us. Han Sen rubbed the chirping beetle in his pocket. He smiled. It seems this beetle can help us safely leave the ruins and find the others successfully. He thought this thing must pass through the Alliance's scanning gate, otherwise it would be too much of a pity. The scene cut to the dormitory where Han Sen was quietly reading on his bed. Suddenly he noticed the chirping beetle crawling over. He called out, little beetle, come here. Hey, I didn't expect you could pass through the scanner. No sooner had he spoken than the beetle suddenly flew up, hovering in midair. This sight greatly astonished him. Damn it, then it suddenly fell to the ground again. Han Sen looked at his hand, puzzled. What just happened? Could it be that? Afterward he called the beetle, little beetle, to fly over again. This time it easily flew up and landed on his palm. Han Sen was very surprised. My goodness, I actually have the ability to manipulate objects with thought. He tried to concentrate his power to control a water glass. Come here, come here, come here. Sure enough, the water glass began to shake, then wobbled towards him. He was overjoyed. It's real, it's real. I really can control objects with my mind. But when he tried to control something heavier, it didn't work. Come here, come here. Why isn't it moving? He lay down, deep in thought. It seems the blood crystal allowed my brain to develop abnormally, enabling me to control objects with my mind. But this mental power is too weak. Afterward he went to the captain's office. Seeing Yanren sitting there looking somewhat dejected, he asked, Who made our captain unhappy? She replied, Because the losses from this expedition were too great. The Alliance has already ordered the Lament Goddess to retreat. Han Sen's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing this. He worried, You won't be punished, will you? Yanren smiled, gently saying, Fortunately, you brought back 2 high-grade crystal cores, which the higher-ups considered as making up for my mistakes. Afterward, Han Sen asked, That's great. Can Yanren still not access the internet? She stated that while she couldn't access the internet, she could connect to the military's internal virtual reality training camp. So Han Sen immediately began operating, and Yanren, embracing him from behind, asked, How is it? He turned around and said, That's great. I've recently comprehended a new combat skill, and I want to test it in actual combat. He couldn't think of any other idea at the moment, so he temporarily used Spaceship Soldier. Let's just call it that to avoid trouble. Soon he connected with a tall woman named Shang Fei, a captain in rank. She's a woman. Meanwhile, in a holographic room at the Luigia Star Transit Station, Qin Zan was also somewhat surprised to see this familiar ID. Spaceship soldier, is he the one who defeated 7 absolutes in the virtual battle? Han Sen maintained his defense against Qin Zan's fierce attacks, making her increasingly annoyed. Fight back, fight back. Even though she tried again and again, fiercely twisting throughout the entire room, not a single move could break through his defense. She thought, with my physique already at 100, I'm considered top tier among evolvers. How could it be? How could I be led around by a rookie? Despite exerting all her strength, she couldn't attack the opponent at all, and was instead forced step by step into a corner. Finally, she couldn't help but shout, fight back. He could end the battle with one move, why isn't he fighting back? Seeing the opponent still motionless, with no intention of attacking, Qin Zan gritted her teeth in anger. You'll regret this after that. She used all her strength to cast a spell, simultaneously employing an evolved martial art. Han Sen frowned, noticing her attack speed instantly increased significantly. Damn, so fast, what kind of martial art is this? Unable to dodge in time, he was hit several times by Qin Zan's vicious blade techniques. Her blade work is too brutal. Even hitting non-vital areas, it directly dealt 64 of his damage. Despite the remaining damage being unable to withstand a second attack, he still charged forward. The opponent is too strong, perfect for testing the results of studying the Dongxuan Sutra. After several rounds, Qin Zan quickly realized this movement technique seemed comparable to the sky displacement art, yet upon closer inspection it had many differences. Could this be some master? Thinking this, Qin Zan immediately stood at attention and saluted. May I ask who you are, sir? Han Sen somewhat awkwardly said. I'm not a sir, just a small soldier. Qin Zan chuckled. Comrade, may I ask the name of your movement technique, and can it be taught to others? Han Sen understood her meaning. Of course it can be taught, but this isn't a military martial art, so it's not free. He had other plans in mind. If this Miss Shangfei could offer a suitable price, a little guidance would be a good way to test his results. As long as he didn't teach everything, it wouldn't hurt him. Qin Zan seemed very insistent. Comrade, name your price. As long as it's within my capabilities, I can pay. Han Sen, seeing this, said, how about this, a skill for a skill? I'll teach you one lesson and you give me information about the blade technique you just used. We can discuss future lessons later. Half an hour later, Qin Zan repeatedly practiced the movement technique, and the more she practiced, the more she felt that exchanging the lightning blade for one lesson was incredibly worthwhile, practically a steal, such a simple technique. Yet it can produce such profound changes. So she thought, this person is truly profound. At this moment, Han Sen prepared to leave. Because half an hour is up, today's lesson ends here. Qin Zan immediately asked, may I ask your name, comrade? Han Sen didn't want to reveal his identity. Just call me little soldier, he said. After you finish, I can call you for training again later. After exiting the virtual battle, Han Sen happily accepted Qin Zan's friend request. The scene cut to the kitchen where someone suddenly asked, little Han, you achieved the rank of major in the military academy. You must be a godblood noble, right? Han Sen, with a puzzled look, replied, yes. The person immediately leaned in and whispered, your chance has come. Han Sen asked curiously, what chance? The person replied, the lament goddess just sacrificed so many comrades, they're surely going to promote many lower-ranking officers. You graduated from a prestigious academy and are a godblood noble. If you don't get promoted, who will? Back in the dormitory, Han Sen immediately called Ji Yanran to inquire. Yanran, I heard they want to promote people from the lament goddess to lower-ranking officers. She said that they indeed had this intention, but compared to him becoming a captain of the armor class or other classes, she hoped he could become her personal guard. Han Sen happily laughed. A personal guard is like a bodyguard, right? Then we'll have more time together. Ji Yanran blushed and spat. You're improper. Although I really want to make you my personal guard directly, I don't have the power to choose. I'll give you a chance to become a personal guard, but you'll have to rely on yourself, she added. I currently have 2 personal guard positions. One is already confirmed. You'll have to compete with 3 other people for the remaining position, and one of them is very formidable. The scene cut to the goddess shelter where Han Sen had just returned and was still reading when Zhu Ting burst in shouting, Boss, why did you take so long to come back? I already got half-step cloud and I've just been waiting for a chance to give it to you. After getting half-step cloud, Han Sen prepared to set off. I'm going to hunt some mutant creatures. Little Ling, stay here and guard the shelter, she replied. Soon he traversed the snow mountain alone, moving at top speed. Even when encountering some mutant creatures, he didn't stop to hunt them. He remembered Ji Yanran once saying, you've already seen Li Mingtang's super diamond body. Li Mingtang took 60 years to succeed, but that person who is only 40 now has already mastered it. He used to serve in the Blue Blood Special Forces, and was known as the Blue Blood Horned Tiger. Thinking this, Han Sen walked away with a worried expression. Li Mingtang had said before that it takes 120 physique points to break the super diamond body. I need mutant creatures now, and I need to eat them as quickly as possible to increase my gene points. Just then, a purple squirrel was gnawing on a red fruit. It made squeaking sounds. Its senses were also extremely keen. Its small purple eyes swept backward, instantly spotting Han Sen, but it showed no fear, instead charging straight at him. Discovered. The squirrel's speed was astonishing, rushing in front of Han Sen in an instant, greatly surprising him. So fast, it's a godblood creature. Han Sen sidestepped to avoid the squirrel's attack. Seizing the opportunity, he punched its lower abdomen. However, its body was unexpectedly agile. Dodging his punch and even pouncing at Han Sen, its speed undiminished. Before he could react, he was scratched and bleeding by its sharp claws. He trembled in pain. Damn it, even more terrifying, purple blood flowed from the scratched area, alarming him. The blood is purple, it's poisonous. Han Sen immediately cast a spell. Beasts are ultimately just beasts, no matter how high their physique and combat talent. They only rely on their wild instincts after that. Han Sen punched the purple squirrel, sending it flying. At this point it was clearly seriously injured. Han Sen shouted from a distance, "Let me see what you actually are." Just as Han Sen caught up, it immediately jumped up and fled, surprising him. Damn it, Han Sen saw the blood on the ground and realized he was bleeding. Internal injury, I absolutely cannot let it escape. Han Sen initially thought he could quickly catch this godblood purple squirrel, but he didn't expect it to have such a strong will to survive. He chased, panting. Puff puff. After several days of continuous pursuit, Han Sen finally caught up with it. He stopped, exhausted and panting. Just then a voice suddenly said, "Killed Ghost Claw Weasel, obtained Ghost Claw Weasel Beast Soul." At this point Han Sen was physically and mentally exhausted. He picked up the squirrel, easily letting out a breath. It's finally dead. After the long chase he could finally relax, collapsing onto the snow. Internal injuries, yet it could run so fast for 4 days and 4 nights, keeping me from even a sip of water. He lay on his back in the snow, his eyes unfocused. Phew, I can finally sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Han Sen vaguely heard a woman's voice. "Hey buddy, are you alright? You can't sleep here, you'll die." A tall woman ran to his side. "Are you alright? Can you stand up?" Han Sen replied. "Leave me alone, I won't die." But the woman insisted on carrying him on her shoulder, saying, "I'll carry you back to the shelter, don't worry, I won't charge you." He struggled. "Let go of me." Han Sen also gave up resisting, casually asking, "Is there a shelter nearby?" The woman calmly replied, "Of course there is. He's only killed a few small things and already looks like this. Men truly can't be relied upon." She carried him over several mountains, and eventually they reached their destination. Ahead was the Star Wheel Sanctuary, which seemed to be under attack by strange creatures. Countless flocks of birds roared in the sky, pouring in like a tide to attack the city walls. This sight startled Han Sen. The shelter is under attack. Outside the shelter, an armored man was wielding a sword, fighting those strange creatures. Behind them was a young girl, holding a silver scepter, standing on the head of a huge snake. She coldly watched all this. After seeing the girl's face clearly, Han Sen gasped, "Is that alien spirit royalty?" At this moment the red-haired woman intended to step forward, but Han Sen pulled her back. "What are you doing?" she replied. "Guarding the city. The shelter cannot fall. There are no other human transit points around here. If we can't hold it, we're finished," Han Sen shouted at her. "If you go now, you're just going to your death." Watching the bloody battle before him, even Han Sen, who had faced life and death countless times, broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly knew that the alien spirit royalty controlled at least 7 god-blood creatures. How could humans be its match? At this moment the army had begun a full-scale assault. Han Sen pondered, "To kill the alien spirit royalty I must have a handy weapon. That's right, I can use the Ghost Claw Weasel Beast Soul I just obtained." So the beast soul immediately appeared in his hand and 3 purple long blades grew from his right hand. Han Sen smiled with satisfaction. This new weapon looks pretty cool too. Meanwhile, outside the shelter, corpses lay everywhere with countless mutant creatures, too many to kill. All the warriors were doing their utmost to defend their city. Kill, kill! Those creatures suddenly charged madly towards the city wall, relentlessly pushing forward with all their might. Soon after, a huge breach appeared in the city wall. Oh no, the city wall has broken. Large numbers of mutant creatures immediately surged in. The warriors, seeing this scene, all turned pale with fear. The shelter has fallen. Do we have no home? What? More and more mutant creatures poured in. They tried to block their attacks with shields. What should we do? Can we still hold out? The monsters are increasing. We can't hold out much longer. At this moment, Xing Lun, sword in hand, charged into the swarm of creatures to attack them. He loudly ordered retreat. Everyone leave here immediately. Just then, purple figure suddenly rushed towards the alien spirit royalty girl. The warriors on the city wall all saw this scene. "Look, someone is directly rushing towards the alien spirit over there." Is he joking? He's charging so fast. Isn't he trying to assassinate the alien spirit royalty? He's dead for sure. In an instant, that figure surged in like a whirlwind, eliminating thousands of mutant creatures. At this moment, the red-haired woman looked closely and recognized him. The alien spirit royalty immediately wielded her scepter, gathering all mutant beasts to suppress Han Senator. Several godblood creatures received the command. They turned and charged towards Han Senator. Xing Lun noticed the change in situation. He immediately ordered them to block the creatures. They absolutely cannot return to the alien spirit's side. Give him full cover. Xing Lun immediately snapped back to attention. He swung his sword, hacking at the mutant beasts in front of him, then led all the remaining warriors to charge at those creatures. "Kill, kill, charge!" Xing Lun, long sword in hand, rushed forward to block the unicorn. He panted and shouted, "Young man up front, whoever you are, you must kill that alien spirit for me." On this side, Han Sen charged directly into the sea of monsters, and thousands of ferocious creatures could not stop his advance. Outside Star Wheel Shelter, a giant chessboard appeared before Han Senator. He brandished his godblood beast soul dagger and charged forward. Countless mutated creatures swarmed like moths to a flame, but Han Sen's every strike found its mark. "These little minions should just go home, don't block my way." However, the alien spirit royalty still scoffed disdainfully. Just then, the ground beneath Han Sen's feet suddenly cracked open and sharp massive claws pierced out from below. He realized in alarm, HMPH, this is a god bloodstone ghost. A giant demon-like stone man emerged from the ground. Fortunately, Hansen reacted in time and immediately leapt backward. At the same time, the giant snake seized the opportunity to open its massive mouth, lunging at Hansen, who was airborne. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt despair. Oh no, it's all over. The red-haired woman suddenly discovered he escaped, but somehow Hansen miraculously dodged the snake's engulfment and then landed on its head, which greatly astonished the alien spirit royalty. Her eyes sharpened. A shimmering silver armor covered her body and the scepter in her hand instantly transformed into a sword. HMPH, you've come to die. With just a few agile movements, she charged at Hansen like a bolt of lightning. Just then, the two creatures below also appeared behind Hansen like phantoms about to seize him. Such a grand battle with a three-pronged ambush. Hansen showed no fear, instead chuckling. Come at me all of you and experience the consequences of challenging the demon queen. Facing the oncoming sword, Hansen did not dodge, allowing it to pierce his chest. When this sword pierces me, it will also be your time of death. His expression was unperturbed as he charged at the alien spirit royalty like lightning. Oh, the alien spirit royalty was startled. She found this man unusual. Before she could react to her astonished gaze, Hansen put all his strength into it. Brandishing his ghost claw dagger and slashing down, the alien spirit royalty's body was split into 4 pieces, and she immediately dissipated, transforming into countless points of light that flew through the air and then disappeared. Starwheel only then realized, marveling, good, using himself as bait, one move to shatter the alien spirit royalty, brave and resourceful, truly a talent. After the alien spirit royalty was killed, the mutated creatures scattered like headless flies. The warriors pressed their advantage, slaughtering the remaining creatures. Kill, don't let them escape. Seeing a creature trying to escape, Hansen immediately gave chase. It's your turn. The two rushed forward to confront each other. Not only was the opponent at a disadvantage, but it was also poisoned. Hansen mentioned the ice muscle jade bone art, that even Shueiji couldn't stop its poison, and it was up to himself to endure it. The poison seemed too strong and the creature immediately shrieked in agony. Suddenly Hansen felt something was wrong. Immediately after, its skin suddenly hardened and sharp bones grew directly out. Hansen was surprised, out of control. It seemed after losing control its speed increased several times and it immediately fled. Hansen chased after it, shouting, "God, blood meat is almost in my grasp, don't think you can escape." At the same time, Xinglun also rushed out of the shelter on a white horse. Such a figure, he had to meet him no matter what. On the other side, Hansen chased the creature for a distance until it was almost exhausted, then slashed off its head with a sword. "I chased you for over 300 miles and finally, the moment to kill you has arrived," he panted. "It's exhausting. Its hide is so tough, if it hadn't been weakened by poison, I don't know how I would have softened it." The successful hunt notification appeared. Although he obtained the out-of-control stone armor demon beast soul, the meat was not edible. Hansen stared at the stone armor demon's head. Stone armor demon, if only it were armor, then I would have both a blade and armor with nothing to worry about. But when he summoned the beast soul, he found that it was actually a demon-patterned beast soul. The previous demon blood weasel beast soul also had no obvious effect. Hansen suddenly thought of something. Could it be that he summoned the ghost claw weasel, staring at his arm? After hesitating for a moment, he attacked himself. But because the demon-patterned beast soul increased his armor defense, he was completely unharmed. Hansen was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. This is too good. He continued to experiment on other parts of his body. He found that having this demon-patterned beast soul was equivalent to having mastered a super protective gene technique while also being able to use beast soul armor. In another scene, Hansen found a quiet spot to sit down, leisurely enjoying the godblood ghost claw weasel meat. He ate, his eyes squinting with a smile. "It's impossible to make a fire in this wretched place, but this meat is quite fresh, no worse than raw fish." Just then, Hansen heard something. Hoofbeats, is someone coming? Before long, a man on a white horse appeared before him. Xinglun stepped forward and immediately explained, "My friend, please don't misunderstand. I chased you here with absolutely no ill intent. I just want to make friends." Hansen didn't want to say more. "If you only want to thank me, there's no need." But Xinglun replied, "If I only wanted to thank you, why would I chase you for 300 miles to get here?" Hansen looked at him curiously. "Then what is the reason?" On the ice plain, Hansen looked at him curiously and asked calmly, "Do you want to attack the alien spirit royalty's shelter?" The man in silver armor said seriously, "You know, if that soul stone isn't shattered, that alien spirit royalty will never truly die." He began to explain. "Its alien spirit shelter obstructs the connection between the ice plane and the outside world. If we don't attack it, humans can only hunt within this confined area. It's difficult to fully evolve genes." The man in silver armor revealed his plan. "I intend to facilitate an alliance of the 3 major powers to do this, but the 3 major families had long harbored deep grudges due to competition over the limited resources of the ice plane." Hansen thought, most of the recent resources have been divided among the so-called 3 major powers. "It seems it will be impossible to rapidly increase my god genes in a short time. I can't obtain the soul stone alone. If he cooperates with them," he finally decided to agree with him. "All right, if you can truly facilitate cooperation between the 3 major powers to attack the royal shelter, I will participate." The man in silver armor smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. With your participation, we will surely successfully capture the royal shelter." On the Lament Goddess, Ji Yanren spoke to Han Sen through the screen. 4 people are participating in this military martial arts competition. If you have the best results, you'll get the remaining guard title. This can't be faked, Han Sen. You can only rely on yourself. Go for it, you're sure to win. Han Sen also responded in the virtual room of the Lament Goddess. A military martial arts competition? Although I'm very confident I must strive for first place, so I still need to work hard. By the way, it seems I can go online now. I'll find someone strong to train with. Evolver area, what ID should I use? His gaze fell on the words ID already taken that appeared when he set the name Gold Coin. Then a series of various gold coin names appeared below. Han Sen was puzzled. Damn it, no way, where did all these gold coins come from? Finally, a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately filled in the name Slaughter Gold Coin. Since you all like gold coins so much, don't blame me for being merciless. Han Sen then appeared in the virtual arena with the title Slaughter Gold Coin above his head. He looked at his opponent. Godblood Noble Emblem, excellent. I hope you have some strength, otherwise it will be too boring. The man with the headscarf said contemptuously. He's even called Slaughter Gold Coin. A mere rookie like you doesn't even qualify to be slaughtered by gold coin. This newcomer is truly ignorant. Is the true value of the gold coin ID something an idiot like you can defile? Then he charged at Han Sen. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Not just any ID can be used casually. However, Han Sen merely gently parried the headscarfed man's attack, then delivered a direct punch to his face, so fast, the headscarfed man retreated repeatedly, but still couldn't escape Han Sen's pursuit. He was terrified. No, impossible. Is this really a newcomer? This speed, is this really a newcomer? Finally, Han Sen cornered the headscarfed man against the wall, then punched him. I came and didn't even get a single hit in. No way, damn it, is he cheating? The headscarfed man, having lost the match, wanted to continue fighting, but the system showed Han Sen was already in another match. I don't believe this person, there must be something wrong. I have to fight another match. Damn it, the surrounding audience began to discuss. Damn it, a new match already starting so soon? I must watch this one. This swordsman has won 1263 matches and lost 877. He's a master. Let's see how arrogant this kid is this time. They began to evaluate Han Sen's next opponent. This person is a master. You can tell at a glance that he practices his swordsmanship diligently. So this newcomer immediately closed in on the opponent. The opponent held a sword, yet he dared to go barehanded just as the masked man threw a punch. Han Sen immediately swiftly dodged to his side. Oh, how could this be? Such a flaw, such movement. The man from the previous match was astonished. Unscientific. This is absolutely unscientific. Han Sen was continuously unleashing countless punches while the swordsman tried to block with his sword. The headscarfed man was puzzled. This newcomer clearly has so many flaws, yet that swordsman can't even land a single hit. Wang Dongyun commented when he saw the swordsman also being cornered by Han Sen, unable to resist his attacks. The swordsman is too weak. Yes, that must be it. His swordsmanship is good, but his mind is flawed. Another person then said, the swordsman is useless. Just as he saw Han Sen about to leave, the headscarfed man hastily shouted, don't go. He helplessly looked at the arena below. Another match ending in a crushing defeat. Every match was the same outcome. This person isn't Baishan himself, is he? Washing Station reporter Fang Mingchen. You've been in the second sanctuary for 2 or 3 years now, right? With your ability, you should have already mastered all the genes in the second sanctuary, right? He finally threw his laptop onto the table, annoyed when he saw Baishan lost in the words truth. It turned out that because she was there in the night, Baishan mysteriously disappeared. Wandering for 4 days and 3 nights, reporter Fang Mingchen snorted coldly. What the hell is this? Suddenly he noticed the title appearing on the screen. Suspected Baishan reappears, killing spree. Reporter Fang Mingchen adjusted his glasses, exclaiming, Baishan, it must be Baishan. He propped his hands on the table. Even among evolvers, he is an undisputed top-tier legend. That set of boxing techniques is truly unprecedented. Then he ordered the nearby Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, move today's scheduled topic to the next issue. Xiao Lu was puzzled. What are we covering this issue? Fang Mingchen shouted. Baishan's online live broadcast went viral, seeing Han Sen continuously challenge. Really, is he Baishan? He's called Slaughter Gold Coin. He looks more like Baishan's enemy. I am Wang, you're finally back. He might not even be able to defeat Lin Feng among unevolved people, let alone now in the second sanctuary. How strong can he be after only a few years? His opponents are all Godblood nobles, all of whom were crushed by Baishan in the virtual room. Han Sen sighed. Unable to increase his god genes, he could only use this time to quickly improve his proficiency in the Dongchuan Sutra through military competitions. Suddenly a friend request notification appeared, followed by a series of notifications appearing simultaneously, forcing Han Sen to use both hands to close them. What's going on? Why so many friend requests? Cheers continuously erupted in the arena. Is it really Baishan? Don't get too excited. Baishan, won't we know once he makes his move? The man with greasy hair was about to enter the arena when he saw the audience suddenly cheering. He touched his head, stunned. Could it be that his secret video watching from yesterday was discovered and uploaded online? No, that can't be, unless he finally turned his gaze to Han Sen standing nearby. Is my opponent a celebrity? The man with greasy hair became excited. This guy must be a celebrity. If I defeat him, I can become famous overnight. The audience began to discuss. Baishan has only been in the second sanctuary for 2 or 3 years, right? Could he be a match for Lunar Blade? What is Lunar Blade? As expected of Baishan, able to contend with an opponent, a godblood noble who has mastered Lunar Blade. Han Sen moved swiftly. In just a few seconds he could move several meters. The man with greasy hair smiled proudly. This idiot actually dares to go barehanded against Lunar Blade. It's the first time I've seen such a thing. Just as he thought he had struck Han Sen, he lightly sidestepped to evade his blade technique. Then he continuously threw several punches. The man with greasy hair could only use his blade to block his chest. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Han Sen punched the greasy-haired man in the face. He mumbled in disbelief. How is that possible? The audience instantly erupted. 666. The Emperor is still the Emperor, who still dares to say Baishan has declined. As expected, Baishan's boxing is truly invincible. At washing station, the staff frantically operated the computer. Baishan has left the match. Quick, squeeze in, squeeze in. Everyone push hard to get me a spectator spot. You must squeeze in, they clamored. The room is here. I'm in. The people behind were ecstatic. Live broadcast. Curses from the arena caught Han Sen's attention. Damn it. Netizens discussed. A white-haired girl appeared. Ah, big-chested sister. This must be surgically enhanced, right? Truly earth-shattering. Doesn't know what's good or bad. A mysterious aura surrounded the white-haired girl's body as she raised her hands in a battle stance. The referee was intrigued. To be so composed in this situation, this is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Rinpu is the iron wall fist of Taisho Wang. This beautiful woman is actually from the Taisho family. Netizens exclaimed, wow, this whirlwind-stirring beauty is actually from the Taisho family. I'm willing to bow down to those breasts. Iron Wall Fist is really powerful. I once saw this Iron Wall Fist. An evolver was besieged by 6 people, and none of them could break her defensive stance. The white-haired girl wanted to challenge Han. Senator Han Sen immediately moved, while one hand clenched into a fist. There is nothing in this world that cannot be absolutely defended. However, his fist was quickly blocked by the white-haired girl, and his raised arm was lowered in an instant. Han Sen was also surprised by her strength, such amazing power to be able to directly block my attack. Han Sen continuously punched without hesitation, but unfortunately he had no intention of winning with strength. The white-haired girl also noticed the abnormality. Feeling that the punches were very light without force, she keenly turned and blocked Han Sen's fist. It's a feint. Han Sen smiled. You're quick to react too. Unfortunately, the white-haired girl glanced. Another feint. While she was busy blocking feints, Han Sen punched near her stomach. The white-haired girl quickly pressed his fist with both hands. The commentator praised Baishan's feints as incredibly clever, truly making it impossible to tell if he was putting power into them. If it weren't for the Taisho family's Iron Wall Fist in the exchange, he would probably have been utterly defeated long ago. The Iron Wall Fist was indeed an impenetrable defense. At this moment, the white-haired girl began to feel tired. Damn it, if only she could land a punch directly when he used a feint. She clearly could win. While parrying the feints, her other arm counterattacked with a proper punch. But then the white-haired girl found Han Sen's fist already appearing below her stomach and immediately closed her eyes tightly. Han Sen lamented. This punch is real. The commentator re-explained the match's dynamic. It's better to be still than to move. The one who actively attacks always loses out in a prolonged battle. If the beautiful woman could have remained motionless, she might have still had a chance to win. The Iron Wall Fist defense was too perfect, completely impossible to break through from the front. That's why Baishan used a combination of feints and real attacks to induce his opponent into making a mistake. Han Sen punched towards the white-haired girl's abdomen, and as he got close he whispered softly, just loud enough for her to hear. Become the active party and you'll expose a flaw sooner or later. The audience below cheered wildly. Baishan, the Emperor returns. Baishan, sign my autograph. In the Goddess Ida dorm, Ji Yanren was happily listening to music. Outside the window, sparrows chirped on a utility pole. Han Sen's image appeared. He asked, what's making you so happy? Ji Yanren said, I just logged onto the Alliance's official virtual arena platform and watched Baishan's match. It was truly brilliant. Han Sen curiously asked, are you a fan of Baishan too? Ji Yanren teased. Who wouldn't like Baishan? He sacrificed himself to save those children, fought desperately against the golden-horned phantom. He's truly a man's man. Han Sen feigned anger. Hey, your boyfriend's still here. Is that appropriate? Seeing his anger, Ji Yanren cooed, darling, don't be so petty. If you don't like it, I won't watch it. What's a Baishan or an Ashen compared to my own great god? In the Goddess Ida dorm, Han Sen began to strategize. The arena platform was no longer an option. He was bombarded with so many messages the moment he logged on, which really interfered with his Dongxuan Sutra cultivation. It seemed better to practice in the virtual training camp. He saw Wang Fu's phantom appear and then happily said, Senior Wang Fu, how do you have time to contact me today? Wang Fu asked. Gold coin has reappeared, do you know? Han Sen replied, everyone knows now. Wang Fu probed. Do you think this person is really gold coin? Han Sen calmly said, yes. Wang Fu was puzzled. Why? Calmly replied, intuition. He secretly thought, because I am gold coin, of course I know. Wang Fu mused, it seems we're thinking the same thing, but Baishan has improved too quickly. I wonder which sanctuary he's in. Han Sen wondered, why do you want to know that? Does Tianzi he want to take revenge on gold coin? Wang Fu smiled. My cousin isn't that bored. The main reason I want to investigate gold coin is because the movement technique he uses in battle is very similar to the sky displacement art. Han Sen pressed. Even so, what does that have to do with you? Wang Fu tried hard to recall. In the Alliance, perhaps only 2 people understand the sky displacement art. One is my grandmother and the other is her disciple. Even I haven't been able to learn it. If Gold Coin is truly using the sky displacement art, then our Ares Martial Arts Academy must investigate this matter thoroughly. Han Sen suddenly realized something. He mentioned the white-haired girl he had fought. Is her disciple the Empress from the arena? Wang Fu asked. How do you know? Han Sen explained. When I fought the Empress on the arena platform, I learned some movement methods from her. I don't know if it's the sky displacement art you mentioned. Wang Fu was curious. The Empress taught you the sky displacement art? Han Sen replied. How about I demonstrate it for you? He stood up and began to punch. Like this first. Half an hour later, Wang Fu exclaimed, I really must look at the Empress in a new light. Junior, you truly are exceptionally talented. Perhaps you have other matters. I'll come find you next time. Han Sen saw the call had ended, curious about what was so urgent. He had never seen her like this before. Suddenly, a red light glowed above his head. It was a sound from his soul. See, an alien creature appeared in his mind. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise. The beast's soul is out of control. My wait of several months wasn't in vain after all. He pointed at the beam of light shining on the soul beast. Golden Sandworm King put it on quickly. Finally, he began to gather power in his fist. I'll use 30% of my strength for this punch. Are you ready? Then he punched the soul beast. He continued to gather strength and then instructed. I'll use 60% of my strength for this punch. Han Sen punched the soul beast's head again. The soul beast immediately flew a great distance. He quickly ran over, touched its head and then burst out laughing. I couldn't break it even with all my strength. Although it didn't evolve directly into a second sanctuary beast soul like the Holy Battle Angel, a first sanctuary super god beast soul in an out-of-control state is absolutely no weaker than a second sanctuary god blood beast soul. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I let a second sanctuary beast soul eat black crystals, could it also enter an out-of-control state? Wouldn't I be rich then? Han Sen sprinted across the ice plain. He grabbed an alien creature. Li Yulin was right. The resources of the northern plains were no longer enough to sustain so many people's exploitation. He hadn't even encountered a single mutant creature in days. Then Han Sen looked into the distance. If humans wanted more resources, they could only occupy the royal shelter and open up a passage connecting to the outside world. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. So he hid behind a rock, his claws ready in his hand. His gaze fell upon the alien creature army below. What a large mutant creature army. Was a royal alien spirit leading it? He made up his mind. Forget it. Last time I had the people from Star Wheel Shelter as backup. Now if I charge in, I'll just be seeking death. But then, Han Sen remembered something. Wait, they're leaving the shelter right now. Isn't this a good opportunity to steal the soul stone? In the royal shelter, it was like a huge ice and snow castle. Seeing this majestic sight, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, it's too big. Finding that tiny stone in this massive city is like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Han Sen was standing on a tree branch observing the situation, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Li Yulin was right. Only an alliance of the three great families could possibly capture the royal shelter. Han Sen said disdainfully, why not control the royal alien spirit first? As for the royal shelter, when my strength is sufficient, are they going to stop me? At the martial arts competition, countless people in military uniforms stood in neat rows, and the audience began to murmur, is that the Blue Blood Special Forces? Why are people from the Blue Blood Special Forces here too? Don't they belong to the Central Galaxy region? They huddled together, discussing, haven't you heard that Ji Yanran is choosing a guard? That's why the Blue Blood Horned Tiger specifically gave up the competition in the Central Galaxy region and came to our Southwest Galaxy region to participate. It seems Captain Ji's charm is not to be underestimated. In the preparation area, a man in a gray hat asked the bald man next to him, hey, Tai Yi is also participating in our regional competition. Won't we just be cannon fodder? The bald man replied. I hope Zheng Yuce can suppress that Blue Blood Horned Tiger and bring glory to our Southwest region. Han Sen was also drawn by their conversation, silently repeating the names in his mind. Zheng Yuce, Tai Yi. In the preparation area, Han Sen walked in, involuntarily feeling an ominous pressure on his back. He turned his head and glanced. Behind him was a tall figure. This sense of oppression, Han Sen stepped to the side, observing who this person was. He was the Blue Blood Horned Tiger, Tai Yi. Tai Yi walked towards the man sitting next to him in a blue suit. Are you Zheng Yuce? Yuzi looked up and replied. Yes, Tai Yi said confidently. Good. The two sat side by side, the atmosphere grim, filled with a fighting aura. The people behind murmured, what's the rush over such a small thing? A battle will happen sooner or later anyway. You scared me to death. I thought they were going to fight right then. Han Sen's gaze held some dissatisfaction. He completely disregarded him, believing that only Zheng Yuce was worthy of being his opponent. Heh, well, the competition will tell. The camera cut to the martial arts competition. On stage, the host introduced, attention everyone, in the military martial arts competition, any method can be used to strike the drum. The higher the power value displayed, the better the score. Only the top 4 ranked soldiers can participate in the king's duel. Yuce quickly slid down the stage to queue for the competition, his face filled with determination to win. Han Sen waited in line thinking most of the people here are evolvers with physiques over 100. Currently his own physique also exceeded 100. After using Ancient Evil Curse and Overload, his strength and speed could easily break past 100 points. It was Tai Yi's turn. He stood before the challenge. The host introduced the next representative from the Blue Blood Special Forces, Blue Blood Horned Tiger, Tai Yi. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi immediately performed the strength test. He threw a punch emitting a dazzling light. The host couldn't help but exclaim, effortlessly reaching 113 without any assistance. The Blue Blood Horned Tiger was truly formidable. Yuzis and Han Sen watched from behind, and he secretly thought this kind of physique must have at least 70 to 80 god genes, already close to a complete evolver's genes. And that wasn't even his full strength. It seems this Tai Yi is much stronger than I imagined. After Tai Yi's test, the host continued, next up, Zheng Yuci. Yuci walked to the challenge, his chest filled with an imposing aura emitting a blue light. The host encouraged, this is the hope of our southern region. Can Zheng Yuci defeat Tai Yi? Yuci took a running start, throwing a super powerful punch with all his might, gritting his teeth, his gaze resolute. In the room above, the supervisor and his disciple overlooked the competition. This Zheng Yuci is not bad, the disciple replied. Zheng Yuci's last strike already used all his strength. Tai Yi clearly still has energy left, the supervisor continued. How many resources does the Blue Blood Special Forces have? And how many resources can Zheng Yuci have? Such a result is enough to prove Zheng Yuci's excellence. The disciple watched and said, at this rate, we probably won't have a chance to get in touch with the Ji family. Supervisor L walked over to the disciple and asked, what about the other two? The disciple replied, from what I know, Han Sen was personally recommended by Ji Yanren and is in a romantic relationship with her. I saw that Ji Yanren originally wanted Han Sen to be her guard, but it didn't succeed due to pressure. Han Sen is the least competitive. Below, Han Sen stepped forward, veins bulging, his entire body emanating powerful energy. He threw a fierce punch, his eyes sharp, teeth clenched, and with one strike he unleashed power. His score was 111. The people around were surprised, praising him. This brother is pretty good. Wow, look, another person broke 111. 111, this brother is really strong. Above, the supervisor was very satisfied. This Han Sen isn't bad either. The disciple behind him bowed his head in fear. I'm sorry, supervisor, I'll immediately go reinvestigate Han Sen's information. The supervisor waved his hand. No need, this is the best test for him. Just watch. Below, the host was introducing the next task. Attention, this extreme sprint mode has been adjusted to 100 times gravity. This is a difficulty 10 level mode. Two guards were talking and Han Sen overheard them. This extreme sprint has already eliminated half the people from our southwest region. At this rate, victory will definitely belong to Tai Yi. Who says Tai Yi will definitely pass this round? It was Tai Yi's turn, and Tai Yi sprinted as swiftly as a squirrel. Everyone exclaimed, oh, it's like he's just strolling on the ground. Damn, this Tai Yi is really strong. Han Sen stood by and watched, and he had to admit one thing. This Tai Yi was indeed very powerful, with a high physique, keen sixth sense, and excellent overall awareness. Even the 10-star difficulty extreme sprint couldn't stump him. He was sweating, and it was somewhat difficult for him too. The host announced, without any mistakes. The Blue Blood Horned Tiger passed the extreme sprint challenge with 0 errors. Next up is Zheng Yuci. Yuci entered the competition. Yuci's shoulder was lightly struck and he felt pain. Seeing this, everyone was filled with disappointment. Zheng Yuci fell. What? Zheng Yuci didn't pass? Oh no, we lost. It was Han Sen's turn next. Two people placed their hands on his shoulders. Brother, do you have confidence to win? We're all counting on you now. You scored 111 just now, so this should be doable too, right? Han Sen turned back, raised his fist, and said with a determined smile, no problem. The supervisor saw this scene and smiled with satisfaction. Han Sen strode towards the challenge without fear or hesitation. With 100 times gravity given his physique, he could only run here in an overloaded state. Above, the supervisor couldn't help but praise. Excellent, the disciple then added, for someone Han Sen's age. To control himself so smoothly and precisely is quite rare. Han Sen ran to the free-flying platform. He calculated that with 100 times gravity his stamina would be hard-pressed to complete the entire competition. Zheng Yuci also failed to hold on until the end due to lack of stamina. Someone was studying Han Sen's movement style. This guy is really strange. His body control is clearly different from ordinary people. Every joint, every part of his muscle operates in the fastest and most efficient way. This smooth, perfect mechanical movement is more like brain control. Han Sen ran up for the next step. I must allocate my stamina perfectly, not wasting a single bit until the exact moment my body needs it. He passed the difficult test, drenched in sweat. That person seemed to read his mind and his footwork. But insufficient stamina simply couldn't be compensated for by skill. Rational allocation can only make strength effective, but this requires stamina to allocate. Although 100 times gravity consumed more stamina than expected, he charged forward, a victorious smile on his face. As long as I want to, I can definitely complete the entire course. Han Sen completed the challenge, standing upright, reporting, Commander, please give your instructions. Continuing to the martial arts competition venue, the loudspeaker announced, Welcome to the martial arts competition venue. I am the commentator for this venue. As you can all see, the competition is in full swing. Han Sen was facing the archery competition, his eyes sharply focused on the target with his competitors in the distance. Next was the mechanical battle armor assembly competition. Everyone's current performance in archery and mechanical battle armor assembly was mediocre, without much flair. Han Sen was engrossed in assembling a robot, one hand holding a wrench, the other holding parts. This was followed by the Battle Armor Combat Operation competition. The battle armor assembled in the previous round was brought out for use. Commentators' evaluation of the Battle Armor Combat Operation competition was different. Everyone's fighting spirit will be ignited in an instant. It seems only by fighting can there be drama. Finally, after many intense matches, the final results were in. The person ranked first on the leaderboard was none other than Han Sen with a score of 364.5 points, closely following was Tai Yi with 164.3 points, and the third and fourth places went to Zheng Yuce and Zhang Weiping respectively. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, after a series of matches the latest scores are out, and we see that the temporary leader is, wait, the top-ranked person is actually an unknown cook soldier. Simply amazing." The camera shifted to Tai Yi and Han Sen standing back to back with Tai Yi clearly having a physical advantage. Tai Yi thought to himself, Han Sen's performance was indeed good, but he's only ahead of me by 0.2 points, primarily relying on his advantage in technical events. But the King of Soldiers Showdown is a one-on-one free combat. Back at the arena, the host announced the draw results for the King of Soldiers Championship. Please turn your attention to the big screen. The screen displayed that Zheng Yuce would face Zhang Weiping, and the next match would be Tai Yi against Han Senator. Han Sen turned to check the match list. He thought to himself, "Excellent, very good, my stamina hasn't recovered yet. If I faced Tai Yi prematurely it would be even more difficult. Now it's perfect to let that decisive battle go first." After some matches the screen displayed the result of the first match, and victory belonged to Zheng Yuce. The host announced that the winner was Yuce. The next match is the one everyone is looking forward to the most, Blue Blood Horned Tiger Tai Yi versus Cook Soldier Han Senator. Arriving at the arena, Tai Yi strode out with a cold gait, his eyes sharp as knives. Han Sen saw him and thought, "He's just a head taller than me. I'm not afraid of alien creatures dozens of meters tall." Han Sen stepped forward, pushing off with his legs, power converging in his arms. His fist glowed and his face was filled with determination. "Ah!" Han Sen punched Tai Yi in the chest and Tai Yi's entire body emitted a golden light. Han Sen was pushed back by the pressure, his hand aching and bleeding. He analyzed his opponent's skill. Metallization. The surrounding people watched the match, commenting in confusion. He didn't budge at all. Is he underestimating his opponent? There was no reaction when hit. That's a supercore gene technique, Super Vajra Body, one of the top 10 martial arts. The gap between Han Sen and Tai Yi was simply too great. In the observation room above, the disciple couldn't help but sigh, and the supervisor heard it and glanced back disapprovingly. "Did you just sigh? Do you think Han Sen will lose?" Sweat beaded on the disciple's forehead as he looked at the supervisor. "It's not my fault for not investigating thoroughly. After all, I've never seen Han Sen in real life. If I still can't make an accurate judgment after seeing him in person, it means I still need to improve." The disciple then asked, "Supervisor, do you mean Han Sen will win?" After a while, Han Sen attacked with all his might, but Tai Yi remained motionless. Han Sen shook his hand. Tai Yi smiled confidently, rotating his wrist ready to enter the fight, and asked Han Sen if he had enough. Han Sen replied, "Enough?" Tai Yi unleashed his strongest attack, frowning, letting out a low growl, and his entire body radiated a red light. "Then it's my turn." Han Sen stood fearlessly and calmly. "I think you'd better not move." Tai Yi adopted an attacking stance, and upon hearing this became furious. "Why?" "Because you've already lost." Seeing this, Tai Yi abruptly jumped up, swinging his fist at Han Sen. "Nonsense." Tai Yi's fist, carrying immense power, went straight for Han Sen's face. The surrounding people were all very surprised, discussing in confusion, "Why isn't Han Sen dodging? Does he also know the Super Vajra Body? How is that possible? He's so young." Back in the arena, Tai Yi's fist stopped before it could touch Han Sen's face, his fist trembling, unable to move any further. He closed his eyes and said dismissively, "I already told you." Tai Yi's face turned pale when he saw the situation, filled with terror. Han Sen told him he'd better not move. "Now you'll probably suffer a bit." Tai Yi trembled all over, barely able to stand. Suddenly, Han Sen's previous punch took effect and Tai Yi flew backward, spitting blood, his chest also starting to bleed. Tai Yi was in excruciating pain. He knelt before Han Senator. Han Sen looked at his defeated opponent. "Cultivating the great yin-yang magnetic cannon for so long has finally come in handy in a match. You were too confident in your physical quality and Super Vajra Body. Refusing to dodge my punches saved me a lot of effort." Tai Yi lay prone in the arena. Exhausted, he was dazed in defeat, blood flowing onto the ground. Han Sen looked at Tai Yi and explained without any arrogance, "I used yin power to strike your internal organs, which is why I told you not to move. Forcing qi to circulate would only worsen the internal injuries." In the supervisor's room, the disciple didn't expect Tai Yi to be beaten like that. The supervisor seemed to have anticipated the match's outcome. Han Sen's mastery of yin power is impressive. For a young man to endure loneliness and cultivate yin power to this extent is no ordinary feat. The supervisor turned to leave, and the disciple turned in surprise. "Supervisor, where are you going?" The supervisor only said one thing, very satisfied. "To confer honors." Han Sen came before the supervisor to receive his award, and the supervisor handed over the prize. Although the title of Southwest King of Soldiers is awarded to one person each year, it is still very valuable, especially since you defeated the Blue Blood Horned Tiger Tai Yi. Making this title even more dazzling, the supervisor joyfully announced the award, holding Han Sen's hand high, proclaiming, "Fewer and fewer young people truly possess the essence of martial arts these days. Those who only practice martial arts without seeking the Tao will never reach perfection. Your martial arts cultivation has the demeanor of a true master, and your future is bright." Everyone cheered. "He's too strong, too amazing, too handsome." After the competition, in the evening at the hospital, the night view outside was quiet and silent. In the ward, Tai Yi was in agony over his failure, in low spirits. "Captain, I'm sorry I failed." The captain stood by the window looking outside. "Kit, don't be sad, everyone makes mistakes." "A man who has never made any mistakes is a delicate flower that has never experienced wind and rain," the captain continued to comfort Tai Yi. "As long as you're still alive, these mistakes will become nourishment for your growth." The captain placed a hand on Tai Yi's head, gently persuading him with emotion. "Right now, you're just a small cat, but one day you'll become a true blue bloodhorn tiger." After hearing these words, Tai Yi burst into tears like a child. Woo-woo outside, Goddess Aya Yanran happily reached out, slowly pulling down Han Sen's jacket zipper, surprising him a bit. "Are you this passionate today? This is a reward I specifically prepared for you." Yanran's face flushed, her eyes smiling as she looked directly into Han Sen's eyes. Seeing this, Han Sen happily took the initiative to unzip his own clothes, saying, "I really like this reward." Suddenly, a sound startled Han Senator. He opened the door and walked out, finding it was Anne. She also happened to be walking over. Such strong killing intent. Han Sen looked at Anne's cold expression and thought, "Who is this woman? Why have I never seen her?" Han Sen immediately recalled something Yanran told him last time. One person had already been confirmed and he had to compete with 3 other people for the title. Han Sen, hands in his pockets, thought to himself, "That woman must be the remaining guard. That terrifying oppressive feeling, could it be she is?" Back in the dormitory, Han Sen was calling Yanran. After hearing the story, Yanran said, "That's Colonel Anne. She'll be my guard from now on. Don't touch her. She's a transcender and very ruthless. I can't stop her." Hearing this, Han Sen was very surprised. "Wifey, what exactly is your family's background to be able to have a transcender as a guard? Even captains of highly rated warships don't get such luxurious treatment." Yanran rested her chin on her hand, looking at Han Sen, and replied, "Haven't you been watching the news recently?" Han Sen replied, "I've seen a little. Is there any information about the Ji family?" "The Ji family." Han Sen, hearing this surname, said in a panic, "Could it be that candidate?" Before he could finish, Yanran smiled and hung up the phone. Hee. Han Sen quickly picked up his phone. "Hello, wait." Outside the Starwheel shelter, many people were doing business, exchanging mutant beast souls for out-of-control beast souls. 3 beast souls. Han Sen walked up to a beast soul stall and asked, "Boss, how much for a mutant snow spirit wolf beast soul?" The seller said, "Trade for a weapon-type beast soul of the same level, preferably a greatsword." Han Sen saw this, reached out and touched the red snow spirit wolf beast soul, saying, "That's not easy to find. I wonder such a good beast soul hasn't been traded." He immediately replied, "Primitive snow spirit wolf beast souls are also several times more expensive than ordinary primitive beast souls. This is a mutant snow spirit wolf. Its cold resistance effect is countless times higher than the primitive grade." Han Sen then stood up and said, "Will you trade for a sanctuary card?" The seller replied, "Trade for an S-grade evolver sanctuary card and I can add cash. Anything below S-grade is not negotiable." Han Sen shook his head. "Although a mutant snow spirit wolf is rare, it's not worth an S-grade sanctuary card, is it? Besides this mutant beast soul, do you have any other types?" The seller then took out a new beast soul and said, "Let me show you. This is a transformation fusion violent ape beast soul. It can significantly enhance strength, but it will reduce flexibility." Only then did he react, turning to ask, "By the way, do you really have an S-grade sanctuary card?" Han Sen didn't immediately answer the previous question, but instead asked back, "How much strength can it enhance?" In the image, a gorilla beast soul was pounding its chest, looking very mighty. The seller replied, "That depends on each person's physique. The strength increase for a zombie will definitely exceed 10 points. Han Sen then pulled out a sanctuary card and said, "How about one S-grade evolver sanctuary card for 2 of your beast souls?" The seller immediately took back the sanctuary card and happily replied, "Deal." On the ice lake, many people were fishing. Han Sen was fishing and reading when someone spotted him from afar. "Is that you?" The red-haired girl walked over and grabbed Han Sen's hand, happily saying, "Thank you for saving the Starwheel shelter that day." Han Sen also happily replied, "Haha, it was nothing. Are you here to fish too?" So the two fished together. Han Sen continuously caught many large fish while the red-haired girl became very annoyed. "HMPH, it's been 2 hours. I don't believe I can't catch a single fish." After a while, Han Sen walked over with a plate of fish meat, saying, "This fish tastes good, try some." Suddenly, a group of people walked over aggressively and said, "This brother has good taste, even this kind of woman interests him." Han Sen glanced back, coldly saying, "Get lost." A big fat man laughed heartily. "This kid is quite arrogant, but this is Black God Shelter's territory." He extended 3 fingers, looking at Han Sen's fish basket, and said, "Our boss's rule is that anything fished from the ice lake must be split in half with Black God Shelter. I'll give you a discount and only take 3 swordfish." Before he could finish, Han Sen rushed forward, grabbed his hand and slammed him onto the ice, saying, "I didn't want to break your rules originally, but I don't want to give up even 1 fish." The 2 people behind the fat man immediately transformed, angrily saying, "Oh, you dare to lay hands on people from Black God Shelter." Seeing this, the surrounding people discussed, "He really dares to lay hands on people from Black God Shelter. Our boss won't let him get away with it." After dealing with all of them, the red-haired girl said to Hansen, "Someone will be here soon, you should leave quickly." Hansen replied, "Okay, you leave quickly too." On the ice plane, Hansen was passing through a very powerful tornado when suddenly a group of people on horseback wielding weapons appeared before him saying, "He's the Black God boss." Standing before Hansen was Black God himself. He raised his sword pointing it at Hansen and said, "You killed my men." On the ice plane, Hansen looked at the sword pointing at his face, frowning, and replied, "They tried to kill me, of course I couldn't just sit there and do nothing." After speaking, he attacked with the weapon in his hand, but the sword in front of him suddenly moved, surprising Hansen. The sword disappeared in its place. Hansen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had been severely cut. Hansen retreated several steps, thinking this person is strange, and his power is also terrifying. Without waiting, he immediately charged at Hansen. "HMPH, that strike didn't open your belly, but it doesn't matter. Let's see how long you can dodge." Not only him, but the army behind him also charged forward. Hansen saw this and thought, "These people are all very fast, all of them powerhouses exceeding 100 points. Ah, this is bad." Hansen immediately fled, dodging all of the opponent's attacks. The people behind him still relentlessly pursued, shouting, "Don't let him leave here alive." Hansen ran and fought, glancing back, thinking, "They're getting closer and closer. These people are faster than me. Even if I run with all my might, I can't escape. Now only by jumping into the lake can I escape." Approaching the ice lake, Hansen changed direction and ran straight towards the lakeside. He jumped into the lake, which confused those people a bit. Black God saw this and said, "With ice all around, I don't believe he can last in the water." Hansen was now trying to swim far away, but unfortunately, suddenly from afar he spotted a water monster slowly coming towards him. It was surrounded by electric currents slowly approaching Hansen, making him very flustered. The water monster immediately emitted powerful currents, preparing to rush at him. He immediately summoned his weapon and power. Hansen rushed forward, dodged the attack, and simultaneously used his weapon to cut a long wound on the monster's body. As Hansen attacked, he thought to himself, "Although I'm no match for you in the water, my ghost claw blade is in an out-of-control state. I'll poison you to death step by step." Hansen's ghost claw blade pierced through the water monster's body, releasing powerful toxins. The water monster still rushed over at a very fast speed, surprising Hansen, who thought, "Why isn't it stopping? Is this guy not afraid of poison?" Hansen felt very uncomfortable at this point. "I can't take it anymore. The water pressure is getting stronger. I'm almost giving out." After a while, Hansen felt much better. The water pressure disappeared and he surfaced. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, Hansen pulled out his weapon and leaped out of the water monster's body. But the water monster immediately turned around, preparing to attack Hansen. But before the water monster could react, Hansen delivered another strike, causing the water monster to collapse completely. System notification. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted God blood creature silver scale turtle. Obtained silver scale turtle beast soul. Consuming meat can randomly grant 0 to 10 gene points. Hansen then replied, "What kind of place is this?" Hansen then looked up at the water surface and he suddenly realized something. Before him was a very conspicuous purple complex. Hansen recognized it in surprise. "Damn it, isn't this the legendary Atlantis?" He walked closer to Atlantis, leaning on it, and said, "These are 3 ancient ships. They don't look like spaceships at all, and there are no signs of them being merged. Could this have been carved as a whole? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There's no way to carve such a large machine in the sanctuary." "What's that sound?" Suddenly a sound caught Hansen's attention, and a huge beam of light shot directly at Hansen. "What is that? It's blinding me." From afar, a golden crab suddenly rushed towards him. Hansen's eyes widened in surprise. "Crab? What's with the crab? I thought I was watching it. Turns out I was its prey." With that, Hansen charged at the golden crab, shouting, "Don't you know I have a nickname, No Return?" Hansen swung his claw at the crab, but it was blocked by the crab's pincers. His body bounced back. The force was too great. What was it trying to do? Hansen quickly turned and ran away. "Damn it, it's really strong. What kind of ghostly crab is this? This is too strange." Hansen then circled around a crystal pillar. Where did it go? His gaze turned to the crab. It was trying to steal a bite. The crab hesitantly extended its pincer towards the silver scale turtle. He wondered if it would be poisoned by eating the silver scale turtle's poisonous meat. No, it must not be afraid. Then this piece of meat would be wasted. Hansen seized the opportunity to rush at the crab. "This is my stuff and you dare to eat it? Take this!" He quickly slashed at the crab's pincer, then bounced back to a distance. He was panting. "Can't I even handle one crab?" Hansen carefully examined the crab. If it were an ordinary crab, the joints and the connections between the upper and lower carapace would be weak points. But there were absolutely no openings on its body. The joints even looked harder. This crab had no weaknesses at all. He vigilantly retreated, watching the crab approach. Hansen was confused. Was it trying to attack him? It didn't seem like it wanted him to come closer. Suddenly, he saw the crab seem to understand human language, waving its pincers. It really was calling him over. Hansen wondered if this crab was playing some trick. The crab waved its pincers, calling Hansen. He scratched his face. "I know you're in a hurry, but I don't understand crab language." Han Sen pointed at the crab and ordered, "Shui-ji, do you understand what it's saying?" Shui-ji mechanically replied, "I don't understand, but I understand its meaning. It wants to share the mutated creature's carcass with you." Hearing the answer, Han Sen began to bargain with the crab. "Half isn't enough, I want 2/3. Shui-ji interjected. "It doesn't understand." Sure enough, the crab also looked bewildered. Han Sen said, "I see it now." He pointed at the crab. "You go out a little." The crab slowly retreated. Han Sen continued to wave his hand. "Go out farther over there." Han Sen let out a sigh of relief. "All right, this way it can't chase me." He began to portion the meat. "The small pieces are for you. Take the big pieces." Immediately after, the crab suddenly rushed over, startling Han Sen. "Hey, don't come over here." But the crab didn't attack him. It just raised its pincers, demanding a larger share. Han Sen was helpless. How does this crab know how to bargain, like a market ante? He rubbed his forehead, thinking in frustration. Oh God, I actually have to bargain with a crab. Finally, after dividing the meat, Han Sen watched the crab walk away with its remaining share. "Eat, eat, hope it poisons you, you unlucky crab." Han Sen sat in front of the silver scale turtle, and his pet next to him also ate with relish. "Let me see what kind of beast soul this silver scale turtle is." He put a piece of meat in his mouth, feeling the changes in his body. Holy cow, a water-type mount recently. As long as he hunted godblood creatures, he would get a beast soul. And it was a water-type mount. Luck comes unbidden. Han Sen stood up, determined. "I have to eat quickly in case that crab finishes eating and comes back to snatch our stuff. I need to go check out the ship." Inside the crystal ship, Han Sen moved cautiously, looking around at the same time. "This outer shell is completely transparent crystal, but I can't see what's inside. How strange." The crab also noticed Han Sen's movements and immediately rushed over. Han Sen quickly explained, "Don't get agitated, brother. I'm just looking around, no ill intentions." The crab stood demonstratively in front of the crystal ship. Han Sen looked at it and suddenly had an idea. "What treasure is hidden inside? The more you act like this, the more curious I get." Outside the crystal ship, he tied a part of the silver scale turtle with a rope to the ship's bow. "For now, I'm no match for this thing. Forcing my way in won't work. Can I use a trick?" Han Sen quickly hid. "Hey, it fell for it." He triumphantly watched the crab fall into his trap. "This spot was specially prepared for you. How could you get it so easily?" Han Sen quickly ran into the ship, taking advantage of the opportunity. After a while, he also stood in front of the ship's door. "Let me see what secrets are hidden on board." Inside the crystal ship's cabin, Han Sen stood in front of a luxurious box. "This is a box." He walked closer. "Are there pirate treasures inside, or is it like a ghost ship?" To be cautious, he summoned Shui-ji. "Shui-ji, open that box." Han Sen was curious to see that after Shui-ji opened the box, there were no unusual phenomena. Why didn't anything happen? What's inside, damn it? He was surprised to see a mermaid lying inside, sleeping. A few crystal pieces were scattered around her. "Mermaid." Han Sen touched the fish tail. "Alien spirit scepter, soul stone." Could this mermaid-like thing be an alien spirit? He speculated that once a shelter is attacked, an alien spirit, besides obeying, will be destroyed along with its soul stone, unable to escape. Why was this mermaid alien spirit put into this box? Han Sen suddenly had a guess. Could it be that this ship, which doesn't look like it was made by humans, is actually a shelter? Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention. The sound from outside. That crab must have finished eating. It's coming back soon. Han Sen quickly grabbed the shimmering soul stone. "Before escaping, I must take this soul stone. I absolutely cannot leave empty-handed." The crab saw him approaching the box and immediately rushed over furiously, swiftly darting between the pillars to chase. Han Sen awakened. A faint breathing sound came from the box, and Han Sen also noticed the movement inside the box. "Stop chasing." The mermaid woke up in a blink, her ears twitching slightly. At this moment, Han Sen ran shouting, dodging the crab's attack. She quickly raised her scepter to unleash her power. "Stop chasing." Fortunately, the crab also stopped. Finally stopped. "I'm exhausted." The mermaid controlled the water to move on the ground. Han Sen watched her approach cautiously. But the mermaid stopped. She placed her hands on her chest, bowed her head respectfully, and said to him, "Princess Poseidon willingly offers her soul to her master to become your most loyal servant." Han Sen joyfully gripped the soul stone in his hand. "Princess Poseidon, only alien spirit royalty can call themselves prince or princess. This mermaid is actually alien spirit royalty." Princess Poseidon looked at Han Sen, puzzled, as he quietly entertained himself. "Didn't expect this, Black God. This time I've turned misfortune into fortune. Just wait until I get out. I'll destroy Black God's shelter." Han Sen seemed to think his behavior was too strange, so he pretended to shout loudly. He placed the soul stone on Princess Poseidon's forehead. Subsequently, Princess Poseidon's body transformed into gas and entered Han Sen's brow. At the same time, he also noticed the golden crab charging over. Han Sen turned and fled without hesitation. "Here it comes again." Running outside the ship, he summoned Princess Poseidon. "Help me eliminate that hateful crab." Princess Poseidon smiled. "Master, I don't have the ability to kill it." Han Sen was puzzled. "Aren't you alien spirit royalty? Even if you can't kill that crab, you should at least have the power to fight." Princess Poseidon apologized. "Please forgive me, Master. I am not a combat-type alien spirit, nor do I have combat abilities." "I've disappointed you." Han Sen continued to ask. "Then what abilities do you have?" Princess Poseidon replied. "I can control the aquarium. The aquarium shelter will never be destroyed. As long as it doesn't leave the water, the aquarium can go anywhere, any sea, even the seabed." Han Sen was very satisfied. He began to think about the future. "Isn't that a mobile castle on the sea? We can wait and hunt mutated creatures everywhere in the sea. Maybe that's not bad either." Han Sen commanded. All right then, bring that aquarium over now, Princess Poseidon replied. Sorry master, I must be in the aquarium's control position to control it. He was speechless. All right, it's not too late to come back for the aquarium when I have the ability to eliminate that big crab. Anyway, even if others discover the aquarium, no one can move it without me. Eventually, they also reached the ice lake. Han Sen was panting, safe. That golden crab couldn't do anything for now. Let's deal with Black God Shelter first. He stood straight, trying hard to think of new countermeasures. To deal with Black God Shelter, he first had to understand its situation. Know yourself and your enemy and you'll win every battle. A voice came from outside Starwheel Shelter. Han Sen, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't there been any updates inside Starwheel Shelter? Han Sen stood at a table, speaking to the person opposite him. I have something to ask you. Do you know Black God? What kind of blade technique does he use, and do you know his origins? The man in the red jacket explained. Regarding Black God's blade technique, I only know it's called Lesser Demon B-Blade technique. As for his origins, I'm not sure. Han Sen was curious. Lesser Demon B-Blade technique. The red-clad man replied. Yes, Tang Zhenlu's image immediately appeared in Han Sen's mind. One of Tang Zhenlu's blade techniques was the Lesser Demon B-Blade technique. But he didn't have the ability to make the green blade disappear midway. What exactly was Black God's connection to Tang Zhenlu? Subsequently, Han Sen arrived at the goddess Alia. He suddenly saw the two people opposite him and couldn't help but be stunned. Han Sen stood at attention and saluted. Captain, good day. Ji Yanren smiled. Han Senator. Han Sen saw him staring at him and forced a smile. This damn perverted demoness, following Yanren around 24 hours a day. What exactly is her scheme? In the dormitory, Han Sen contacted Tang Zhenlu. Tang Zhenlu pretended to mock old Han Hao's military life surrounded by beauties. Where's the feeling of serving in the military? It's clearly a vacation with beauties. Lin Zi and I are miserable, either training or fighting the Asura, almost lost our lives. Han Sen was curious. You went to the front lines. With your backgrounds, it would be easy to stay in the rear. Zhenlu retorted angrily. Isn't it because of that guy Lin Zi, saying that's the only way to train himself? What do you need me for? Speak. Han Sen also got to the point. Do you know Black God? 5 minutes later, after Han Sen explained, Tang Zhenlu understood the situation. He became very angry. Damn it, old Han, if you get the chance you must let me eliminate that bastard. The Lesser Demon B-Blade technique has always been a disgrace to our Tang family. It's an ancestral secret technique of the Tang family, but someone seized it from the Tang family during a family crisis. Han Sen leaned back, relaxed. Then I'm relieved. Tang Zhenlu was puzzled. Relieved about what? Han Sen said bluntly. I was worried you had some special relationship with him and it would be hard to explain to you after eliminating him. But now, Tang Zhenlu suddenly smiled sinisterly. Kill him. You don't have to worry about the person behind Black God. I'll take care of it for you. Tomorrow you go to the virtual training camp and we'll train together. In the virtual training camp, Han Sen was surprised to see a notice prohibiting viewing the match. Tang Zhenlu softly explained, after all, this is a secret technique of our Tang family. Although it's been leaked once, what needs to be kept secret still needs to be protected well. There's not much time. I'll break down the movements and tell you the essence of the blade technique. He performed it swiftly. Watch closely. Han Sen was raising his sword ready to block, but found the blade which was in front of his eyes suddenly disappeared. The blade is gone. The sound of metal clashing, Tang Zhenlu explained. The blade didn't really disappear. It's just that the Lesser Demon B-Blade technique is too fast, creating the illusion that the blade disappeared. His blade appeared below Han Sen's sword path. Startling Han Senator, Tang Zhenlu continued, the blade seen by the eyes is just the initial afterimage. The real blade has already accelerated twofold during the draw and moved to another position. Then he confidently sheathed his blade and turned. Before, my speed and explosive power were insufficient, which is why the Lesser Demon B-Blade technique you saw back then wasn't so effective. Now my blade technique is definitely no worse than Black God's. Han Sen charged forward and exchanged blows with Zhenlu again. Again. Every one of Tang Zhenlu's strikes was incredibly fantastical, as if thousands of blades were simultaneously stabbing down. Han Sen gritted his teeth. So fast, although he couldn't grasp the opponent's trajectory, the fast enough Lesser Demon B-Blade technique could always cut him first. He knelt on one knee, embedding his sword into the ground to steady himself. The Lesser Demon B-Blade technique, employing the Tang family's unique secret art, is usually irresistible if physiques are equal. Tang Zhenlu said, if you want to defeat Black God, you can only rely on your evasive footwork. Waiting for him to expose a flaw, Han Sen collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. If it's one-on-one, I could still use my evasive footwork to contend with Black God, waiting for him to make a mistake. This also means giving the initiative to Black God. No, that won't do. Moreover, Black God has many powerful experts by his side. How can I get a chance to fight him alone? A conversation with Shang Fei appeared before him. Shang Fei's voice rang out. Coach, do you have time to give me a lesson? Han Sen sat up and replied, today is probably not possible. Wait, if you encounter an opponent much faster than you, what would you do? In the training room, Shang Fei replied, use footwork to evade, and look for the right moment. Han Sen continued to ask, what if you can't dodge and can only compete in speed with your opponent, a fight to the death? Shang Fei answered without hesitation, then you go and strengthen your power. If your speed is too fast, your power naturally won't be too great. If you are strong enough and the opponent can't kill you in one strike, but you can kill him in one strike, that's also a method. Han Sen's face showed some disappointment. This phrase, "that's also a method," is not the answer I wanted, he regrettably said. Black God's power is already stronger than mine. Trading one strike for another, I would still be at a disadvantage. Suddenly the character Wind appeared. Zhang Fei timidly said, "Stupid disciple, please enlighten me, coach." Han Sen seemed to have an epiphany. "I've got it. The key to victory lies in this word wind. It's wind." He asked her if she knew any fast blade or sword techniques. Zhang Fei replied, "I know a little, but I'm not very good at using them." Han Sen demanded, "Come here, attack me with full force." Zhang Fei attacked with the lightning blade without hesitation. Han Sen dodged while secretly assessing. In ancient military strategy there was a tactic called besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, which means attacking the enemy's vital points to force them to abandon their original target. Zhang Fei was busy thinking about her next move. If she continued to slash, her hand would hit his hand first. She exclaimed, "It's too terrifying. I've already made 78 moves and I can't even execute a single complete lightning blade." Han Sen explained, "The Dongchuan Sutra's interpretation of the character wind is to attack the enemy in such a way that they are forced to save themselves, finding the enemy's vital points." Zhang Fei stammered. I understand, Han Sen continued. "Use his weaknesses to limit his strengths, making them difficult to exert. This move is called no-kill. Its purpose is not to kill the enemy, but to make the enemy unable to defend." The battle also stopped. Zhang Fei asked, "Coach, do you mean that no matter how fast the opponent is, as long as there's space and distance, you can use stillness to counter movement, leveraging space and distance to gain time against the enemy?" Han Sen smiled and turned away. "Not entirely. Practice more and you'll understand in time." Zhang Fei looked at his back, a guess forming in her mind. With such charisma and mastery, he must be some high-ranking individual in the military. At the front line, smoke billowed and robot troops moved calmly through the haze. Tang Zhenlu spoke through the communicator in his battle armor. "Team 3 patrol complete. No anomalies detected. Requesting handover." Suddenly he noticed the screen light up. "It's Han Sen. What does he want now?" Han Sen's image appeared on the screen and he asked, "Old Tang, when are you going to the virtual training camp? I found a way to counter the lesser demon Beyblade." Tang Zhenlu exclaimed, "What are you saying? Counter it? What kind of joke is that?" In the virtual training camp, as Tang Zhenlu thrust his blade, Han Sen quickly dodged to the side. Tang Zhenlu thought to himself, "I can't strike like this. If I do, I'll be in danger too." He watched Han Sen continuously disappear and reappear, exclaiming, "Impossible, what's going on? It's like my whole body is trapped in a cage full of spikes." Tang Zhenlu thought nervously, "He truly is incredible. I try to extend my arm, but it feels like my elbow is pricked by spikes. I try to extend my leg, but my thigh feels like it's about to be pierced." Finally he gave up and threw down his sword. "Damn it, you and little Lin are really something. How do you do it? I feel like I have a blade but can't use it. This fight is truly frustrating." Han Sen smiled smugly. "This move of mine might not work against other blade techniques, but against the lesser demon Beyblade technique it's pretty much guaranteed. Black God, you'd better not give me a chance to find you." Han Sen wanted to continue. "Let's continue tomorrow." But Tang Zhenlu refused without mercy. "No more, no more. Seeing how you break through, it's a good thing my Tang family has more than just these blade secrets, otherwise what would I use to fight you when we meet again?" He realized Han Sen's intention and thought to himself, "I won't let you exhaust my family's assets. If we keep fighting, you'll probably uncover all my hidden cards." On the glacier beach, the leader explained, "Every year around this time there are many snakebone fish on the glacier beach. Most of them are primitive creatures, but occasionally, mutated and godblood ones can be found. This is a perk of our Black God shelter. You newcomers are really lucky to have arrived just in time." A figure stood far away on the beach, looking at the group of people and scoffing, "If I can't kill them, I'll at least get some benefits first." The next day, a person in a military uniform shouted loudly, "Look what that is!" The man with glasses exclaimed, "The Snakebone Fish King, how lucky, it's the Snakebone Fish King indeed." Countless snakebone fish then leaped out of the sea. In the snow cave, Han Sen was sleeping, awakened by the cheers. "The Snakebone Fish King, it's the Snakebone Fish King." Han Sen smiled, "It's actually the God-blood Snakebone Fish King. My long wait wasn't in vain after all." On the glacier beach, the crowd, armed with weapons, charged straight at the school of snakebone fish, shouting, "Quick, surround it, don't let it escape." The Snakebone Fish King trembled in the air, trying to evade the slashes from the ground, while the crowd on the ground became even more ferocious. "Everyone fire at will, it can't escape." "What's wrong? Why can't I hit even one arrow?" "Damn it, is this fish made of loach?" Han Sen observed the situation from the snow cave, thinking, "It's so slippery, there's no way to harm the Snakebone Fish King like this. How did Black God's people eliminate the Snakebone Fish King before?" The scene shifted to the glacier beach. The Snakebone Fish School and the Snakebone Fish King fell and the crowd began to charge. "It fell," Han Sen mused. "So that's it. Although the Snakebone Fish King can fly, it can't sustain it for long in the air. If you attack it after it falls, it won't be so easy to slip away." He stood up with determination. "It's my turn to enter the fray," Black God commanded. "Surround it, don't let it return to the water." Han Sen, lurking among Black God's people, thought to himself, "This is a great opportunity. If I can assassinate Black God here, taking down the Black God shelter will be much easier." The Snakebone Fish King fell onto the glacier. Just as Black God was about to slash at the Snakebone Fish King, a shout came from behind him. Brother, watch out. Indeed, an object almost imperceptible to the naked eye pierced his back. Han Sen smiled gleefully. You're lucky to be alive. Black God fell to the snow, cursing furiously. What in the world is that? He roared. It's that bastard. He's not dead yet. I'm going to kill him. Black God's subordinates also rushed forward. Catch him, catch him. After Han Sen stabbed the Snakebone Fish King to death, a system notification popped up. Successfully hunted God-blood creature Snakebone Fish King did not obtain Beast Soul. Consuming its meat can randomly grant 0 to 10 gene points. Black God's face turned ashen as he watched his hard-won prey snatched away. You bastard, you're dead. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Han Sen looked at him provocatively. Today I'm just collecting some interest. I'll come back for your dog life another day. Black God's furious voice rang out. Stop right there, you despicable villain. Get over here, you son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. In the cave, night fell, and Han Sen was happily roasting meat. La 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 la, I'm the expert at roasting meat, it smells so good. In the distance a figure stood out remarkably in the blizzard. Han Sen cautiously took a defensive stance, his gaze fixed on the approaching person. The person was wearing a cloak revealing only half of their face. Han Sen exhaled a puff of white air, feeling a sense of familiarity. Is that Itomoki? I've never heard any news about him among the 10 god children. Itomoki held up an alien creature and said to Han Sen, trade this mutated creature for your roasted meat. Deal or no deal? Han Sen refused without hesitation. No deal. Itomoki changed his offer. Lend me your stove, name your price. This time Han Sen didn't refuse. It's just a stove, use it as you please. After a while Han Sen looked at Itomoki and asked, are you full? Itomoki had eaten his fill and his face relaxed significantly. I've been in the shelter for almost half a year. It's been a long time since I've had cooked food. After eating he stood up, put on his hood and turned to leave the cave. Friend, thank you for your stove. I want to hunt a god-blood creature, but I'm short a helper. Are you coming? If successful, I'll give you a share, Han Sen countered. Half, Itomoki agreed. Deal. The two trekked across the ice plain. Itomoki spoke. How long have you been in the shelter? Han Sen replied. Only a few days. Itomoki continued. I've been in for almost half a year and I don't know what the outside world is like. Is there any recent news about Gold Coin? Han Sen heard the familiar name and asked curiously. Gold Coin? I heard there's a person called Slaughter Gold Coin who appeared in the virtual arena and won several consecutive matches. Some say he's Gold Coin, but who knows if it's true. Itomoki turned his head curiously. What's the specific situation? Han Sen was vague. Well, I just heard about it. Itomoki suddenly angrily chopped down a tree branch in front of him. It must be him. Besides him, who else could achieve that level? Han Sen interjected. It's not that serious. You've evolved to this extent. Perhaps there are others. 2 days later in the Snow Mountain, Han Sen asked, You're not planning to enter the Snow Mountain to hunt god-blood creatures, are you? Itomoki, seeing his suspicion, reassured him. Don't worry, there's no danger. You just need to help me lure that mutated creature out, and I'll handle the rest. Han Sen asked. As bait, he explained. That guy has already been beaten by me once. It won't show its face if I'm here. Then Itomoki dug a pit and sat down. Later I'll hide here. You just walk ahead casually, and when that mutated creature appears, run towards me. He lay down, letting Han Sen bury him in the snow. Bury me in the snow, Han Sen secretly scoffed. Another old trick for assassination. He began to observe his surroundings. Where did this mutated creature come from in this godforsaken place? Suddenly a rush of footsteps came from behind and Han Sen felt danger approaching. What's that sound? Could something be charging over? A deer-shaped alien creature appeared before him. It really is, Han Sen quickly lured the deer. As the alien creature passed Itomoki's hiding spot, he immediately burst through the snow and stabbed into the alien creature's body. Itomoki slashed and blood gushed from the animal. Han Sen stood by, praising excellent blade work and great footwork too. However, Itomoki only mentioned Gold Coin. If it were Gold Coin, it would be over in one slash. I'm still not good enough. Han Sen looked at him scornfully. Gold Coin this, Gold Coin that. Has this guy gone mad? He bent down and touched near the alien creature's wound. Is this the god-blood creature you mentioned? It doesn't look like it. Itomoki explained. Not this one. This is just a mutated creature. Its blood can be used as bait. The other one will be more likely to appear if it smells blood. Han Sen then continued to roast the meat of the alien creature he had just killed while saying to Itomoki, who was buried in the snow, I say, old Ito, you don't have to work so hard. Why don't you eat some meat before continuing? But Itomoki still only mentioned Gold Coin. If it were Gold Coin, he would only do better. Han Sen turned away, no longer paying attention to him. He's gone mad, definitely gone mad. Another loud sound came from behind. Han Sen quickly looked back and a ferocious dinosaur-like alien creature charged up. Han Sen gasped in horror. Damn it, what in the world are you? He quickly ran away, thinking to himself. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Itomoki also emerged from the snow, but the dinosaur seemed to have anticipated it. It immediately jumped up, but Itomoki still managed to grab it. The animal struggled desperately, trying to throw Itomoki off. Han Sen stood by, watching the spectacle. Let's just watch the dinosaur wrestling match here in our kitten army. He praised Itomoki's move of jumping from the alien creature's belly to its back. I give those two moves a 9.9. At this moment Itomoki was trying hard to stab his blade into its body, but couldn't find the knack. Damn it, what the hell is this thing so hard? He shouted to Han Sen. Quick help? Han Sen calmly held the meat, replying, No way, we already agreed beforehand. You give me 2 portions of meat. I'm only responsible for luring that god-blood creature out. Itomoki anxiously said. If this one gets away, you won't even get a single piece of meat. Han Sen seized the opportunity to haggle. I can help, but then the division won't be the same as before. I want 1/6. He immediately agreed. 6th it is. Hansen seemed to reignite his fighting spirit. He raised his claws. It's a deal. In the snow mountain, Itomoki, riding on the alien creature's back, shouted to Hansen, "You go to the side and attract its attention." When he saw Hansen suddenly block the alien creature's path, he shouted in terror, "Get out of the way! Quick, get out of the way!" Itomoki yelled, "Quick, get out of the way! Do you want to be run over?" But Hansen merely shifted slightly, letting the alien creature charge past. Itomoki was also surprised by his actions. Hansen lay down, leaving a long wound on the alien creature's belly with his claws. The alien creature leapt over him and fell onto the snow. Hansen dusted off the snow and stood up. Hunting god blood creatures this way is quite thrilling too. Blood gushed from the animal's belly. Itomoki also seized the opportunity to jump down. He stood before the alien creature's wound, secretly sighing. The exchange just now was instantaneous. It had managed to inflict such a wound. The alien creature's internal organs were exposed. Itomoki panted, having never expected to encounter such a master in a casual encounter. Hansen walked over, interrupting his thoughts. "You don't need to do anything else. It's almost dead." Itomoki bent down and cut open the alien creature's belly with his blade, and he stood opposite Hansen. "You're strong," Hansen humbly replied. "Just average, just over 100. Itomoki walked past Hansen. "I also know the locations of some other solitary godblood creatures nearby. Can we continue to cooperate in the future?" Hansen replied, "Yes, but if it's long-term cooperation, the spoils of war can't be divided like this anymore." He glanced at Itomoki. "Never mind the cooperation for now. Let's first divide the meat of this godblood creature." Itomoki calmly replied, "You can have it all. Your blade is poisoned and the meat has been contaminated, so I wouldn't dare eat it." Hansen was delighted to receive the unexpected benefit. "Then I thank you very much." He then let his alien creature pet out to feast. Itomoki was shocked to see Hansen's alien creature pet. "My goodness, what level of humanoid pet is that?" Hansen smiled. "Godblood." 2 hours later, Itomoki was still intently watching Hansen's alien creature pet feast. "My goodness, what kind of pet is that? Such a small girl, yet she can eat an entire huge mutated creature." He began to speculate about Hansen's origins. What exactly is this person's background? That's god blood creature meat, yet he just fed it to his pet? After eating, Hansen said to Itomoki behind him, "It's getting late. I need to return to the Alliance. See you next time." Itomoki followed him. "I need to return to the Alliance too. Let's go together." He carefully observed Hansen. "Hansen, what exactly is your background? I must figure this out." On the goddess Alia and was arguing with Hansen. "Said you can't see her, and that's final." Hansen said impatiently, "We're both guards. What right do you have to control me?" Ji Yanran opened the door and said softly, "Colonel Un, he's also my guard. He has the right to see me anytime." Un merely snorted coldly, no longer obstructing him. Ji Yanran walked forward, took Hansen's hand and gently persuaded, "Don't be angry with her anymore. Why do you always clash with her? She really will kill people." Hansen was still angry. "A guard can be so arrogant? She doesn't even listen to you." Ji Yanran looked at him with gentle eyes. "She was arranged by someone in my family. In reality, she only listens to that person. My words don't have much effect on her. But she's also doing it for my safety. Why can't you just not provoke her?" Hansen was still displeased. "If she doesn't provoke me, I wouldn't bother with her." And stood behind, scoffing. "A man who clings to women like you is a disgrace to us soldiers." Hansen's eyes turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Are you talking about me again?" Then Hansen began to retort, "And as an expert in soft-shelled living, I tell you, you don't even qualify to be clung to by a man. You'll probably end up being an old maid who pretends to be single her whole life." And angrily pointed at Hansen and roared, "You!" Hansen cut her off, walking closer to her. "Me what? If I were a transcender I could slap you to death. Do you dare?" And seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. She burst out laughing. "I'll wait for the day you become a transcender to see how you slap me to death." Hansen smiled sinisterly. "No need to wait, I can prove it now." To the training room, however, and refused. "Not now, you're trying to provoke me because you're scared, aren't you?" And said firmly, "I'm busy right now. See you in the training room in 3 hours." Hansen smugly glanced at him. "I'll be waiting for you. See you in the training room in 3 hours." And was already there. She raised her hand. "Come on." Hansen stood in the doorway calmly saying, "What's the rush?" Mockery filled Anne's eyes. "What's wrong? I'm willingly suppressing my power to fight you. Are you scared?" Hansen brushed his hair back. "Hey, when did my sister say that? Come closer. I'm not stupid. Even if you suppress your power, your vision and reaction speed can't compare to an evolver's. Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Let's talk, not fight. Do you dare?" Hansen probed. "Have you studied military combat boxing? I'll make a move, you'll make a move. Using only military combat boxing moves, that should be fair." And still maintained her contemptuous attitude. "Let's see what tricks you can pull." Hansen waved his hand. "Come on, ladies first, you go first." And said melting cauldron fist. Hansen followed diagonal 3 punches attacking the opponent's left side. Moves began to form in Anne's mind. She said elbow strike counterattack and was still somewhat confused. This was purely imagining moves, something she had never tried before. What should I do next? In Anne's imagination, Hansen had already closed in on her. "You lose," and still refused to accept it. "This is just talk. If it were a real fight, you wouldn't be able to push me that far." Hansen smiled and said, "It's fine if you don't accept it. We can rehearse it again as we just did, but neither of us can use power, just a pure rehearsal so you won't protest again." and regained her confidence. Alright, let's rehearse it again. I don't believe I'll lose again. In Anne's imagination, after 39 moves, Han Sen's elbow was already in front of her. What? Anne said in confusion. This is my first time doing this talk-only, no-action thing. I'm not like you, a virtuous warrior at this. Han Sen calmly replied, if you don't accept it, keep going. A while later, Anne was completely exhausted. Han Sen also complained boredly. Sister, it's already the 30th move, you can't even last till the 40th and you still want to continue? Anne deeply felt her current situation, losing endlessly. I thought I lost before because I was unfamiliar, turns out it's the same whether I'm familiar or not. She angrily questioned, when do you ever study all this random stuff? If we really fought, you still wouldn't win against me. Han Sen looked at her coldly. Then let's really fight with real blades and guns, and asked suspiciously. Do you really dare to fight me? He said without hesitation. Fight we certainly will, but only with our hands. As soon as he finished speaking, and exuded a terrifying pressure. Good, she thought. As long as I can make a move, let's see how I deal with this scoundrel. Han Sen placed her hand on his hand. You went first just now, this time it should be my turn to strike, right? Anne felt something was off but gritted her teeth and went with it. Even if it's just hitting the back of the hand, with my strength and speed I definitely won't lose to you. Han Sen suddenly brought up their previous match. Do you know why you lost when you were breaking down the moves just now? And hesitated slightly, before she could answer. Seized the opportunity to strike the back of her hand and she lost several consecutive rounds after that. Her voice became angry. You bastard, you cheated. Han Sen mocked. You don't need to cheat to hit the back of a hand, do you? If you can't handle it, just say so earlier, can you or can't you? To Anne, Han Sen at this moment was like a devil. She tried hard to comfort herself. Calm down, don't think about him, don't let him provoke you. But her last thread of sanity snapped. Anne's power erupted. That's it, I'm going to slap this bastard to death. Han Sen, terrified, pointed at Anne. No way, are you going to hit me just because you can't win? It seemed his words had an effect on Anne, and the power around her diminished. She hurriedly ran out of the room. Bastard, despicable, shameless, lewd, vile. Han Sen seriously evaluated this perverse demoness. Her aura is also terrifying, clearly no longer human. Is this the power of a transcender? In the Star Wheel shelter, the ship was surrounded by a barrier, sailing steadily underwater. A pair of eyes appeared on the crystal ship, cautiously probing. Han Sen also felt the gaze on him and hurriedly looked around, discovering those eyes, quickly retreating when he looked again. Did it hide? Perhaps it wasn't an illusion. Han Sen was delighted to easily catch a golden knife fish. Damn it, being able to catch this mutated fish directly in the seabed is a huge profit. The system also showed a successful capture. He imagined conquering the sea by boat in the future. He definitely had to get the aquarium. This is clearly the north. The entire ocean is my domain. Meanwhile, the golden crab was greedily approaching the alien creature's corpse in front of it. Han's senator, when it tried to touch those alien creatures, Han Sen plunged his knife into the crab's pincers. This damn crab. Let's settle our score today. The camera switched to the crystal ship, where both sides quickly launched their attacks. Han Sen struck the crab's thick pincer with his sharp weapon. The crab was angrily knocked back, dust flying from its feet. Han Sen sneered, taking an attacking stance. This strike was evenly matched. With so many gene points added, my strength is no longer weaker than this crab. With that, Han Sen used his inner strength to leap up, swiftly attacking the gigantic creature. He wielded his sharp weapon forcefully, striking the opponent. His movements were agile, and with his newly enhanced strength, his attack speed was like lightning. The crab couldn't react in time, but even with his strength, the sharp weapon only left a few small scratches on the crab's body. Han Sen said, "Too hard." Seeing that the situation was unmanageable, Han Sen turned and ran away. He posed with his right hand, looking at the crab, thinking, Ghost Claw Blade can't hurt it, so why not use my fist directly, using yin power to penetrate its hard shell? Without thinking further, Han Sen charged forward, gathering his strength, and powerfully punched one of the crab's pincers. The crab looked at its opponent with red eyes, and he smiled, raising the corner of his mouth, shouting, "Opportunity!" Han Sen had found his opponent's weakness. Han Sen swiftly rushed forward with his fist, striking the crab's underside. The crab was caught off guard, its entire body trembling slightly. The crab was caught completely by surprise, its whole body swaying, unable to counterattack for a moment. A little foam appeared from its mouth. He laughed loudly with a hint of triumph on his face, saying, "Success." With that, he leaped high and punched the crab's spiky back shell. He punched and shouted, "Take another one." Suddenly, he leaped high into the air, his whole body enveloped in power, saying it can still move. The crab struggled to resist the opponent's attack. With that, Han Sen powerfully punched its back shell. His face was grim, and he knelt on one knee, saying, "Die for me." Suddenly the system prompted, "Hunt successful, successfully hunted Godblood Golden Armored King Crab, no beast soul obtained. Eating its meat can randomly grant 0 to 10 Godblood gene points." In just a few seconds the crab was defeated by Han Sen, completely lifeless. He said, "Ha, little crab, looks like I'm still better." He stood on its back shell, his fist still emitting a trace of power. Han Sen's sharp gaze fixed below, saying, "Godblood King Crab. Beast soul, let me see what kind of beast soul it is." He used the beast soul, and Han Sen donned a golden armor, looking like a crab's shell. He clasped his hands and raised them, testing the armor's sturdiness and flexibility, saying, "Armor type beast soul, finally I have a Godblood armor to wear." Han Sen smiled, with the shape of a crab appearing behind him. Han Sen continued, if I then use crystal stones to turn this beast soul into an out-of-control godblood beast soul, then even godblood weapons wouldn't be able to harm this armor. Wouldn't the out-of-control golden armor be invincible? With that, he stood straight, still wearing the armor, and shouted to the sky. Aquarium, I'm coming. In the aquarium control room, the blue-haired mermaid girl looked at a peculiar machine, exclaiming, wow. Han Sen stood behind her with his arms crossed, saying, it should be able to do something for your master now, right? The blue-haired mermaid girl turned her head, smiling kindly. My dear master, where would you like to go? Outside the crystal ship, surrounded by the ocean, the blue sea, and the fish-shaped ship shuttling underwater. In the aquarium control room, Han Sen sat leisurely in a chair, pointing upwards with his finger, saying, girl, head for the great sea. The mermaid girl gently turned her head and said, master, would you like to surface? With that, the girl operated the system in front of her. Hearing this, Han Sen refused. No, let's stay underwater. He walked to the ship's window. Before him were underwater mountains, and a few fish swam by. He thought, the coral reefs are truly beautiful, so colorful. In the deep sea, the crystal ship was diving downwards. Ahead were coral reefs of various colors. Han Sen said, the mutant creatures in the sea are truly unbelievably numerous. The mutant creatures in the sea are truly unbelievably numerous. The deeper they went, the more mutant creatures there were. Sharp towering mountains, corals clustered by rock caves. Han Sen continued, with such a great treasure trove, am I still worried about not having resources? Moreover, I, Han Sen, am probably the first human to hunt mutant creatures in the sea. The ship began to dive deeper, getting darker and darker, but in its place appeared glowing jellyfish emitting light in the darkness. Back in the aquarium control room, Han Sen stood up, placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, and said, wait, what's that? Hearing this, the girl looked back. The mermaid girl immediately turned and explained his confusion to Han Sen. Master, it's an underwater shelter. In the dark depths of the ocean, faint light could not penetrate. Below was a tall tower and underwater shelter. Following the mermaid girl's words, the girl continued, such a large city must be a royal shelter. In the aquarium control room, the mermaid girl suddenly turned and asked, Master, shall we go? Han Sen rubbed his chin, contemplating, right now I'm alone and the seabed isn't my main battlefield. If I want to attack a royal shelter, it would be too dangerous. Let's avoid it. Hearing this, the mermaid girl replied, as you command, master. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the control cabin system. Han Sen looked worriedly at the mermaid girl, saying, what's wrong? Her face immediately became serious and she said nervously, the water ahead is too shallow. If we want to continue avoiding the royal shelter, we'll have to surface. Han Sen suddenly turned and ran towards the door, saying, you in the aquarium stay here, I'll go out and check. Hearing this, the mermaid girl turned and said, as you command, master. The scene cut to the alien spirit shelter, where on the water a strangely shaped tower stood on rocks by the sea. Sounds of fighting came from below the hillside. Armored figures wielded swords, battling a group of fierce, massive boars. A man in blue armor rode on the back of a boar. Around them was a group of soldiers besieging the boar. The camera switched to the beach. Han Sen suddenly leapt up, charging towards the battlefield, powerful energy emanating from him. He laughed, saying, haha, with just this little skill, you think you can stop me from getting the soul stone? Both sides who were fighting were stunned by the sight. The man riding the boar held a weapon, and an energy also emanated from around him. Han Sen swiftly charged forward, surrounded by many fierce boars attacking him. The man in blue armor wielded his weapon, slashing at Han Sen, but he nimbly dodged, running behind him, greatly astonishing the man. Not only that, the man riding the boar and holding a weapon chased after Han Sen, saying, too fast, too fast. Han Sen had only one thought in his mind, soul stone, I'm coming. In the seaside hideout, the boars lay scattered on the ground, still covered in blood. The man in blue armor couldn't help but be shocked by Han Sen's power, shouting, this person is too strong. Han Sen stood on the boar's corpse, straightened his body, one hand in his pocket, the other holding high the energy radiating stone, shouting, the soul stone is in my hand, now submit to me. Facing the stone in Han Sen's hand, the armored man could only obey, kneeling on one knee, one hand on the ground, saying, Mad Shield willingly offers his most sincere soul to his master, to follow his master for all eternity, never to betray him. Han Sen held the stone high, standing before the gate with not only a group of boars lying on the ground below, but also several different soldiers. The man in a brown cloak said, the alien spirit surrendered, what's going on? It hasn't even started yet. The person next to him, upon seeing this, said, who is that? Do we have someone like that here? Han Sen walked towards the man in blue armor holding the soul stone, which emitted a powerful yellow light that made several people around shout, what's wrong with my eyes? Another person said, beware of enemy sneak attacks. Han Sen quickly absorbed the energy from the stone, his entire body floating in midair. The group of people who saw this sight were all stunned. The person in the brown hood said, was that the light from the soul stone just now? The person in the brown cloak cried out in disappointment, oh my god, I actually missed the soul stone. Suddenly, a giant boar appeared from nowhere, its eyes red, charging rapidly towards Han Sen. His entire body emanated powerful energy, feeling surprised. Beast, how dare you? With that, he extended his fist forward, using the self-energy he had just absorbed, effortlessly blocking the animal's attack. The force was so powerful that the boar fell to the ground, its nose bleeding, its entire body trembling. Seeing this, one person said, he's not human after all. Too strong, too strong. The crowd below approached. The person in green armor walking pointed at Han Sen and said, gold coin, it must be gold coin is on our side. The person in black armor then said, what? So gold coin is here? The person in silver armor turned and said, that shining armor, that majestic posture, who else could it be but our gold coin? The person next to him said, Gold coin is invincible. With the great gold coin here, we won't be afraid of those mutant creatures anymore. On top of the tower, Han Sen leapt down, laughing. Haha, everyone's gold coin is back. In the aquarium, the man in blue armor also returned with Han. Senator Han Sen sat in a chair looking at the man in front of him, rubbing his chin and saying, "Alas, it's not a beautiful woman." The man fell silent after hearing that. Han Sen stood up, rubbed his chin and said, "But don't worry, my aquarium happens to need workers like you. I don't want to recruit too many random people. You few alien spirits are my main force. Your mission is to capture mutant creatures in the sea, the more the better." The man in the huge armor nodded, looking at Han Sen and replying, "As you command, my master." Suddenly, a sound came to Han Sen's ears and he pondered with a serious expression. "Oh, there's movement in the soul sea." It seems Han Sen immediately thought, "Damn it, the super god beast soul is out of control. Not only have its speed and strength greatly increased, but it's also no weaker than a second sanctuary god blood mount beast soul, and it can change its size at will. Whether fighting or traveling, it was top-notch. Wasn't this much more convenient than a god blood mount?" In the Soul Sea, the creature, after transforming into a beast god, became abnormally fierce with sharp canine teeth. At the goddess' shelter, the beast god, after transforming, walked through the snow carrying something heading towards the castle. Manly and some others walked out the main gate. The brown-haired man said, "Big brother, you're back." The purple-haired man exclaimed, "What's that?" "Mutated creature meat. How can there be so much meat?" The person behind Manly said, "Oh my god, Big brother is truly my idol." Han Sen stopped at the gate and said to Manly, "Manly, tally up all this meat. How you deal with it is up to you." The people behind were busy carrying the meat down from the beast god's back. Manly asked in surprise, "So much meat and so many beast souls, where did you get all this?" Han Sen calmly replied, "From the seabed." Han Sen confidently pointed to his face and said, "What's wrong? Isn't it normal for your husband to be able to climb mountains to catch tigers and dive into the sea to capture dragons and mutated creatures? There's no need to look at me like that, right?" Manly frowned, looking at him, thinking, ever since she met him in the second sanctuary, everything Han Sen did had surprised her. How did he manage it? He could actually do something like this. This man was truly unfathomable. In the Goddess Aya dormitory, Han Sen sat in front of the screen, scratching his head and ears, exclaiming, "Ah, I can understand every single character, but when they're put together, I have no idea what they mean." Suddenly, the screen showed an incoming call with wife as the caller ID. Han Sen said in surprise. Yanran's voice came from the other end. Yanran appeared and asked, "Sen, aren't you very interested in ancient script?" Han Sen rested his chin on his hand, smiling. "Haha, indeed, I'm just studying them," Yanran continued. "Recently, there's been an expert in ancient script. Are you interested in meeting him?" Hearing this, Han Sen turned to look at her and asked, "An expert in ancient script?" Yanran replied. "Professor Shu is highly accomplished in linguistics. He teaches us about StarClan script here. He also has extensive research in ancient texts." In the training room, Han Sen held a piece of paper, scratching his head in thought. The strokes of StarClan script were very complex and intertwined. It almost looked like an internal structural diagram of some machine, very hard to memorize. The person sitting behind him rested his chin on his hand, thinking. He really didn't want to learn anymore. Another person also thought the same. Too difficult. Professor Shu stood at the podium holding a paper and said, "That concludes today's lecture. If anyone has any further questions, you can come discuss them with me after class." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Professor, excuse me for interrupting." The person standing watched and said, "I was almost asleep. I can't believe someone is actually still listening." Another person said, "Isn't that Han Sen? Han Sen is not only good at fighting but also enjoys studying." Over here, Han Sen stood up and bowed to the professor, saying, "Professor, I have a question." Professor Shu said in surprise, "Understanding the StarClan script is indeed not easy. Feel free to ask about anything you don't understand." Then he spoke, "I'd like to ask some questions about the Ancient Alliance texts." He looked into the professor's eyes, discussing this issue. Professor Shu pushed up his glasses and said, "You're interested in the script of ancient works?" He replied, "Just a bit of research, but my knowledge is still too shallow, and there are too few reference materials, leaving many confusions that are hard to find answers for. Young people prefer to spend more time practicing gene core energy. This brings direct benefits. Few are willing to spend so much time reading and researching literature. Let's go to the cafeteria and talk while we eat," Professor Shu said, and the two walked out of the corridor and headed directly to the cafeteria to converse. Inside the Goddess Ida dormitory, Han Sen tossed the box onto the table. He said, "Professor Shu's method of using yin power has commonalities with the great yin-yang magnetic canon. This makes it easier to understand. The yin power in the Dongxuan Sutra is much stronger than the great yin-yang magnetic canon. After some practice, yin power can penetrate a foot deep. If the body is stronger, the skill's effects will grow exponentially." He looked at the system panel and continued, "My physical attributes are not strong enough. I need to continue training to improve the skill's effects and achieve invincibility." With that, Han Sen walked out. He revealed a wicked smile and said, "Gargoyle, your grandpa is here to take your little life." In the ice plain Star Wheel shelter, perpetually covered by blizzards, the sky was always a vast expanse of white. The beast god flew in at astonishing speed, attacking the mutated creature's lair. Han Sen scoffed, "With the power of a transformed god-blood beast soul, one strike is now enough to break its defense." The stone ape's joints began to clack. It rotated its wrists and its ankles and suddenly charged fiercely at Han Senator. He still calmly provoked, I didn't think a stone head like yours would be afraid of pain. It continuously swiped at Han Senator. Watching this scene, he seemed to have been quite relaxed during this time. Are you getting anxious? Are you coming too close here? In terms of skill, you're even less of a match for me. Han Sen agilely dodged the stone ape's attacks, provoking it as he dodged. Idiot, look over here, I'm here. He flew further away to knock it down. My agility and strength are now beyond ordinary, let's see how you catch me. But unfortunately, everything was completely different from Han Sen's imagination. The stone ape extended its stretchable arm and grabbed Han Sen's shoulder. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Its arm can actually extend instantly. Continuously extended its arm, pushing Han Sen downwards. Han Sen said worriedly, "This is bad. My out-of-control golden armor shouldn't be this weak, should it?" Just as it released its arm, Han Sen seized the opportunity to turn around and counterattack. It's alright, being caught doesn't matter. The out-of-control golden armor was stronger than he imagined. He unleashed a powerful punch with his spiritual power, striking its chin and twisting its face to the side. While the stone ape still needed time to recover, Han Sen immediately launched a continuous attack on its entire body, making it cry out in pain. I've comprehended the Dongxuan Sutra, just in time to try out how much my yin power has improved on you. As he spoke, Han Sen fiercely struck its stomach. After this move, Han Sen also decided to use a final move to send it on its way. Die. He concentrated all his strength in his arm, then fiercely struck the stone ape, piercing a large hole in its stomach. When the stone ape completely fell, the system also showed completion. He picked up the beast's soul obtained from the stone ape's belly and cursed. What wretched thing is this? What a waste of time. After dealing with the leader, Han Sen continued deeper into the lair. Han Sen looked around and said, "Good thing there are still mutated creature eggs. I wonder if any good godblood creatures will hatch, preferably winged or possessing beast souls like a demon's sword." He warily observed everything around him. How strange, why is it so quiet around here? No mutated creatures at all. Realizing the situation was not good, Han Sen flew forward. Are there no mutated creature eggs at all? At least I didn't come in vain. He landed directly next to the mutated creature egg. Han Sen extended his sharp palm, approached the egg and prayed, "Please, all gods, the Jade Emperor, Taisheng Laojun, Buddha and Jesus, bless me. Give me a good mutated creature." Just as he cut open the egg, he said in surprise, "This is..." When the egg shattered, a dense green smoke filled the entire space. A winged creature gradually became clear in the green smoke. The notification panel displayed, "God Blood Level Flying Beast Soul." A creature with both horns and wings stood there majestically. The moment it appeared, Han Sen immediately subdued it and transformed it into his own skill. After absorption, wings grew on Han Sen's back. He said happily, "A flying beast soul, I finally have the ability to fly." In Han Sen's soul sea-space, he tricked the flying beast soul into eating a pill, then coaxed it. Waiting to feed the out-of-control God Blood Gale Wind Beast Soul. This was currently humanity's fastest flying beast soul. Han Sen stood on the mountaintop proudly, raising his hand and saying, "Except for super God Blood creatures, Han Sen could now walk proudly in the second sanctuary." Upon returning to Starwheel Shelter, he walked up and shook Han Sen's hand. "You're finally back," he replied. "Did you miss me that much? What's wrong? Did something happen?" "I've already talked to Black God and Fei Li. We're attacking the royal shelter in 2 days. Are you coming?" Han Sen lowered his head and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I have a score to settle with Black God, so it wouldn't be convenient to go together, would it?" he asked. "Were you the one who injured Black God and stole the Snakebone Fish King?" Han Sen replied. "If not me, then who else? After the war starts, I'll go myself." He reminded, "Be careful, all of Black God's masters are here. If Black God has designs on you, you might find it hard to escape." Han Sen outwardly agreed, but secretly scoffed in his heart. "Before attacking the shelter I made concessions, but who will cause trouble for whom afterward remains to be seen." At the royal shelter, war was breaking out here. Fireballs shot towards the city walls one after another, roars echoed, and chaos immediately escalated. 2 days later on the battlefield, Han Sen opened a hole in space. He peered out to observe his surroundings. It completely blocked Black God's attack. Li Yulin in the west and Fei Li in the east both had many God Blood creatures fighting. "How many God Blood creatures does this shelter actually have?" A voice reached Princess Taiyan. "Such a large-scale royal shelter is simply not a place humans can conquer." Screams of warriors came from afar. The leader immediately ordered, "Medical team, quickly carry him away." Han Sen looked into the distance. In such a large-scale battle he could still command with such composure. This Black God truly had talent. Killing intent radiated from his eyes, but an enemy is an enemy. Don't blame me for not holding back. The mutated creature army had been routed. If that white-haired alien spirit didn't have the help of other God Blood creatures, then the shelter would have been captured long ago. Han Sen suddenly saw Princess Taiyan walk inside. He asked in confusion, "At such a critical moment, where is she going?" Suddenly the ground shook violently, and Han Sen immediately sensed an earthquake. A loud noise from over the mountain made many soldiers stop fighting in terror. They frantically shouted, "What's going on? Are there reinforcements?" Just as they prepared to run to a safe place, a soldier suddenly looked back into the distance. He asked in fear, "What is that thing?" Another person replied, "Man-eaters." Upon receiving the answer, everyone ran with all their might, hoping to escape. "These bugs aren't picky eaters at all. Run." The scene gradually became chaotic. As these bugs crawled down from the mountain, terrified screams rose one after another. Suddenly a dragon flew in and spat a ball of fire at the bugs. On the other side, the leader not only didn't run but continuously waved his sword to drive away the bugs. He also said, "Retreat. Don't let the battle lines get messy." Han Sen, scared, curled into a ball to the side. These bugs were disgusting and terrifying, but individually the silver beetles weren't very strong, only slightly stronger than primitive creatures. Their terror was mainly due to their sheer numbers. This was a good opportunity to steal the soul stone. The godblood creatures and humans had all fled. With that, he swiftly flew towards the sea of fire. Upon nearing it, he summoned the godblood king turtle beast soul. Transform. He didn't land immediately but flew over the area to observe the situation. As soon as it detected Han Sen, he immediately provoked. With the 2 layers of defense formed by the out-of-control godblood beast soul, whatever you do will be useless. This was a natural barrier that Black God couldn't detect, allowing him to hide among the swarm of bugs. After landing inside the royal shelter, Han Sen immediately brushed off the filth clinging to him. Thankfully, it was quite clean here. It seemed even the alien spirits inside couldn't stand these things. The moment he turned and entered, a group of mutated creatures had already been waiting for a long time, just waiting to tear him apart. Han Sen exclaimed, "As expected of a royal shelter, the number of mutated creatures is truly terrifying." When Princess Taiyan walked out, all the creatures immediately fled. Someone shouted, "There he is!" Han Sen ran all the way inside. Mutated creatures also retreated upon seeing him. "They run away when they see me. They probably haven't forgotten that claw strike of mine, right?" Han Sen leapt into the air, his tone full of challenge. "Release your godblood creatures. Do you really think these weaklings can stop me?" Sensing a golden light from behind, Princess Taiyan immediately became wary. She glanced back and asked, "It's him again." Han Sen, seeing her turn around, also friendly waved his hand in greeting. "Old acquaintance, huh? Why leave without even saying hello?" Taiyan said, displeased. "To meet an old acquaintance, your way of greeting is far too impolite." With that, she released her mutated creature, letting it charge directly at Han Senator. He quickly dodged. So many godblood creatures had already been dispatched to deal with Black God, yet there were still more inside. Such an opponent was worth being wary of, Taiyan scoffed. Suddenly, 2 giant snakes appeared, coiled around 2 pillars of the shelter. Han Sen was startled. That giant snake had attacked Starwheel shelter before. Suddenly, something pressed down on the 2 giant snakes, making them roar in pain. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said, "The royal shelter indeed has many godblood creatures." Han Sen immediately released 4 mutated creatures from his soul sea. 4 godblood creatures combined would take considerable time to deal with. Rather than wasting power here, it's better to capture the leader first, using one of the 36 stratagems. With that, Han Sen revealed his claws and swiftly rushed forward. Han Sen shouted, "Godblood creatures are strong but stupid. Let me deal with these guys." Soaring through the air in the royal shelter, Han Sen thought, "Don't chase, you can't catch me." Blocking his way were 2 giant black snakes. What should he do about these 2 snakes? One was already hard to deal with. Now 2 had appeared simultaneously. This was truly a test for him. The 2 black snakes opened their massive mouths, revealing sharp fangs, and lunging forward. Behind them, a group of mutated monsters surrounded him. What the hell was this, gathering so many monsters behind him? Han Sen stood on his tiptoes, poised for action. "I'm not planning to play with you guys. Since you're allies, I'll give you this great gift." No sooner had he spoken than he immediately charged straight into the black snake's mouth. It stared with wide eyes, astonished and unable to comprehend what was happening. Inside, Han Sen continuously tore at it. "How about this great gift? Do you like it?" The black snake's body was torn apart. Han Sen searched for an exit and charged straight out. Goodbye. He swiftly ran into the temple, leaving the alien beasts outside to roar incessantly. Roar, roar, roar. The temple. Han Sen looked up at the statue. "Didn't expect us to meet so soon, did we?" The stone on the statue's forehead glittered. This must be the soul stone, right? Embedded at the statue's foot was the soul stone, and an alien spirit guarding with a sword appeared. In the current situation, Han Sen thought the monsters outside wouldn't dare to come in. Excellent, there's only one enemy. Much easier to deal with. He raised his claws and rushed to battle. If he wanted to get the soul stone, now was the best opportunity. The alien spirit, perceiving the danger, did not show weakness. She swiftly swung her sword, assuming a battle stance. The sword struck at Han Sen with lightning speed. Damn it, her sword is too fast. He gritted his teeth, filled with fury. She was truly cruel. Right from the start, she aimed directly for my neck. Every move the alien spirit made proved that her strength was greater than his, and she could even push him back. The alien spirit's sword edge slashed past with lightning speed. This alien spirit's sword technique is too fast, probably even faster than Black God's. Han Sen was forced onto the defensive, able only to dodge and find no opportunity to counterattack. The swordplay is too formidable. If I keep taking it head-on, my out-of-control ghost claw blade won't last long. Han Sen was continuously pushed back like this. In a direct confrontation, he had no chance to counterattack, and even trying to run was impossible. The alien spirit leaped up, slashing down with her sword with every strike. Han Sen's shoulder was grazed by the sword. It was too sharp. Even with his golden armor and stone armor demon markings, he couldn't block it. There was no other way. This was his only option. Han Sen desperately raised his hand and summoned Mad Shield. "Mad Shield, I'm counting on you. You have to block it." Mad Shield saw the situation, and the alien spirit grew even fiercer. She raised her sword with all her might, shouting, "Ah!" Mad Shield's body was struck from top to bottom by a green beam of light. Han Sen cried out in alarm. "What's going on, Mad Shield?" Mad Shield's body was split in half, falling to the ground, utterly defenseless. "My newly acquired alien spirit," Han Sen glared furiously. There was no time for grief. He had to act fast, or the losses would be even greater. He lightly leaped, soaring into the air. My half-step cloud wasn't for nothing. It's finally proving useful. However, the alien spirit still had no intention of letting Han Sen go. Die! He quickly summoned the Golden Sandworm King to buy time and seize the opportunity to escape. Golden Sandworm King, you have to hold on. Honestly, just by looking at its power one could tell which side was stronger, Han Sen said worriedly. No, the Golden Sandworm King can't hold on either. He quickly recalled the Golden Sandworm King. Otherwise the same thing that happened to Mad Shield would befall it. Go back, if I get this stone I win the temple. Han Sen suddenly felt something strange in his body. Something was wrong. A sword suddenly plunged into Han Sen's chest from the front. Who is it? The sword art. Too fast. Another alien spirit appeared before him. The alien spirit kicked Han Sen from the statue's head down to its foot. He was utterly terrified. How is there another yellow one? He hadn't expected these two soul stones to be twin alien spirits. Han Sen's entire body ached and trembled. He had fallen into a trap. No wonder she didn't let the alien creatures outside come in to deal with him. Was she not intending to fight him alone? But rather, there was another alien spirit inside, one whose strength was no less than hers. Han Sen stood alone between two alien spirits. One was already difficult to deal with. Fighting two such powerful alien spirits at once was extremely dangerous. What to do now? Run, yes, run. Han Sen fled with all his might. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are stacked against him. If I can't beat you, can't I at least run? I'll leave it here for now. The two alien spirits also quickly gave chase. The twin alien spirits relentlessly pursued him from behind. These two alien spirits' sword techniques complemented each other. They were a combined skill. Given the current situation, this was going to be difficult. The power of their dual swords combined was more than double that of a single sword. He resolutely refused to give up. He had to live. Charge, I must survive. Outside the royal shelter, alien beasts roared in fury. The golden maned lion quickly appeared, stomping on a group of alien beasts. Han Sen shouted, "Run!" The golden maned lion let out a fierce roar, its eyes bloodshot. With one lift of its leg it could knock down a dozen alien beasts. All of you die! Han Sen counterattacked, relying on its power. Golden maned lion, those two damn snakes. A bird flew over and fiercely pecked at his head. That hurts, damn bird, you almost made me fall. Han Sen commanded. Golden maned lion, charge! The golden maned lion leaped high, shaking off the ferocious alien beasts behind it and fled. Han Sen said happily, "Well done, golden maned lion, you'll be rewarded when we get back." He gritted his teeth. "Almost there. Once we're out we'll be safe, almost safe," Han Sen continuously encouraged. "Golden maned lion, charge!" He smiled triumphantly to himself. "Good thing I still have the golden maned lion. We're almost out." The golden maned lion, exhausted, collapsed onto the cold snow. Golden maned lion, he ran ahead to check on it. Those creatures were too terrifying, even a super mount like the golden maned lion. Han Sen comforted it. "Don't be afraid, I'll definitely get you out of here." Another group of flying mutated creatures appeared in the sky. Are they really pursuing so closely? He looked back. It seemed they didn't want him to leave this place. Han Sen immediately recalled the golden maned lion and ran by himself. The mutated beast charged straight over to attack. Damn it, he had barely escaped from that encirclement when a horned wild ox charged over to attack. He decided to fight. He rushed to the front of the mutated ox's horns, tightly clamping its neck with his legs. The two spun in the air. Then he fiercely kicked the mutated ox, sending it flying backward. You think you can stop me?" In the water palace, Han Sen sat on a chair, bandaging his wounds all over his body, groaning in pain. "It really hurts. It's been a long time since I encountered an opponent who could push me to this extent." He muttered to himself about everything that had happened. Not only were several of the alien spirit nobles I just acquired killed, but even the golden maned lion and golden sandworm king were severely wounded. The images of the two alien spirits in the temple, identical except for their clothing, resurfaced in his mind. But those royal twin alien spirits not only possessed unparalleled power but also beauty that could topple cities. They were truly a gift from heaven. Han Sen clenched his fist, expressing his determination to take control of them. Next he opened the system to check related information. Alien beast information. God blood hell ghost ox, God blood level mount, fusion transformation type. He continued to reassure himself that a fusion transformation beast soul could fly, and if he used black crystals to turn it into an out-of-control beast soul, maybe he could sell it for a good price. Then Han Sen's gaze deepened, revealing an unhappy expression. If he had a human form transformation beast soul, his chances of defeating the twins would be much greater. Although the Star Empress's abilities in the second sanctuary were considered quite strong, in her transformed state she couldn't wear armor, which meant she wouldn't be a match for the twins. He stood up, walked outside with his hands in his pockets and began to formulate a battle plan. "It seems I can only resume training and find a way to get a human form transformation beast soul." On the goddess Maria, Han Sen was focused on operating the computer when someone suddenly appeared and called him Han Senator. It was the squad leader. He walked over, put a hand on Han Sen's shoulder and asked, "Looking at supergene techniques, there are far more supergene techniques in the military church than ordinary people can see. Which one do you want to learn?" Han Sen immediately replied, "Which one? It must be fast enough to counter speed with speed." "No, it's better to use defense as offense." He recalled the two sisters' fighting style and seamless coordination, and began to analyze and change his tactics in order to defeat them. Although the wind character could be used to block fast sword techniques, the combined power of their twin sword formation was incomparable to what one person could achieve. For safety, I still need a supergene technique that can directly defeat their sword formation. Suddenly a low call came from outside. Squad leader, he turned his head and responded loudly. Coming, coming. He imagined himself diligently practicing with 2 swords in his hands. With dual swords combined at that sword speed, I simply cannot defeat them. I must have dual swords. The 13 reversal slashes is also a dual blade technique. With a slight modification to dual flight, I should be able to practice dual swords myself. After some active deliberation, he finally found a solution to the problem. He stood up happily, leaning on the table with both hands, and affirmed, "That's decided. Just wait and see, I will definitely subdue them." In Starwheel Shelter, the sky was overcast and the shelter was surrounded by snow. Inside the shelter, Han Sen walked along, asking Li Xinglan. He asked about the human form beast soul he had commissioned him to find last time. Li Xinglan immediately replied, "Indeed, there is a god blood snow maiden beast soul that fits your requirements. Although not extremely powerful, it increases one's speed. The only downside is that it lowers body temperature. I think this one is very suitable for what you're looking for, but its owner is not easy to deal with." Upon hearing this, he immediately turned around, his face full of excitement, and asked, "Whose hands is it in?" Xinglan whispered, "Black God." The scene cut to the next day, still in Starwheel Shelter. From afar, Black God Shelter's forces were seen approaching with an imposing aura led by Black God. Xinglan immediately stated his purpose to him. "Black God, we've made it clear, today is just for trade, not for fighting." He sternly refuted Xinglan's words. "This is a personal grudge between him and me, it has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle in irrelevant matters." Then he turned to Han Sen and provoked, "Han Sen, dare to make a bet with me? This time we'll settle our grudge once and for all." Han Sen, calm and fearless, countered Black God. "What do you want to bet on?" He calmly laid out the terms of the challenge. "We'll fight one match. Regardless of who wins or loses, all past grudges will be wiped clean. But if you lose, the Snow Maiden Beast Soul and the out-of-control Hell Ghost Ox Beast Soul both go to me. If I lose, the Beast Souls are yours." Han Sen said nonchalantly, deliberately provoking him. "What if I don't want to bet?" He put his hands behind his back and threatened. "Since you don't want to settle our grudges, you will naturally become my enemy. Black God's enemy. I, Black God, never show mercy to enemies." Xinglan had been silently observing the situation, and when he heard the somewhat unfavorable terms for Han Sen, he spoke up to stop him. "Black God, this is Starwheel Shelter, not your Black God Shelter. It's not your place to act wild here. I don't care about the grudges between you and Han Sen, but in my Starwheel Shelter no one can lay a hand on him." He pointed at Xinglan's face without ceremony. "Li Xinglan, are you really going to make things difficult for me for the sake of an irrelevant person?" Han Sen gestured with his hand to indicate he was fine, then looked at Black God and offered his terms. "One-on-one is fine, however, the beast souls at stake must be held by Xinglan." Xinglan, worried something might happen to him, quietly reminded Han Sen a few seconds later. An excited expression appeared on Han Sen's face and he continued in a joking tone, "It's all right. Someone wants to give me beast souls, how can I refuse?" Black God praised him from outside. "How direct, I'm starting to like you," but inwardly he scoffed. "Rat, you'll be crying soon. I want your beast souls and I want your life." So the auspicious moment arrived, and everyone gathered around the venue to watch the spectacle, discussing animatedly. "Black God is going to duel Han Sen. What did Han Sen do? How did he offend Black God? Oh no, isn't Han Sen doomed?" Black God began to draw his sword, its blade emitting a dazzling blue light as if proclaiming its master's power. Han Sen on his side had also entered his state, his hands adorned with armor and 3 sharp iron spikes protruding around them. Li Xinglan's expression was incredibly solemn, his facial muscles tense, making it intimidating to approach him. He roared inwardly, "Han Sen, oh Han Sen, if you hadn't agreed to the wagered duel, my shelter could have protected you. But if a duel has already been wagered, even if Black God kills you, there's nothing I can do." Just a few minutes passed and Black God charged first. His feet moved incredibly fast while he tightly gripped his sword hilt and swung with force, shouting "good" to build momentum. Han Sen showed no concern, simply standing proudly with a satisfied smile. After a moment he finally made his move. He lightly channeled his energy, causing the sharp spikes on his fist to extend. 3 sharp spearheads were reflected in Black God's eyes. "No. If I continue this slash, my elbow will be cut off by him first. Retreat." Li Xinglan worried about Han Sen's safety in his heart. Black God's demonic windblade technique was renowned on this ice plane with the title of the Green Demonic Blade's Disappearance. Han Sen, I'm afraid. Han Sen's move came straight at him, and Black God nimbly dodged, then prepared for a second attack. "No one at my level can withstand the secondary acceleration of my lesser demonic windblade technique. How dare you try to block it?" Black God raised his sword again, pouring all his accumulated power into it, then shouted, "Die!" However, before he could unleash his power in an instant he saw Han Sen charging towards him, his hands with 6 sharp spikes lunging at him. Black God was terrified and incredulous. "My lesser demonic windblade technique has never encountered such an opponent." Li Xinglan, witnessing this scene from behind, stammered in denial. No, this must be a coincidence. If once was a coincidence, then 2, 3, 4 times. Every time blocking Black God's blade and preventing its secondary acceleration. The power was too terrifying. Over there, Black God was wildly swinging his sword without any discernible pattern, aiming to block these 2 parts. This also proved he was at a disadvantage compared to Han Sen. How is this possible? How? I'm losing. Am I really losing? Retreat. Keep retreating, it seems there's no other choice but to retreat. And so, under Han Sen's relentless assault, Black God, having endured humiliation for several minutes, now completely gave up. His face was drenched in sweat and he was utterly exhausted. Defeated, he said, "You win." Han Sen stood straight, hands in his pockets, looking at Black God, who knelt before him, and humbly replied, "You let me win." Everyone felt indignant over Black God's defeat. Black God was actually beaten like a dog. "Is that really Black God? When did such a powerful person appear on our ice plane? He's incredible. Is it fake? How could Black God's demonic blade be so useless?" In the goddess shelter, Han Sen returned to the cheers of his teammates and brothers. Big brother, you're back. We all heard you beat Black God until he couldn't stand up. Black God was so arrogant. We've disliked him for a long time. Finally, someone taught him a lesson, big brother. You're truly my idol. Teach me." Surrounded by questions, he replied with a brilliant smile, "Black God, he's still too weak." Then he politely said, "Thank you. You flatter me, you flatter me." He saw Manly also appear to welcome him back and greeted her warmly. "Manly, long time no see. The mutated creature meat I brought back is outside. Please deal with it." She immediately agreed. "Okay." Han Sen suddenly noticed something unusual on her face and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" She replied with worry, "It's not what's wrong with me, it's that Linger isn't eating anything." "Sigh, anyway, you should go see for yourself." In the tower of the ice plane, little Linger was sitting by the windowsill looking out at the world. Han Sen's voice came from behind her. "I heard you haven't been eating anything these past few days. Does the food here not suit your taste?" The little girl turned her head to look at him and replied indifferently, "You're back, I'm not hungry." He walked to her side and reached out and touched her head. "You're not an immortal, how could you not be hungry? Come, tell me what you want to eat and I'll cook it for you myself." Upon hearing this, little Linger's eyes immediately lit up and a sparkling expression of excitement appeared on her face. "Really? But I don't want to eat anything. Han Sen, can you take me with you when you go out?" Han Sen suddenly paused, covered his mouth with his hand and coughed a few times because he had some reservations about her. Cough, cough, he thought to himself. This little one's origins are unknown, I should be cautious. But then he looked up at Linger's solitary figure and a wave of pity washed over him. In this shelter world, I might be the only person she knows. If even I don't care about her, she'll be too pitiful. Han Sen reluctantly gave in. "All right, I'll take you with me next time." With his agreement, Linger's face lit up with joy. "Really? That's great." With the matter finally settled, everyone felt much more relaxed. Han Sen took her hand and walked out, excitedly boasting, "Let's go eat something first." "What do you want? I'll cook it for you myself. I'm not bragging, but my cooking is definitely on par with a 3-star restaurant chef," the little one enthusiastically responded. Hum. The scene switched to a clear, cool body of water where a purple private plane was speeding through. Inside the aquarium, Han Sen and Linger were admiring the diverse marine flora and fauna. He spoke first. "So many jellyfish. Too bad they're all in groups, making it inconvenient to hunt," the little one exclaimed in adoration. "So beautiful." In the distance, a group of red jellyfish swam freely, enjoying the coolness that peace brought. Suddenly, one of them fell behind. Han Sen, quick-witted, spotted it and excitedly shouted, "Great, one's alone." With that, he immediately transformed and flew off, leaving Linger behind. "I'm going to catch that jellyfish." The little one watched him leave, bewildered. Hey, it was blue armor a moment ago. Now it's golden metallic armor underwater. He assessed the target. This jellyfish looks a bit silly. It's not running even when someone's here. It might not be a high-grade one. So he unhesitatingly reached out and grabbed the red jellyfish. Suddenly, Han Sen frowned. Something's wrong. The silly jellyfish I just underestimated is now clinging tightly to my hand, refusing to let go. He lost patience and shouted, "Damn it, what's going on? My arm suddenly has no strength at all and my yin power has completely disappeared, completely drained." He couldn't shake it off. "Let go of me." At this moment, it wasn't Han Sen in control but the red jellyfish. It electrocuted him, making his entire body numb. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, water entering his mouth making it hard to breathe, and he coughed continuously. Cough, cough. "Damn it, this jellyfish knows how to discharge electricity. I was careless." With his right arm powerless, he struck it fiercely with his left arm, cursing in his mind, "No matter what kind of ghost you are, die." No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't shake the red jellyfish off his hand. He couldn't control his anger and cursed, "Can't shake it off. This thing is too strange and it's still electrocuting me. This is bad. I need to get back to the aquarium quickly." Han Sen was numb all over from the electric shocks, now staggering as he walked. "Damn it, what if I get trapped here?" Linger had waited a long time for him to return to the aquarium, so she dove into the seabed to look for him. He slightly opened his left eye and saw her swimming towards him, constantly warning her in his mind. "Linger, don't come over." She approached him, then reached out and forcefully pulled the stubborn jellyfish off Han Sen. He gritted his teeth, urging her in his mind, "It's no use, run." Suddenly, the little girl's eyes darted back and forth because the jellyfish started sucking her hand. Han Sen looked at the grim situation before him, secretly thinking, Linger is also stuck. Suddenly Linger changed, and he wondered, bewildered, what would happen next. Linger, it turned out, the little girl was gathering strength, activating the Asura royal power, her eyes gleaming with both anger and hatred. Under this move, the silly jellyfish was instantly destroyed, its body no longer intact, but shattered into pieces and scattered in the water. Got it. The little girl tightly gripped Han Sen's hand and pulled him to the surface. He inwardly sighed with emotion. Damn it, this power is too terrifying. Once on the aquarium, Han Sen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. making up for the earlier oxygen deprivation. Linger lay on the ground facing him sideways. He looked at her, many inexpressible emotions welling up in his heart. Linger, are you human or asura after all? In the goddess ether dormitory, Han Sen rested his chin on his hand, muttering to himself thoughtfully. Biologists have long proven that human and asura genes are very different and cannot interbreed. Nor can human-asura hybrids be artificially created. Then he leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, and asserted again, humans are humans, asuras are asuras. Although similar in some ways, they are actually two completely different races. A person cannot be both human and asura. Suddenly the image of Linger unleashing her power to save him yesterday flashed through his mind. The little girl was powerful enough to shock him, also making him curious and confused. But what exactly is going on with Linger? As he was immersed in his own thoughts, searching for answers to the questions that had long plagued him, a knock and a crisp voice suddenly came from outside the door. Han Sen, are you there? Can you come with me to this place? He was startled, turning his head sharply towards the door. It's Ji Yanren. Han Sen walked over and opened the door to let her in, saying, of course I can, but you usually don't just come to my room. Has something happened? Is there anything we can't talk about? A hint of sorrow flickered across Yanren's face. If not for a close look, it would have been hard to notice. Tomorrow I'm attending a symposium. I hope you can come with me. Han Sen observed her expression, not rushing to agree, but instead asked, that look on your face, is it a matchmaking event? She loudly denied his words. What are you thinking? It's a real symposium. It's just that the people attending are quite special, and the content of the symposium is also a bit special. Come and listen, maybe it can help you in the future. At this point she paused briefly, took a light breath, and continued. Oh, and there's someone you know too. After giving the invitation, Ji Yanren didn't linger for a few minutes but left immediately. Han Sen wanted to know who the person he knew was, so he pressed. Who? She replied as she walked. Wang Mengmeng. I hear she likes you very much, is that true? Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the banquet. The symposium venue was already bustling with people. Ji Yanren took the initiative to explain the purpose of today's banquet to Han Sen. You may have heard that generally humans need to reach transcender level to begin their own gene evolution. But there are also some people or some special methods that can initiate their own gene evolution. This symposium is about that method. Qi arts, he frowned, repeating the key point of the question. HMPH. Qi arts, she softly explained to him. Actually, there's one family with a Qi arts lineage and 3 other families. We all cultivate the same Qi art, just not from the same branch. This symposium is jointly organized by the 4 major families. Han Sen asked curiously, which 4 major families? She listed the 4 main families. Ji, Lin, Wang and Shui. After she finished speaking, he began to ponder in his mind. Shui, that Shui Longyin, I killed her. She had the ice-muscled jade bone art, could it be? Seeing him still standing rooted while she had already walked some distance, Ji Yanren turned back and shouted, what's wrong? Han Sen shook his head, then stammered, no, nothing. In another corner, a beautiful girl in an elegant dress holding a glass of wine walked towards them. She greeted them warmly. Yanren, when did you come to the ether? I haven't seen you in ages. Yanren also warmly replied, Sister Qingchu, long time no see. Qingchu saw a young man next to her cousin and whispered, is this your boyfriend? She politely replied, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé Han Senator. Qingchu didn't press further on personal questions but changed the topic. It's really lively today. I've walked around and there must be 2,000 or 3,000 people. Yanren continued. The Ji, Lin and Wang families are all great clans now with their footprints across the alliance, even if only young people under 40 come here. I'm afraid this venue, which can hold 10,000 people, wouldn't be enough. Han Sen then spoke. Isn't the Shui family also a great clan? She specifically explained that the Shui family's members rarely traveled outside and were not numerous. Qingchu emphasized, but in terms of the Shui family's Qi arts mastery, they are said to be the strongest among the 4 major families. Suddenly, the lights near the stage dimmed, making the people standing nearby gradually blur, becoming the backdrop for those about to come on stage. Han Sen also turned his gaze there, anticipating the Shui family's representative. Yanren and Qingchu both paused to see who would be the most radiant person tonight. That person was, Qingchu was quick to boast. That's right, it's Shui Yiyang, my boyfriend. Today he's representing the Shui family to explain the Jade Heart Sutra. She then asked, by the way, Yanren, which family is your boyfriend from? She honestly replied. Han Sen is not from a Qi art family. Hearing that her cousin's boyfriend was more than 1 tier below her own, she felt a hint of disdain. Oh, she clearly wants me to die but pretends not to care at all. Sigh, my cousin has always wanted to compete with me since childhood. Yiyang is about to go on stage, I should go sit down. Sigh, being watched by so many people is a bit uncomfortable. If Yiyang wasn't speaking, I wouldn't go up there. Yanren was unfazed, merely urging her. All right, cousin, you go. After she walked away, Yanren linked arms with Han Sen, revealing her true colors. Now that she's found a Shui family boyfriend, she's certainly very proud. He couldn't quite understand her meaning and asked again, is that something to be proud of? Her words were tinged with jealousy. It's nothing to be proud of, it's just that being able to stand on stage is considered an outstanding figure among the 4 major families. He stood behind her as if embracing her to comfort her. So I should be the one going up there. Yanren recalled her father's glory back then and said dejectedly, my father often lectured on stage when he was young, but I can't inherit his talent. My aptitude is mediocre and I'm not qualified to go on stage. Han Sen's tone was both serious and playful. You are the most qualified to go on stage. You don't need to say anything, just sit there and look at everyone. Your beauty can help people attain enlightenment more effective than any lecture. It seemed his words truly worked, and Yanran cheered up again, playfully tickling Han Sen in revenge. He burst out laughing, then whispered a plea. Stop, stop, it tickles, it tickles. She laughed and scolded him, you braggart. The two sat down together and continued chatting. Yanran told him everything she knew. The Shui family considered themselves a tier above the other 4 families. That Shui Yiyang, his eyes were almost rolling into the back of his head, always ignoring the people around him. Han Sen's mind was full of questions. Why do the Shui family members feel superior? She whispered. Our 4 major families are all generational. The Shui family was originally the main lineage. They've always claimed to be orthodox, and the most important secret manual of the family is also in their hands, not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. He insisted on knowing what the full content of the Shui family's secret manual was. So Han Sen turned his gaze to Shui Yiyang, who was lecturing on stage, and suddenly the answer popped into his mind. Could that secret manual be the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art? Yanran slowly uttered 3 words, Guangdan Sutra. After hearing it, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully it's not the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art. She continued to explain in detail. But few people have truly mastered the Guangdan Sutra since ancient times. The Shui family has already adapted it into a gene core art called Ice Muscle Jade Bone, which all Shui family disciples can cultivate. The scene cut to a part of the banquet where a graceful young man was wandering around when he suddenly heard someone call him in a low voice. Lin Feng, Yiyang and his girlfriend Qingqiu approached him and he warmly extended an invitation. Why don't you come and sit with us? Ji Lei and the others are already here. He politely replied, I'm really sorry, I met an old friend and want to catch up with him next time. His invitation was directly rejected by the other party, and he frowned displeased. Who is that person? I've never seen them before. Qingqiu also spoke. He also knows Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked to the table where Han Sen was sitting and warmly greeted him. Old Chow, long time no see, old friend. He continuously praised his friend. Lin Feng, I listened to your lecture, it was really good. His radiant smile grew even brighter after hearing this. I didn't expect you to come. Suddenly a fair hand rested on his shoulder while a loud voice questioned, Xiao Feng, are these your friends? He replied with a darkened expression, yes, big sister-in-law. Han Sen and Yanran's eyes widened and they stammered in unison, Xiao Feng. At this moment the girl introduced herself. I'm Lin Weiwei, Lin Feng's older sister. You can call me Sister Weiwei. She and Han Sen forced smiles and called her, Sister Weiwei, Sister Weiwei. He glanced at them, judging, have you two had enough? Then Yiyang stood next to them and interjected, everyone's chatting happily. Han Sen was taken aback. Shui Yiyang. Then he proposed a contest with Han Sen. Lin Feng's Qi arts cultivation is profound. Han Sen, you are Lin Feng's good friend. Perhaps you also want to delve into Qi arts. Why don't we have a match? Qingqiu stood next to Yiyang, urging, it's always boring to just chat like this. Since he's Yanran's boyfriend, it's a good chance for everyone to get to know you better. Weiwei nodded in agreement. Since Shui Yiyang wants to compete, then let's compete. Han Sen whispered, Sister Weiwei. She gave a fake smile and continued, Sister Weiwei, let those men make a fuss. If we beauties deal with them, wouldn't that be letting them off easy? Yiyang observed the situation, smacking his lips as if waiting for this moment to embarrass her. Weiwei loudly questioned, which family are you from? Why do you have no sense of hierarchy, calling anyone sister? I am Lin Feng's aunt by seniority, you all should call me aunt. So ill-mannered. Qingqiu was speechless, not knowing how to explain. But her expression kept changing because being reprimanded in front of everyone made her feel incredibly ashamed. She gritted her teeth and called her boyfriend to help her out, Yiyang. At this moment he loudly mocked, Han Sen, are you afraid to compete with me? He took a step forward, straightened his clothes and then accepted his challenge. Sister Weiwei, please let me go. She's right. For a beauty like you to deal with a brat like him would be letting him off easy, wouldn't it? Lin Feng was somewhat worried. On the arena, Han Sen and Yiyang both took off their coats for easier combat. He stood straight, looking at his opponent across from him, calculating in his mind. I killed Shui Longyan, who cultivated the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art. This matter will be discovered by the Shui family sooner or later. At that time it will inevitably lead to conflict. Why not take this opportunity to gauge the Shui family's strength? Does this Shui Yiyang cultivate the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art, and how does it differ from the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art I obtained? Qingqiu sat on the bench casting a contemptuous glance at Yanran, secretly mocking. Shui Yiyang's Qi arts mastery is outstanding among his peers. Ordinary people are definitely no match for him. This Han Sen, Weiwei nervously whispered to Lin Feng, is Xiao Sensen really okay? He held his arms, thoughtfully replying, I don't know if he's okay, but among those at the same level. He has never failed. Hearing him say that, she felt much more at ease, both anticipating his performance and curious about the extent of his dark power. To receive such high praise from little Feng, just what capabilities did this Han Sen possess? The battle gradually began as Yiyang entered his stance. He bent his knees into a horse stance, put power into his arms, and his entire body was enveloped in blue light, simultaneously emitting a chilling aura that drew continuous gasps from the onlookers. Hiss, so cold. Is this the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art refined from the Guangdan Sutra? It's truly too powerful. Weiwei stared intently at the match. Little Feng, is little Sen all right? Although this Shui Yiyang is somewhat annoying, the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art is indeed very strong. Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand, his expression unreadable, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. Perhaps he'll be fine. Han Sen still stood like a statue without any offensive or defensive moves. This person is too strong. Although the ice muscle jade bone art I cultivate makes it easier for me to train in the cold, it's impossible to generate such a chilling aura. After Yeong completed his activation, he didn't rush to attack but instead spoke with a contemptuous tone. You make your move. Once I make mine, you won't have the chance to do anything, Han Sen muttered inwardly. Damn, that's quite a boast. It's time to show him what I can do. He clenched his fist, fully unleashing the microcrystal body. I'll show you what happens to big mouths. Wei Wei sat in the audience, her eyes fixed on the match, afraid to miss any important detail. Microcrystal body. Little Sen Sen actually has this skill. He looks barely 20, yet he's already mastered this gene core art that requires decades of refinement. A man in the back row exclaimed. It's the microcrystal body, as expected of Lin Feng's friend. Another person analyzed based on personal experience. Although theoretically the microcrystal body is far inferior to the ice muscle jade bone art, Han Sen's microcrystal body is already at a minor completion stage, while Shui Yiyang's ice muscle jade bone art has only just begun. In the upstairs seating area, the assistant casually remarked, Shui Yikwang, your brother seems to have met his match. He stared at the match without turning his head, replying, the only opponents for a Shui family member are other Shui family members. He then gave a contemptuous smile, revealing a surprised expression. Oh really? In the arena, Han Sen leveraged his arm to charge at Yeong, delivering an earth-shattering punch. Against a Shui family member, I likely won't get a second chance to attack. I have to put everything into this punch. Yeong saw his move clearly and became incredibly complacent. A frontal attack, then I'll show you what it means to throw an egg against a rock. He threw his punch, and Yeong on the other side also threw his. The two fists collided with unparalleled force, erupting in intense energy. Yanren feared he would be gravely injured in this match. Her mood was like a seesaw, sometimes soaring to the heavens, sometimes plummeting into the depths of hell. Han Sen, however, her worries were somewhat excessive. As it was Yeong who was injured, blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. Peeved, Chingcho's face turned ashen. Frantic because her boyfriend had fallen into a passive state, she shrieked, how is this possible? He was seething with rage but couldn't vent it. Han Sen retorted to the defeated Yeong with a condescending air. Clearly you're the egg. In the audience, members of various families whispered amongst themselves, utterly disappointed that a top-tier master of the Shui family had lost to an unknown individual. What am I seeing? How can this be? No way. Shui Yeong is injured. My goodness, just one punch. Just who is this Han Sen? Seizing the advantage, he leapt up, raising his hand, preparing to deliver a heavy blow. Yeong cowered, making no move to respond, only muttering, no, I won't lose. Immediately after, he also charged forward for close combat, simultaneously shouting to try and suppress his opponent. I won't lose, however. Yeong once again found himself in a passive position, his fists suspended in the air, unable to connect with any part of Senator Han Sen's fists, as if having clones relentlessly pounded him, and Yeong, in indescribable pain, could only emit guttural sounds, Back in the elevated seating area, Shui Yikwang watched his younger brother being used as a punching bag. Beside him, his capable assistant whispered meaningfully in his ear, his yin power is truly potent. Cultivated to this extent, it's likely no evolver can match him. He lost control of his anger and loudly commanded, help me find out which shelter he belongs to. In the arena, Yeong had stopped resisting, clutching his head, his mind filled with confusion. How could he be injured from the very first punch, completely unable to retaliate? Oh, I can't lose, not like this. The audience members discussed animatedly, the first person exclaiming, the microcrystal body is actually this powerful, it can even suppress the ice muscle jade bone art? The person next to him asked curiously, just where did this guy come from? Isn't he from a Chi art family? The person in white clothes continued to praise, it seems the Ji family has gained a talent this time. Since ordinary moves couldn't suppress Han Sen, Yeong resorted to using a beast soul. Ha! Seeing him transform, the audience expressed their displeasure, cursing, that's a transformation beast soul, how can he use a beast soul? Too despicable. If he can't win, he resorts to dirty tricks. When did the Shui family become so tasteless? At this moment he and Han Sen prepared to charge at each other again. Go to hell, it's likely you will die. Han Sen's punch directly struck his abdomen, and blood immediately gushed from Yeong's mouth. Yeong still couldn't accept the cruel reality. What, I actually lost, and so miserably. Then Han Sen delivered another punch, finally sending him flying from the arena into the audience below. Chingchu couldn't believe her eyes, anxiously screaming, Yeong. The surrounding people continued to mock him. My goodness, he used a beast soul and still suffered such a crushing defeat. Young people nowadays are truly unbelievable. The Shui family has really lost face this time. We've seen quite a show today. Having dealt with the arrogant Yeong, Han Sen now seemed to radiate light. Wei Wei lavished praise on him. Little Sen Sen, well done, he awkwardly replied. That person was just too weak. Back with Yikwang, he had already found out Han Sen's identity and was now reporting to him. I found out which shelter Han Sen belongs to, however your luck isn't very good. He's currently on an ice plain near the northern ice sea, which is quite far. He said decisively, it doesn't matter. He smiled cunningly, then mocked him. It's not like you to not charge forward and attack Han Senator, he said through gritted teeth. To dare injure a Shui family member, a fight is letting him off easy. I'll make him understand what regret means. In the goddess Aelia dormitory, Hansen was concentrating fully on circulating his chi, seemingly practicing the ice muscle jade bone art. According to what Sister Weiwei and the others said about chi arts, I should have already unlocked the first gene. But why? He paused, recalling yesterday's arena battle. Shui Yang's ice muscle jade bone art hadn't even broken through the first level. Yet his body could emit an endless cold aura. So why couldn't I, who has already broken through the first level, do the same? Hansen pondered, answering his own questions. Is it because I don't have the gene fluid for the ice muscle jade bone art? Or did I practice it incorrectly? Afterward he stopped overthinking and exerted all his strength to unleash the Dongxuan Sutra's ultimate moves. Although I can't control freezing power, strengthening genes with the ice muscle jade bone art is also an option. The cultivation method Lin Weiwei described at the recent symposium seemed to share commonalities with the foundations of the Dongxuan Sutra. His entire body was enveloped in a rainbow-colored golden light. Strange. Every cell in his body seemed to circulate a mysterious power, as if returning to a state of fetal breathing. Fetal breathing, without needing to breathe through mouth or nose like being in the mother's womb. He perceived everything with all his senses, feeling as if he were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality, just one step away from soaring into the sky. His eyes now gleamed with light, as if containing the entire Milky Way. Truly worthy of shattering the void, the chi arts cultivated by those powerhouses had only just begun, yet they had granted him the innate ability of congenital fetal breathing. Hansen then stood up, tensing his body, his face brimming with excitement due to the significant increase in his strength. If every cell in my body can breathe freely, then I won't have to fear drowning, will I? In the goddess Aelia data room, Hansen was engrossed in searching for information on the computer when a teammate passed by and asked, Hansen looking for super gene techniques again? He replied without looking up. Yes, the teammate continued to praise, S-grade, truly enviable. He began to immerse himself in his own thoughts. Although I already have the ability of congenital fetal breathing, allowing me to breathe freely underwater due to the water pressure and the immense yin power in the sea, my full strength cannot be unleashed. Terrestrial supergene techniques are difficult to utilize effectively. If only there was a supergene technique that allowed me to fight underwater. Suddenly his gaze flickered. This is tidal art. It turned out the screen displayed the tidal art, which could help cultivators borrow the power of water, allowing them to perform better in aquatic environments. An S-grade sanctuary card. He secretly rejoiced. This is good, I'll practice this one. Inside the aquarium, Hansen maneuvered the cabin. Why are all the mutated creatures in the seabed so huge? A few minutes later, he exited and submerged into the seabed. Tidal art, this is amazing. I don't seem to feel the yin power while swimming in the water. I need to find a god blood creature to test it out. He swam hard, moving forward. What kind of mutated creature is that? It looks ordinary and like the red ghost jellyfish from last time. Afterward, he loudly summoned, Golden Sandworm King, come here and test its power. Suddenly, a strangely shaped creature appeared in the distance. Damn, what is that thing? He approached them, only to be ambushed by them. He cursed. Damn it, it can even corrode my super mecha. Golden Sandworm King, come back quickly. So Hansen switched to his golden mecha, which seemed to solve the problem. How this thing can't corrode my mecha? Then he merged with the group of creatures. These guys can't stop me, here I come. At this moment they scattered, surrounding him from every direction. HMPH, you think this can stop me? I'm Hansen from the second sanctuary, of course. He swiftly attacked with his palm, which bore 3 sharp spikes. A system notification popped up. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted mutated poison thorn sea worm. No beast soul obtained. Consuming its meat can randomly grant 1 to 10 mutated gene points. Having obtained the spoils, he smiled with satisfaction. Tens of thousands of sea worms, and they're all mutated creatures. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly subdued all of them. This is great. So many mutated creatures. I've killed thousands. I should definitely get a beast soul right. Kill, 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 kill to my heart's content. A few minutes later, the mutated sea worms fled in a panic. Hansen complained in confusion. Damn, why did they all run off? He wildly swung his arms, trying to finish them all. Don't run, I still want a beast soul. You're not getting away. Seeing a dazzling purple light ahead, Hansen walked over. What's that ahead? However, as he drew closer, the light was so blinding he couldn't open his eyes or see what it was. That aura, a god blood creature. Suddenly, a mutated sea worm, several times larger than the previous ones, appeared before Hansen. He laughed heartily. Haha, what perfect timing, just right to test out my newly acquired tidal art on you. That mutated creature began to spray toxic gas, forming a dense barrier. It seemed to want to trap him there, and indeed he now struggled to escape. What? No way, even my golden armor is being corroded. This toxicity was too terrifying. With this giant sea worm as their backing, the smaller sea worms also began to attack him in unison. He realized the current situation was dire. This is no good. The poison thorn sea worms are increasing and it's clearly impossible to get through. This is a bit tricky. Hansen decided to retreat to preserve his life. Looks like I can't force my way through, I need to withdraw first. So he mounted his beast and had it take him away. This godblood creature isn't easy to deal with. I'll have to figure something out back at the aquarium. Inside the aquarium cabin, Hansen sat on the ground holding a mutated poison thorn sea worm, observing and evaluating it. Thankfully, I got a beast soul. This trip wasn't in vain after all. Afterward, he muttered to himself. A beast soul for a shield. He gently touched a sharp part on its body, then gasped sharply. Hiss, it's poisonous. Touching it feels like being corroded. Then he stood up, turned to look at the mutated poison thorn sea worms and wondered, that pile of poisonous meat, wouldn't eating it corrode my stomach? Forget it, better not eat it. Han Sen thus fell into his thoughts, unable to pull himself away. Why are all the mutated creatures in the seabed so powerful? They all like to move in groups, making them hard to tackle. With so many mutated creatures in the seabed, am I just supposed to look at them and do nothing? Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded behind him. Master, there's a situation in the seabed. A water-repelling fish is standing motionless, staring in one direction. She continued to report, ahead there's a solitary water monster, in the deep sea. Han Sen looked at the water-repelling ox before him, then glanced around. Can't be careless, let's have the Golden Sandworm King test its strength first. Just then, the Golden Sandworm King swiftly moved forward and the water-repelling ox immediately became vigilant. As soon as it spotted the Golden Sandworm King, the water-repelling ox quickly charged to attack. Seeing this, Han Sen sighed helplessly. Its strength is terrifying. It seems to be a power-type godblood creature. So strange powers. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll make my move. The Golden Sandworm King quickly swam away. At this point, Han Sen swiftly swam over to attract the water-repelling ox's attention. Soon, Han Sen's figure, enveloped in a golden light, fell into the water-repelling ox's eyes. It quickly charged over, its gaze emanating a chilling light. Seeing the water-repelling ox charging, he loudly shouted, "Come on!" It gritted its teeth, exhaling, then rushed forward. He quickly drew the sharp ghost claw blade in his hand, looking at it. What perfect timing, let's see who's harder, you or my ghost claw blade. A cold blade light swiftly slashed across the water-repelling ox's body, but its scales were incredibly hard and the blade made a loud clang upon contact. The water-repelling ox's face turned ashen as it glared at him, showing no sign of pain from the attack. It gritted its teeth, exhaling smoke, staring fixedly at him. Han Sen repeatedly swung his fists forcefully, attacking the water-repelling ox. The scales are too hard. The water-repelling ox roared even more furiously each time it endured his harmless attacks. Seeing his attacks causing no damage to its body, Han Sen became even more helpless, gnashing his teeth in frustration. This won't do. The ghost claw blade can't break through its scales at all. Just then, the water-repelling ox quickly charged over. Han Sen immediately retreated. If he couldn't win by force, he would win by strategy. The water-repelling ox completely ignored him, lowering its head as if to gore him. Han Sen immediately waved his hand to block its large horns, trembling all over, gritting his teeth to see if it would work. The water-repelling ox furiously shook its head, glaring at him with wide eyes. With every step it took, it pushed Han Sen backward. Han Sen's entire body trembled before its immense power, and he couldn't help but feel flustered. This won't do. This beast's strength is too great. If I can't confront it head-on, I'll have to go around to its back. No sooner had he spoken than Han Sen immediately dashed backward with force, startling the water-repelling ox. He sat on the water-repelling ox, triumphantly attacking it fiercely. Haha, no matter how strong your body or how hard your scales, you can't withstand yin power. With that he accelerated, furiously attacking the water-repelling ox's head, which let out a cry of alarm. He fought more and more frantically, his entire body's power erupting. A burst of light instantly enveloped him. Today I'll make you suffer enough. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the water-repelling ox finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground, and the system notification immediately sounded. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted god-blood creature water-repelling ox. Did not obtain beast soul. Consuming its meat can randomly grant 10 mutated gene points. Han Sen rubbed his hands and said that god-blood creatures in the seabed weren't that difficult to kill. It was just a pity he didn't obtain a beast soul. Back in the aquarium, Han Sen casually tossed the water-repelling ox's corpse aside and sat on the ground, saying with satisfaction, "The ice muscle jade bone art is indeed a good thing. After mastering the first level of the ice muscle jade bone art, my perceptual ability seems to have become increasingly acute." Just then a sound came from outside, startling him. Han Sen turned his head, startled, and quickly said, don't move," he gritted his teeth, saying worriedly, "Why do I have such a strong sense of unease? It's as if something very terrible is about to happen." Just then, Princess Poseidon hurried over from behind, comforting him. "Calm down, this is the aquarium, and the aquarium cannot be destroyed." Suddenly a fierce shark with sharp teeth violently rushed over from outside, startling him. "What is that?" Looking at the white shark outside, Han Sen couldn't help but be surprised. This shark is really big, but it's not it. Although the shark was terrifyingly large, the trembling aura wasn't emanating from it. The shark outside roared, its body swiftly shuttling through the water, causing small fish to quickly scatter wherever it went. He looked at it suspiciously. "This feeling is indeed very strange. What exactly is it?" Suddenly something in the water emitted a soft light, attracting the shark's attention and making it turn its head. He stared at the dazzling light in surprise, stammering, "That's a seahorse." Before him, the shadow of a seahorse swam in the water, its eyes flashing with killing intent, making him exclaim in surprise, "Those terrifying eyes, it's as if one glance could ensnare a person." Just then, the shark, upon seeing the seahorse swimming over, trembled all over, its fierce demeanor completely gone, and it quickly swam away. Seeing this, he said in surprise, "This huge shark was actually scared motionless by that tiny seahorse." Suddenly, the seahorse unleashed a faint blue fireball. "Is that fire?" The flames instantly rushed towards the large shark from before, violently burning it in an instant, making it struggle incessantly. It's burning, can it burn underwater too? The flames fiercely engulfed the entire shark's body in an instant. When everything was completely burned away, the flames dissipated, gone. It was burned to ashes just like that. Hansen stood in the submarine watching this scene as if struck by lightning. He was completely shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat, and gritted his teeth. Super god blood creature. A super god blood creature of the second sanctuary. Just then the seahorse suddenly stopped in place, looking around. And when he saw its cold gaze scanning the entire water area, Hansen's entire body trembled instantly. It saw me. But then the seahorse suddenly turned and left, lifting a small burden from his heart. It left. It's good that it left. After it swam far away, he finally sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Too terrifying. Just its aura was so terrifying. In the deep sea inside the aquarium, Hansen walked forward, looking at Princess Poseidon in surprise and asking, "What's that place ahead?" She immediately replied, "Continuing onward is the underwater shelter." Looking at the calm ocean scene outside with heavy creatures moving in the cold seawater, he spoke in a low voice, "Is this seahorse a creature of this shelter? If so, I probably won't be able to conquer this shelter for several years." He pondered for a moment, then spoke. Princess Poseidon turned her head. She looked at him in surprise. "Master, aren't you going to take a look?" Hansen replied with a faint smile, "No." But suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the entire sea area, attracting his attention. "No, are those blue flames the flames of that thing?" Thinking this, he quickly ran to a nearby balcony, looking at the scene outside. What's burning? The light was dazzling, like the light of the sun, making it difficult for anyone who saw it to look away. Hansen stared in surprise at the hazy scene in the cold seawater. What? An underwater shelter? That blue seahorse actually burned down the entire underwater shelter. In the deep sea, the seahorse calmly watched the firelight in front of it, completely unconcerned by the surrounding scene. 2 hours later, his submarine sped through the water, trying to accelerate to maximum speed. Too terrifying, a shelter tens of meters large actually directly turned to ashes. Not even a single alien creature was spared. Hansen had now left the submarine and donned golden armor. He came to the scene to observe carefully. If all super god blood creatures in the second sanctuary are as terrifying as this blue seahorse, then even if I possess 4 types of genes, I don't know if I can withstand its blue fireball. He carefully examined the remaining items on the ground, then stood up and looked around. The scene of devastation had already been burned to ashes, he thought to himself. If I could kill that seahorse, how terrifying that beast's soul would be, simply unimaginable. After returning to land, he diligently trained with the holographic training machine. After training with the machine, he began real combat practice, fiercely striking a person's head, killing him. His attack made the person quickly fall to the ground without even having time to let out a scream, only able to tremble and close his eyes. Just then, an invitation appeared again on the display screen in front of him. "Shang Fei invites you to battle. Do you accept?" He quickly made his choice. In an instant, Hansen already appeared before Qin Zan. Qin Zan, upon seeing him, said with a happy smile, "Coach, do you have time to give me another lesson?" He replied with a smile, "Let's skip the lesson for now. I've just mastered a sword technique. Why don't you practice with me?" With that, Hansen, with a serious expression, quickly drew 2 sharp swords, and Qin Zan, upon hearing his words, said in surprise, "A new sword technique." Hansen didn't answer her. He gripped his swords tightly and quickly charged over, swinging them. Qin Zan immediately retreated quickly, also gripping a sharp blade in her hand, looking at him seriously. "HMPH, not as hard to deal with as I imagined." This move made Qin Zan a bit smug. She turned her head and sneered contemptuously. Why would such a master practice an ordinary sword technique? The sword technique seemed somewhat skilled. She was lost in complacency, not knowing that Hansen had already quickly rushed to her side. Feeling the cold aura change position, Qin Zan warily turned her head and said in surprise, "Isn't this the dual flight sword technique? Coach is actually using a 2-person sword formation alone. Is he trying to modify a 2-person sword formation into a dual-wielding sword technique?" Hansen sneered, swung his sword with force from behind, and turned and coldly pointed the sharp sword tip at Qin Zan. Ah, she figured it out, indeed, a very good opponent. Qin Zan, with a serious expression, leapt up and swung her sword again. Coach exposed a flaw. He quickly blocked her attack with the 2 swords in his hands. "Please help me see how many flaws I truly have." No sooner had he spoken than the 2 quickly charged at each other, fighting frantically. After several hours, the intense battle finally stopped. Qin Zan tiredly reached out to wipe sweat. Coach is actually doing 2 things at once, using 2 different sword techniques with both hands simultaneously. "I feel like I'm fighting 2 people at once," Hansen replied with a smile. "Thanks to you today, I've been thinking about this sword technique for a long time. Many problems can indeed only be discovered in real combat." Qin Zan, sweating all over, smiled upon hearing Hansen's words. Coach's progress is too rapid. The same problem won't appear a second time. No wonder Coach didn't go to the sanctuary to learn dual-wielding sword techniques. How could there be such a unique dual-wielding sword technique in the sanctuary? It's truly amazing. After that training session, Qin Zan entered the holographic training machine for training. After training for a period, she looked in surprise at the display screen in front of her. Mastering various super gene core arts and even being able to modify martial arts on his own. What big shot is that little soldier in the battle armor? In an instant Qin Zan returned to the goddess Alia dormitory. She held her phone, typing a few characters, seemingly wanting to call someone. Just then, Han Sen was walking in the corridor when his phone suddenly rang, startling him. Fumbled, saying in surprise, "Captain Qin, calling me so late, it seems you still don't have a boyfriend, do you?" Qin Zan looked at him seriously and said, "Going to the virtual training camp, I learned a sword technique from a master." Hearing this, Han Sen answered with an excited smile, "Yes, I'll go. What's your ID? I'll add you later." "Shang Fei," she quickly replied. "Shang Fei?" he asked in surprise upon hearing the name. "Captain Qin is actually Shang Fei." On the other end of the phone she saw Han Sen's expression and asked confusedly, "What are you spacing out for?" He joked with a smile, "If you're Shang Fei, then who's the emperor?" Qin Zan answered with a calm smile, "No one is yet qualified to be my emperor. By the way, I heard young Manly talking about your affairs. You did very well, and even young Manly was full of praise. I almost thought she was possessed by a demon," he replied with a smile. "To receive praise from Captain Qin and you all, it's worth it. Manly's here, Manly's here." Qin Zan, while surprised, also quickly reminded him, "Oh, remember to tell me when you two talk." Just then Han Sen walked over and saw young Manly wearing thin clothes and blurted out, "Oh my god, why are you dressed like this?" Young Manly's expression became serious and she quickly said, "Han Sen, something big has happened." Just then on the ice plain at the goddess shelter, a group of thousands of soldiers was gathered on a small hill. "It's already been scouted. Han Sen isn't here. There's only one evolver with a physique over 100 in the noble shelter. He wasn't here before, and he might not be now either." Just then a white-haired man wearing red armor looked at the man on horseback and said with a smile, "Boss, when do we act?" Black God on horseback grimly ordered, "Quick, the quicker the better. If we wait for Han Sen to get reinforcements from Li Xinglan, things will get troublesome." Just then at the goddess shelter, outside the balcony, 3 people wearing thick cotton coats looked at the distant crowd, greatly surprised. "Where did these people come from? Are there any other shelters nearby recently?" The person next to them in a blue cotton coat said, "It looks like these guys want to attack our goddess shelter." Just then a young man in a white cotton coat said, "Let's surrender. With over 200 snow wolf mounts, even if our goddess shelter had more money, it couldn't compensate for the loss." Just then a cold interwoven sound came from behind them. "Move aside, Big Brother is here. Quick, move aside, quick, move aside." A group of people, including young Manly, followed Han Sen, walking over coldly. Upon hearing the sound, the 3 men quickly turned their heads. Just then the man next to him looked seriously at the crowd in the distance and said with a frown, "Commander, the enemy's strength far exceeds ours. We should retreat first." Just then, Black God, leading the crowd from over the hill riding a black snow wolf, quickly rushed over. He raised his sword high and spoke in a challenging tone, "I am Black God, Han Sen. That despicable and shameless guy almost poisoned me to death. I came here today purely to settle personal grudges with Han Senator. As long as you just watch from outside, I promise not to harm a single blade of grass or tree of yours, otherwise kill without mercy." He roared loudly, full of intimidating power. The soldiers behind him also followed with high morale, shouting, "Kill without mercy, kill without mercy." At the goddess shelter, Han Sen and the others looked at the distant, high-spirited soldiers, discussing animatedly. Black God is someone whose physique has broken through 100 points. The few people behind him have probably also broken through 100 points. How do we fight? It's hard enough for Han Sen to deal with him alone, let alone 6 people. Coming to someone's doorstep to snatch meat, it's really too much. Han Sen is doomed this time. He, however, was not at all bothered by the surrounding discussions, and quickly rushed out of the observation deck, startling the man behind him. He rushed over worriedly. "Captain," he said faintly as he ran along the ice path. "You all guard there." Black God looked at him walking alone and said contemptuously, "Too arrogant actually coming here alone. Doesn't he put our boss in his eyes?" The crowd on the observation deck looked at his actions, discussing confusedly. "What's Han Sen rushing up alone for?" Just then, someone said mockingly, "Of course he's surrendering. Hee Han Sen was so arrogant on weekdays, I didn't expect him to have this day. Hee Han Sen was so arrogant on weekdays, I didn't expect him to have this day." On the ice plain, Han Sen sneered, pointing at his head and looking at Black God. "Black God, how dare you come to my shelter? Have you forgotten your crushing defeat in the last contest?" Upon hearing his words, Black God's face darkened and he said grimly through gritted teeth in a low voice, "Victory and defeat are common in war. The one who laughs last is the winner. I admit your martial arts are formidable, but this time it's not a one-on-one duel." He coldly pointed his sharp sword at him and commanded, "Han Sen, quickly kneel and surrender. I'll spare your life, otherwise this place of yours will surely be destroyed." Hearing Black God's arrogant words, he sneered contemptuously and said, "Just you all." Han Sen quickly glanced at the crowd behind Black God and smiled faintly. 66 evolvers have broken through 100 points, and 237 evolvers have physiques over 60. Destroying your shelter is simply as easy as turning over one's hand. It seems I can't avoid fighting today." Black God sneered and shrugged. Then he said, "If you kneel and admit your mistake and surrender this shelter, perhaps I'll even spare your life." Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth as if hearing a joke and replied, "Soon you'll find out how ridiculous you are." With that, he quickly rushed up. His swift movements made the ground tremble. Han Sen sneered and said, "Too bad you'll never get to laugh again." Black God watched his movements with a cold face, frowning contemptuously. Courting death. With that, the crowd behind him quickly rushed towards him. The crowd on the observation deck looked at the rapidly changing scene before them and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "He's actually fighting Black God. Crazy, crazy, this guy is really crazy." Quickly open the city gate and surrender lest they kill Han Senator. Open the city gate, open the city gate. Seeing the crowd begin to riot, young Manly angrily turned her head and loudly commanded, "Whoever dares approach the city gate by half a step, kill without mercy." Those people were just about to open the city gate when they suddenly saw a group of people raising bows in their hands, aiming at them ready to fight. Coupled with young Manly's words, those people instantly stopped and shouted loudly, "Deputy Captain Young, you may not value your lives, but we do. It's over, completely over." Her face grim, she coldly told the crowd, "Instead of worrying so much, you'd better think about what you'll do after Black God is defeated." At this moment on the battlefield, Black God's men armed with weapons swiftly charged at him. "Die, die now." Han Sen calmly ran past them, his speed astonishing them so much that they couldn't keep up. Where is he? He ran away so fast. Just then another person wielding a sharp sword swiftly rushed at him, blocking his path and attempting to strike. Han Sen scoffed dismissively. "Is that all you've got?" Infuriated by his contemptuous words, the man immediately swung his sword. "Don't even think about escaping." Han Sen remained silent. Each of his movements was now enveloped in a golden light, rendering the crowd powerless even if they attempted to encircle and attack him. Incredibly fast, how did he suddenly become so strong? Black God watched the current scene, surprised and displeased, gritting his teeth. "No, impossible, it hasn't been long, but Han Sen's strength is far greater than when we last fought." He watched as the crowd charged with lowered heads but repeatedly missed. Han Sen, however, calmly swept past them, so serenely that it was as if he regarded them as mere playthings. Black God roared furiously, "You fools, don't go easy on him." Han Sen coldly pondered. If his former self was a chess piece, then his current self was the true chess master. Black God trembled all over, but still firmly raised his long sword, shouting, "Kill him, kill him." The crowd quickly gathered into a mass and charged at him. "Kill, kill, kill." On the observation deck, young Manly watched the distant battlefield, anxiously shouting, Han Sen isn't wearing armor, he's full of openings, how can he survive in such an intense battle? It's too dangerous." Just then, Han Sen donned his red armor. A cold gaze like that of a fairy queen fell upon the crowd, a sneer gracing his lips. "Haha, everything is under my control." His eyes radiated cold, killing intent, glaring at them, penetrating minds with infinite subtlety. This was the true mystery of the Dongchuan Sutra's movement technique. He scoffed contemptuously, "Your movements are too slow." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly weaved through the crowd, heading straight for Black God. An army's commander can be captured, but its will cannot be shaken. As long as Black God is killed, there will be no more fierce fighting like this. Black God was startled. Seeing him charging over, he hastily ordered the crowd, "Kill him, don't let him get close." The crowd immediately swung their swords to attack, but he had already swiftly leapt into the air to dodge. With a few simple jumps, he had glided past the crowd, leaving them staring in astonishment. Black God cried out in terror. Leaping and leveraging momentum, he immediately raised his long sword high, glared coldly at him, and roared, "Die!" He swung his sword, but Han Sen darkly and dismissively retorted, "Oh, but it seems I'm still alive." No sooner had he spoken than he coldly raised his arm and brought it down with a fierce swing, severing Black God's head. Black God's head, still moving from inertia, flew high into the air, coincidentally striking his own body below. His eyes wide, he cried out in astonishment, "Is that me? I'm dead." The Black Snow Wolf now roared furiously and charged forward. Its violent movements caused Black God's headless body to be thrown high into the air. The people below looked at the corpse, exchanging bewildered glances. Black God is dead? How is that possible? How could this happen? On the goddess shelter's observation deck, the moment the crowd saw Black God's headless corpse, they cried out in terror, "No, impossible, Black God is dead." Han Sen killed Black God. With so many people, Han Sen fought them alone and actually severed Black God's head. The person next to young Manly, disbelieving what they saw, spoke up, "Unbelievable. Truly a testament to Han's training." Young Manly stood beside him, softly laughing. "That's Han Sen, the leader of our goddess legion. This is the power of our goddess legion." Suddenly, those who had previously considered surrendering witnessed this scene and hastily fled. "Run, Han Sen knows we wanted to surrender. He won't let us off easily. Don't enter the shelter for now. Wait until Han Sen forgets about this." On the ice plain, Black God's headless corpse lay cold on the thick snow. Black God." The crowd, watching his retreating figure, spoke up, "We came here on Black God's orders. This has nothing to do with your personal grievances. If Black God is dead, continuing to fight won't benefit us. Let's stop here." Han Sen coldly glanced back at the crowd. "Attacking my shelter, if I had died, wouldn't you have benefited?" Hearing this, the crowd immediately explained, "We came here because of the faction behind Black God. We have no personal connection to Black God. Is it worth dying here for him? If it weren't for Dong Lin's request for help, why would I listen to Black God?" Despite their explanations, he simply smiled faintly and said, "Since you've already come, you should be clear. If I fight you, I will fight to the last drop of blood. If not, you must join my goddess legion and help me conquer Black God shelter, thereby earning merit for my goddess legion." A person stepped out from the crowd and said, "The forces behind Black God shelter are very complex. If we help you defeat Black God shelter, that influential figure probably won't let us off easily." Hearing this, he smiled faintly and said, "I know that, Donglin. When you go back, just tell them my name." The moment they heard him, the crowd immediately dropped their weapons, respectfully knelt on the cold snow and shouted loudly, "We agree to join the Goddess Legion and pledge our loyalty to you. We agree to join the Goddess Legion and pledge our loyalty to you." Their armor and weapons were swiftly thrown onto the snow. Their voices echoed across the sky. Black God's forces had now completely submitted at his feet. "We pledge our loyalty to you. We pledge our loyalty to you." In the blink of an eye he had returned to Black God Shelter with the crowd. From today onwards Black God Shelter would be under the management of Goddess Shelter. In Star Wheel Shelter the people were now discussing Han Sen's story. That Han Sen is 8 feet tall and 8 feet around the waist. His strength is extraordinary. Tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Black God's blade couldn't even cut him. "I used to be Han Sen's neighbor. I remember back then he killed over 10,000 people from Black God Shelter, beating them until they cried for their parents and begged for mercy." The surrounding space was filled with the clamor of the crowd. Suddenly a figure brushed past and hearing these discussions fell into thought. Killing is easy but taking over territory is hard. A shelter has many interconnected forces behind it. How exactly did Han Sen manage to take control of Black God Shelter? He looked up, gazing into the distance, pondering. Han Sen took over Black God Shelter. Could his next step be to become the Ice Plane Overlord? In the dark corridor a mysterious figure watched Han Sen, smiling faintly. "So fast, Han Senator," he heard the person on the other end of the phone happily say. "Being able to take over Black God Shelter so smoothly is all thanks to you for dealing with those people behind the scenes." The person laughed and asked, "And if I couldn't handle it, what would you have done?" Han Sen immediately joked in reply. "Grab the money and run, of course. We still made a little profit." After chatting for a while the person left. He quickly said, "Thank you, old Tang." Tang Zhenlu glanced at him dismissively but didn't reply. In the Goddess Alia dorm, Han Sen was seriously searching for information on the screen. "What in the world is this violent jade primordial yang art that Zhou Ting gave me?" I tried to ask him discreetly but he wouldn't say a word. Just then the figure of a sexy woman appeared before his eyes. Why does the first page of this super gene technique look so strange?" At this moment his phone vibrated gently nearby and a figure gradually appeared, surprising him. "Yanran?" Yanran looked at him, puzzled. "What are you looking at?" He hastily covered the screen with his hand in a panic, but just then the woman's voice on the screen rang out. "Do you want to be hard and last long? Do you want to?" Han Sen smiled awkwardly, covering his eyes with his hand. Yanran, blushing with shame, spoke. "No, it's not like that, Yanran. Listen to me." Yanran smiled faintly, her cheek slightly flushed, and said, "Originally I finally had some free time today and wanted to." "It's okay, you continue practicing, I'll wait for you." With that she quickly hung up, leaving him flustered, pale, and shouting in regret. "Yanran, it's not like that, I really can." In the Goddess Alia dorm, Han Sen's loud shouts made two passersby jump. "Zhou Ting, you're dead meat." At the Goddess Shelter, Han Sen hastily rushed out shouting, "Zhou Ting!" The moment Zhou Ting saw his furious face he cried out in surprise and panic. "Commander, what's wrong? Let go, let go." "Ow, you're choking me," he said furiously. "What in the world is that violent jade primordial yang art? Do I look like someone who needs to practice that kind of skill? Do you know how good my kidneys are? So good even I'm scared of them." Zhou Ting, trembling all over upon hearing this, reached out to grab his fierce arm, smiling awkwardly. "Commander, calm down first, listen to me, it's not what you think." He struggled to suppress his inner fury and let go. "Then tell me, what is it?" Zhou Ting slumped to the ground but quickly stood up again, rushing over to pat his shoulder, saying with a smile, "That violent jade primordial yang art, yes, it does have the effect of invigorating the kidneys and strengthening yang. But that's just a side effect. It has a very significant effect on the body's endurance, physical strength, and explosive power. After mastering it, you can fight 10 opponents at once and walk 1,000 li without getting winded." As Zhou Ting spoke, he pulled a small piece of paper from his clothes, smiling. "This one I have is a direct rubbing from the violent jade primordial yang steel. The original, not all that messy stuff you find online. The original. Because it's truly very precious, I was afraid you'd tear it up in a fit of anger, so I copied another one for you to see." He hastily reached out to take the paper Zhou Ting had just pulled out, comparing it to the one in his hand, frowning. "Fan Chao, don't let me find out you're playing tricks on me, or don't blame me for being ruthless." His face suddenly turned cold, and he spoke grimly. "These characters are clearly identical, with no difference in shape or color." In an instant this original truly exuded an inexplicable, peculiar feeling, as if it contained some profound mystery. Han Sen coldly glanced at Zhou Ting. "Can practicing this really make one fight 10 opponents?" Zhou Ting immediately replied, "Commander, you can already fight 100 opponents by yourself. Fighting 10 or 8 more is no problem either." Hearing this, he turned to leave. Before leaving, he pointed at Zhou Ting and coldly said, "I've already arranged to hunt godblood creatures with those people, and time is running out. If you dare to deceive me, I'll settle the score with you when I get back." In the Ice Snake crevice, he rode on the back of a lion, leading the crowd deep into the Ice Mountain crevice. "Everyone, is the silver-eyed Ice Snake King here?" The crowd behind him immediately replied, "Yes." Just then, a young man walked up to Han Sen and said, "Commander, we once hunted that silver-eyed Ice Snake King with Black God. It's hard to exert our full strength here, and if we get entangled by those snakes, we'll be in a very dangerous situation." Hearing this, he replied in a deep voice, "I've already decided. You just need to follow my orders." The man replied grimly, All right." Looking at his back as he walked ahead, the man worried. "What do we do?" The person next to him immediately said, "I've already talked to Dong Lin. What else can we do?" At this moment, a huge ice snake was coldly approaching from not far away. He suddenly felt the distance between himself and the group behind him, so he turned back, puzzled, and asked, "Why aren't you moving?" The crowd quickly replied, "Commander, there are many mutated ice snakes here. Even if our physiques exceed 100, one bite will instantly freeze us solid." Hearing the cowardly words of the group, his face turned cold. "If you're unwilling to take risks, I'll lure out the silver-eyed Ice Snake King, and you help me kill it, but let me be clear. If anyone dares to flee during the battle, don't blame me for being ruthless. Not even Dong Lin will be able to save you then." The moment they heard this, the crowd silently exchanged glances. Then, seeing him recall his mount, they asked in surprise, "Isn't he planning to fly? How can he dodge those ice snakes beneath the thick ice like this?" The person next to him said grimly, "Flying is useless. Ice snakes can fly too." He walked forward step by step, carefully reminding them, "Look at the snow, don't leave footprints." Although not entirely without footprints, the crowd followed him, watching his nimble steps with surprise. But is this movement technique really just from an evolver? No sooner had he spoken than suddenly 2 ferocious ice snakes appeared from nowhere and charged at him, startling him. He immediately bent down to dodge one of its attacks. Frowning, he thought, "If I kill these 2 primitive great ice snakes now, the scent of blood will immediately attract more ice snakes, and it'll be even more troublesome." The deeper they went, the more ice snakes there were, and their attacks became fiercer, but he didn't slow down. Instead, he carefully dodged every attack to avoid injury. "I shouldn't waste time on these snakes. My goal is to lure out the silver-eyed Ice Snake King as quickly as possible." He rapidly slid along the rugged path, thinking, "Didn't they say the ice cave was about 30 miles from here? I've already walked over 40 miles, but I still haven't seen it. Could the godblood creature information those people gave me be false?" Looking at the desolate and silent surroundings, he couldn't help but suspect there were no more ice snakes ahead. Han Sen gradually slowed down and looked back around him. Are those snakes no longer pursuing? Could we have reached the silver-eyed Ice Snake King's lair already? That's too strange. If we were at the silver-eyed Ice Snake King's lair, those ice snakes should be desperately protecting their king. Did something happen in this ice crevice? He pondered as he walked forward step by step. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached a huge cave entrance. Looking at the nighttime scene inside, he felt a bit excited. "Since I'm already here, I can't leave without even seeing what the silver-eyed Ice Snake King looks like, can I?" He ventured deeper into the cave, but what he was waiting for didn't appear. He walked forward unconsciously until he could go no further, then suddenly startled, asking in confusion, "This is the end of the Ice Snake crevice." Looking at the majestic mountain scenery before him, he was somewhat intrigued. "The shape of this ice cave is strange. It seems there's something unusual about it." Soon he immediately donned a set of armor, observing seriously, "It's better to be careful." After some exploration, he entered an ice cave. This ice cave was still terrifyingly quiet, making him suspicious. There hasn't even been a single mutated creature this entire way. It's so quiet, there must be something wrong. Suddenly, in the distance, a peculiar green egg lay on the ground. The egg quickly caught his eye, making his eyes light up. "Holy shit." Han Sen quickly rushed towards the egg. "Haha, as expected, heaven is helping me. It's actually a mutated creature egg. Maybe even the silver-eyed Ice Snake King's egg." The moment his arm touched the egg, he was shocked by an electric current, making his entire body tremble. Han Sen hastily retreated, cautiously looking at the egg, asking in confusion, "What kind of ghostly egg is this? Why does it have electricity?" Suddenly, the patterns on the eggshell changed, surprising him. "What's happening? The patterns are darkening." Suddenly, an unusual sound came from behind him, immediately putting him on alert. That commotion over there. Could the silver-eyed Ice Snake King be here? Hearing the continuous sounds, he grew even more puzzled. That sound was clearly footsteps. At that moment, Itomoki emerged from the darkness, clad in green armor, leaving him astonished. Itomoki too was surprised to see Han Senator without a word. Itomoki instantly rushed towards the green egg, although Han Sen had arrived first. By the unwritten rules of the Jianghu, possession belongs to whoever holds it. Han Sen guessed Itomoki's intention, quickly rushing to stop him. "I advise you not to touch it," but it was too late, for Itomoki's arm was already on the egg. In an instant, his entire body trembled from the electric current, and he gritted his teeth. Itomoki violently fell to the ground. Watching this scene, Han Sen helplessly squatted down and looked at him. "I was trying to save you just now. I kindly intended to warn you, but you didn't take it seriously." Itomoki, hearing this, gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Sen smiled faintly, glanced at the egg and said, "I just wanted to confirm if this egg was truly electrified." "It seems it is, and strongly so." Itomoki frowned and whispered, "Why did you pull me back? You're just deceiving me." Han Sen, hearing this, sneered, propped himself up and stood, saying, "I've never heard of the silver-eyed Ice Snake King being electrified. At most it would just have a bit of cold poison. How could this egg have such a strong electric current?" With that, Han Sen turned to Itomoki and said, "Young Master Ito, we must break this egg directly, otherwise it's definitely inedible. I'm too weak." "Why don't you try it?" Itomoki frowned, glanced at Han Sen and said coldly, "You try first." Han Sen calmly replied, "Since we're here, we can't just go back like this." Suddenly, the egg made a sound, startling both of them. Itomoki said in surprise, "What was that sound?" Both focused on the egg before them when a crack suddenly appeared in its center, astonishing them. The egg cracked by itself in the ice cave. Both cautiously watched the egg. Han Sen quickly retreated, his face dark, saying, "If this egg contains such a terrifying electric current, then whatever is inside must be extraordinary." At this moment, parts of the creature inside the egg gradually revealed themselves. Itomoki looked at those parts, exclaiming in shock, "What is that? Claws?" Watching tiny claws subtly emit purple light within the eggshell, Han Sen said with a dark expression. It's not a snake, is it? The eggshell shattered, revealing the creature inside, leaving both astonished. A fox? Han Sen looked at the newly hatched fox with some confusion and said, this isn't the silver-eyed ice snake king's egg. It's a fox egg. At this moment, Itomoki charged forward without hesitation. Why bother whether it's a fox or a snake? Shouldn't I just go and deal with it? Han Sen stood by, flustered. What the hell, how did something like this come out of the snake-bone fissure, and how could a fox be incubating an egg? Itomoki violently swung his sword at the newly hatched fox, but was surprised to find that the sharp blade couldn't penetrate the fox's body. HMPH, it can't be penetrated. The sight before him left Han Sen astonished. Can't be penetrated? Is it like that little golden monkey? The fox looked at the sharp blade before it and let out an angry cry. With that cry, a powerful electric current instantly surged through Itomoki's entire body. The current emitted immense force, sending him flying far away. Watching Itomoki fall to the ground in a pathetic state, Han Sen was astonished. Itomoki couldn't even land a single blow. This fox is too strong, Han Sen thought with a pale face. Damn it, could this be the offspring of a super godblood creature? The fox suddenly let out a cry at this moment, and watching it walk towards Itomoki, Han Sen was a little worried. It wouldn't seek revenge, would it? Han Sen immediately rushed over, pulled Itomoki's body and ran away. After all, this was his big client. It would be too regrettable if he died here. Deep in the ice snake crevice, Han Sen had brought Itomoki to a safe place away from the fox. Watching Itomoki still lying unconscious on the ground, Han Sen reached out to check his breathing. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Thankfully, the first super godblood creature I dealt with was from the first sanctuary. It was just physically strong with no special abilities, so it wasn't this bad. Han Sen quickly took out a bottle of ointment and applied it to Itomoki's face, smiling. Big brother saved you from danger. You owe me big time. What a waste of this expensive healing medicine. You'll have to pay when you wake up. The ointment quickly took effect. Itomoki's face burned with pain and he struggled to pull away from Han Sen's hand. Han Sen watched Itomoki groan in pain and quickly scolded. What's with all the fuss? Be a man, can't you handle a little pain? Itomoki in pain quickly grabbed Han Sen's arm and bit down hard, making Han Sen's face instantly turn ashen. Han Sen gritted his teeth impatiently, saying, let go, are you a damn turtle? Seeing that he refused to let go, Han Sen angrily kicked him away. Damn it, you bit me until I bled. Suddenly at this moment a familiar sound came from behind, startling Han Sen. Damn it, that ghostly thing is chasing us again. The fox behind him quickly ran towards Han Senator. Seeing it approach, Han Sen pointed at Itomoki and shouted, your enemy is over there, don't look at me, don't look at me. Suddenly the fox stopped in front of Han Sen, its eyes fixed on him, making him break out in a cold sweat. Is this little guy's eyesight bad? Did it mistake me for someone else? At this moment Itomoki also recovered from his injuries from behind and quickly flapped his wings and flew away. Thank you for the great kindness, I will repay it in the future. Seeing him flee alone and leave him behind, Han Sen was flustered. This ungrateful bastard. Looking back at the fox approaching step by step, Han Sen slowly retreated, forcing a smile. Brother, I see you have extraordinary bones. A faint light shone above its head. You will surely be powerful in the future. If you want to eat, you should eat some god-blood creatures or something. Mine has no nutritional value. It's not tasty. Why are you following me? Han Sen spoke while carefully observing the fox's movements, slowly retreating step by step. The wild instincts of mutated creatures are hard to hide, but this little guy showed no killing intent. He suddenly remembered the medicine bottle in his hand. Wait, these cats and dogs all like to carry things. This little guy also looks like those cats and dogs. Thinking this, Han Sen threw the box of ointment far away, attracting the fox's attention, and said with a forced smile, go fetch. As expected, the fox quickly ran towards the ointment box. Watching it run away, Han Sen was surprised. It actually worked. Seizing this opportunity, he immediately slipped away. If not now, when? But soon, the fox carrying the ointment box had already caught up to Han Sen from behind. Glancing back and seeing the fox, Han Sen was startled. What? No way, no way! The fox stared in surprise at Han Sen's feet while Han Sen was currently trying to speed up his escape. Damn it, it caught up too. Han Sen was only concerned with fleeing, and in a blink of an eye he was in front of a giant ice mountain. What shocked him even more was when he saw the fox quickly stand on the mountaintop, appearing before him even earlier than he did. He was about to fly away from here, but then saw the fox and Han Sen helplessly sat on the cold ground. If he forcibly flew away and made it worried, would the outcome be even worse than Itomoki's? At this moment the fox quickly rushed to Han Sen's front and placed the ointment box on the ground. Seeing these things, Han Sen reluctantly praised, you're such a good baby. Watching it obediently stand in front of him, Han Sen reached out, pondering. I really want to pat its head, it should be fine, right? But if he were to be stunned by this little guy now, no one would be able to save him. Suddenly at this moment the fox came over and licked Han Sen's foot, startling him into screaming, help, it's going to eat me. But when he calmed down he suddenly realized that the wound previously bitten by Itomoki had healed. The wound healed, was it healing me? Thinking this, he also relaxed a bit. Looking up at the fox, tilting its head, smiling cutely at him, it did look rather adorable. In the ice snake crevice, Han Sen reached out to touch the fox, softly saying, it does look rather cute. It stretched its body towards him and let out a soft squeak. Squeak. Watching the fox's attitude, Han Sen seemed to have noticed something. This little guy seems to have taken me as its dad. Ha ha ha. Raising a super god blood creature from the second sanctuary. Wouldn't that make me invincible? but super god blood creatures in the second sanctuary are so terrifying. If I bring it back, what if it accidentally electrocutes everyone in the shelter? After pondering for a moment, he picked up the fox and flew away. It seems I can only take it back to the water palace. Even if something happens, it won't affect anyone else. It looked up at Hansen and squeaked a few times happily. Squeak, squeak. Hansen looked down and was suddenly surprised. Below was a giant snake surrounded by countless smaller snakes. The sight before him surprised Hansen, the silver-eyed ice snake king. He suddenly lowered his wings, observing the direction of the snake group. Isn't this the place I passed through when I came here? This area didn't even have a single snake before. Were they all hiding then? But suddenly the smaller snakes scattered in a panic, crawling across the white snow. Watching this scene, Hansen was surprised. Hiding again? He looked down at the fox. Are they hiding from you? The fox looked at Hansen and let out a soft squeak. Squeak. Hansen, hearing this, quickly descended to a nearby mountain, put down the fox, and softly instructed, "You stay here for now, don't scare those snakes away again." With that, he quickly flapped his wings and flew away. Following the direction the snake group crawled in the snow, he quickly flew into a nearby lair. Looking around, so many snakes here. The snake group, seeing him, immediately let out fierce cries. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared before Hansen, its eyes emitting cold, killing intent, letting out a chilling cry. Seeing it, Hansen said in surprise, "The silver-eyed ice snake king." It was indeed scared away by that little fox. Hansen suddenly landed on the ground and quickly ran off, attracting the silver-eyed ice snake king's attention. The snake quickly pursued Hansen. Hansen, while accelerating, said darkly, "There are indeed many ice snakes here. If I lure them over with these evolvers here, things will be easier to solve." The silver-eyed ice snake king had now caught up to Hansen. It opened its large mouth, seemingly ready to devour him whole immediately. Just as it closed its mouth, Hansen quickly rushed past, narrowly dodging a dangerous attack. The snow ground trembled violently, startling Hansen. That was close. At this moment, the group of people waiting for Hansen watched from afar, discussing grimly. "Are we still waiting? He hasn't appeared for so long. He's probably been bitten to death by the silver-eyed ice snake king. Let's wait a little longer. If he comes out of the ice crevice, it will be difficult for us to explain back." At this moment, a chilling sound came from afar. One of the group was startled and said, "What's that sound? Is something approaching?" The sound grew closer and closer. Hansen quickly rushed over from afar, startling the group. Hansen, he really appeared. What's that behind him? A group of snakes. The group couldn't help but be terrified by the giant silver-eyed ice snake king, which emitted faint cries. Is that the silver-eyed ice snake king? Seeing the silver-eyed ice snake king getting closer, Hansen flapped his wings, quickly retreated and said angrily, "Damn it, its hide is really thick." The group, seeing Hansen enter battle mode, immediately gripped their weapons tightly, frowning at the silver-eyed ice snake king. And one of them immediately ordered, "Form a battle array." The ice snake quickly rushed over, and the people behind immediately rushed forward to support Hansen. Die beast, charge and kill it. Soon a series of fierce attacks landed on the giant silver-eyed ice snake king, which roared in anger. Fang Jingqi frowned and loudly warned, "The snake king's strength is very powerful. Everyone be careful." Hansen had just charged forward, swinging to attack the silver-eyed ice snake king's body, frowning and gritting his teeth, thinking, "The ghost claw blade is too short, it can't penetrate at all. I hope the poison is effective against the snake king." The large snake coiled, coldly looking at the group of people. Hansen immediately flapped his wings and flew up, loudly telling the group, "You guys fight first, I'll rest for a bit." Fang Jingqi frowned at this. He wants us to fight desperately, while he rests by himself. Who wants to kill the snake king? This is too shameless. But at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged through Fang Jingqi's body, startling him. The power of the beast soul seems to have suddenly upgraded. What a wonderful feeling. At this moment, Hansen's entire body emitted dazzling light, and he was surrounded by a blazing fire phoenix. Looking at the halo around his body, the group couldn't help but be surprised. Fang Jingqi said incredulously, "The beast soul halo can cover such a large area. Is it a god blood beast soul halo? How does he have a beast soul halo, and the amplification is so strong? This is too unreasonable." Hansen stood on a distant mountain watching the battle before him, and thought darkly, God blood long spear, god blood long axe, god blood dagger, these three pose a great threat to the silver snake. They still can't break through that sturdy armor. Suddenly at this moment a person was sent flying by the silver-eyed ice snake king's giant tail, letting out a huge cry. Hansen immediately noticed and looked over, and soon he flew over. Fang Jingqi turned and looked, saying, "Captain, the snake king's armor is too hard, it's impossible to kill it. Let's find another way when we get back." Hansen quickly rushed over and knelt on the silver-eyed ice snake king's body. He used his sharp ghost claw to cut at the silver-eyed ice snake king's hard scales and said darkly, "It's been so long and there's no sign of poison. It seems the ghost claw blade's poison cannot threaten it. If I use yin power to attack the snake's head, maybe I can try." The ice snake king struggled in pain, its giant tail sending the surrounding crowd flying. They cried out in pain, "Captain, save me." Hansen frowned and immediately ordered, "Wang Liang, move 3 meters to the left and attack the snake's left side. Zhao Chang, move 2 meters to the left, then 1 meter forward, attack the right side. Keep fighting. Otherwise, go back and explain it to Itomoki." The two men stood in front of the silver-eyed ice snake king, somewhat hesitant. Fang Jingqi replied, "Go, there's no other way." He glanced at Hansen with a dark face, thinking, "Hansen, oh Hansenator, you really have us by the short hairs. I'd like to see what your plan is." At this moment, everyone was fighting the silver-eyed ice snake king outside the valley, and Hansen put forth his plan. "Everyone is a chess piece. By mastering the battle situation according to the formation techniques in the Dongxuan Sutra, we can break through this formation. Wang Liang thought silently to himself, we've really suppressed the Snake King. This command was completely tailor-made for each person's characteristics. Everyone's advantages were maximized. But Han Sen has only known us for a few days. The Snake King continued to attack the crowd. Han Sen used his arm strength combined with running to engage it in close combat. Zhao Chang moved forward 2 meters. Next, Han Sen had already touched its head. Opportunity, it trembled as it was attacked by multiple people simultaneously. Its order was already disrupted. Yin energy is indeed effective. With agile movements, Han Sen was now standing on its body. This move will take your life. Han Sen prayed in his heart, Beast Soul, please drop a Beast Soul, bless me Arielokitesvara. In just a few moves in a short amount of time, the silver-eyed Ice Snake King had already stopped breathing, and his teammates cheered, we won, we killed the Snake King, we won, we won. At this moment, the system displayed congratulations. S-Class hunt successful. Successfully hunted God Blood creature Silver-eyed Ice Snake King. Obtained Silver-eyed Ice Snake King Beast Soul. Consuming its meat can randomly grant 0 to 10 God Blood gene points. Han Sen shouted excitedly after receiving the reward, that's fantastic, I love the Virgin Mary. After the monster died, it left behind a sharp sword called the Silver-eyed Ice Snake Sword. He reached out to grasp it, a plan forming in his mind. The Silver-eyed Ice Snake Sword. With another sword he could merge them to control that pair of twin alien spirits. After earning merits, he calmly ordered his teammates, I'm leaving this to you. Remember to take all the Snake King's and Ice Snake's flesh and blood back. Understood. They immediately ran off. The next moment he spread his wings and flew towards a nearby ice mountain. Saying to Little Silver, good baby, did you miss me? He bent down and picked up the small creature, muttering, if you were an ordinary creature, you wouldn't be a bad pet. At Black God Shelter, everyone brought the Snake King back as per his orders. Wang Liang spoke on behalf of everyone. Commander, the Ice Snake's flesh and blood have been distributed according to the rules. The Silver-eyed Ice Snake King is lying motionless, waiting for your return, Han Sen replied. You all can divide the Silver-eyed Ice Snake King's flesh and blood. Everyone worked hard, and I can't eat it all alone. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Commander. He paused and asked, one more thing. Wang Liang, where can I get a God Blood sword type Beast Soul? He stroked his chin, thinking for a few seconds, and said, God Blood weapon Beast Souls are hard to come by and there's no recent news about them. If the commander urgently needs one, there's a Demon King Royal Shelter in the western dense forest. They should have a complete collection of God Blood Beast Souls. Hearing this, a brilliant smile spread across his face. Demon King Temple, he continued. It's far away and the journey is dangerous. I can help the commander get a map. That would be great. Suddenly, someone ran in, panicked, and reported loudly, Commander, there's a man named Ito Moki outside looking for you. In the ice plane, he stood with the new guest on a high vantage point conversing. Ito Moki spoke first. I heard you killed Black God and you're also very skilled in assassination techniques. He humbly replied, I know a little. The man then said, I have a new business proposition. Are you interested in making some money? He explained the purpose of his visit. I need to cultivate a super gene core art. You help me train and I'll pay you. Han Sen questioned him, puzzled. Why me? Because you are skilled in assassination and very powerful. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. My fees are very high, no problem. He then asked when they could start. Now, hearing the other party's impatience, he couldn't help but be startled. You're still injured. The man seemed desperate to achieve his goal. I have no choice but to push myself. Only by honing this blade to perfection can I defeat Gold Coin. Han Sen watched his retreating figure, a doubt forming in his mind. Your goal is to defeat Gold Coin? He saw his determination, however. When he learned that the person Ito Moki wanted to defeat was himself, a hint of helplessness showed on his face, and he thought, I'll teach you all my skills only after I've mastered them myself. How could you possibly defeat me? The scene switched to Black God Shelter's combat arena, where the two had already entered a ready state. Ito Moki gripped his blade tightly and initiated his stance. Han Sen praised him. Your technique is truly formidable. This strength and speed are no less than the demonic wind blade technique and its secondary acceleration. Just as he was about to attack with a clenched fist, he was suppressed by Ito Moki. You're still too green. Ito Moki suddenly slashed across his face with his blade, the speed of which startled Han Sen a little. This maniac, a powerful maniac. If I were actually hit by this blade, he might really kill me. After saying that, he could easily dodge. However, I've mastered this blade to an unparalleled degree now. You won't defeat me with that blade. He bent over, panting, and said, Brother Ito, let's take a break. We'll stop here for today. I have something to take care of. Ito Moki questioned him. What is it? He scratched his head and replied, I need to go to the Demon King Temple. He continued to ask, What are you going there for? Han Sen truthfully said, I heard they have many beast souls, so I'm going to check it out. He put on his cloak and said, They do have many beast souls, but the prices there are much higher than market value. After all, it's Starry Sky Group's territory and those merchants are inherently dark. Hearing this, he hesitated slightly. Starry Sky Group, the man turned and explained. The owner of the Demon King Temple is the renowned Shen Tianzi. Han Sen's face immediately darkened. It's been a long time since anyone mentioned him. I almost forgot about that person. My only goal is to buy a sword. I don't want any trouble. Shen Tianzi, oh Shen Tianzi, you'd best not provoke me. A scene appeared in Han Sen's mind. In a quiet room, a man was meditating, and his subordinate walked in. Young Master Ning Yu, your father is here, Han Sen thought. The Water Iron Dragon is indeed convenient. The Water Iron Dragon is symbiotic with Yu Yu. Yu Yu's every move cannot escape my sight. The subordinate approached Ning Yu with a tea set and asked, Does young Master Ning Yu have any instructions? He ordered. Leave, I need to meditate. Seeing Ning Yu's actions, Han Sen wondered, what's he doing? Why is Ning Yu always reading scriptures or meditating? Could he have already guessed the Water Iron Dragon's ability? The scene cut back to the dormitory. After Han Sen observed Ning Yu's every move with the Water Iron Dragon, he thought, he can strictly control his thoughts and actions to prevent me from spying on the Ning family's secrets. This Ning Yu truly has some skill. If Shen Tianzi had half his ability, I might have already died in an armor pit. Han Sen sighed and walked out. I wonder if Shen Tianzi will treat me as an enemy or a friend the next time I see him. The scene switched to the Demon King Temple, where shops selling beast souls were everywhere in the city. Han Sen exclaimed excitedly, as expected of royal territory, it's really bustling. His gaze stopped at a sword in a nearby beast soul shop. It seems every shop on this street has godblood beast souls. Out of curiosity, he walked in and asked about the price. Boss, how much is this? Hearing this, the boss extended 2 fingers without turning his head. Han Sen asked confusedly, 2 million, 20 million, these 2 godblood beast souls. The boss spoke, 20 billion. Han Sen was not surprised, thinking, it seems the prices of beast souls here are similar to those in the first sanctuary. Then he continued to ask the boss, unfortunately such a heavy sword isn't what I need. Boss, do you have any other godblood sword type beast souls? Only then did the boss look at him and hand him a booklet saying, I have a lot of goods, more than the shop can hold. You can check this booklet to see if there's anything you want. Han Sen had no choice but to flip through it page by page. Mutated blade soul, godblood dragon soul, godblood armor, got it quickly. Set his sights on a purple sword. The hilt style of this sword was upright and simple, like a gentleman's sword, making it a perfect complement to the evil snake sword. The dual flight sword technique is a combined attack that requires 2 people to cooperate, essentially a sword formation composed of 2 completely different sword techniques. The evil snake sword and the righteous sword, one evil and one righteous, must complement each other to truly unleash the power of the dual flight sword technique. Han Sen immediately asked the price, boss, how much is this ancient god beast soul sword? However, the boss replied unceremoniously, I'm sorry, this is our shop's most prized treasure, it's for exchange only, not for sale. Han Sen asked, how do I exchange it? Seeing that he was still persistent, the boss made an extremely demanding condition. I will only exchange this ancient god beast soul sword for an out-of-control godblood beast soul, and it must be a sword-type beast soul of the same kind. Han Sen asked again. Will you exchange for other types of out-of-control godblood beast souls? The boss replied firmly. I'm sorry, if it's not an out-of-control godblood beast soul, I won't exchange it. However, he secretly thought, what fool would exchange an out-of-control godblood beast soul for a godblood sword? It must just be an unpopular beast soul that won't sell. This ancient god spirit beast is my lucky charm, don't even think about buying it. Han Sen had a bit of a headache. Boss, please reconsider. No exchange. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He was the gambler merchant Zhang Shang. He asked, brother, are you planning to exchange an out-of-control godblood beast for this godblood sword? Han Sen nodded. Yes, unfortunately, the boss won't exchange it. Hearing that the deal failed, Zhang Shang immediately suggested, what type is your out-of-control godblood beast? I'll exchange with you. I have a godblood level sword type beast soul here. He then immediately summoned a giant sword. Han Sen was stunned. Such a huge sword, it can only be used with both hands. Zhang Shang anxiously asked, let me see your out-of-control godblood beast soul. Although this sword wasn't what Han Sen wanted, he still summoned his out-of-control hell ghost ox for Zhang Shang to see. A giant black ox with wings appeared before the two. This scene made both exclaim in surprise, holy cow, an out-of-control godblood transformation beast soul, and it can fly? Are you really going to exchange that beast soul for a godblood sword? Han Sen sighed helplessly. Yes, but however, upon hearing this, Zhang Shang was immediately overjoyed. I'll exchange, no buts. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the shop owner suddenly rushed out from behind the counter. Sir, this is an item from my shop. Who said it's not for exchange? Zhang Shang was pushed aside and said angrily, you already said it wasn't for exchange, and I wasn't disrupting your business. The shop owner smiled, took Han Sen's hand and fawned, is this gentleman going to exchange for the ancient god beast soul sword? Exchange immediately. Seeing the boss's 180-degree change in attitude, Han Sen pretended to tease him. Let me reconsider. Exchanging an out-of-control godblood beast soul for your ancient god sword, I seem to be at a bit of a disadvantage, the boss said without thinking. Besides that sword, you can also pick any other item from my shop. How does that sound? Not long after, Han Sen walked out of the shop. In addition to the ancient god sword, he also had a set of godblood beast soul armor. He thought, a top-tier godblood sword type beast soul, plus a set of godblood beast soul armor 2 for 1, that's completely worth the value of the hell ghost ox. This price is fair. At the same time, the shop owner inside was also overjoyed. I've made a fortune. A huge fortune this time. Immediately after, Zhang Shang called out to him, friend, how about we become friends? I run a pet alien spirit arena. If you have any high-level pet alien spirits that want to compete in the future, you can consider it. Hearing this, Han Sen asked in confusion, selling tickets? Zhang Shang replied, sort of. It's mainly for buying and selling pets and alien spirits. There are also some small casinos. Han Sen of course didn't believe him. Small casinos? I'm afraid that's where the real money is made. Zhang Shang didn't want to explain further and invited Han Sen, if you're really interested, come with me to take a look. Led by Zhang Shang, Han Sen arrived at an arena divided into different zones, mostly filled with fierce beasts fighting. People all around were cheering loudly, hit it, get up, don't die. Get up, my one. Han Sen looked on in confusion. It's a pet battle mostly, not many alien spirits. Zhang Shang walked ahead and said, after all, alien spirits are hard to find, but we do have some. Look over there. Han Sen looked up and saw Shen Tianzi sitting in the VIP section with two beautiful women beside him chatting and laughing. That pair of alien spirits are the only alien spirits fighting in the arena. Han Sen asked, why are there only knight-level alien spirits? No noble-level or royal-level alien spirits? Zhang Shang looked a bit helpless. There's a noble-level alien spirit in the arena, but it can't find an opponent. We've offered a hefty reward. If someone can find an opponent of comparable strength to the noble-level alien spirit, if they win, they'll directly receive a god-blood beast soul. Unfortunately, no one has challenged yet. Hearing this, Han Sen immediately became interested. What kind of beast soul? Zhang Shang was a little surprised. Why are you interested? Do you have a noble-level alien spirit? Han Sen smiled faintly, looking confident and mysterious. That depends on what kind of divine beast you're offering. Zhang Shang opened a book to check. Hold on, let me see. There's a four-winged thunderbird, a rare flying mount beast soul. After saying that, he pointed at the picture of the beast. Han Sen pondered. A flying beast soul looks pretty good. Zhang Shang looked at Han Sen expectantly. Brother Han, I wasn't mistaken about you. You truly are a special person. Can I see your noble alien spirit? Subsequently, Zhang Shang led Han Sen to a private room and asked him to summon his noble alien spirit. Upon seeing it, he exclaimed in panic, a female noble alien spirit. Han Sen told him to lower his voice, but Zhang Shang was still very surprised. I never expected Brother Han to have such a beautiful female noble alien spirit. She's truly precious. His gaze never left the female alien spirit. He asked, Brother Han, are you selling this alien spirit? Han Sen flatly refused. No. The scene switched to the Demon King Temple Arena. The host has an extremely important announcement for everyone. Our Demon King's battle is about to welcome a peak noble alien spirit showdown. Someone has finally challenged our Demon King noble alien spirit. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere around the arena immediately erupted. Another noble alien spirit? I've already seen the match list. The name Shui Ji certainly sounds like a very beautiful female noble. Who should we bet on to win? And the Demon King sounds like he should fight better than Shui Ji at this moment. Even Shen Tianzi in the VIP box was a little angry. A female noble-level alien spirit, even if it's real, can't defeat my Demon King. Soon a tall warrior in blue armor leapt down holding a sword, his presence imposing and clearly extraordinary. The surrounding people cheered loudly. The Demon King has appeared. Does the Demon King finally have an opponent? At this moment, Shui Ji walked into the arena, and her appearance immediately captivated the audience outside. The female alien spirit is so beautiful. Whose alien spirit is this? Fantastic. I should have bet on Shui Ji to win. Even if she loses, I'd feel better. Even Shen Tianzi couldn't sit still. He stood up directly, staring intently at Shui Ji, the beautiful alien spirit. The great battle finally began. The Demon King, wielding his long sword, took the offensive while Shui Ji, holding her scepter, retaliated. Her aura was in no way inferior to that of the massive Demon King. Han Sen below was a little worried. Shui Ji, oh Shui Ji, I've bet all my fortune on you, you can't lose. Before long, Shui Ji summoned a lion as her mount, causing a stir in the stands. What is that, so dazzling? A godblood mount? Both these alien spirits are using beasts. Shui Ji, riding the lion, charged forward fiercely. The Demon King was struck in the chest by her scepter, yet his armor was not pierced. At the same time, Shui Ji was also hit by one of his moves, but fortunately she was protected by a shield and was not injured. Han Sen below said confidently, with 2 layers of out-of-control beast soul shields, let's see how you can hurt Shui Ji. Meanwhile, the Demon King was bounced back several meters by that shield. Han Sen was also very surprised by this scene. The Demon King wasn't even injured. A noble alien spirit truly lives up to its name. In the VIP room, Shen Tianzi had already called for Zhang Shang. Boss, are you looking for me? He immediately asked. Who is Shui Ji's owner? Zhang Shang replied, a young man named Han who seems to be from another shelter. He's tight-lipped. I haven't been able to get any basic information from him yet. Shen Tianzi was immediately surprised by his words. His surname is Han, he thought to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That guy has been in the second sanctuary for less than a year. How could he possibly have a noble alien spirit with a god-blood beast soul attached? Shen Tianzi's expression turned serious as he ordered Zhang Shang, after the match, bring him to me. He secretly vowed that no matter who owned this alien spirit, he would acquire it. Back in the arena, the battle between the 2 alien spirits was not yet over. Both were still fighting fiercely, accompanied by the terrifying roar of the lion. Then the Demon King suddenly leapt into the air, emitting a dazzling light from his body. Han Sen below immediately realized it was time for the Demon King to show his true strength. Seeing this, Shen Tianzi's eyes sharpened, and he revealed an arrogant smile. Your performance is indeed surprising, but unfortunately, you're not worthy of being the Demon King's opponent. Soon, a gigantic monster appeared behind the Demon King with a golden horn on its head. At this moment, the audience in the stands buzzed with discussion. 2 against 1 and a godblood pet is fighting. Let's see how Shui Ji handles this. It's too unfair. Money truly can overwhelm people. Wait. Everyone look at Shui Ji too. Before the Demon King could even attack, Shui Ji's body shimmered with magical light, and a stunningly beautiful snow maiden appeared, floating above her head. The crowd below continued to chatter. A human form transformation beast soul. Shuiji's transformation is also god blood level, isn't it? Shuiji raised her scepter, casting a spell at a fiercely charging beast. Upon seeing this, the crowd cheered and exclaimed, "A god blood pet." Shuiji comes from a wealthy background and is in no way inferior to the Demon King. Witnessing this scene, Shen Tianzi was also stunned. Wow, who exactly is this person to possess a noble alien spirit, and even her pet is god blood level, in the Demon King Temple arena? During the initial phase of the battle, she used her scepter to release magic, like phoenix-shaped flames, burning the entire sky crimson. Shen Tianzi's face scrunched up as he shouted, "Not only a transformation-type beast soul but an aura-type beast soul too." Those watching the match nearby also gaped in astonishment. The owner of this beautiful alien spirit actually has an aura-type beast soul. Aura-type beast souls are treasures that various territories vie for. This aura-type beast soul has such a wide range, it must be god blood level too, right? Han Sen stood there with his arms crossed, listening to the discussions, and sneered faintly. Shuiji charged forward, pointing her scepter and magic directly at her opponent, inflicting thousands of continuous slashes on the Demon King's body. Finally, a fatal slash descended from the sky, cleaving directly into the Demon King's head. Even Shen Tianzi couldn't remain calm and shouted loudly. But the Demon King had already completely collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Shen Tianzi was deeply worried. The Demon King surrendered and the match ended. He thought to himself, if the Demon King were truly killed, that god blood beast soul would be gone. The Demon King knelt and surrendered to Shuiji, who then returned to her original normal state. The surrounding people were utterly disappointed. Shen Tianzi actually surrendered. Who exactly is Shuiji's owner, to be even more formidable than Shen Tianzi? The god blood beast souls on these two alien spirits are worth more than all my assets combined. This isn't a duel at all, it's a competition of wealth. Han Sen smiled proudly. Shuiji, well done, suddenly someone said. Mr. Han, the boss, we want to see you. Han Sen turned to look at Shen Tianzi in the room. Shen Tianzi barked, "Say that again." The disciple retreated in fear. Yes, he said if the boss wants to see him, he should go himself. Shen Tianzi was furious, smoke practically fuming from his ears as he walked towards Han Sen. "Fine, I'd like to see what exactly you are." Upon arriving at the Demon King Temple's arena room, Shen Tianzi forcefully pushed open the door and declared loudly, "I'd like to see who is so audacious as to make me come to him." Seeing his angry expression, Han Sen sat in a chair in the darkened room, illuminated by a spotlight. "Didn't you want to see me?" The disciple behind him saw his master was terrified. "My goodness, who exactly is that guy named Han, to make someone as arrogant and overbearing as Shen Tianzi stand outside the door afraid to enter?" He pressed his lips together, frowned, and thought of Ning Yu. The Ning family must not be hostile towards Han Sen, no conflicts must arise, and Ning Yu must also concede. He closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" Han Sen has been in the second sanctuary for less than a year, yet he has such a powerful background. Han Sen happily stood up. "I heard god blood beast souls can be obtained here, so I came to get one. Oh, by the way, can I take that four-winged thunderbird now?" Shen Tianzi turned and instructed his disciple. "Give him the four-winged thunderbird." The disciple quickly ran to get it. "Yes." Han Sen, his back to him, raised his hand to cast a spell, purple light emanating around his hand. "Now that I have the four-winged thunderbird, I should be going. I'll visit you again when I have time." Shen Tianzi was stunned by these words, unsure what to say. A moment later, outside the Military Alliance training base, En stood sternly. Her subordinate behind her added, "Sister Un, are you going to train too?" Han Sen has monopolized it again. That Han Sen occupies the advanced training room all day, I wonder what he's up to. And grew even angrier upon hearing this and turned to leave. He'd better actually be training. Turning to the monitoring room, and stood with her hands on her hips and coldly told the staff, "Switch the monitor to the advanced training room." The monitor switched to the advanced training room, and glared at the staff member who flinched in fear. "Does this base have multiple advanced training rooms?" Staff member. "Yes." In saw Han Sen practicing swordsmanship on the monitor. The screen showed Han Sen wielding two swords, his entire body drenched in sweat. She asked, "Is that a two-handed sword technique?" "No, it's not a two-handed sword." In the advanced training room, Han Sen began to move rapidly. The rhythm and trajectory of these two sword techniques were different. If one only looked at these two sets of swordsmanship, there was nothing particularly special about them. Yet they were being used by the same person at the same time in the monitoring room. She thought, one person cannot simultaneously display two different rhythms. This is definitely not a dual-blade combined sword technique, and each hand must complete a set of swordsmanship, she continued to think, except for transcenders who develop dual personalities after evolution and can specifically control with one hand. No evolver can achieve this. In the entire alliance, those who can do this are few and far between. After watching the monitor, she turned and left. The monitor staff turned and asked Colonel N, "Would you like to continue watching?" She was deep in thought and didn't hear him. Could this actually be used in real combat? If so, what a terrifying nightmare it would be for an opponent. In the advanced training room, Han Sen was focused on training, but there was movement outside the door. He keenly noticed who it was as a purple sword charged fiercely towards him. He blocked it with the two swords in his hands. Han Sen saw that his attacker was in. A continuous slash came and Han Sen blocked it. "Does she want to kill me? Is she crazy?" and shouted. "Enough talk, take this." Continuous slashes surged towards Han Sen like a tide, rapidly forming a purple light. Han Sen merely blocked without retaliating. He began to get angry. So fast, if she truly wanted to kill me, I definitely wouldn't be able to stop her, and furiously continued to charge, using different sword techniques with both hands yet remaining steady. These must be the most suitable countermoves she found from the sword technique book. It seems he truly mastered doing two things at once after achieving her goal, and turned and left, leaving Hansen behind. He was utterly exhausted and furious. You put on a show and now you want to run? It's not that easy. In the advanced training room, and coldly swung her sword at him. Then I'll teach you a lesson. Hansen hastily retreated, assumed a combat stance, and thought to himself as he watched him, this woman's swordsmanship is much faster than the twin alien spirits, perfect for practicing against such fast sword techniques, and coldly looked at him and snapped, come on. She quickly gripped her sword and charged over rapidly. Hansen immediately crossed his two swords, preparing to block her attack, and watched Hansen's movements, frowning deeply, her face darkening as she gritted her teeth and thought, this swordsmanship is a bit strange. Striking this sword feels hollow, as if there's no force behind it. It's as if some power is draining my strength. Her attack was quickly blocked by him. Annie looked at Hansen and coldly warned, watch out for the sword on your right. He quickly shook off Anne's sword, swiftly switched swords and blocked her next attack. Annie looked at the purple sword in front of her, emitting a pale blue light, and frowned. Hansen, your strength should be inferior to Seta's, so why does this sword possess such fierce power? Hansen then flung Anne's sword aside, quickly leapt into the air, concentrating his power, and looked down at Anne, thinking grimly, my dual flight sword technique isn't just about combining two swords. It's the theory of combining reality and illusion, balancing yin and yang, that truly makes it the way of the sword, achieving harmony between heaven and man. Annie raised her sword, ready to block every strike. An evolver actually learned such a strange and profound sword technique. Unbelievable. Thinking this, her face darkened, and she gripped her sword seriously, gritting her teeth and shouting, that's enough playing around. In the blink of an eye, that sword emitted an eerie purple light, accompanied by black lightning. Annie coldly raised her sword and then unleashed an attack. In an instant he couldn't react or counterattack, and was immediately sent flying by that strike. His two swords were knocked away, deeply embedding themselves into the wall behind him. He knelt on the ground, his injured arm trembling, glaring at Annie through gritted teeth. This is the gap in strength. Annie coldly turned her face, glanced at Hansen and sneered. Back in Annie's dormitory she sat in a chair with a cold expression. That person must want to see this. Saying this, she opened her private communication, uploaded the video of their fight and sent it to someone. The video of Anne and Hansen's battle quickly reached a man. Ji Rujun remained silent, carefully observing the battle video. Doing two things at once, is he really Han Jingzi's descendant? He sneered, Han Jingzi, oh Han Jingzi, you're dead, yet you still cause so much trouble. At this moment a call quickly came through to him, and Ji Rujun immediately answered. Seeing his daughter's beautiful face appear, he smiled gently and said, you have time to contact Dad today, aren't you supposed to be with your little boyfriend? Ji Yanran replied with a smile. Dad seen change in the North God shelter. Young Manly walked up to him and said, those people from Black God Shelter only obey Dong Lin's orders. Now that the young master of Black God Shelter has arrived, it probably won't be easy to maintain our position. They even issued tasks in the form of Special Operations Group missions, making us his bodyguards. What a scheme. They made it impossible for us to refuse. Unfortunately, no matter how much scheming, his son still needs to have some capability to become the master of Black God Shelter. Young Manly chuckled softly, looking around. This person is dangerous, he's here. Qi Shuwen walked from a distance, smiling and waving at Hansen. Qi Shuwen walked up to Hansen, shook his hand and said with a smile, I've heard much about you, Brother Han. I hope you'll look after me in the future. I've just arrived at the shelter and I wonder if you could spare some flesh and blood and mutated beast souls for me? The blood level would be best, he chuckled, glancing at young Manly and said, no problem. Manly, do we have any flesh, blood or beast souls left? Bring them all for young Master Qi to see. Young Manly glanced at Hansen and replied, okay. As soon as the task was handed over, Hansen turned and left, glancing at Qi Shuwen behind him, thinking, this person actually has a similar aura to Ningyu, but compared to Ningyu he's still too immature. Back on the Crystal Palace he gently stroked Little Silver's head, smiling tenderly. Little Silver, you need to eat more to work. Later I'll carry you to the royal shelter and you must scare away all the alien creatures there. Sounds terrifying, right? That way we can easily enter the alien spirit temple. No sooner had he spoken than a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. Little Silver scaring alien spirits into fleeing in panic, clutching their heads. If even alien spirits are scared away, wouldn't picking up the soul stone be like finding it for free? I'm truly a genius, ha ha ha. A moment later, Hansen arrived at the royal shelter with Little Silver. Little Silver was very interested in the scenery before him, running and jumping everywhere. Hansen hurriedly chased after him, laughing, haha, Little Silver, you're the descendant of a super god creature, give me some presents. Hansen quickly picked up Little Silver and walked into the alien spirit temple with him. Looking at the door before him, he said grimly, his face darkened, hey, it seems your super god creature isn't omnipotent either. However, Little Silver had already done extremely well. Little Silver lay in his hand, angrily gritting his teeth, staring at the door before them. He smiled and reached out to stroke its head, instantly calming Little Silver's fury and bringing it a sense of comfort. At this moment, two armored figures stood guard sternly above the alien spirit temple door. The two quickly charged over. As soon as he saw this, Hansen immediately donned golden armor, Little Silver standing on his shoulder, and shouted loudly, charge together. Two figures instantly rushed over, launching cold attacks at Han Senator. Gripping the two swords in his hands, he quickly blocked every strike from the two of them. He quickly created a transparent protective sphere to defend himself. Looking at the unfavorable situation before him, Han Sen gritted his teeth, covered in cold sweat. How are the sword techniques of these two alien spirits getting faster and more violent? The woman in black iron armor quickly charged over, her face dark. Seeing her eager movements, Han Sen began to speak softly. Before he could finish, he had to quickly block the attack with his sword, but the armor on his shoulder was still pierced by her strike. Looking at the hole in his armor, Han Sen gritted his teeth in fury. Fortunately, I avoided a vital spot. One sword blocked the attack from above, and the other blocked the attack from below. He lowered his head, his face dark, thinking, no, this won't do, I'm being too impatient. I'm too hasty. To defeat these twin alien spirits, I must continue to perfect the dual flight sword technique. The two's attacks seemed endless, continuously striking at Han Senator. He gritted his teeth, carefully dodging every attack. His face darkened as he meticulously observed his surroundings, immediately realizing he couldn't keep fighting. This was the moment. Thinking this, Han Sen immediately spread his wings and flew high, coldly leaving his message. I'll be back. The two watched him fly away, startled. He ran away. Back in the Crystal Palace, Han Sen couldn't help but get angry, grabbing Little Silver's head and saying furiously, you ungrateful Little Silver, I feed you every day and treat you like a son, yet when you saw me injured you just lay motionless on my shoulder. What a waste of food. Little Silver looked at him sadly, its eyes teary, and whimpered softly a few times. It quickly extended its tongue and licked the wound on his hand. The wound healed quickly, which somewhat calmed Han Sen's mood, easing his irritation. Han Sen quickly picked up Little Silver, smiling. Haha, the wound's healed, all better now, I won't blame you anymore. After saying this, Han Sen grimly looked at the two swords beside him, practicing the dual flight sword technique alone. He wondered about his progress. After all, it was meant to deal with the twin alien spirits. If he couldn't gain experience by fighting them, it would be hard to say when he could defeat them. Han Sen turned his face, looking at Little Silver in his arms with a gentle smile. As long as I have Little Silver with me, the other creatures in that shelter won't be an obstacle. I can come and go as I please, and I won't stop seeking out those twins for a duel. If once isn't enough, then 10 times. If 10 times isn't enough, then 100 times until I defeat them. On the ice plain, snowflakes fell silently. Little Silver stood on his shoulder, softly squeaking. Seeing Little Silver's nervous expression, he gently stroked its head, softly reassuring it. Don't be nervous. He gazed into the distance and said, friend, come over, let's meet. Amidst the falling snow, Shui Meeking walked over grimly. As soon as Han Sen saw him, he asked, you are? He said grimly. Shui Yang's elder brother, Shui Meeking. Shui Meeking's face darkened and he immediately rushed over, swinging his fist to attack him. Stop! Han Sen immediately flashed aside, dodging Shui Meeking's attack, and gritted his teeth. Too fast, I can't even see his movements. He quickly drew his sword and said coldly, Shui Meeking, I have no grievance with you. What is the meaning of this? He remained silent and cold, making Han Sen even more displeased as he blocked and retreated. He said, people draw swords when they disagree. You want to kill without a word. Is everyone in your Shui family crazy? Shui Meeking wildly swung his fists and said coldly, I don't need a reason to kill. I kill because I want to. He struggled to block each strike, listening to Shui Meeking's words, and gritted his teeth, thinking, what a pervert. After a moment he stopped and looked at Han Sen, sneering. You do have some skill to be able to block my storm-sensing fist art, he smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth upturned. It seems you're worthy enough for me to use the Shui family's ice muscle jade bone art. Seeing Shui Meeking concentrate his power around his body, Han Sen said, the ice muscle jade bone art is nothing special. Although he said this, he thought to himself, the ice muscle jade bone art cultivated by the Shui family is indeed different from mine. Why doesn't my ice muscle jade bone art have such a chilling aura? Shui Meeking heard these arrogant words and sneered, and immediately cast a spell to fly into the air. Few across the land can successfully unlock genes at the evolver stage. Today you are fortunate to die under my first move of the ice muscle jade bone art. Consider this your good fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung a chilling punch at Han Senator. He quickly blocked with his sword, but still couldn't keep up with Shui Meeking's speed. Too fast, not enough time, absolutely no time to dodge. Watching his sword gradually freeze, Han Sen gritted his teeth in frustration. A chill had already spread to the ancient god beast's soul sword and was continuously transferring coldness to his hand, making it unbearable. He abruptly threw the munching sword to the ground and swiftly retreated. So cold, too cold. Looking at his frozen fingertips, he panicked. His fingers felt no longer his own. His blood felt as if it had frozen solid. Without thinking, he immediately used the ice muscle jade bone art to treat his body. Green light enveloped him, and he finally felt some comfort. His body could move. Shui Meeking saw this scene, sneered, his mouth upturned, and swiftly rushed over to attack him. How you were actually hit by my freezing power and your fingers aren't even crippled. You truly are not simple. Seeing this, he quickly concentrated his power, and a gentle figure swiftly appeared behind him. He gritted his teeth, looking at Shui Meeking. After merging with the Snow Maiden, a continuous surge of kidney energy poured forth, and the speed of his legs could also burst forth, perhaps allowing him to dodge him. Shui Mikung's speed was too fast, making it difficult for him to dodge the attacks. After merging with the Snow Maiden, his speed was extremely fast, almost allowing him to dodge his punches. He was truly strong, incomparably stronger than his brother. On the ice plain, through the thick curtain of snow, Shui Mikung swiftly chased Han Senator. As he dodged Shui Mikung's pursuit, he thought, Shui Mikung has only cultivated the ice muscle jade bone art to the first level. I've also cultivated it to the first level, so why can he unlock the first gene and release freezing power but I cannot? Shui Mikung concentrated all his power and coldly warned, stop running, prepare to die. Han Sen heard this and said coldly, stolen techniques truly are unreliable. Both are the first level of the ice muscle jade bone art, yet the difference is so vast. What exactly is the problem? Shui Mikung sneered, concentrated his power, and his eyes emitted a chilling red light. Let me show you this move of mine. Catching a glimpse of Shui Mikung concentrating his power, Han Sen was somewhat flustered. Ah, what? Soon, Shui Mikung's attack was unleashed, gradually freezing Han Sen's body, but the thick layer of ice then gradually melted and integrated into his body. Watching this scene, he panicked and gritted his teeth. Why does my body seem to have an additional chill running along the ice muscle jade bone art? His attack just now had no effect on me. What's going on? He hastily accelerated. Could I be able to absorb Shui Mikung's cold energy? Shui Mikung accelerated his pursuit, each step causing the ice surface to tremble violently. As he ran, he thought, the cold energy on Shui Mikung's body doesn't seem as cold anymore. Thinking this, Han Sen gritted his teeth and stopped, donning his blood-scale armor. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Shui Mikung. The amount absorbed is too little. Should I turn around? Then swung an attack. Han Sen's fist swiftly collided with Shui Mikung's fist. Damn it, the freezing power was too great. The ice muscle jade bone art couldn't melt it instantly. In a flash, a thick layer of ice covered his entire body. The sheer force shattered his blood-scale armor. His blood felt as if it had frozen solid, rendering him immobile. The blood-scale armor was completely useless. It would be better to remove it and fully resist Shui Mikung's cold energy. Shui Mikung's face darkened with satisfaction, sneering, die. Just as his entire body was gradually freezing into a thick layer of ice, Little Silver suddenly leapt from his shoulder to the front, startling him. Little Silver's entire body emitted powerful electricity. It swiftly rushed over and lightly touched Shui Mikung's swinging fist. In a flash, he was enveloped by a massive electric current. He trembled all over from the shock. Little Silver stood coldly on the snow looking at him and snorted. Little Silver's actions surprised the person behind him. Shui Mikung's face turned pale from the shock and he gritted his teeth, glaring at Little Silver. Little Silver showed no intention of letting Shui Mikung go, swiftly ran over and emitted a massive electric current from its entire body. Soon, Shui Mikung's entire body was enveloped by that electric current, making him scream in pain. Watching this scene, Han Sen couldn't help but be horrified. The suppressive power was truly terrifying. In front of Little Silver, Shui Mikung was completely unable to counterattack, and might be electrocuted to death if this continued. Too strong. A super god creature is indeed a super god creature. Even a mere cub is so terrifying. Little Silver swiftly rushed over, and with another move, Shui Mikung was unable to counterattack. Falling heavily to the ground, emitting painful groans, Shui Mikung lay powerlessly on the ground, grinding his teeth indignantly. Impossible, impossible. I am an evolver who has already unlocked the first gene. He looked at Little Silver. Shui Mikung gritted his teeth unwillingly. You're just a little fox. Before Shui Mikung could finish speaking, Little Silver once again concentrated its power and struck him directly, leaving him no time to counterattack and making him scream in pain. Han Sen stood at a distance watching this scene, stammering in astonishment. How? Shui Mikung actually died? Little Silver then quickly walked to Han Sen's side and gently squeaked. He looked at it and softly said, your family is too strong. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly knelt, struggling to say, my blood has already turned to ice. If it can't be quickly thawed, even an evolver's body won't be able to resist. It looked at him worriedly, gently squeaking a few times. Seeing its worry, he smiled gently and tenderly stroked its head. It's all right, don't worry about me. I'll try running the ice muscle jade bone art. With that, he used the power within his body. Little Silver diligently guarded him nearby. The abundant power within his body was exploring to heal the wounds within him. By completely combining the cold energy with his internal cells, he might even be able to unlock the first gene. He suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment. The ice muscle jade bone art had ceased. His face darkened as he muttered to himself. The Dongxuan Sutra had automatically interrupted the operation of the ice muscle jade bone art. Could the two auras be conflicting? At this moment, Little Silver came over again and buried its head against him. He suddenly and fiercely pushed Little Silver away in irritation. Go away, don't bother me. Han Sen suddenly looked at his trembling hands in astonishment, frowning. What's going on? What did I do? Why was I so rough with Little Silver? He hastily found a mirror, looked at himself, and was astonished. What the hell is this? In the mirror, half of his face had unknowingly turned into Shui Mikung's smug, arrogant face. Watching this scene, he cried out in horror. How did I become like a Shui family member? Does this damned ice muscle jade bone art change a person's personality? He angrily, hastily concentrated a powerful force within his body, the Dongxuan Sutra. The Dongxuan Sutra automatically interrupted, definitely because of this reason. He quickly used it to clear the cold energy. 1 day later, the sun gradually rose. Han Sen was now covered by a thick layer of snow with little Silver beside him, obediently in a deep sleep. Suddenly, 2 figures walked from a distance, and seeing little Silver beside Han Sen, they couldn't help but be curious. What a beautiful little fox. On the ice plain, little Silver immediately stood up, alert as soon as it saw the 2 strangers. At this moment the 2 men approached, and seeing Han Sen covered in snow, they exclaimed in surprise, "With all this snow, did he pile it up himself?" The person next to them then reminded, "This fox is a bit strange, it might be trying to lure us over, be careful." The man coldly gripped the sword in his hand, cautiously approaching Han Sen step by step. "Why is he not moving? Is he dead?" As the sword gradually slashed down, the previously quiet Han Sen suddenly raised his hand to block the sword, and a slight force broke the sword tip. The girl next to them screamed in fright as soon as she saw this scene. He moved, your snow moved." But just as they regained their composure and looked again, they could no longer see Han Sen or little Silver. What just ran past? Was it a fox spirit? The man next to them retorted. What fox spirit? It was clearly a human-shaped alien creature. At this moment, in the North God shelter, Han Sen had already returned. He carefully took out a mirror and looked at himself in it, deep in thought. After running the ice muscle jade bone art, although his thoughts and senses became acute, his entire brain felt frozen, seemingly unable to produce emotions. Looking at Shui Mikung's face in the mirror, he said in irritation, "Are all Shui family members so temperamental? Is there a problem with the ice muscle jade bone art they cultivate?" Suddenly, Qi Shuwen walked from a distance, smiling. "Brother Han, do you have time to teach me how to command?" Han Sen heard this and replied grimly, "Young Master Qi, I have a big matter to deal with recently." "I don't have time." Qi Shuwen looked at him in surprise and asked, "What matter?" He rubbed his chin, turned his face and said grimly, "Uniting the Star Wheel and Fei Li forces to conquer the royal shelter." Qi Shuwen heard this and said with a smile, "Brother Han indeed has grand ambitions. I am willing to contribute. I'll handle the matters of uniting the Star Wheel and Fei Li shelters." Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. "Haha, if young Master Qi is willing to help, then this matter will be much easier." Returning to the 3D training room, Han Sen stretched his body, saying excitedly, "It's been a long time since I've been on the official combat platform. This time I'll take it easy, just to practice." Now randomly matching, looking at the text in front of him, he was surprised. The warrior on the road, Tang Zhenlu, was walking among the crowd when his phone suddenly vibrated with a notification. "Your white god beast has appeared on the official combat platform." Tang Zhenlu saw this notification and was surprised. At this moment in the 3D training room, a figure frantically hammered on the door in front of him, shouting loudly, "You've been in there for 3 minutes, it's time to come out, let me see." "I want to see the white god beast." The person worriedly hammered the door, despairing. "Is there really no machine that can let me see the white god beast?" At this moment the arena was filled with raucous cheers. "White god beast, white god beast, white god beast." He walked out step by step, looking at the lively scene before him, deep in thought. He had thought that after being secluded for so long he could fight quietly. But it's truly not easy to be an ordinary person. His opponent was a masked man who, seeing him walk out, said coldly, "White god beast, although I like your fighting style very much, I will not hold back. I will defeat you with all my strength to show my respect." He smiled faintly, but thought to himself, what kind of opening line is that? Too ordinary. With that, the masked man swiftly rushed over to attack him. "See my fist." He quickly retreated, smiling faintly. "Small fist, well practiced." The man heard his words and smiled faintly. "I didn't expect the white god beast to be fooled. What I practice isn't a small fist." In a flash he leaped into the air, surrounded by a series of different fists. Watching this scene he was surprised. Mechanical fist art. He struggled to block each strike. The man swiftly rushed over, swinging his fists and looking at him mockingly. "That's right. Transforming the body into a machine allows it to unleash its full performance. Any part of the body can fight. This is mechanical fist art." He was attacked and hastily retreated. His ID name was too exaggerated. He had thought he would only practice wide-swinging martial arts, but it turned out to be this intricate and bizarre mechanical fist art. Tang Zhenlu sat high up watching this scene and said grimly, "This warrior also achieved it, to force the white god beast to this extent." Lu Fengping coldly added, "The evolver who previously cooperated with the warrior came in third in the shooting competition. His mechanical fist art is also very good. He's a close combat expert." Tang Zhenlu turned to Lu Feng in surprise. "Is he that strong?" Lu Feng looked grimly at the person below and whispered, "Sort of. If he gets close, it'll indeed be a bit troublesome." Seeing the warrior gaining the upper hand, Tang Zhenlu pondered, "Even you say it's troublesome if he gets close, so he must be very powerful. Will the white god beast only dodge?" The man continued to swing his attacks. After a while he suddenly realized something was wrong. The mysterious masked man was surprised. He seemed to have realized something. "Why is this happening? I'm still dodging, yet why am I the one being forced into a corner?" At this moment, a figure high up shouted loudly, "That's it, the sky-shifting art." The surrounding crowd looked at each other in alarm, discussing, "This movement technique is very similar to the Empress, sky-shifting art." "You evolver, there's only one Empress in this martial arts arena. He can't be from the Ares Martial Arts Academy. Who exactly is this white god beast? He's not here to slander our Ares Martial Arts Academy, is he?" He fiercely swung his fist and rushed at him, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Damn it, the movable area is getting smaller and smaller. It's getting in the way. I can't even launch an attack. He gradually fell into a disadvantage. Without knowing when, he had already rushed in front of him, looking at him with a sneer and an upturned mouth. He gritted his teeth in anger. No, if I continue to be attacked here from his position with just one strike. Before he could think of a way, he swiftly rushed over and delivered a powerful blow to him. The man hastily retreated. Damn it. Soon he was sent flying into the air. The entire audience immediately erupted again. White God Beast, White God Beast, White God Beast. They're not even on the same level. The referee's voice rang out, announcing to the crowd, the match is over. The White God Beast has started matching for a new match. Seize the opportunity. As soon as the words fell, the crowd quickly seized the opportunity to open their screens. Quick, check it out. Maybe we can match with him. Quickly match. Itomoki, wearing his coat, stared grimly at the screen in front of him, deep in thought. Match me, you must match me. In the 3D training equipment room, Hansen couldn't help but feel surprised by the situation before him. What an uncanny coincidence. Up on the high platform, Tang Zhenlu leaned back in his chair, smiling faintly. What a small world, so many people vying to match. And he actually matched Itomoki. The women, seeing Itomoki enter, praised him one after another. This person actually didn't use the facial blurring system. Does someone this handsome even need to blur their face? Itomoki, my prince, will definitely get his revenge. In contrast to the girls' fervent cheers, the boys on this side impatiently shouted criticisms. What's the use of just good looks? Strength is king. That day, White God killed Itomoki with one strike. Today it'll probably be settled with one strike too. A man should be like White God. This skirt-chasing pretty boy. For a moment, White God didn't see the female students surrounding him, and asked in surprise, what's going on? All the beauties are gone? He glanced over and saw their attention had all turned to Itomoki, and White God couldn't help but feel angry. Damn it, this skirt-chasing pretty boy is dead meat? At this moment, Fang Mingchen looked at the newly confirmed match on the screen, smiling excitedly. The young people who watched that duel back then have now become evolvers. But that classic showdown will never be forgotten. Although I'm a loyal fan of White God, I hope Itomoki won't be as miserable this time. At this moment, a striking comment suddenly appeared in the comments section. Brother Quan, this isn't right. You're a loyal fan of White God, so why are you sticking up for Itomoki? Fang Mingchen read the comment and explained with an awkward smile. That's mainly because Itomoki has too many female fans, and I'm afraid of angering the masses and not being able to find a wife later. After speaking, he quickly drew everyone's attention back. The duel is about to begin. The duel has begun. At this moment on the arena, White God and Itomoki both radiated two distinctly powerful forces. Fang Mingchen continued. Although neither of them has made a move, there's still a suffocating tension, like a storm is brewing. Itomoki looked at him coldly. If I win, you must tell me who you are, White God replied with a sneer. All right, but if I win, I also have a condition. Fang Mingchen watched their conversation and said, facing Itomoki's demand, White God said without hesitation. What condition did White God propose? He looked at Itomoki seriously and said, if you lose, this will be our last battle. He sneered inwardly. Itomoki, oh Itomoki, I know you inside out, yet you don't even know my identity. Itomoki agreed without hesitation. All right. Tang Zhenlu, hearing this from above, frowned and said, Itomoki agreed a bit too perfunctorily, didn't he? But Lu Feng next to him said Itomoki had no choice but to agree even if he didn't want to. Tang Zhenlu heard this and raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, why? Lu Feng explained grimly, Itomoki practices assassination techniques. It's either success or death with no room for hesitation. If he didn't agree, he would waver, and once he wavered, his assassination technique would be broken. He looked out and Itomoki was emanating a cold purple aura. Lu Feng continued grimly. Therefore Itomoki had to agree. Only by agreeing could he fight desperately, unleash his greatest strength and win this Gold Koan battle. Before this fierce battle, Fang Mingchen turned to the person next to him and said, today we are honored to invite Mr. Long, this centenarian evolver, to comment on this match. Mr. Long, what are your thoughts on this duel? Mr. Long smiled as he answered Fang Mingquan's question, skillfully saying, I've studied Gold Coin's images on the official platform, but honestly I haven't researched Itomoki much. At this moment on the arena, Itomoki and White God seriously faced each other, and a slight movement from either of them made Mr. Long exclaim in admiration. Shedding body art. Fang Mingchen sat next to him, looking at Mr. Long in surprise. My knowledge is shallow. I don't know what shedding body art is, Mr. Long grimly explained. This method combines the body with heaven and earth. With each step, one's aura gains a measure of strength, becoming more powerful. If one can take 100 steps, no opponent of equal power and rank can match them. At this moment, the two stood in confrontation, and the space immediately became abnormally suffocating. Then Itomoki walked step by step and the surrounding crowd grew nervous, wondering how many steps Itomoki could take. They quickly began counting Itomoki's every step with anticipation. 18, 19, 20, 30. Itomoki walked heavily step by step towards White God, and with each step White God emitted a cold purple aura. That aura grew increasingly powerful, and Fang Mingchen said, if White God doesn't take the initiative to attack, Itomoki will be able to stand before White God in about 50 steps. Mr. Long, what do you think? Mr. Long grimly said, it's like the ancient art of war. First fierce offense, then weakening, and finally exhaustion. Among the masters of shedding body art I've seen, the strongest could only take 100 steps. Beyond that, their momentum would wane. Watching Itomoki get closer, White God moved slightly, gracefully taking a step back, observing his movements. The crowd couldn't help but chatter. He moved. White God moved. Wait, why did White God step back? Seeing his strange action, everyone felt flustered, but Mr. Long on this side excitedly stroked his long beard. Brilliant. Fang Mingchen turned to him in surprise. Mr. Long thinks White God retreating is a good thing? Mr. Long smiled faintly and said grimly, Itomoki has already taken 53 steps, accumulating a very powerful momentum. At this point, choosing to face him directly would be unwise, but his act of retreating makes anything possible. Thus one advanced and one retreated, traversing the entire arena. Itomoki's steps gradually increased. 60, 70, 80. Seeing the current situation, Mr. Long said, when Itomoki's momentum weakens, that's when White God will counterattack. Itomoki's steps gradually reached incredible numbers. 90, 100, 110. Watching this scene, Fang Mingquan's eyes widened in surprise. After 100 steps, Itomoki's momentum not only didn't diminish but increased. Mr. Long next to him grimly stroked his beard. Amazing, truly amazing. 120 steps of shedding body art. At this age, with this cultivation, Itomoki's talent is unimaginable. Watching Itomoki's agile figure, his entire being gradually radiated fierce dragon might. Mr. Long couldn't help but exclaim, 150 steps, I've never seen such a genius in my life. Fang Mingchen suddenly noticed White God and said, White God isn't retreating, he's waiting. Waiting for Itomoki to take his strongest step, waiting for a peak strike. Itomoki rushed over coldly, swinging his blade, a grim voice roaring, kill. Tang Zhenlu and Lu Feng from above frowned, carefully observing the tense situation below. Fang Mingchen and Mr. Long were equally tense. Suddenly, Mr. Long stood up and shouted loudly, Wind rise slash. Watching the blade rapidly rush towards him, White God sneered and quickly concentrated the strength in his body. Just as the blade rapidly reached him, he swiftly clamped the sharp blade between his hands. Without a single wasted movement, he had quickly blocked Itomoki's attack, astonishing the spectators. What? Itomoki's shedding body art failed? White God actually blocked it with his hands? The blade in Itomoki's hand was pulled away from his arm. Itomoki quickly released the blade, looking at White God in surprise. White God calmly picked up the blade, handed it to the pale Itomoki and said, I accept the intent of this blade. The crowd in the stands watched this scene, discussing animatedly. Itomoki, what a pity. White God actually took Itomoki's beast soul. Itomoki is indeed the #1 blade, but it's a shame he met White God. Mr. Long looked at Itomoki and couldn't help but sigh with regret. Itomoki, alas, what a pity. White God's figure quickly disappeared after Itomoki reluctantly accepted the blade. Before completely leaving, he softly said, In this life and this world, between heaven and earth, only one blade remains. Itomoki regretfully watched White God's figure disappear, his heart filled with loss, tears blurring his eyes. I really failed. In the quiet night by a desk, a man sat seriously in front of a computer, thinking. Suddenly, his fingers rapidly typed on the keyboard, King of Assassins, forever belonging to Itomoki, the King of Assassins in my heart. The scene is the only thing that can move hearts. A century bears witness to heartless individuals. Between heaven and earth only one blade remains. This life and this world will never end. On the ice plain, a petite figure could easily end the life of a giant monster, making it fall painfully onto the snowy ground without even time to let out a cry. Itomoki stood coldly on the monster's corpse, looking around. This was the second sanctuary he had set foot in. Hansen stood behind Itomoki, looking up at his grim back, and said, This is the 18th alien creature you've killed today. You should vent any anger on something else. He thought to himself, if I had known you held so much resentment, maybe I should have let you win back then. Itomoki stood up coldly and said, I want to hunt the red-scaled dragon. Are you coming? Hansen heard this and asked in surprise, Didn't you say the red-scaled dragon is very dangerous? Itomoki pulled down his hood and walked coldly. Because it's dangerous is precisely why I must go. Hansen also quickly pulled down his hood, put it on and followed. Go, go, go. Since I know it's dangerous, I can't let you go alone. On the snowy mountain, a giant red-scaled dragon slept peacefully on the cold snow. White God and Itomoki hid behind nearby rocks. Cautiously observing their surroundings, Itomoki whispered, Its abilities and speed are incredibly powerful. Even godblood weapons can't cut through its scales. I've been here twice already and returned empty-handed both times. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly rushed forward, catching White God off guard. Hey, what are you doing, brother? You're an assassin. Is it appropriate to just charge in like that? Itomoki completely ignored Hansen's words, reached the red-scaled dragon in a few steps and woke it up. It opened its golden eyes, staring intently at Itomoki. It impatiently swung its tail and charged at him, but he had already quickly leapt into the air. Dodging the attack, Hansen immediately rushed forward, attracting its attention. The red-scaled dragon quickly charged over, swinging its leg to attack him. Itomoki seized the opportunity to run along its side, gripping his blade tightly, preparing to unleash an attack. You go attract its attention. White God struggled to block the dragon's giant foot, angrily gritting his teeth as he looked at Itomoki. Where are you? Didn't you say you'd attract its attention? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his face and met the red-scaled dragon's fierce gaze. Damn, those eyes are huge. The hot breath it exhaled hit him, making him very uncomfortable, and he quickly swung his sword to stab its eye. I'll stab. Eye closed. The red-scaled dragon quickly pursued White God. Hansen ran through the thick snowflakes shouting, Itomoki, you punk, hurry up and make your move. Itomoki quickly gripped his blade, leapt into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. With that, Itomoki fiercely plunged his blade into its head. That strike made it struggle and roar in pain. This sudden action made Itomoki stagger backward. Watching the red-scaled dragon go mad, Hansen shouted loudly, run. He turned and ran quickly. Run! Itomoki chased behind, softly saying, already running. The two desperately ran into a mountain crevice. The red-scaled dragon still pursued rapidly. The vibrations caused by the red-scaled dragon's movements instantly made the mountain shake violently. The thick snow above also gradually showed signs of sliding down. Watching this scene, Hansen and Itomoki both exclaimed in surprise and worry. Avalanche! As soon as the words fell, a thick layer of snow violently pressed down, burying the entire mountain crevice. In the thick snow, two arms slowly emerged, and he softly said, did you push it away? Itomoki softly replied from nearby, I pushed it away. The two quickly extricated themselves from the thick snow. Hansen sat on the snowy ground, reaching out to pat the snow from his hair, saying, finally push this thing away, I'm exhausted. Itomoki looked at him seriously. You want to attack the royal sanctuary? Hansen turned his face to him coldly and said, coming with me. He didn't speak, turned and left, but still left a warning, be careful of Chi Shuwen. Hearing this, White God pondered, but at that moment a strange feeling spread to his arm. It seems something is moving under the snow. He brushed away the snow and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a turtle. The scene switched to the snowy mountain. Hansen hid behind a rock, observing a mutated turtle. He pondered, a turtle. He carefully sat down to observe, simultaneously wondering what else was inside. The turtle's eyes emitted blue light as it looked down at something. Suddenly, several small turtles crawled up from the bottom of the pit. Hansen exclaimed in surprise, holy cow, these little turtles aren't from that big turtle, are they? The mother turtle led her children outside. Hansen saw this and said, 1, 2, 3, an alien creature that can take such good care of its offspring is definitely not simple, and it gave birth to 8 at once. Hansen observed from behind, his gaze following, saying, what level of alien creatures are these guys? The mother turtle led her children to a place with food where they ate red mushrooms. While the little turtles ate, the mother turtle vigilantly watched her surroundings. Hansen continued, haha, seeing alien creatures eating with their children like this, it's a pity Professor Sun couldn't witness it. Suddenly, the shadow of a giant creature flew over his head, and Hansen immediately turned around alertly. Seeing a giant yellow bird rapidly flying over, the mother turtle, seeing the strange creature, cautiously observed it, and Hansen said, that speed, it must be a god-blood creature. Is it here to hunt those turtles? The bird's flapping wings whirred. As the bird prepared to dive, the mother turtle used her power to attack it. Hansen saw this and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, holy cow, what kind of skill is that, turning the monster bird into an ice sculpture? The large bird was immediately frozen, then fell into the distance. The turtles continued to eat the red mushrooms under the ice. Suddenly Hansen shouted in surprise, super god creature, this speed, this ability, this is definitely a super god creature. Those little turtles, after eating the red mushrooms, gradually turned red all over. Seeing such a sight, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and it's even carrying 8 super god creature babies. The mother turtle and the baby turtles all turned red. The mother turtle pushed aside the snow with her foot, revealing the remaining mushrooms. Hansen saw this and thought, they're trying to hide the food. Seeing the turtle group had gone far, he stood up and walked out, thinking to himself, fortunately, I used the fetal breathing art to hide myself. If not for that, I would definitely have been discovered by 9 super god creatures, and then I definitely wouldn't have come back alive. Hansen walked to the spot where the turtle group had just eaten. He dug through the snow, revealing a few red mushrooms. Looking at the mushrooms on the ground, he wondered, what were they eating? He picked one up to examine it, pondering. It looks like an ordinary mushroom, not a poisonous one either. After careful observation, he picked up a few mushrooms and brought them back. He got onto his beast god mount and quickly left, saying, it's probably better not to casually eat things from the sanctuary. I should take them back for an expert to examine first. In the virtual space, Hansen showed the mushrooms to Sun Minghua. He looked at the mushrooms and said, from what you're saying, these red mushrooms must have very strong medicinal properties. Hansen stood behind him and replied, are they beneficial to humans? Sun Minghua, wearing glasses and surrounded by various rare plants, said seriously, in the third sanctuary there truly exist plants that can enhance genes. But currently humans still have no way to distinguish which plants are beneficial and which are harmful. Hansen looked at him and said, if humans can't distinguish, then how do they know plants can enhance genes? Sun Minghua reached out and adjusted his glasses, saying, once you go to the third sanctuary, you'll naturally understand. Hansen looked at him, expressing his confusion. I've always found it strange. There are hundreds of thousands of human transcenders, but when it comes to the third sanctuary, they remain tight-lipped, and the Alliance also publicizes that almost no information about it can be found. Sun Minghua reached out towards the mushroom, then continued. This red mushroom might have nourishing properties for the body, but this is just a guess. You can try taking a small amount. If you feel anything unusual after taking it, immediately get your stomach pumped. Hansen said, me? Sun Minghua stood in front of the keyboard and said, you'd better prepare some emergency medicine in advance just in case something unexpected happens. Hansen hesitated, crossing his arms and saying, let me think about it a bit more. Sun Minghua glanced at him, then continued, "It's a shame no one here is going to the ice plane, otherwise I could find others to experiment on." Han Sen stroked his chin as if discovering something and said happily, "That's right, that kid Zhou Ting has the 10,000 fragrance poison body. He usually eats poisons. Even if this has toxins, it won't affect him. Let him try it." "At Goddess Shelter," Zhou Ting said. "Old Han, just say what it is. With our relationship, let's skip the meal." The two sat at the dining table. Han Sen poured wine and said, "What, afraid I'll poison you?" Zhou Ting replied. "How could that be? I have the 10,000 fragrance poison body. All poisons are ineffective against me. You're not that stupid, are you?" Han Sen poured wine for Zhou Ting, laughing. "Haha, just kidding. Actually, I need your help with something. I picked up a mushroom in the snowy mountains. Can you taste it for me to see if it's poisonous? I know you have the 10,000 fragrance poison body. This is what you fear the least." Zhou Ting picked up some food, chewed it and said, "You know it's a difficult time now. My elder brother comes from a humble background and it's tough when you're short on cash." Before he could finish, Han Sen spoke. 10,000 yuan. Zhou Ting seemed dissatisfied with the money Han Sen offered. "Such a dangerous task, and you only give me 10,000 yuan? Suddenly Han Sen shouted, "It's over?" Zhou Ting froze as if struck by lightning, asking, "Over what?" Han Sen pointed at the food on the plate and said, "I hadn't even had time to remind you, you already ate it." Zhou Ting reached out and clutched his chest, his face flushing red, sweat pouring down, saying, "Ah." Han Sen stood up and continued, "What, how do you feel? Is the poison taking effect? Don't panic, I have medicine here. Take some quickly and I'll take you to get your stomach pumped right away." Suddenly Zhou Ting grabbed Han Sen's collar. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Zhou Ting's face was flushed, his hand still tightly gripping the other's collar. Han Sen was startled and said, "Brother Zhou, don't look at me like that. I thought your 10,000 fragrance poison body could definitely handle a bit of poison." "I didn't know either." Before Zhou Ting could finish speaking, he forcefully ripped open Han Sen's clothes, revealing his muscular physique. Han Sen said in surprise, "What do you want to do?" Zhou Ting's entire body was acting as if he'd been drugged. Han Sen, scared, turned and ran, saying as he ran, "Is that red mushroom an aphrodisiac?" Zhou Ting's saliva dripped from his mouth as he chased Han Sen, saying, "Hee, don't run." Han Sen continued anxiously, "Brother Zhou, bear with it. I'll go find a woman for you right now." At Goddess Shelter, Han Sen returned with a plump woman. "Brother Zhou, don't worry, I've found someone to help you." The woman also asked, "Which young man needs me?" At this moment, Zhou Ting was curled up in a corner, trembling. With a pile of tissues beside him, Han Sen was speechless. "Those are tissues. Brother Zhou, do you still need a woman?" Zhou Ting sat in the corner, trembling and unable to speak. Han Sen, you. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Ting exploded in rage. "I'll kill you, Han Sen, you mother effer, are you even human? You actually fed me an aphrodisiac." It took Han Sen 10 minutes to calm Zhou Ting's anger. Zhou Ting held out his hand for compensation. "Give it here, not a penny less. Do you know how much I suffered just now?" Han Sen picked up the money from the table and asked, "You can have the money, but at least tell me what this thing actually does." Zhou Ting merely answered perfunctorily, "What other effect could it have besides invigorating young? I've accepted this money. It's what I deserve." Seeing Zhou Ting hold out his hand, Han Sen immediately changed his mind. If it was just that simple, he couldn't just take the money so easily. Zhou Ting wanted more and shouted, "Han Sen, you?" Left with no choice, Zhou Ting elaborated. "All right, this thing is very potent, and it's great for the kidneys. My kidneys still feel warm, I'm full of energy, and I haven't felt tired for so long. Besides, the 10,000 yuan you gave is too little," Han Sen said. "You still think 10,000 is too little? Then here's 20,000 for the toxicity test fee. I'm kind-hearted, so here's another 30,000 for nutritional expenses." Zhou Ting took Han Sen's money, a disdainful expression on his face. "Who needs your few tens of thousands of yuan?" he thought, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Secretly chuckling, having earned tens of thousands more, the scene switched to the rock fisher at Black God Shelter. Han Sen took out a red object. "Good stuff, it really is good stuff. With this treasure, perhaps my jade primordial young art can make great progress." He unhesitatingly put the object into his mouth and chewed it. With just a small dose, perhaps the jade primordial young art could digest its vital energy. "Never mind, I'll try it first." Soon Han Sen felt heat spreading throughout his body, making him want to tear off his clothes. It worked. The jade primordial young art could digest it, but just then a woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Han Sen, focused on his training, was quite annoyed at being disturbed. "What's that sound? Someone's here." Damn it, why now of all times? A woman with long beautiful legs and a hot figure was slowly walking in. "Are you all right? Why aren't you answering when I called?" Han Sen struggled to suppress the raging desire. "Is it young manly? Damn it, young manly, you're usually so serious. How dare you barge into my room today? Get out, I only sleep with women I like. Get out, young manly, get out of here quickly. If anything happens, don't blame me." Soon the woman approached step by step, already standing before him. Han Sen dared not make a sound nor open his eyes, fearing that if he looked he would lose control of his body, but a pure fragrance emanated from the woman. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Damn, she smells good." Han Sen gritted his teeth, enduring, but a trace of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. "It's over, I'm distracted, something bad is about to happen." The queen saw the situation seemed bad, and she involuntarily stood up. "He's spitting blood? Did something go wrong with his cultivation? Was it because I suddenly interrupted him?" Seeing blood suddenly stream from Han Sen's mouth, she pressed both hands to her temples. "You want to see what's happening? Let me help you take a look." But just this small action made Han Sen consumed by desire, unable to restrain himself any longer. He immediately pounced and embraced her. The queen was a beautiful girl with a perfect figure and long slender legs that would make anyone's heart race. Due to the suddenness of the event, she immediately reacted and said, "Han Senator." When Han Sen pounced, the queen was also quite surprised as his speed was actually able to match hers. But in an instant her expression changed slightly. She thought to herself, "Interesting, he can actually keep up with my movement technique. No, I can't strike. Something went wrong with his cultivation. If I injured him now while dodging." The queen seemed very hesitant, not wanting to harm Han Senator, but it was precisely this moment of hesitation that allowed Han Sen in his frenzied state to seize the opportunity and grab the tight-fitting top across her chest. Then he ripped open the bulletproof vest-like paper, revealing her fair and full chest. Round and full, it made the queen furious, and she couldn't help but roar, "You pervert, you're asking for death." After her clothes were torn, the queen's face turned ashen, brimming with killing intent, and she didn't hesitate. She fiercely kicked Han Sen in the stomach, making him wince in pain and think to himself, "So painful, how can there be such a ferocious woman?" But that wasn't all. The queen immediately leaped into the air, her long legs striking Han Sen like two battle axes. Before Han Sen could even land, she kicked him in the face, sending him flying sideways. That kick sobered Han Sen up a bit, so fast. I hadn't even landed and that leg was already kicking me. Truly a master. At this moment, Han Sen felt something strange in his body. He thought in surprise, "No, it seems a surge of energy has appeared in my body. She helped me clear my circulation." At this moment, the queen summoned another set of clothes and put them on. She sat before Han Sen, her tone somewhat angry. "Damn it. But I'm very curious, how exactly did you do that?" Faced with the queen's question, Han Sen still didn't answer. He secretly thought that his circulation was clear, and he could try to circulate his energy to guide the mushroom's medicinal power into his kidneys. Soon he felt a warm current surge into his kidneys. His entire body glowed, filled with infinite energy. Seeing him like this, the queen spoke again. "However, I'll tell you something. Just the superficial knowledge of sky-shifting art is enough to cultivate to this extent." Han Sen rejoiced inwardly. Just a little more. As long as he brought back the last batch of red mushrooms, he believed he could successfully master the jade primordial yang art and thoroughly strengthen his kidneys. Then Han Sen opened his eyes, looked at the woman before him and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Although his face was a bit blank, he admired her greatly in his heart. Exquisite, absolutely exquisite, he thought. Whether in appearance or sensation, she was no less than Wang Fu Ping. Coupled with her unique temperament, she seemed to be able to hear his thoughts. She suddenly spoke, "If you want to die, keep looking." Han Sen awkwardly looked away, scratched his head and chuckled. "Sorry about that, but this seems to be my room and you barged in yourself, didn't you? So who are you?" Upon hearing this, she immediately stood up and uttered two words. "The Queen." Han Sen was surprised. "The Queen, what are you doing here?" In the snowy mountain area, Han Sen was digging for something under a thick layer of snow. He muttered to himself as he dug. He felt some regret in his heart. What kind of alien creature required even the Queen to team up with others to eliminate? One couldn't join without unlocking the first gene. Could it be a super god creature? After digging for a while, he finally found the last red mushroom. Found it. Han Sen picked up the red mushroom, staring at it as he continued. "The fastest way to unlock the first gene is to continue cultivating the ice muscle jade bone art. But if I keep cultivating it, I'll become a maniac like Shui Yikwang. But I can't become that kind of violent, ruthless guy, maybe." The ice muscle jade bone art has been almost purified by the Dongxuan Sutra. After some deliberation, Han Sen decided to absorb the red mushroom before cultivating the ice muscle jade bone art. He stood up and said, "Forget it. Now that I have this mushroom, I'll master the jade primordial yang art first." At Black God Shelter, Han Sen sat cross-legged, cultivating the ancient evil spell, but he was surprised to find that the queen's power still lingered within him. This purple light was the energy the queen had put into him, likely her post-gene unlocking energy. This energy was actually enough to integrate into his kidneys. He wondered if it was a good thing or a bad thing after cultivation. He smiled faintly. "Great. This purple light really works." The ancient evil spell, the third spell, the longevity spell, has also been mastered. And with the jade primordial yang art, the longevity spell is almost like infinite firepower. It's like playing a game where you can use special skills infinitely. This is incredible. Just then, there was a rapid knocking at the door, accompanied by a voice shouting, "Brother Han, I have amazing news." Han Sen shot to his feet. Qi Shuwen is back. It seems he put in a lot of effort to convince Li Xinglin and Fei Li to attack the royal shelter together. "I've already made thorough preparations for this battle. Royal shelter, get ready to welcome a new king." Days later, under the joint attack of the three factions, the royal shelter was surrounded, with alien creatures everywhere. Qi Shuwen was triumphant. Believing Han Sen completely trusted him, he advanced thinking to himself, "Once this battle is over, the ice plane will be mine." Qi Shuwen's. Wherever he went, alien creatures fell. "If you're not ruthless in power, you'll be trampled underfoot by others. Han Sen, you're not suited for high positions. Why not submit to me? I will certainly treat you well." At this moment, Han Sen and his vanguard arrived shoulder to shoulder at the city gate. Yang Manli had a bad feeling. Qi Shuwen making us attack the most heavily defended city gate clearly means he wants to deplete Goddess Shelter's forces. Han Sen replied, "Don't worry, the royal shelter needs to know the Han surname." With that, Han Sen gripped his two swords and along with Yang Manli and others charged directly into the city gate. "Follow me and kill them," Qi Shuwen standing behind couldn't help but praise. Impressive sword techniques, but unfortunately he's just a fool. This place has already attracted most of the alien creatures. Those thunder ghosts can reach the alien spirit temple from the other side first. As Han Sen and his brothers approached the royal shelter's city gate, to everyone's surprise, alien creatures poured out like a tide. Zhou Ting wanted to wait for reinforcements, shouting, "Should we wait for the main force?" But Han Sen firmly refused. No, perhaps he already had a plan. As Han Sen focused on the battle, a small silver fox climbed onto his shoulder at some point. Zhou Ting was stunned. "What is that?" Han Sen now advanced alone, approaching the creatures. The creatures instinctively retreated. Seeing their leader so formidable, all the soldiers couldn't help but praise, shouting loudly. The boss can actually exert pressure, making those mutated beasts fearfully retreat and not dare to attack. As for Zhou Ting, he looked at Han Sen and said with some confusion, "What the hell, Commander, are you setting off?" Seeing Han Sen as if a celestial being had descended, the man standing beside Yang Manli couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Marshal Han's descendant. As for Yang Manli, when she heard the man's words, she was even more horrified. How did he do it? Soon after, a group of alien creatures cleared an open path. Han Sen ordered everyone to proceed to the alien spirit temple. Before long, they successfully arrived and ascended the stone steps of the alien spirit temple. Young Manli watched, thinking she was dreaming, until she saw two maidens standing above, one in silver and one in gold armor. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How are there two? Are they twin alien spirits?" At this moment, Han Sen, his aura soaring, strode forward. "You all watch here, I will personally punish them." Han Sen had actually painstakingly practiced the dual flight sword technique specifically to defeat them, not wanting anyone else to interfere. The two twin alien spirits hated Han Sen to the core. Without a word, they transformed into two streaks of light rushing towards him like golden and silver lightning. Watching them, it was clear these twin alien spirits were no ordinary opponents. Their swordsmanship was extremely sharp. The people behind Han Sen couldn't help but wonder, could he really fight two against one? As expected of royal-level alien spirits, their swordsmanship was truly fast. "Commander, can he handle fighting two against one?" At this moment, the vital energy in Han Sen's kidneys surged like a tide, his heart pounded like thunder, and he felt an infinite power contained within him. He wielded two sharp light swords, one gold and one silver, charging straight at the twin alien spirits. The two twin alien spirits could only retreat, unable to stop Han Sen's advance. In terms of both power and speed, Han Sen surpassed the two small alien spirits. As he entered the battle, the entire army behind him cheered loudly. "The commander is truly powerful, fighting two against one. Long live the commander." The battlefield now only had the three of them. Han Sen's army cheered him on with high morale. With overwhelming power, the two twin alien spirits seemed unable to resist any longer. He had grown stronger again. With just a slight lapse, Han Sen had already surpassed them. Wielding twin swords, he charged straight for the alien spirit temple. He didn't seem to be giving his all, merely stating contemptuously, as if playing, "You're too slow." The twin alien spirits immediately snapped back to reality, scrambling to chase Han Senator. Watching the group of alien spirits chase him frantically, Han Sen smiled and said, "I spent 5 S-grade sanctuary cards to master the dual flight sword technique. With this powerful skill, I can kill all enemies. How could you possibly resist?" Outside the alien spirit temple, people anxiously shouted, "Commander!" Inside, Han Sen and the twin alien spirits are fighting again, with lights of different colors constantly colliding. Han Sen, still remembering past events, said with some displeasure, "Last time you tricked me, and I almost lost my life. Today, I'll collect both the principal and the interest in this battle." No sooner had he spoken than he wielded his twin swords, and in an instant, both swords were at the throats of the two alien spirits. Seeing their pale faces, Han Sen felt an incomparable sense of satisfaction. Outside, Yang Manli saw this scene, worried about an accident, and urged, "Quickly kill them and take the soul stones." But Han Sen was slow to act, saying unhurriedly, "Wait a little longer." In fact, he already had a plan. He intended to wait until Qi Shuwen had killed some alien creatures before making his move. Soon after, Qi Shuwen, Lei Gui, and a group of people arrived. Han Sen and his group were now looking outside the door with light shining in through the crack. Just now, Qi Shuwen led his men directly into the royal shelter. A subordinate suddenly shouted, "Qi, look who that is." Qi Shuwen was focused on clearing the alien spirits in front of him. Hearing his subordinate call him, he subconsciously turned and asked, "Huh?" At this moment, a person wrapped in blue lightning walked over, effortlessly eliminating the surrounding alien spirits. Seeing this, Qi Shuwen was very surprised. "Lei Gui, why aren't you looking for the alien spirit temple? What are you doing here?" "What if Han Sen gets there first?" Lei Gui approached and replied, "Qi, we came from another path and didn't see any alien spirit temple." Qi Shuwen was a little anxious. "Then hurry up and keep looking. The people from the other two shelters are almost here. Don't let them snatch it." Lei Gui looked in another direction and replied, "I think the alien spirit temple should be over there." Soon, Qi Shuwen led his subordinates grandly to the alien spirit temple. Entering the temple, he kept muttering to himself, "Let's see where the main temple's guards are. Looks like I'm not too late." Before he could even be happy, Qi Shuwen stared in astonishment at the scene before him. It was Han Sen who had already obtained the soul stones. Han Sen was standing on the statue holding 2 gold and silver soul stones in his hands while the 2 alien spirits knelt on the ground. Han Sen offered the 2 soul stones to them respectively and asked, "Are you willing to be wholeheartedly loyal to me?" Having been defeated and convinced to their core, the 2 alien spirits had no choice but to agree to his demand, answering in unison. Princess Taiyin and Princess Taiyang wish to pledge loyalty to their master and become your most loyal servants. Qi Shuwen stood below, even more surprised. Twin alien spirits after all. Han Sen, you truly are a lucky man, but I, Qi Shuwen, will reluctantly accept this royal shelter. Han Sen turned around, glared at him and said, "Qi Shuwen, have you forgotten the agreement between the Tang family and Dong Lin?" Qi Shuwen replied, "Of course I haven't forgotten the agreement, but the agreement between Dong Lin and the Han family was at Black God Shelter. This is not Black God Shelter." At this moment, Li Xinglin and Fei Li also arrived. "Qi, we agreed that day that after conquering the shelter, the 3 families would split it evenly. You're not trying to monopolize it, are you?" Qi Shuwen continued. "Sharing that also needs to be based on equal strength. In this world the strong prevail. Even if I give this place to you now, you might not be able to defend this shelter." With that he waved his hand. Immediately, several more evolvers appeared before them, looking at their imposing presence. It was clear that each of them had a physique exceeding 100. When did Black God Shelter get so many evolvers with over 100 physique? We only have a dozen people combined. Qi Shuwen turned and left. "This is a private family matter between me and Brother Han, please don't interfere." Qi Shuwen was very grateful for the opportunity. Watching him go to such lengths, Han Sen merely smiled faintly. "Qi Shuwen, do you think these people can stop me?" Hearing this, Qi Shuwen confidently introduced the man standing behind him. "Can they stop you? Brother Han might not know this person. This is Dong Lin's most talented evolver, Brother Lei. He successfully unlocked his first gene in the 2nd sanctuary, and cultivated the Jinglei core art, which is extremely rare in the entire alliance." Li Xinglin and Fei Li exchanged glances, secretly pondering that if Lei Gui, so young, could unlock his first gene in the 2nd sanctuary, then not just the royal shelter, but the entire ice plane would likely fall into Qi Shuwen's hands. He immediately took out a bottle of medicine. "It's just that Brother Han treats me like a brother. As long as you help me, I will also treat you like a true brother. However, I truly cannot ignore someone like Brother Han. Here's a pill. I hope you'll take it." With that he threw the medicine bottle towards Han. Senator Han Sen looked at the medicine bottle and asked suspiciously, "What kind of medicine?" He immediately replied, "It's a gene creation pill. It might cause gene mutation and make you stronger. However, as long as you regularly inject gene stability agents, it won't cause any harm to your body." Hearing this, Han Sen immediately smiled. "Do you think that little evolver who just unlocked his first gene can make me obediently follow your orders?" Hearing Han Sen say little, Lei Gui could no longer restrain himself. He immediately unleashed his power. Lightning flashed around his body. "You talk a big game, little one. Are you looking to die?" No sooner had he spoken than Lei Gui controlled the lightning and charged forward, gathering a large amount of lightning in his hand, intending to take Han Sen's life. Everyone standing below was stunned by Lei Gui's power. The attack was too fast, and they wondered if Han Sen could withstand it. The people below seemed unable to clearly see Lei Gui's movements. He roared like a bolt of lightning and appeared before Han. Senator Yang Manli stood below, her heart in her throat. She didn't know if Han Sen could withstand Lei Gui's formidable power, so she shouted, "Commander!" But in an instant, little silver on Han Sen's shoulder swiftly emitted a silver lightning bolt, striking directly at the blue lightning released by Lei Gui, creating a massive flash of lightning. Soon after a pained scream, Lei Gui fell from the high rock. Having taken that massive lightning strike, he fell motionless to the ground, his body severely burned, his chest pierced through, and a strong smell of charring in the air. Fei Li was very surprised when he saw this. "A fox, I saw it, it was that fox." Li Xinglin beside him also spoke, a dignified evolver who has already unlocked his first gene, beaten to such a state by a fox, after dealing with Lei Gui. Han Sen stroked Little Silver, praising it. "Good boy." Little Silver rubbed its head against his hand as if expressing its feelings. He then walked down, kicked Lei Gui and said, "You're worse than a cat or dog. Is this why you relied on Qi Shuwen?" Qi Shuwen was filled with shock. "Impossible, how could this be? This is an evolver who has unlocked his first gene." Soon he became the laughingstock of the ice plane. What kind of evolver who unlocked his first gene is worse than Han Sen's pet? These people usually held themselves in high regard, but in front of Han Sen they were nothing. From now on the ice plane would be Han Sen's domain. Qi Shuwen sat powerlessly on the ground, facing those contemptuous gazes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The royal shelter had now been renamed the new goddess shelter. Han Sen walked out, stood before the 3 armies, raised his hand and announced, "From today onwards, this is the goddess temple." After this battle, the situation of the ice plane 3 powers had been broken. Han Sen had taken possession of the royal guardian alien spirits and simultaneously formed an alliance with Li Xinglin and Fei Li. A new goddess guardian alien spirit faction was established, divided into 3 legions: the Fei Li Legion, the Goddess Legion, and the Star Wheel Legion. At this moment, Qi Shuwen stood dazedly before the entire army without a word. He thought to himself, "Why is this happening? Why am I not the one standing up there? It should have been me." Han Sen saw this and said, Black God Legion, Black God Legion. Young Master Qi stood there dazedly, not reacting even when Han Sen called him. Han Sen walked up to Qi Shuwen and asked, why aren't you speaking? Seeing him like this, Han Sen softly said, the Black God Legion is here. Han Sen then continued, Qi, I'm making you the commander of the Black God Legion. You don't feel like you're not being given an important role, do you? Hearing this, Qi Shuwen nodded incessantly, but didn't dare to look up. No, thank you, Brother Han, for putting aside past grievances. Han Sen turned and left. The royal shelter is vast. It still needs all of you to work together and build it up. Qi Shuwen listened, only daring to look at Han Sen's retreating figure, not daring to speak. This was a medicine that could cause gene mutation. Little Silver, the fox, secretly ate several pills. Han Sen hastily stopped it. Little fellow, why are you so greedy? This kind of thing can change genes. How can you just eat so much? Just then, Yang Manli walked into the room with a stack of documents and said, Minister. Hearing this address, Han Sen suddenly felt a bit awkward. Minister, this title sounds so odd. Yang Manli placed the documents on the table and replied, of course the head of the goddess temple should be called Minister. What else would you be called? I've handled all the accounts. We've already received several billion from selling alien creature flesh and blood these past few days. Han Sen smiled faintly upon hearing this. This is just the beginning. Once the royal shelter is managed properly, we won't lose to any large company on Earth. In Han Sen's arms, Little Silver still hadn't forgotten the pill and kept trying to eat it. Young Manli saw this and asked curiously, you've been holding it and playing with it all day. I really thought it was just a pet. I never imagined such a cute fox could possess such terrifying power. Young Manli said, then smiled faintly and turned her face away. Han Sen also nodded when he saw this, replying, I didn't expect it to be this strong either. With just a slight lapse in attention, Little Silver tightly clutched the pill with its paw. Han Sen saw this, pressed the pill with his finger and said, you want to eat it so badly? Don't you feel anything no matter what you eat? Alright, anyway, I also got a lot of gene stability agents from Qi Shuwen. With that, he handed the pill to the greedy Little Silver in his arms. Little Silver wolfed down the pill, and its fur color seemed to change slightly. Seeing this, Han Sen said, doesn't seem like much change. Its fur just looks a bit brighter. Han Sen watched Little Silver playing with the medicine bottle on the table, then continued. It seems the medicinal power of this gene creation pill isn't enough to instantly change a super god creature. Afterwards, Han Sen returned to the goddess Alia dormitory and contacted Tang Zhenlu. On the phone screen, he genuinely praised, Old Han, you're really something. You actually made that big shot from Dong Lin obediently bow down and ask for help. How did you do it? I mean, I killed an evolver who had already unlocked his gene. Did you unlock yours too? Han Sen casually explained. How could I unlock my gene so quickly? I just happened to get a very powerful pet, and it was the one who killed Lei Gui. Tang Zhenlu's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of pet is that strong? Give me 10. Han Sen dried his hair, sat down and continued to explain. I just accidentally picked one up. The goddess of luck favored me. You can't get one even if you want one. By the way, Tang Zhenlu, a few more words for you. Old Tang, please tell Dong Lin for me that I don't need that item, nor do I want money. Exchange that item for gene creation pills for me. I've looked and they're not sold on the market. Hearing this, Tang Zhenlu asked curiously, gene creation pills, why do you need so many of those things? Eating that stuff won't kill anyone, will it? On the phone screen, Han Sen replied with a smile. Don't worry, I plan to use that to shut others up, and there are other places where I need to use it. Hearing this, Tang Zhenlu agreed. Alright, I'll contact you again in a few days. After the conversation, Tang Zhenlu still didn't understand. He muttered to himself, how could someone who can kill a gene-unlocked person like myself never have seen such a pet? At the goddess temple, tens of thousands of silver beetles surged like a tide towards the almost endless alien spirit guardians. The alien spirits continuously slashed with their sharp swords, but they couldn't kill all these beetles. One of them shouted loudly, Lord Fei Li, we can't kill them all. We kill one batch and another grows back. What should we do? At this moment, Han Sen slowly walked out of the city gate and said, leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry about it. The surrounding beetles, upon seeing this, actually cleared a path. It turned out Han Sen was holding Little Silver in his arms. The beetles seemed to have smelled the supergod creature's scent and instinctively retreated at this moment. Fei Li stood behind Han Sen and said, Minister Han, these silver beetles are very strange. Killing them gives no notification, no beast souls. Their bodies decompose directly and there's no flesh and blood to eat. Han Sen was very surprised to hear this and asked, no beast souls? He then summoned Princess Taiyan to inquire. Princess Taiyan was summoned and immediately knelt, explaining, Master, those silver beetles were not originally true alien creatures. Han Sen heard this and asked, then what are they? She continued to explain, there's a silver mother worm underground that can produce a large number of silver subworms. It's a type of weapon resembling a biological entity. After hearing this, Fei Li also gradually understood the mechanism of these worms and said, no wonder we can't kill all these silver beetles, so the mother worm is still underground. Han Sen asked again, is that silver mother worm also a god blood creature? Princess Taiyan replied, yes, but it's not difficult to kill this silver mother worm. My sister and I can do it if we work together. That's great. With that, Han Sen summoned Princess Taiyang again. Immediately, the two sisters struck their swords together, merging into one. As they merged, Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "Did they merge?" When the yin-yang princesses successfully merged, they transformed into a yin-yang maiden wielding twin swords. Han Sen was very curious, muttering to himself, "Why didn't they merge when they fought me earlier?" The maiden then walked towards a crack, the place where the beetles were surging out from. She drew a silver sword and threw it into the crack. Then she picked up the golden sword in her hand and occasionally swung it twice. After a while, everyone seemed to feel the ground trembling. Fei Li stood next to Han Sen, not understanding what was happening, and asked, "What's wrong, an earthquake?" Han Sen also didn't understand, but then a notification sounded. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted god blood silver motherworm. No beast soul obtained. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 god blood gene points. Only then did Han Sen understand, and he smiled. It's not an earthquake. The yin-yang maiden succeeded. After completing the mission, the yin-yang maiden turned and reported, "Master, the silver motherworm has been decapitated." Han Sen stroked little silver in his arms and said in surprise, "This is sword control to kill, meaning killing with a sword from 1,000 li away. Why didn't they use this technique when they fought me earlier?" The yin-yang maiden replied truthfully, "Master, this is the yin-yang sword art, not sword control to kill. Its combat power cannot be upgraded, it can only use the yin-yang sword art." Han Sen was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, as he felt that exchanging two beauties for one wasn't a good deal. "Is that so? Then you two should separate." Upon hearing this, the yin-yang maiden separated as her master instructed. Just now Han Sen had carried the little silver fox towards the swarm of silver beetles. They had retreated in fright. This scene fell into the queen's eyes from afar. What kind of background did the pet in Han Sen's hands have to be so formidable? At this moment, Han Sen was stroking the little silver fox and saying, "You did very well today. I'll give you a reward later." After walking a distance, he suddenly stopped. Before him, a figure emerged from a nearby ice block. What was going on? Someone was coming. The little silver fox also became very vigilant upon seeing this, but when the person approached, Han Sen recognized it was the queen. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here?" After saying that, he thought to himself, "Why is Little Silver reacting so strongly? Was she here for Little Silver?" The queen walked to his side, her gaze turning to the little fox on his shoulder, and asked curiously, "Is this pet of yours very special? What level is it?" The queen's questions made him suspicious, thinking, "What does she mean by level? Is she really here for my Little Silver?" Upon hearing this, he casually lied, "God blood level." But he kept weighing things in his mind. Although Little Silver could deal with evolvers who had unlocked their first gene, if she were to attack Little Silver with a berserk god blood creature beast soul, the queen asked again, simultaneously retreating a few steps as she thought. Although Han Sen was very strong, he hadn't yet unlocked his gene, making it impossible for him to kill that kind of alien creature. Afterward, she expressed her desire to invite Han Sen to join her newly formed team. "As you know, there's a creature rank above god blood creatures. I've already formed a hunting team, and all members have unlocked their genes. Are you interested in joining?" Only then did Han Sen understand, thinking, "She's gathering people from various places who have unlocked their genes into a team. Sure enough, it's for hunting super creatures." Then he casually asked, "I haven't unlocked my gene yet, so I probably don't qualify to join, right?" But the queen didn't hesitate. She pointed directly at Little Silver and said, "With it you qualify." Han Sen, however, seemed reluctant. "Never mind then. My own abilities are insufficient and I can't always rely on a pet's protection. Besides, the existence of such creatures is just a guess, isn't it? Have you ever hunted one?" the queen frankly said. "That's why I'm inviting you. This pet's ability is only a part of it. I value your strength, Han Sen, even more. I've led you before. I know your capabilities better than anyone." Han Sen replied, "Thank you for the queen's consideration." The queen stopped mincing words. She said Han Sen could find her in Pingcheng if he made up his mind. With that, she immediately turned and left. Han Sen secretly gloated. The queen definitely wouldn't have guessed that the pet before her was a super god creature. Han Sen then returned to the Alliance and walked into his training room. Looking at the system panel, his god blood genes were not yet full, only those 3 genes were maxed out. He sat on the ground muttering to himself, "Currently, my physique can reach around 150. Even if I directly upgrade to a transcender, I can achieve a physique of 300 at the celestial level." However, Ji Yanren had once reminded him not to rush into upgrading to a transcender but to raise his physique as much as possible before then, as it would be of great use later. Han Sen's physique had now met the requirements for upgrading to a transcender, but he still listened to his girlfriend. Upgrading could wait, but unlocking the first gene had to happen as soon as possible, otherwise it would be extremely disadvantageous against those with special abilities. Within half an hour, the Dongxuan Sutra couldn't correct the first level. Then he'd try again. Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art. Soon the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art circulated again, and a cold chi began to flow through his body. He closed his eyes, relaxed, and silently repeated in his mind, "Inner peace, peace until indifference." Han Sen had now activated his senses to the extreme. Through a wall he could still hear people talking. "I will win. I will win. Where are my underwear? This plan is impossible to implement. I bet 3 mutated beast souls passing by the corridor today. Captain G saw a useless piece of trash. Get out." His cells were undergoing some changes. He secretly thought, "My cells are expanding. It's so uncomfortable. My whole body feels like it's being restrained by something." Han Sen seemed to have now activated his seventh sense, an ability to analyze time past, present, future, and other conditions, while simultaneously being able to sketch out images in his mind with the aid of external conditions. Although his eyes were closed, he seemed to still be able to see everything happening behind the nearby wall. A scene of two people fighting along with vulgar curses appeared in his mind. "I'll kill you," Han Sen thought. "Someone's fighting, how can I hear this? Has my seventh sense been enhanced?" In an instant the cells in his body expanded even more, he continued. This feeling of wanting to break through restraints. Am I about to unlock my first gene? I can't feel joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness right now. If I use the ice muscle jade bone art to unlock my first gene, will all my emotions completely disappear? Last time I cultivated the ice muscle jade bone art, the Dongxuan Sutra automatically activated and woke me up. This time the Dongxuan Sutra has no reaction at all. No warning, perhaps it's safe. The Alaya, vision of all beings, inherently exists perfectly pure. It once arose and it once entered nirvana. After completing his gene unlock, Han Sen stood up, maintaining this state as he looked at the surrounding walls, and couldn't help but exclaim in ecstasy, "It's incredible, this feeling is so marvelous. All obstacles seem to have disappeared. I can clearly see everything happening in every space. Although I haven't yet achieved abilities like ice, fire, or lightning, I prefer this super strong seventh sense. It's good. If the Dongxuan Sutra unlocks the first gene, it must be even stronger than the ice muscle jade bone art, right?" Han Sen immediately went to the testing station. He wanted to see what level he had reached after unlocking his gene in the monitoring room, and also happened to notice him walking towards the testing room. "Han Sen, you've never done this kind of test before, have you? This test can detect a person's true level. It's the perfect opportunity for me to see your true strength." Soon, Han Sen walked into the monitoring room and approached a robot. There was a difficulty setting panel there. He didn't hesitate to choose difficulty level 100, and was somewhat disappointed upon seeing this, thinking, difficulty level 100? What in the world was Han Sen up to? She also knew that with Han Sen's strength his power already exceeded 100. But after watching for a while, Anne's expression turned serious. Something was wrong. In an instant, dozens of robots stood before Han Sen, neatly lined up. However, Han Sen didn't flinch. He immediately rushed forward, fighting these dozens of robots alone. At this level, Han Sen could easily pass. But what surprised Anne was that although the difficulty wasn't high, facing so many robots, he didn't make a single mistake from start to finish. It seemed every robot's position and every movement were completely understood by him, controlled so perfectly as if he had a god's eye view. "Even I can't do that." In the Devil Mountains, Zhou Ting brought Han Sen here and pointed. "Minister, look, that's the place." Han Sen nodded. "Okay, you wait here. I'll go take a look." Then Han Sen climbed up barehanded. Zhou Ting kept reminding him from below, "Minister, just cut it twice, don't kill it, just wound it and leave the rest to me." Han Sen replied briefly, "Okay, I understand." No sooner had he spoken than Han Sen leapt up and killed a lizard-like creature, successfully hunting it. Hunt successful. Godblood mountain wall beast. No Godblood beast soul obtained. Han Sen said nonchalantly, "This is too weak. Is it even a Godblood creature?" But Zhou Ting, seeing the alien creature decapitated, said angrily, "Didn't I say to just cut it twice and leave it for me to kill? Why did you kill it again?" Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, so I killed it." "I also didn't expect it to be so weak," Zhou Ting asked. "Did you get a beast soul?" Han Sen turned around and replied, "No, how about I find another blood-borne lizard later and leave it alive for you to kill?" Zhou Ting looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. "But how could a god-blood creature be killed by you so cleanly and efficiently?" Then he pointed at Han Sen in a panic and said in surprise, "You've only been in the second sanctuary for a year, and in that godforsaken place you've reached this level. Have you already unlocked your first gene?" Han Sen replied nonchalantly. "What's so hard about unlocking the first gene? What's there to be surprised about?" Han Sen walked along thinking, "Since I've already unlocked my first gene, it's time to contact the queen. I also want to see how they fight super god creatures." Han Sen just walked like that, not paying attention to his surroundings. Zhou Ting saw this and said, "Really? You admitted it so quickly, it must be fake." "I knew it. How long have you been in the second sanctuary? How could you have unlocked your first gene?" Now, the two had been drifting at sea for who knows how long. The queen explained the team's rules to Han Senator. When the team was first formed, principles were already established. If new members were recruited in the future, it had to be with the unanimous consent of all members. Even as captain, I can't make decisions unilaterally. In short, come with me to meet the others. Soon after, on a black island, the two saw a few people on the island waving. "Big sister, you're back." As soon as they docked, a petite girl asked, "Big sister, who is this person?" The queen replied briefly, "He is Han Sen. I'm introducing him to join our team." The girl named Lazy Cat seemed very enthusiastic. She walked forward and asked Han Sen, "How are your gene unlocking abilities?" But Han Sen said, "I haven't unlocked my first gene yet." The little girl enthusiastically walked up to Han Sen, primarily to admire the little fox. Lazy Cat secretly praised in her heart, "This little fox is so cute." Tyrant seemed very displeased upon hearing this. He stepped forward and said, "He hasn't unlocked his first gene yet. We already clearly stipulated the principle that to join the team one must have unlocked their first gene." The queen hastily explained, "He has a pet in his hands that I've already tested. Not a single alien creature dares to approach where this little fox is, and it can save us a lot of trouble." Han Sen added, "There's one thing I must clarify in advance. I don't know if the creatures you're talking about will avoid it. and it also cannot actively attack alien creatures. Although the Queen had spoken, her teammates still strongly objected. Tyrant offered his opinion. We can just buy it. There's no need for him to join the team. Despite being belittled, Hansen calmly replied, sorry, my pet is not for sale. Seeing this, the Queen spoke, according to our initial principles, everyone has a right to decide. I've already made this proposition and he was brought by me. No one is to touch him. Where are the others? Tyrant gravely and flatly refused. No need to wait for them. I refuse immediately. Hearing this, Lazy Cat advised, Tyrant, with him joining us we can save a lot of trouble. But Tyrant had decided, I'd rather have more trouble than share spoils with someone who hasn't even unlocked his first gene. Seeing that teammates' firm refusal, the Queen sighed, turned to Hansen and said, in that case I'll take you back. I'm truly sorry for making you come all this way for nothing, Hansen replied. It's fine. But not far behind Hansen something floated over. Lazy Cat saw this and said, Big sister, it looks like old corpse demon over there. Immediately, the man who had just come ashore collapsed to the ground. Everyone rushed over to help him up. Old corpse demon, what's wrong? Weren't you operating with Shang-Ching and the others? Where are they? Old corpse demon said breathlessly. We encountered a fire-breathing alien creature in the sea. It was truly too powerful. Shang-Ching and I got separated. I don't know if they escaped. Hearing this, Hansen thought, a fire-breathing alien creature in the sea. Didn't they encounter that orange seahorse? The Queen and the others immediately mounted their beasts, leaving instructions. Lazy Cat, you stay here and take care of old corpse demon. Tyrant and Heaven's Envy, you and I will go look for Shang-Ching and the others. It was now night on Black Island, and Lazy Cat was still enthusiastically taking care of old corpse demon. She asked, does it hurt, old corpse demon? Although he was out of danger, he still couldn't sit up. Meanwhile, Hansen still stood at the cliff's edge, gazing at the sea, thinking, they haven't returned after so long, it seems their chances are slim. Even the Queen's team with all their strength had probably failed to kill gene-unlocked supergod creatures the vast majority of times. Humans in the second sanctuary were rarely a match for supergod creatures. Soon after, the Queen and those two returned. Lazy Cat ran over upon seeing them and hastily asked, only a few of you returned. What about Shang-Ching and the others? They remained silent. Only the Queen spoke with a disappointed expression. Yes, Lazy Cat then asked, Shang-Ching and the others are missing, presumed dead, and old corpse demon is gravely injured. Do we still need to explore that creature on the island? Tyrant remained firm. Of course we have to go, otherwise this trip would have been for nothing, wouldn't it? Lazy Cat continued, but now there are only a few of us left. Before she could finish, Heaven's Envy walked to Hansen's side. Everyone saw this and commented. Heaven's Envy stood before Hansen and said straightforwardly, Queen, why don't we let this friend temporarily join us? What does everyone think? Hearing this, Hansen asked in surprise, what does temporarily join mean? Tyrant, as cold as ever, offered, we'll hire you, but you won't get any share of our spoils. The Queen walked to Hansen's side and calmly said, Hansen, the choice is yours. Whatever decision you make, I will ensure your safe return. Hansen immediately replied, hiring me is certainly possible. However, my price is high. Tyrant asked again, how much do you want? Hansen picked up the little fox and named his price. I and it count as 2 people being hired by you, 1 god blood beast soul per person, no less. Upon hearing this, Tyrant didn't hesitate. He took out a beast soul and handed it to Hansen, saying, all right, this is the deposit. I'll give you the rest after the task is done. Hansen reached out and took it, smiling slightly. Straightforward. After the transaction was complete, Hansen secretly rejoiced. Since I'm already here, how can I go back without seeing you fight with my own eyes? Hansen followed the Queen's team deeper into the island. Lazy Cat, while supporting old corpse demon, admired Han's senator. They hadn't encountered any alien creatures along the way. Hansen was indeed formidable. No, it was the little fox that was formidable. Lazy Cat worried. But since Jiwa isn't here, who will withstand its attacks? Tyrant quickly replied. I will. I've recently acquired a pure blood shield, and even that creature should be able to withstand it once or twice. Not far away, a white tiger appeared. Letting out a fierce roar, Hansen was also very surprised upon seeing it, his face barely concealing his fear of its power. It was truly extraordinary. The tiger's roar was awe-inspiring. He pondered again. We haven't encountered any alien creatures along the way, probably because the little fox scared them off. I don't have to worry about that animal running away. It seems supergod creatures aren't afraid of the little fox at all. At this moment, the Queen turned and instructed, Hansen, you and the little fox hide well. Don't let other alien creatures get close to us. Hansen nodded, understood, but he was still a bit skeptical, thinking it wouldn't be that easy to kill a supergod creature with just 4 people. Soon after, the white tiger soared through the air on the wind. Although it had no wings, it circled freely. The Queen and the others were also in position. It's coming, it's here. The white tiger was imposing, its eyes filled with killing intent, its claws swiftly reaching out to them. The Queen gave the order to prepare for battle. Hansen retreated to the back, gesturing to little silver fox to be quiet. Why are you staring, little guy? You're just a newly hatched fox, no match for that adult supergod creature. Be quiet. He then secretly thought, it can fly without wings, so it most likely possesses control abilities. The white tiger pounced from the air about 10 meters away. It unleashed its claws in a fierce swipe as if to tear through space, countless invisible blades ripping through the air. At the same time, Tyrant raised his shield to block, shouting, come on, let me test the sharpness of your claws. But unexpectedly, even such a sturdy shield couldn't withstand a single blow from that fox. With a light swipe of an invisible blade, visible cracks appeared on the shield. The shield, unable to withstand the pressure, was thus destroyed. Tyrant at this moment had no time to react and stood stunned. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the queen ordered, "Scheme C." Han Sen was now extremely surprised by its power. Super god creatures were truly extraordinary. That was a god-blood shield, and it shattered just like that. Having lost his shield, Tyrant, spear in hand, charged into the enemy's formation and took another one of its attacks. At the same time, Heaven's Envy and Lazy Cat also summoned their weapons, preparing to attack. "Little Lazy Cat, let's attack together." Okay, but unexpectedly the white tiger was exceptionally agile. It bypassed the three of them and charged directly at the queen. The three of them, seeing this, shouted in shock. Tyrant curiously asked, "Oh no, why is it getting closer to our rear? Why is this creature so intelligent?" Facing the white tiger's attack, the queen also seemed unable to resist. Han Sen, seeing this, cried out in panic, "Danger!" As the tiger's attack drew near, the queen shouted, "Now!" She then agilely dodged its claws, taking advantage of the tiger's distraction. Lazy Cat repeatedly slashed at its hind legs, but something felt off at the same time. Tyrant and Heaven's Envy also rushed up, stabbing at the white tiger's hind legs, but none caused the slightest damage. Lazy Cat couldn't help but be startled. This wasn't the pain of being stabbed. Giving them no time to think, the tiger roared, simultaneously knocking all three of them back. It was only then that Lazy Cat suddenly realized they hadn't even scratched it. It was as if they were blocked by an invisible wall. In this situation, everyone had no choice but to defend. Heaven's Envy said, "The atmosphere is really strange right now. It actually destroyed my and Little Lazy Cat's weapons. The wind is howling and the pressure is too great, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes." Lazy Cat also spoke at this moment. "What should we do?" Tyrant was left with only his spear. Seeing everyone's weapons destroyed, the queen jumped up and ordered, "Retreat, retreat immediately." But she had another idea in her heart. "If I can't move you, I'll hit your eyes." A dagger shot like lightning towards the white tiger's eyes. But the white tiger immediately roared, and the furious wind it exhaled blocked the dagger the queen had shot. Han Sen, hiding to the side, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly extraordinary, the queen's flying dagger can't advance any further." Upon receiving the order, the three of them no longer lingered and quickly retreated. After enduring the pressure of the white tiger's attack, the dagger exploded, shattering into many small fragments that shot towards the tiger. Han Sen, hiding in the distance, witnessed all of this and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "It exploded! A single-use God-Blood Beast Soul flying dagger." The power unleashed by a single-use God-Blood Beast Soul was truly terrifying, yet such immense power didn't harm the white tiger in the slightest. The white tiger was enraged and became even more ferocious. It charged at the queen again. She quickly performed the sky-shifting art to dodge its attack. Han Sen, seeing this, continued to say in surprise, "The sky-shifting art, this is the sky-shifting art. She's starting to use the sky-shifting art." The queen's sky-shifting art was indeed formidable. Facing a super god creature of the second sanctuary, she could still handle it with such composure, no less than my Dongxuan Sutra. It seems they each have their merits. Han Sen, hiding there, was intently watching the match when Lazy Cat ran over and shouted, "What are you doing out here? Aren't you leaving?" Han Sen had no choice but to comply. He ran while still casting his gaze towards the match, feeling a bit hesitant. Seeing him like this, Lazy Cat comforted him. "Don't worry, big sister will be fine." But Han Sen was not convinced. The tiger was simply too fast. The queen couldn't shake off its pursuit. No matter how powerful the sky-shifting art, she was still human, and even without mistakes, the human body's limits were finite. The queen had no choice but to die. Thinking this, Han Sen made his decision amidst everyone's surprised gazes. "Why are you carrying it back? Stop, don't run around." But Han Sen seemed to ignore everyone's dissuasion, still running towards the white tiger without stopping. He thought to himself, "The queen once taught me the sky-shifting art, and I can't just stand by and watch her die." On Black Island, Han Sen rode his divine beast down the rugged rocks. He looked into the distance and saw the white tiger running towards the sea, wondering if the queen was luring it towards the ocean. Here, the queen was gritting her teeth and running frantically, luring the white tiger, which roared fiercely and pursued relentlessly. Seeing this, Han Sen thought that the white tiger's control abilities would definitely be poor in water. It doesn't dare go into the water. The queen can escape by using the sea. As expected of the queen, the sound of pursuit was deafening, and he also urged his divine beast to run faster, secretly thinking, "But she can't escape on her own. I must go to support her. It seems it's safe to get closer to the sea." At this moment, the queen had been forced to the seaside and the white tiger was still fiercely shooting blue energy, blasting both sides. Han Sen observed the situation he faced, secretly thinking, "The queen is truly formidable. If it were me, I probably couldn't have held out this long, but even the queen can't hold out for much longer. I must be faster." As he thought this, he sped across the water's surface, rushing towards the chaos. Just then, the white tiger roared, extending its sharp claws to pounce on the queen. At this moment, she had already jumped into the sea. The white tiger's sharp claws seemed to tear through the sea's surface, searching for its opponent. Water splashed everywhere, and a huge vortex appeared on the sea. The queen was entering it, pondering, "I should be able to hide in the sea." What's that sound? Wind blades came from behind, seemingly out of nowhere, shooting directly at the queen. The current was surrounding her. The queen gritted her teeth, crossing two spears in her hands, defending while thinking, "Damn beast, relentless in its pursuit. I wonder if it's July. It's like a lingering ghost. The sea surged as if to drown and swallow her. The queen could only float helplessly, complaining in her heart, I've already jumped into the sea, yet I still haven't escaped. Why? The surging waves crashed down like sharp blades. At this moment, blood had already begun to spurt from her wounds. The queen cried out in despair, so strong. Han Sen performed his flying art, his body radiating dazzling yellow light. Looking down at the surging waves from above, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this white tiger is really fierce. The queen has already fallen into the sea, so wouldn't I be seeking death if I rushed in now? Is it a hero saving a beauty, or seeking death? The queen in the waves was covered in wounds and bleeding, her mind hazy. She realized the situation was very bad. It seemed there was no escape today. The surrounding waves were still rushing towards her like wild beasts. Suddenly a glowing hand reached down from the water, surprising the queen. Who is it? In the chaotic scene, the waves continued to crash. Han Sen pulled her out of the sea with force. Finally, the sea surrounded the two of them. At this moment he had appeared before the queen. Upon seeing the person in front of her, she couldn't help but feel bewildered. Han Sen, did he come to save me? He then grabbed the queen's hand, pulling her tightly against his waist, and extended his other hand forward. He thought thoughtfully, the wind blades are coming. It seems the only option is to dive into the seabed. Thus the two clung tightly to each other, gradually descending into the deep sea. Wherever they swam, blood binned. Han Sen plunged into the water with wind blades and waves still relentlessly pursuing from above. The queen's eyes gleamed. She was holding Han Sen, her eyes slightly narrowed, a myriad of thoughts in her mind. I never thought I would one day be saved by this little guy. It's over. The seabed is getting deeper and deeper. I can't hold my breath any longer. Midway, Han Sen stopped. Surrounded by bubbles and spreading blood, he looked up, frowning slightly. The aura on the sea surface hadn't disappeared yet. Damn it, this thing is a dog, not a fox. Han Sen felt something unusual and immediately glanced behind him, discovering that the person behind him had already collapsed on his back. He frowned nervously. Why is the queen not moving? Han Sen let go, turned around, and the queen was unconscious, gently drifting downwards with the current. He almost forgot that he had practiced the Dongxuan Sutra, so he could breathe freely underwater, but ordinary people couldn't hold their breath for so long. He almost drowned her before he could save her. Han Sen swam over to support the queen when she suddenly opened her eyes, pointed upwards, and thought, I can't hold out much longer. I definitely can't go on. Rather than both of us dying in the sea, it's better for him to go. This silly boy will surely understand what I mean, but how could a stubborn person like you obey? She wanted me to leave? Not a chance. I came to save someone. How could I return empty-handed? Subsequently, the queen also closed her eyes and fell unconscious. Han Sen gently supported her face with his hand and suddenly pounced and kissed the queen, giving her breath. The queen opened her eyes, her heart in a panic. What are you doing? At the bottom of the deep sea, the two clung tightly to each other, almost as one, and bubbles were increasing. This indicated that the queen was not asleep. She gradually regained consciousness and suddenly realized that he was giving her oxygen mouth to mouth. After some CPR, Han Sen also released the queen, looking at her with gentle eyes, then thought, she seems much better now, we can go up. He continued to make the queen's hands cling tightly around his waist, then reached out and tried to swim upwards. At this moment, the two were riding on the back of a whale floating in the vast ocean, and the queen seemed very unstable. She coughed incessantly, making Han Sen ask worriedly, I don't have any water in my bag. Do you have any medicine? The queen still had the strength to speak. I'm fine, I can bear it. At this, Han Sen helped her up, his expression very serious, and then said, just bear with it a little longer. He clenched his fist and placed it on the queen's chest, releasing true chi to heal her wounds. Although she was about to fall asleep, she still spoke excessively. What do you want to do? You're not allowed to take advantage of me while I'm injured. The wound on the queen's chest was large and blood was still seeping out. Han Sen saw this and said, it's a serious injury. The queen saw him staring at her chest, her eyes darting away, her cheeks flushed, and she didn't know what to say. The wound is right there, this is the only way. Come, little silver, help out. Han Sen said while having the little fox bury its head in the queen's chest. She opened her eyes wide in fright upon seeing this. Hey, what are you trying to do? Seeing the little fox obediently and cutely licking her wound, the queen gently sighed. It's cool, ticklish, and quite comfortable. A while later, the skin on the queen's chest was as smooth and rosy as before, and she exclaimed in surprise, the wound has healed. This healing ability is truly unique in the world. At this moment it was dusk on the sea and the whale's back was still floating on the water. Only the queen's earth-shattering scream was heard. How long do you plan to stare? Do you want to die? Han Sen looked very awkward, covering his eyes with both hands, also shouting in panic. I'm still a virgin, you know. He covered his eyes, turned around and said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The two had their backs to each other, and the queen's face on that side was flushed with embarrassment. She hugged her chest, glanced over, and then said shyly, give me a set of beast soul armor. Han Sen, knowing full well that turning around would earn him a slap, simply reached his hand behind him and using a spell retrieved the red beast soul armor. The queen took the armor and transformed, her entire body merging with the armor, becoming even more alluring. A fire aura enveloped her. Han Sen remained in his previous pose, gently asking, can I turn around now? No, the two were now face to face. As soon as he turned around, he stood with his hands on his hips, raising a hand to stroke his chin, his eyes scanning her from top to bottom. Then he said something awkward. You were more beautiful just now. Now you look too cold. Outside, the queen still stood coldly with her arms crossed, but roared inwardly, what sin did I commit in my past life to encounter such a person? The queen turned and looked around, then asked, "Where are we now?" Her serious demeanor made Han Sen sigh inwardly. How quickly she changes. In just a moment she's back to being the queen. The queen saw him constantly staring at her and thought to herself, "Why does he keep staring at me? Calm down, I must calm down." Han Sen became serious, reached out to stroke his chin, then looked around and said, "I don't know either. To shake off that white tiger, I changed direction many times underwater. Now I don't even know the location of the island." The queen suddenly suggested, "Leave your pet here to wait. We'll go underwater to get some alien creature meat and blood." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud splash was heard, and she turned to look, water splashing everywhere. Han Sen's 2 legs had just disappeared from the surface of the sea. The queen was speechless, only hearing his voice faintly from a distance. "Leave it to me." A while later he surfaced. He didn't know how he caught it, but now he was expertly carving a fresh fish in front of the queen with a knife. Han Sen grinned, excitedly offering the fish meat on the tip of his knife to the queen. "I say this fish meat will die with one stab through the throat." The queen closed her eyes, crossing her arms, looking aloof. "No need, I can do it myself." Han Sen was feeding the little foxfish when he heard this, and his eyes widened. He turned his head and asked in surprise, "You want me to feed you too? Then I'll feed you." Hearing this, the queen also broke out in a cold sweat, unsure if he was doing it intentionally or unintentionally. "But how are you so good at seizing opportunities?" Han Sen immediately pounced, enthusiastically feeding the queen fish with chopsticks. She had no choice but to retreat, then shook her head desperately, shouting, "Go away!" Regardless of how far the queen had walked, Han Sen still sat there, enthusiastically waving the fish meat, inviting her. "Don't go." A while later, seeing her sitting there looking quite pitiful, he ate the fish meat and quietly turned his head, happily saying, "Eat something or you'll be hungry. If you're hungry you'll have no strength, and who knows how long we'll be at sea. We should eat something." But in the end he only received a cold snort from the queen. Suddenly the little fox pounced on Han's senator. He was biting a piece of meat in his mouth, and seeing this surprisingly protested a few times, but still reached out to catch it, saying, "I didn't say it was for you. Why are you causing trouble? You've eaten plenty. This is my meat." Watching the person and the beast playfully vying for the meat, the queen on her side cast a cold glance, thinking, "How can a person and a creature fight over food like that?" The little fox, with its tongue out, brought its mouth close to Han Sen's, trying to snatch the piece of meat he was biting. The queen's eyes immediately widened upon seeing this, and she gritted her teeth, sighing with some embarrassment. Then she recalled the scene where the little fox healed her wounds earlier and deduced, "This pet just licked my chest and now it's licking Han Sen's mouth, isn't that?" The queen calmed down, closed her eyes, lowered her head slightly, and finally said, "This is simply outrageous." The little fox was sitting on Han Sen, licking its paws as if it had just finished eating meat. Han Sen, lying below, looked up at the queen, wondering, "Strange, did I offend her by playing around with the little fox?" In the blink of an eye, half a month passed and the whale had moved to a new location. Han Sen sat on the whale's back, and seeing a small island in the distance, his heart rejoiced. An island were finally saved. He raised his hands, looking very happy. "Even if there's no one there, finding some fresh water to drink would be great. I've been drinking only fish blood these past few days. I'm afraid my veins will burst." The queen stood behind him, already spreading her wings, and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go scout the island first to see if there's any danger." With that, she flew towards the lush green island in the distance. Han Sen, holding the little fox, looked in that direction and said excitedly, "Even if there are dangerous alien creatures, they'll be scared away when they see my pet. If alien creatures don't run from my pet, then they're probably not something we can easily handle." A moment later, the queen stood on the shore, waving and shouting, "Come over, there's no danger." Han Sen saw this and immediately replied, "Coming, coming." On this island, all the vegetation was lush and full of life. The two were exploring, with the queen guiding from behind. "I've already scouted ahead. This island is too big and there don't seem to be any alien creatures. Further ahead there's a small lake. There might be fresh water there." At this moment Han Sen was standing there, warding off the chill, looking up at a fruit-bearing tree, thinking to himself, "These red fruits, they shouldn't be like the red mushrooms from last time, should they?" Seeing him staring, the queen asked, "What are you looking at?" Han Sen happily turned to look at her and replied, "I'm looking to see if these fruits are edible. I'm tired of fish meat and want something lighter." After hearing this, the queen found it uninteresting and left alone, not forgetting to add, "Things in this sanctuary aren't to be eaten casually. Don't eat randomly. I'll get some fish meat later. You're still standing here stubbornly. I think these fruits look edible." He said this aloud, but Han Sen continued to walk forward, observing and thinking, "Why is the vegetation here so lush, yet there's no trace of alien creatures?" At this moment the two had already climbed to the mountaintop, standing in the wind gazing at the vast ocean. Han Sen thought to himself, "The mountain formations here are a bit strange. Each hill is unique." A thought flashed through his mind, his gaze widened, and he was about to say, "Then why?" when the little fox on his shoulder jumped down. Seeing it about to run into a mountain crevice, Han Sen anxiously chased after it. "Hey, wait a minute!" In the desolate valley, on a patch of green grass, a pure white lotus appeared, exuding fragrance, very beautiful. The little fox slowly approached the lotus. Han Sen, following behind, caught up and said, "You ran so fast just to see this? Nobody wants to snatch anything from you." However, seeing the lotus before him, he froze, becoming stiff as stone, and softly muttered, Is this a lotus? How could it be growing in a place like this? At this moment Han Sen and the little fox were standing on the mountaintop, approaching to observe the lotus carefully. He focused intently on the flower and said, "Up close it looks even more like a lotus, complete with a lotus pod. Inside there are many blood-red lotus seeds, but they don't seem ripe yet. A lotus couldn't possibly exist in a place like this. What in the world is this thing?" The little fox heard him, brought its nose close to the flower and sniffed. Han Sen asked in surprise, "You're not thinking of eating it, are you?" The little fox seemed to silently respond, "I'm not that foolish to eat just anything." Han Sen knelt beside the flower and, seeing the little fox crawl down and sniff, felt very strange and said, "You want to eat it, but you're not eating it. When did you become so polite, or are you planning to wait for it to ripen?" Suddenly, black smoke billowed into the sky in the distance, and he looked at it, muttering to himself, "Black smoke. It seems the queen has returned." Then he patted the little fox's tail, telling it to get up. "Let's go." But it immediately ran off. Han Sen quickly grabbed it, and seeing the little fox still struggling and disobedient, he again resorted to sweet talk. "No one here is going to snatch it from you. Let's go eat something first and then we'll come back." Han Sen narrowed his eyes, a hint of suspicion welling up deep inside him. This must be something good, he thought. Otherwise a picky eater like Little Silver wouldn't insist on staying here to guard it. Seeing it stubbornly lying there motionless, Han Sen pretended to walk away, then turned back and said loudly, all right, then you just wait here by yourself." He said this aloud, but secretly he was a little worried. It hasn't eaten it yet, so it must be waiting for the lotus seeds to ripen. No, I can't let Little Silver monopolize such a good thing completely. No matter what others said, the little fox remained contentedly lying beside the flower. At this moment, Han Sen's eyes grew serious. He pondered how he could snatch the lotus seeds from it while it was guarding them. If it truly turned hostile, he wasn't entirely confident he could manage it. Back on the island, Han Sen walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back and asked, "Are these for me?" The queen on her side was earnestly grilling fish over a blazing fire. The crackling sounds filled the air. Hearing Han Sen, she replied, "Leave what? I just want to grill them all at once and then eat." He then sat on a nearby log, grinning, and said, "Your Majesty, may I eat?" Queen replied indifferently, "As you wish. Where's your fox?" He seemed unconcerned with the latter question, only enthusiastic about the fish. Han Sen, grinning and gnawing on the grilled fish, said, "Then I'll eat. So delicious, so delicious." Suddenly, the queen next to him lowered her head, looking a little glum. "Call it out to eat too." He still replied leisurely, "It's just a pet, no need to worry about it." Full so comfortable. With that, Han Sen lay down on the log, pillowing his head with his hand, and closed his eyes. The queen meanwhile walked deeper into the forest. Seeing the space unusually quiet, Han Sen suddenly sat up, a look of displeasure on his face, and asked, "Where are you going?" The queen replied as she walked, "Just walking around. What's wrong?" Seeing this, he worriedly chased after her. "Nothing, I'll go with you." The two arrived at the mountaintop, and the queen glanced over, questioning Han Sen, "What's going on here?" He could only scratch his head awkwardly and replied, "I don't know either. Ever since it found this thing, it hasn't wanted to leave." Hearing this, she sat beside the flower facing the little fox and softly said, "Little fox, how about we share it 50-50? Han Sen behind her was very surprised to hear this. "Share what 50-50? It's just a pet. Do you want to fight over food with a pet?" Then the queen stood up again and said coldly, "If it eats it, I won't want it, but if you take it, you must give me half." Hearing this, Han Sen leaned back even more in surprise, closing his eyes and saying, "How could I take it? This is what my Little Silver wants to eat. I'm not a pet. What would I do with it?" The queen was domineering and reckless. She simply lay on her side, pillowing her head with her hand, and said, "How could I not believe you? I'll just stay here and guard it with it." The little fox also crawled down, and thus one person and one beast vied for it. Han Sen glared sideways in displeasure, cursing inwardly. Originally, with just Little Silver guarding it, it was already like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Now there's another person. Getting the lotus seeds will probably be even harder. Who knows how much time passed, but the beautiful petals had already begun to fall, leaving only the lotus seeds in the center of the flower. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the queen and the little fox were still patiently guarding on either side of the flower. She whispered to the little fox, "Little Silver, the lotus seems to be ripe." It obediently let out a few whimpers. "Ow, ow." Han Sen pulled up the hood of his coat and sat in a corner like an arrow full of resentment. He thought to himself, "How in the world can I get these lotus seeds from Little Silver and the queen?" Suddenly, a colossal sound echoed throughout the space. The little fox looked up at the sky and saw a giant bird circling in the air. Han Sen and the queen also looked up. Seeing it, she spoke, "Where did this strange bird come from? How can there be something like this at sea?" Han Sen looked a little worried, but only thought to himself, "Little Silver has been guarding this place all along, yet something dares to approach, ignoring its anger. Could it be a super god creature?" The thing circling in the sky was enormous, and it turned out to be a magnificent peacock. Han Sen saw its menacing presence and said, "Anyway, Little Silver isn't mature yet, and the two of us together might not be able to stop a fully mature super god creature." On this side, the queen pointed at the sea, shouting in a panic, "Look quickly, an SOS on the sea surface. I don't know what kind of day it is, but there are enemies from both the sky and the ground. Holy shit, another one." It had the form of a giant lobster, and just by looking at its two massive claws one knew it was no ordinary creature. As soon as it surfaced, the seawater churned violently. Han Sen behind her clenched his fists. The queen took a step back and said urgently, Let's retreat first. If we get surrounded, we definitely won't be able to defeat them. He sat down and picked up the little fox. Little Silver, come here and be obedient. Even you, if surrounded by them, would only face certain death. Seeing this situation, it also cooperated obediently, letting out only a faint whimper, ow. Then the two exchanged glances, cooperating implicitly. Fleeing was the best strategy. The queen called for retreat and he agreed without hesitation. All right. The peacock still circled the mountaintop, letting out a sky-piercing cry. At this moment, Han Sen, holding the little fox, hid beneath a large rock, anxiously inquiring about the situation above, saying, "It looks like there's going to be a big battle." At this moment the lobster had landed and was also roaring to build momentum. Then the two sides immediately engaged in close-quarters combat, the scene intense. The peacock in the sky, the lobster from the sea. This was indeed a captivating battle of life and death. The peacock spread its wings, opening its large mouth and squawking, while the lobster also spread its two massive claws, entering battle mode. The peacock roared with its wide-open mouth, its eyes glowing with fire. It unfurled its magnificent tail, and a blinding light enveloped the air as if diluting the space. Han Sen below also began to lose consciousness. He murmured drowsily to himself, "My head is so dizzy." A hand enveloped in purple light suddenly appeared, covering his eyes. And then a voice said, "Don't look at that light." At this moment on the island, the mysterious multicolored light still permeated the space, and all three hid beneath a tree, their eyes closed. Han Sen covered the little fox's eyes with his hand and said, "Little Silver, don't look. You can't handle this blue light." The space around Han Sen was filled with nothing but an illusory blue. He frowned, thinking to himself, "I can't go on like this, right? If I use the ice muscle jade bone art, once I unlock the first gene, I can observe the outside world without opening my eyes." At this moment, Han Sen had already used his spell and could observe the battle. The lobster is almost done for. Why is it just spinning in place like it's drunk? It seems it's no match for this strange bird. The peacock and the lobster still stood face to face, seemingly pausing for 2 seconds to rest and catch their breath, but the peacock appeared to have the upper hand. Soon after, the peacock quickly rushed forward again to peck at the lobster's head, and a loud clang sound was heard. Its shell is too hard." Han Sen then remembered the lotus that hadn't fully bloomed yet. Exuding an incredibly dazzling light, he analyzed again. "Although I can't defeat this peacock, it always makes one dizzy. Once the lotus seeds ripen, this peacock will forcibly take them away. Am I just going to hand them over to it?" Han Sen's body seemed very uncomfortable. One hand was tightly clutching his chest while the other furiously pounded the ground, his face etched with worry. "Damn it, what should I do?" The queen next to him also felt Han Sen's helplessness and said, "Give up. There's nothing we can do. The light from that peacock's feathers has a dizzying power. Even if we charged in with our eyes closed, we couldn't resist it. Moreover, we can't fight those two creatures using only our hearing." Han Sen still had his eyes closed, but he smelled something and felt very uncomfortable. What's that smell? Are the lotus seeds ripening?" At this moment, the little fox also sensed something. It jumped out of Han Sen's hand and he immediately shouted, "Little Silver, close your eyes, don't look." As soon as it broke free, swirling patterns appeared in the little fox's eyes as if it had been hypnotized. Although he didn't see it, Han Sen still grabbed it and said, "Don't go over there." The little fox could only lower its head and let out a few faint whimpers. "Ow, ow." Han Sen remained highly focused, trying to use his spell to observe the situation on both sides. On one side, two fierce beasts were still dueling each other. On the other side, the lotus was already emitting a rich fragrance and glowing intensely. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate. He had to find an opportunity to get those lotus seeds into his hands. If he waited until they were ripe, it might be too late. Those two monsters would gobble them all up in one bite, leaving nothing behind. The queen next to him pricked up her ears and said, "Do you hear something?" Hearing this, he also sensed it, then frowned and said, "Alien creatures, lots of alien creatures." At this moment, a group of alien creatures flew from a distance, heading straight for the two fierce beasts fiercely fighting on the mountaintop. Han Sen felt the chaotic situation outside. The peacock and lobster were still fighting within the blue halo. The alien creatures, meanwhile, circled in the sky. He thought to himself, "Now there are 3 super god creatures on the island, yet they still can't scare them away." Han Sen frowned nervously, muttering, "What in the world are those lotus seeds? Why are they fighting over them, even risking their lives? Indeed, super god creatures are too strong. The ordinary creatures before them are like tiny ants." The clash of the 2 super god creatures generated an extremely strong recoil. Nearby flying alien creatures were all blown away. The queen no longer sat idly by. She stood up and said, "Let's sneak away first. It's too dangerous here." Han Sen gritted his teeth and frowned, looking very tense. He hesitated, but finally opened his eyes decisively, handed the little fox to the queen and said seriously, "You take it and hide first. I'm going to take another look." The little fox saw Han Sen leave with his eyes covered, and it also opened its eyes, let out an ow, and ran towards him. Han Sen, sensing the little fox, sat down and coaxed it, stroking its head. "You go first. When I get the lotus seeds, I'll share them with you." Suddenly, swirling patterns appeared in the little fox's eyes again. As if it had been hypnotized, it lost consciousness and kept walking forward. Han Sen painfully covered his eyes and cried out, "Little Silver, this little guy, just like those alien creatures, has been lured by the lotus's scent." Sensing the anomaly, he also opened his eyes. Why is there an additional red light among the blue light? Han Sen looked up at the dazzling mountain that was emitting blue and red light. Damn it, it's too late, it's ripening. That powerful red light emanated from the lotus seeds. The peacock, aware of the danger, still charged forward recklessly. With a bang, its side face was pierced by the red light and the peacock shrieked in pain. Seeing the scene change, the red light shot out and the peacock and the lobster suddenly stood on the same side. The queen also widened her eyes and cried out in surprise. "What's going on?" Han Sen shouted. "It ran away." The lobster used its pincers to block the attack, but the red light still penetrated its pincers, incredibly powerful. The lobster knew its limits. After assessing its strength, it silently returned to the sea. Seeing this scene, Han Sen's voice rang out. "These lotus seeds can even hit this lobster's carapace." It ran away too. "These lotus seeds, no, it's not a lotus at all, it's venomous bees. These venomous bees are too powerful. Even super god creatures were stung black and blue by them. If I went myself, the consequences would be unimaginable." Red venomous bees suddenly swarmed out, blotting out the sky, their buzzing growing louder and louder. Observing from an unknown hiding spot, Han Sen's voice rang out again. He didn't know if they were naturally hatched from the lotus or if the queen bee injected her eggs into the lotus to incubate there. But the current situation was clear. It wasn't good at all. Everything was just a terrifying trap. The venomous bees arrogantly shot out red light with their stingers. Alien creatures cried out in agony when hit. Their bodies immediately disintegrated. Too powerful, they all died. The two immediately fled. The queen shouted, "Let's go, this place is too dangerous." Reaching the seaside, the two people and one beast stood frozen with countless marine creature corpses floating with the tide before them. Han Sen thought he had found a bargain, but it turned out to be a disaster. He turned around and saw a venomous bee rushing towards him with its stinger extended. Han Sen could only shout, "Holy crap, it even chased us here." The queen saw him take off running and thought, "No, why is Han Sen running so fast?" He was running ahead holding the little fox. He ran incredibly fast, even clenching his jaw, his face almost distorted by the wind. How unlucky, even drinking water can be a hassle. With so many alien creatures, why are you only targeting us? While desperately fleeing, the queen still had the presence of mind to compare their speeds, thinking to herself, "He's actually running faster than me. He must have already unlocked his first gene. Why is he still hiding it? Forget it. Now is not the time to argue about this." Han Sen sensed the situation was bad, closed his eyes and shouted, "Split up and run." The queen behind him, as if connected by 5G, immediately caught on, turned in another direction and fled desperately. On the beach, Han Sen was currently fleeing with the little fox. He looked back and the red light was still hot on their heels. He thought to himself, "It didn't chase the queen, instead it's chasing me and Little Silver. It seems these venomous bees are after me and Little Silver." In a flash, Han Sen was astonished by its speed. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, this thing flies really fast." The red light whistled past Han Sen's body. Fortunately, he was agile enough to dodge in time. "This thing is small and fast, its trajectory is completely invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, my intuition is sharper than ordinary people's, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to dodge." The venomous bee continued to attack, its trajectory unpredictable. The red light whizzed around Han Senator. He gritted his teeth, holding the little fox tightly, nimbly jumping and dodging. The little fox also trembled and cried out. Meanwhile, the queen began to act using magic to create a purple flame around her weapon, muttering to herself, "He can last this long." Just how strong is Han Sen? The red light brushed past Han Sen's body and headed straight for the queen who was standing in front. He said, "Here it comes again." Throughout the entire escape, no matter which direction the venomous bee shot from, Han Sen could keenly predict and nimbly dodge in the opposite direction, weaving left and right. They were relentlessly entangled, inseparable. The queen saw this and thought, "This is less like the strategic placement of sky-shifting art and more like an advanced form of precognition." Han Sen had already dodged before being stung by the blood essence venomous bee. She gritted her teeth, using magic to create a sturdy shield in front of her, still worried. Too fast, there's no opportunity at all, not even the slightest chance, so let's be more direct. Han Sen saw this from a distance and nervously shouted, "Don't come over." At this moment, the queen stubbornly held the shield in front of her, ran towards him and then shouted, "Run!" She took a running start, threw the shield sideways and charged at Han Sen. He immediately understood, nimbly sliding along the ground, letting the shield slide past him and rush straight towards the venomous bee behind him. Dust billowed. While sliding, Han Sen thought, predicting the venomous bee's trajectory and simultaneously intervening, as expected of the queen's SOS. Unexpectedly, the venomous bee was able to pierce through the sturdy shield and charge fiercely at Han Senator. He exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap," it completely shattered the shield. Before he could react, Han Sen had to shout again. Flying dagger. At this moment, a flying dagger with a purple glow shot straight towards him and the venomous bee. The queen spread her legs, crouched and was controlling the flying dagger with her hand, suddenly shouting, "Now hurry and go." In an instant, Han Sen moved to the queen's side at an extremely fast speed. Another thought flashed through his mind. Just now I saw the flying dagger unleash its full power, heading straight for the venomous bee. It then darted wildly, shooting out red light like chains. Han Sen scanned it, then analyzed. That venomous bee can pierce god blood shields and isn't afraid of god blood flying daggers, but it dodges the fragments. Is it dodging something? Recalling the scene of the venomous bee rotating its body to dodge the flying dagger fragments, an idea immediately flashed through his mind. It has a weak spot. Is it its back? That's it. Thinking this, Han Sen immediately cast a spell and an illusory maiden glowing with blue light appeared, enveloping him. The queen saw this and cried out in alarm, "What are you doing? Don't stop, keep running." Han Sen thought, "I'll risk it and see if it dodges if I hit its back." Then he turned around, extended his hand. Blue light wrapped around it like lightning, and facing the venomous bee in front of him, Han Sen released energy. She watched it dodge repeatedly, then excitedly launched continuous attacks, laughing. "Haha, it dodged, it dodged." Han Sen attacked as fast as lightning, blue light weaving back and forth. The venomous bee must be tired of dodging, right? The queen saw the scene before her and thought in surprise. He can hit the venomous bee every time, but his speed is clearly much slower than the venomous bee's. This is no longer a strategic maneuver but more like a high-level prediction. Han Sen cast a spell and countless hands launched continuous attacks, the light illuminating the entire sky. The venomous bee dodged by circling, and the red light also wrapped around Han Sen's palms. He said triumphantly, "I found its weakness, so you don't dare to attack, do you? If you don't dare to attack, you can only watch me run." Suddenly, Han Sen leaped into the sea. The venomous bee's red light also followed closely. The sea was calm, the sun setting, soft sunlight illuminating the shimmering water. The two seemed to have returned to their original position, sitting on the whale's back, and the queen spoke, "You hide deeply." Han Sen heard this, put his hand to his mouth, smiled softly, lowered his gaze, and then replied, "I just recently unlocked my first gene. In a life-or-death situation, my potential suddenly erupted." The queen complained softly, then closed her eyes and turned her head away. Han Sen silently thought to himself, if I hadn't remembered the queen's two moves that exposed the venomous bee's weakness, I wouldn't have thought of a way to escape. The queen pointed at herself and said decisively, "This blood-scale armor is mine, we're even." Han Sen reluctantly agreed. "All right." The queen stood up, speaking with a regal air. "Do you think there's a chance to kill those venomous bees?" The light of the bull tide. The scene at this moment was truly refreshing. Han Sen rested his chin on his hand, pondering, and replied, "Knowing the weakness is useless. My speed is much slower than those venomous bees, I can't hit it at all." And the queen opened her eyes, listening intently. "And what?" Recalling the scene of Qin Zan transforming into a ferocious god-blood creature. He added, "Even if I could hit its back, I might not be able to kill it. At most, I could only inflict minor injuries." The queen stood by, sighing, and glanced at Han Senator. He still looked straight ahead, thinking to himself, although the venomous bee's back is a weakness, it's no weaker than the golden-haired hounds of Hell's Eyes. Super god creatures have extremely high physiques. The blood essence venomous bee's weakness is not a weakness at all to me. At this moment, the little fox suddenly broke free from Han Sen's embrace. It ran on the water towards the island. Han Sen stood on the whale's back, shouting in panic, "Little Silver, where are you going?" The queen firmly grabbed his arm and said, "Don't chase it. There are 18 venomous bees on the island now. Even immortals can't escape." Han Sen ignored her, not taking her words to heart at all. He jumped into the water and while swimming said, "No, I can't let it go alone. You wait here, I'll go bring Little Silver back." The queen stood on the whale's back and shouted angrily, "You're not allowed to go?" Han Sen had already swum to the island. He was hiding behind a dense bush, observing his surroundings, muttering to himself with a serious expression, "Although Little Silver is greedy, it definitely wouldn't risk its life for food. It must have sensed something happening on the island, which is why it didn't return." Han Sen was still secretly watching the little fox run quickly from behind. He said cautiously, "Go through those rock walls. These blood essence venomous bees are too powerful, so it's better to be careful." Han Sen cast a spell, closing his eyes in deep concentration. A glowing sound wave emanating from his head, sensing the surrounding world, strange thoughts lingering in his mind. "I'm using my seventh sense to perceive, yet I still haven't perceived the existence of the blood essence venomous bees. Have they already left this island?" Although he didn't find the venomous bees, Han Sen could see the little fox excitedly approaching the withered flower. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder. This lotus platform is not a treasure at all. There are still 18 venomous bees inside. Why is the little guy still looking for it? Holy crap, it's really eating. Leave some for me, leave some for me. He saw the little fox nimbly grab the lotus platform and take a bite. Han Sen ran over in a panic, picked up the little fox and then prepared to make it throw up. "I just desperately saved you. This little guy actually ate it all alone, not leaving a single bit for me. You throw it up, damn it, I'm even fighting over food with a beast." The little fox mischievously kicked Han Sen in the chest and ran off, leaving him stunned for 3 seconds. "You ate it all, and you even kicked me, you little guy." Han Sen saw it digging in the dirt and squatted beside it. He stared at the white object exposed in the pit and said, "What are you digging for? Is there something else down there?" In his mind, he started calculating again. "It's digging so enthusiastically, there must be something good down there. I need to get it before it does." His strength is his cunning, his weakness is that he always miscalculates. Seeing the potential profit, Han Sen said cunningly, "Little Silver, you've worked hard, take a break. Let me handle this strenuous task." Then he became the little fox's follower, while the little fox climbed onto Han Sen's shoulder to observe. Hard work pays off, and Han Sen finally dug out 3 plump white lotus roots. He carefully held them in his hands as if they were priceless treasures. "Treasure, it really is a treasure." Joy turned to sorrow as the little fox suddenly pounced, bit off the middle lotus root and ran away. Han Sen could only widen his eyes and shout in panic, "Little Silver, you stop right there." Seeing the little fox wiggling its bottom and wagging its tail, savoring the lotus root, Han Sen's anger flared again. He thought, prevent fire, prevent theft, prevent Little Silver. This little guy took advantage of me again. It's truly pushing its luck. The little fox pounced again, trying to snatch the 2 remaining lotus roots from Han Sen's hand. It grabbed quickly, but Han Sen dodged skillfully, complaining while dodging. "Stop snatching, you've eaten all yours, these remaining ones are mine." By this time it was already evening. On the beach, Han Sen was holding the little fox. He saw the queen again, and she, upon seeing him, angrily reprimanded him. "Didn't I tell you not to chase it? Don't you want to live?" Han Sen could only force a laugh, then waved the little fox's arm, greeting the queen. "Aren't we back safely? The venomous bees are also gone." "I wonder where they went?" The queen stared at the little fox and asked, "What did it find?" Hearing this, his gaze darkened, and he still said loudly, "It was all because of that lotus. This little guy ate it all. I tried my best to stop it but couldn't." He also thought to himself, "No, I can't tell the queen I still have one, otherwise she'll definitely take a share." The two walked to the seaside, looking at the whale spouting water in the distance. Han Sen said, "I don't know what good thing it was, it didn't leave any for me. It's truly an ungrateful fellow, making me chase after it for nothing." The queen also casually asked, "Did you not find anything else?" After some time the two were drifting on the vast sea. The queen suddenly saw something and then shouted, "Wait!" Han Sen followed her gaze and said with a serious expression, "It's that peacock," the queen said silently. "Its cries seem full of pain and sorrow. Could it be poisoned?" Han Sen heard this and was overjoyed, his mouth curving into a wide smile. Go quickly, he thought. If it's really poisoned, this might be humanity's closest chance to kill a super god creature. Even if we don't get a beast soul, a little meat would be good. At this moment the poor peacock was sprawled on the whale, its head and neck still bleeding. Han Sen and the queen began to analyze in turns. If it's poison, we can't get any closer. Even if it's poison, we might not be its match. Then let's wait here for a few days. Unfortunately, the peacock was spitting blood on the verge of death. The queen stood behind Han Sen, and hearing him speak mid-sentence, she asked, "Unfortunately what?" He glanced at her and replied, "The poison is so strong, I wonder if this creature's meat is still edible." Suddenly a whirlpool appeared underwater, and Han Sen noticed the movement, shouting, "There's something below." The queen glanced. "Its speed is so fast, its target isn't us." The water surface exploded with a crash, revealing a vast expanse of emerald blue seawater, and the queen exclaimed in surprise, "It's another super god creature." The gigantic lobster reappeared, but this time it seemed to have turned purple. "Holy crap, it's that lobster. Did it come to seek revenge on the peacock?" The lobster immediately charged at the peacock, ready for a life-or-death battle. But the peacock was severely injured at this moment. It could only lie on the ground screaming, spreading its dazzling tail, and the blinding light reappeared. "Close your eyes, be careful of that light." The two had their backs to the light and both closed their eyes. Han Sen said, "Even with our backs to the light and our eyes tightly shut, we can clearly see the battle process. This gene unlock is truly amazing." Despite the peacock's continuous cries, the lobster still clamped its pincers tightly onto the peacock's wing. Its other pincer was in a defensive stance. Han Sen saw the situation and wondered in surprise. It's dragging the peacock underwater. But strangely, this lobster was clearly stung. Why isn't it poisoned? At this moment, the sea surface also returned to calm. Fortunately, we didn't get close to it. Given its combat performance just now, if we had gone, we probably would have been easy prey with no return. The two stood on the whale's back, bending over to look at the sea surface, which only reflected their figures. The queen said, "Such a terrifying creature, it's truly difficult for us humans to kill it." Han Sen put his hands in his pockets and replied, "If we go ourselves." "Of course not, but there's an opportunity now." Hearing this, the queen stared at him in astonishment, then yelled, "What are you planning to do?" Han Sen showed a strange smile. "I'm waiting for an opportunity." Han Sen didn't say more, directly holding Little Silver and jumping into the sea, leaving the queen behind, shouting, "Han Sen, you're not planning to snatch food from that lobster, are you?" Underwater, Han Sen was surrounded by the murky blue dust of an aquatic battle. He looked at it, thinking, "This peacock is too fierce. Fighting like this in someone else's territory, you need to work harder. Don't let that lobster kill it too soon." Han Sen and Little Silver were enveloped by an aquatic magic. He decided to go deeper. Although he couldn't contend with the lobster and peacock for the peacock's flesh and blood, if he seized the timing, he might get a beast soul. Han Sen continued to observe from the side, also serving as a commentator for this underwater battle. Even though the peacock's abilities were flashy and powerful, they were useless against this lobster. At this moment, the lobster was tightly clamping the peacock's wings, making it shriek terribly. Despite being underwater, the peacock's light was still very dazzling. Han Sen, surrounded by yellow light, moved freely underwater. He observed, thinking, as expected, its defense is still good, it can wear you down. After all, it's a super god creature, so its abilities won't be too bad. If he attacked its weakness, he might take the peacock's life. The peacock wasn't dead yet, but it had already started eating. This lobster was too impatient. Here, the peacock lay flat on the seabed. The lobster began to tear at its tail with its pincers and then brought it to its mouth. Too disgusting. There's only one chance. Once I act, I'll alert this lobster, so it must be a one-hit kill. Han Sen had already reached the peacock's head. It only had a faint breath left, just waiting to meet the king of hell. He slowly observed and analyzed. Although the wounds on the peacock's body were not fatal, it might have drowned from being dragged underwater for too long. The most vulnerable spot was where the poisonous bees had stung it. If he just attacked that wound, he would have a chance to kill it. Han Sen began to transform. He used the ancient evil spell and jade primordial young art, his body emitting a dazzling yellow light, his eyes flashing, wearing iron armor, holding the heaven-pointing sword. So handsome. While the lobster was focused on the tail, Han Sen, sword in hand, prepared to stab directly into the peacock's head. Before he could act, a thought flashed through his mind. He had been discovered. If he stabbed with this sword, he definitely couldn't avoid the lobster's pincers. but if he dodged, he wouldn't get a second chance to kill it. Hansen's one hand was just raised to block the lobster's power while his other hand remained in the posture of pointing his sword at the peacock's head. The situation was extremely critical. "This is a super god creature, Hansen, you won't get another chance like this, you must seize it this time," he muttered to himself, then decisively plunged his sword into the peacock's eye, blood flowing down the blade. At this moment he had to resist on two fronts. The lobster's power from above was too strong. Hansen had to increase his strength. Overlord disarms, blood spread more and more in the water. Amidst the chaos, the lobster's head just glowed and Hansen was shaken far away, he thought to himself. Fortunately, he hadn't used yang energy and yin energy, otherwise he would surely have been killed with one blow. This supergod creature was indeed too strong. Even though he had used the art of force discharge to escape, the power of those pincers was enough to crush bones and internal organs. The system displayed a notification. Hansen successfully hunted the peacock with bright eyes. He obtained the supergod creature peacock with bright eyes beast soul. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 god blood gene points. Hearing this, Hansen leaned on his sword, gritting his teeth and thinking, success, a supergod beast soul. He then straightened his arm, preparing to swim upwards. As long as he left the water, it couldn't do anything to him. Sure enough, win and run quickly. Stay a little longer and you'll be selling salt. But life is full of disappointments. Hansen the lobster pursued at full speed, making him panic. Oh, so fast, Hansen fled, gritting his teeth, saying to Little Silver on his shoulder, don't sleep, don't sleep. If you don't act, both of us will become that lobster's meal. A vibrating lightning bolt shot out, affecting both the lobster and Hansen, having to suffer together. So everyone grimaced. Hansen was the most affected. He was hit by the lightning, spitting blood and shouting in pain. Ah, so you didn't act, because once you did, the first to die wouldn't be the lobster, but me. Little Silver's fur bristled and it faced the lobster with a lightning bolt. Despite being affected, it still aggressively opened its pincers. Little Silver was completely enveloped in blue light. It swam forward quickly. Hansen, seeing this from behind, sighed. Damn, as expected of a super god creature, it swims much faster than me. He gritted his teeth, looking very worried. Little Silver, please don't get into trouble. Little Silver charged forward to directly fight the lobster, but looking at the state of both, it was like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. The lobster was still being shocked by lightning, but Little Silver seemed helpless and was running outwards. Hansen, seeing this, grew nervous, thinking it wasn't good after all. Little Silver was just a child, no match for that lobster in speed or ability. Not far into its escape, the giant lobster's figure enveloped Little Silver. Only Hansen's scream was heard, Little Silver. The lobster fiercely clamped its pincers, intending to crush Little Silver, but fortunately it nimbly leapt to dodge the attack. Hansen panicked. Damn, that lobster was still faster, already waiting in front of Little Silver, and a golden sandworm was chasing from behind. The lobster continued to open its pincers, relentlessly pursuing Little Silver. No, I can't just stand by. Little Silver is in danger. Hansen was desperately trying to think. He couldn't just watch, he had to do something. That's right, I can summon the Golden Sandworm King to block it, and then we'll have a chance to surface. Just then, the lobster's pincers slammed down. He thought Little Silver would be crushed. Unexpectedly, the gigantic Golden Sandworm King appeared, blocking the attack for Little Silver, and its sturdy carapace cracked. Little Silver, panicked, took the opportunity to dart upwards. Hansen ran, thinking, surface, surface, then I'll be safe. My supergod pet armor and the poor Golden Sandworm King, sooner or later I'll kill that lobster for your dinner. At this moment, the lobster had already dealt with the Golden Sandworm King on the seabed, tearing its body in half. Hansen gritted his teeth and looked back, burning with anger. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and a daring idea came to mind. This guy was angered by Little Silver. Should I eat another supergod creature? Little Silver ran quickly. Before he could even calculate, the lobster caught up again. It stood in front of Little Silver, its eyes glowing as if it wanted to devour the other party alive. With its two pincers spread wide, it cornered Little Silver, intending to crush the small creature. Hansen panicked. The supergod pet armor and the Golden Sandworm King could only last a few minutes. What else? What else could stop it? As the lobster's two pincers closed, Little Silver simply closed its eyes, then accelerated, rushing recklessly through the gap in the pincers, escaping once again. Hansen, seeing this, was so surprised his mouth hung open. Holy cow, so fast, you have that trick too. Hansen froze for a few seconds, then wide-eyed looked up and thought blankly, something's wrong. Wait, Little Silver ran away, so the lobster's target is only me now, isn't it? At this moment, the lobster's pincers were pointed directly at Hansenator. He struggled to swim as fast as he could, screaming loudly. He cried and blamed himself. What was he even doing? He should have run earlier. Just as the two pincers were about to lock on both sides, Hansen gritted his teeth and used his last move. I can only sacrifice you. I will avenge you, blazing Thunderbird. So the Thunderbird appeared, interposing itself as a decoy to block the attack. It was directly clamped by the lobster's half-body and wings. A piercing, miserable scream rang out. In an instant, the Thunderbird was sliced into several pieces. Its body fell with gravity, blood splattering continuously. Hansen spread his wings and flew out of the water, a look of joy on his face as if returning from hell. Haha, as long as I leave the sea water, I'm safe. Flying in the air, he looked back and saw the lobster emerging from the sea with its pincers raised. Hansen was startled. Good heavens, this lobster isn't staying in the water, it's even learned to jump out onto the surface. Fortunately, I knew this long ago, otherwise I would have lost my balance. As Hansen spoke, he cast a spell, energy gathering in his legs, emitting a dazzling light. The lobster was then kicked back into the sea with a dull thud, splashing water everywhere while he flew high and looked down, scoffing triumphantly. Goodbye, baby. After a struggle to escape, Han Sen now circled easily above the sea. In the distance, the queen stood on the whale's back, waving and shouting, Han Sen, it's safe here. He then descended. The queen, holding little Silver, said, its condition looks bad. She softly called out, Han Senator. The little fox in her arms also ran towards him. Han Sen gently caught it. Suddenly his body trembled and he bent over, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The queen next to him panicked. Han Sen, what's wrong? Han Sen only spat out one word, pain. When the pain eased, Han Sen lay on the whale's back face up, saying, my internal organs seem to be severely injured. I'm afraid I'll need some time to recover. The queen stood with her hands on her hips, her back to him, looking into the distance and saying, Whitestone Beach shouldn't be far from here. There's also a human sanctuary there. We've been here long enough, it's time to send you back to rest. Seeing little Silver suddenly jump onto him, Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, little Silver, so it was just taking the opportunity to bite a lotus root. The two lotus roots rolled onto the ground while it sat next to them, nonchalantly chewing what was in its mouth, turning Han Sen's disappointment into despair. Damn it, little Silver, you're so heartless. I'm already injured like this and you still take advantage of the situation. It pounced again to sniff Han Sen's face, making him shout in panic. Little fellow, what do you want to do? You're not trying to feed me, are you? One person and one beast rolled around playing like that. I know you mean well, but you don't have to do this. The queen was used to it and didn't react. She thought to herself, lotus root, could it be the lotus root dug from that mountaintop lotus? After a struggle, Han Sen was also dizzy. He opened his mouth, letting little Silver do as it pleased. Little Silver got its wish. It spat the lotus root water into Han Sen's mouth. He paused, thinking, forget it, I almost lost my life bringing this thing back, I can't spit it out. Then Han Sen sat up, closed his eyes and concentrated his energy. The surrounding energy gathered, emitting colorful light. He felt it and thought, lotus root water is indeed good stuff. The effects of the Dongxuan Sutra have indeed improved a lot. His whole body feels renewed from inside out. His cells seem to have been replaced. The queen stood with her arms crossed, her expression relaxing a bit after seeing this. Fair and rosy, quite extraordinary, you look much better. Your skin is so good it makes me jealous. She then secretly speculated whether this was the effect of supergene core art or the two sections of lotus root. Suddenly, the queen was also enveloped by five-colored energy. She looked around in surprise. What's going on? Sky-shifting art can actually self-regulate? Could it be that this ancient fragrance is refining and entering the body? The queen looked at the huge crack emitting purple light and said, sky-shifting art has made progress. Sky-shifting art had been stagnant for so long it was as if something had suddenly opened up. Then she also sat next to Han Sen, circulating her energy, and while feeling the energy thought, there actually exists a strange fragrance in the world that can attract sky-shifting art. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. Han Sen here secretly opened one eye to observe. HMPH, I didn't expect the queen to be able to absorb the fragrance to cultivate her sky-shifting art. Those purple currents carrying powerful energy were churning and moving within the queen's body. Seeing this, Han Sen was very surprised. This was the chi cultivation art the queen was practicing. Why could he see the blood and chi flowing within her body and her bodily changes? Was it the fragrance? It wasn't that he saw it, but that he sensed the pattern of the fragrance flowing within her body. Then if he cultivated according to the traces of the fragrance, wouldn't he be able to learn the sky-shifting art? The two sat opposite each other, each circulating their energy. But Han Sen's green current began to move, intertwining with the queen's purple current which she had just cast. He thought to himself, if the queen knew he was secretly learning her sky-shifting art this way, would she simply take his life? Han Sen then remembered what his senior sister had said. There are only two people in this world who know sky-shifting art. Wang Fu Shangcheng's wife and the queen. Then he closed his eyes and grinned proudly. Haha, from today onwards there will be a third person in this world who knows sky-shifting art. For an unknown period they finally landed on Whitestone Beach. Han Sen acted like a 3-year-old child. He sat down to play in the sand, laughing happily. Haha, finally back on land. Suddenly, a bird flew past him quickly. Han Sen stood up in panic. What was that so fast? The queen stood nearby and explained, a flying eagle. This is an alien creature on Whitestone Beach that produces crossbow beast souls. Han Sen heard this and repeated, crossbow beast souls. He remembered that in the Soul Sea he had once collected a weapon called the super god beast soul peacock with bright eyes. Holy cow, as expected of a super god creature's beast soul. This must be good stuff, but where are the arrows? Han Sen held it up to his eye level and couldn't help but complain. This thing is good, but why didn't you give me some arrows? You want me to find the crossbow arrows myself? Back in reality, Han Sen stood on Whitestone Beach thinking, if he combined the godblood flying eagle beast soul with that crossbow, its power might truly be able to tear apart a super god creature's body. After some wild thoughts, Han Sen caught up with the queen and asked, did you say there's a human sanctuary here? She had no choice but to reply, no, White Sand Sanctuary is nearby. The two looked in a certain direction, then both froze. Han Sen spoke, what is that place? Before them was a towering giant pillar on a rock looking very dangerous. Suddenly a voice rang out, Pillar of Heaven Mountain. From here, doesn't it look like a holy pillar connecting heaven and earth? At this moment at the Alliance base, two people stood on the rooftop. Yanran asked coldly, do you remember the way home? Get ready to sleep on the couch. Despite her tough demeanor, she still worried about him. You've been in the sanctuary for so long I thought something had happened to you, and I couldn't reach you either. Han Sen held Yanran's hand and said, "That's why I came to see you as soon as I returned." A moment later, back in the dormitory, Han Sen stood with his arms crossed in front of the system map. He analyzed seriously that the flying eagles originated from the top of the Pillar of Heaven mountain, a colossal divine mountain, and their king was a super god creature. According to this, the god blood flying eagles might be at the mountaintop. With little silver here, as long as there were no super god creatures on that divine mountain, there might be no obstacles. Suddenly something occurred to him, and he frowned worriedly, but many people had already seen an alien beast riding on Cloudstone near the Pillar of Heaven mountain. This description definitely sounded like a super god creature. Suddenly the phone rang and Han Sen looked at the name on the screen and said, "Zhou Ting, that guy has my number but he's never called before. It seems something big has happened." As soon as the call connected, his face filled the screen, yelling frantically with a very nervous expression, "Minister of Sanctuary Island, a Sanctuary Island has appeared on the ice plain. Come back quickly or the good stuff will be snatched by others." Seeing him shouting so loudly, Han Sen also called out, "But I'm at Whitestone Beach right now." Zhou Ting was furious, his expression filled with immense anger, gritting his teeth and thinking, "A Sanctuary Island in the second sanctuary, of course. There will be royal-level sanctuary alien spirits. Should such a bargain only be for others to take?" Then Manly called again to report. "Minister," as soon as she spoke, Han Sen interrupted her. "I know, Manly, adapt as needed. I'll figure out a way to get back as soon as possible." Han Sen tapped his phone screen which displayed Wang Fujing. He stood there deep in thought, muttering to himself, "I must get back quickly, she must have a way." Suddenly the senior sister's figure appeared on the screen. She said with a teasing tone, "Junior, you haven't contacted your senior sister in a long time. Whitestone Beach, are you at White Sand Sanctuary?" Han Sen was surprised by her question and replied, "Yes, I am." The senior sister continued, "What a coincidence. I'll come find you in 2 days." Before he could say anything she disappeared. She hung up so fast, I didn't even get to tell her about the queen. She said it was a coincidence. At White Sand Sanctuary, the senior sister and Han Sen had arranged to meet there. Suddenly she exclaimed loudly, "What's going on? Why are you two together?" The other person's voice replied, "I wanted to invite Han Sen to join the team." The senior sister was thunderstruck and stammered, asking Han Sen. The queen, arms crossed, added, but he refused. Han Sen stood by, eyes closed, casually spreading his hands in helplessness. "The queen is joking. It's not that I don't want to join, but someone in their team disagreed with my joining." Hearing this, the queen said frankly, "If you agree, I will propose your joining again. If you still can't join the team this time, then I will leave the team and go with you." Han Sen was dumbfounded and replied, "I can cooperate with you, but as for Tyrant and the others, forget it." The senior sister next to him was completely confused. What was going on? She felt a trace of displeasure. Han Sen pushed his luck. "I know I'm handsome. If you really like me, senior sister, why not get a room and take a closer look?" Hearing his nonsense, the senior sister shook her head in annoyance, her face clearly showing displeasure. "Look at what? Aren't you afraid Ji Yanran will castrate you? Where's the queen?" Han Sen calmly replied, "She went to find Tyrant." As the two strolled down the street, she turned to Han Sen and said, "Junior, you're not bad yourself, are you, to make someone like the queen abandon her team and follow you? Honestly, what methods did you use to trick her?" Han Sen couldn't be bothered with her. Seeing a weapon shop, he walked in. He picked up an arrow, held it in his hand and asked, "Boss, how do you use this arrow?" The boss replied, "Oh, this arrow has been sitting here for a long time. It's a crossbow beast soul and normally no one buys crossbow arrows. Make me an offer." At this moment, 4 people were standing at the entrance of White Sand Sanctuary talking. One of them said, "Not listening to commands, leaving the team without authorization. You're like a ticking time bomb to the team." Tyrant frowned, a displeased expression on his face, then said resolutely, "I don't agree to his joining the team." The queen stood before him, arms crossed, and said, "All right, in that case, I'm requesting to withdraw." As soon as she spoke, everyone panicked. Tyrant immediately became nervous. "Big sister, our years of friendship, are you really doing this for an outsider? Is it worth it?" Lazy Cat next to him also said worriedly, "Big sister, don't say such things in anger." The queen was not swayed in the slightest. Instead, she said even more seriously, "I'm not saying it in anger. Nor am I angry with any of you. Do you remember why we formed this team back then? It was to hunt super god creatures. But in all these years, haven't we failed to kill even one super god creature?" At this moment, Han Sen and the senior sister also stood behind her. Another person in the team also spoke, "We're constantly progressing. We'll definitely have opportunities in the future." The queen directly faced him and replied, "We couldn't kill them before, and now Shang Qing and the others are gone. The team's strength has been greatly reduced. Do you still think we have a chance?" Tyrant was enraged. He clenched his fists and said bluntly, "We no longer have a chance. Will one more person make a difference?" All 3 of them shouted in unison, "Exactly, I think so too." Seeing the queen turn to leave, Lazy Cat frantically chased after her, saying, "Big sister, are you just going to abandon the years of life and death camaraderie between us so easily?" Hearing this, she still didn't look back, only saying a few words. "When we formed the team, I already said that everything I do is for hunting that creature. Others can talk about feelings, but I don't have that right. It's my destiny." Then the queen resolutely walked through the gate. Han Sen and the senior sister witnessed all of this. Han Sen looked ahead and then casually asked, "Why would the queen say something like that, do you know?" The senior sister next to him immediately replied, "Let alone me, in the entire Ares Martial Arts Academy, only 2 people can talk to her." Then the senior sister returned to the main topic. "Junior, you're looking for me to ask for directions back, aren't you?" Han Sen turned around and said seriously, I plan to hunt creatures nearby first. Where should I go? At this moment Han Sen was riding his divine beast into the hills, when 3 people suddenly appeared blocking the road. A person in the middle spoke arrogantly. Han Sen, you can pick any one of us 3. Han Sen calmly asked, pick one for what? Tyrant immediately explained, defeat one of us 3 and I'll agree to you joining the team. Han Sen said bluntly and without ceremony, sorry, I never wanted to join your team and I'm not interested in defeating you. Hearing this, Lazy Cat was enraged and immediately rushed forward. She leaped up, dagger in hand, and ferociously pounced on Han Sen. I'll kill you, you bastard. Han Sen easily parried with his sword. The 2 weapons clashed, making a huge sound and sending sparks flying. Lazy Cat, fuming with anger, shouted, still saying such things now? You're clearly trying to sow discord. Another person also rushed over menacingly with a weapon. He shouted, little Lazy Cat, step back quickly. On this side, Lazy Cat continuously chopped with knives in both hands, saying with a fiery tone, he's mine, don't interfere. You destroyed the bond between us and Big Sister, so you must pay the price. Han Sen continuously parried but seemed to have no intention of counterattacking. He merely dodged. Subsequently, Han Sen was surrounded by the 2 and fiercely attacked. Swords and sabers danced chaotically, blue and yellow lights emanating from the weapons dazzling the eyes. Tyrant stood by, observing, frowning and thinking, Han Sen still hasn't drawn his sword. I never thought he'd be this strong, holding his own against 2 without losing ground. After a moment's thought he suddenly assumed a stance, shouted, and the weapon tightly held in his hand seemed to emit lightning. Then Tyrant also rushed into the melee. He aimed his spear directly at Han Senator. Han Sen clumsily parried on all sides, yet still reacted in time. The weapons clashed, emitting a piercing scraping sound that echoed throughout the area. Facing 3 guys who only attacked wildly, Han Sen finally drew his sword coldly. As soon as he drew his sword, Tyrant, parrying, smiled and said, finally drew your sword. He held his weapon in front of him, looking up fiercely, thinking, the 3 of us combined still can't defeat him. At this moment, Han Sen truly entered the battle. He charged fiercely with his sword and the 3 were forced back by his momentum. Tyrant also secretly admitted that such a powerful opponent. Besides the queen, he was the first. Seeing Han Sen about to charge, Tyrant trembled and gritted his teeth, ordering, let's go. With that he ran away. The remaining 2 were still entangled, although her teammates were calling her. Little Lazy Cat still clenched her fists, stood there coldly looking at Han Sen and then said, I finally understand why the queen insisted on having you join the team. 3 against 1 and we still lost. You truly possess terrifying power. We simply cannot keep up with your strength. After they left, Han Sen closed his eyes and leisurely said, come out. The queen walked out from behind the big tree and said, thank you. Han Sen glanced at her, remaining silent. Is it really okay to leave them like that? The queen replied without hesitation. I only need useful people. If one day I find you useless, I will leave you like this. If you find me useless, you can leave freely too. After speaking, she walked to Han Sen's side and looked directly at him. I suspect there's that kind of creature on Pillar of Heaven Mountain. Come with me. Han Sen felt suspicious in his heart. What kind of mission did this queen have? Pillar of Heaven Mountain pierced through layers of clouds, towering into the sky. Just looking at it made one dizzy, let alone climbing it. The queen looked at it from afar and then said, Pillar of Heaven Mountain is the Chen family's territory. If you encounter Chen Ran, you must be careful. Han Sen heard this and casually asked, why? He asked himself blankly. Is that Chen Ran very powerful? In his mind, Zhou Ting's cheerful and kind appearance reappeared. Could Zhou Ting be the Chen family's illegitimate son? This guy stubbornly refused to reveal anything more about the Chen family. The queen gestured with her thumb and forefinger, then said, powerful. The Chen family had already unlocked their first gene 80 years ago. Han Sen was startled and opened his mouth in surprise. What, 80 years ago? The queen replied as she walked forward. That's right, do you know, the sanctuary's development history is only a little over 100 years. Hearing this, he muttered to himself, already unlocked the first gene 80 years ago. This must be an elder-level task. And after so many years of cultivation, their strength is simply unimaginable. Hearing a sound, Han Sen turned to look vigilantly. Someone's coming. A group of people riding divine beasts with extraordinary presence walked towards the 2. Chen Ran, riding on the divine beast back, smiled and extended his hand. Haha, coming to Pillar of Heaven Mountain. Why didn't you greet our Chen family? Let this old man treat you well. The queen stood in front and politely replied. We are only here to hunt skyhawks on Pillar of Heaven Mountain. We dare not disturb Elder Chen. He heard this and continued. The Chen family and the Wangfu family have always been on good terms. You are half a Wangfu family member, so why be polite? Let this old man escort you up the mountain. Han Sen looked at the 2 walking in front and sneered inwardly. What escort? Aren't they just afraid we'll kill the super god creature on the mountain? Having these locals lead the way also saves a lot of trouble. Han Sen looked up at the towering mountains, then asked in confusion, strange, I didn't bring the little fox, so how come we haven't encountered any alien creatures along the way? Chen Ran looked ahead. Frowning, his expression heavy, he said, these are the bones of the dog guarding Pillar of Heaven Mountain. Within a kilometer radius, no alien creature dares to approach. A huge complete dog skeleton lay in the middle of the stone path. Han Sen walked behind, listening attentively, then seriously analyzed, within a kilometer radius, no alien creature dares to approach. Isn't this kind of power just like little silver? If I use these bones to make soup, can I cultivate super god genes? Dong Jin continuously chopped at the bones with his sword only to hear deafening clashes, yet the bones showed no scratches. He turned around and smiled awkwardly. These bones are so hard that even godblood weapons can barely scratch them. After walking for a while, Han Sen asked, "Are we almost at the mountaintop?" The huge dog bones must have been ancient, completely covered by vines and moss. Suddenly Han Sen's voice rang out again. "What is that thing?" He restlessly pushed aside the vines. A gourd-like object immediately glowed, attracting Han Senator. He thought to himself, "There are many withered vines nearby, but only this one gourd. Maybe this gourd is special." Han Sen gritted his teeth and pulled at the gourd with all his might but couldn't break it. "Why is this thing so hard?" Seeing this, Dong Jin then joked, "Everyone who sees this gourd wants to pick it, but unfortunately, even with knives, axes, or even fire, it can't be harmed in the slightest. The vines are as hard as the dog bones by the mountain, and swords and blades are powerless against them." Han Sen listened intently, then showed a displeased expression. He took out his purple glowing sword and looked at it with a proud smile. "That amazing? Then I'll have to try even harder to see if it's harder or if my ancient god sword is sharper." Han Sen firmly chopped at the vine. It was stubborn and wouldn't break. Seeing this, Dong Jin stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Han Sen's hands are shaking from chopping. "It truly is incredibly hard." Han Sen, known as the Hard Nutcracker, still stubbornly thought of other methods. If the sword couldn't cut it, then try with the power of the first gene. Han Sen extended his glowing hand. He gripped the vine above the gourd, then pulled it down forcefully. The gourd fell to the ground and everyone was in a panic, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Han Sen was also stunned. "Huh, it fell?" Dong Jin was even more shocked. "My goodness, how did you get it down?" Han Sen also scratched his head blankly, holding the gourd and saying, "I don't know, I just casually pulled it and it fell off." Chen Ran's voice came. "What happened?" Dong Jin hastily recounted what had just happened. "This brother Han plucked this gourd." Chen Ran, however, narrowed his eyes with a smile, then said, "This gourd has been withered here for a long time. It seems it was time for it to fall today. And it just so happened to fall into Brother Han's hand since it's a gift from heaven. Brother Han must take good care of it. Perhaps it's another rare treasure." Han Sen casually closed his eyes, put it in his pocket and said, "It's just a gourd. What kind of precious thing could it be? It's fine for playing." The group continued up the mountain, but Han Sen heard strange sounds. He thought to himself, "What's that sound?" At this moment, the gourd in his arms began to move. Han Sen still naively sensed the sound. It pounded a bit like a heartbeat. He took out the gourd, then stared intently at it. Something was moving inside. A small crack suddenly appeared at the bottom of the gourd, and a blood-red object sprayed out, directly hitting Han Sen's face. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth and cursing. Seeing Han Sen tremble uncomfortably, the queen asked, "Han Sen, what's wrong?" It was only then that he regained his senses, reaching out to touch his chest and saying, "That was just an illusion. I just slipped. I'm fine." Han Sen looked intently at the gourd in his hand. Some thoughts flashed through his mind. Couldn't be that unlucky, could it? It's not those terrifying venomous bees, is it? Why isn't it moving again? How strange. Deep within Pillar of Heaven Mountain, Han Sen, somewhat tired and frustrated, spoke, "This mountain is too high. We've been walking for 2 days and still haven't reached the summit." Dong Jin heard this, turned his face and said with a smile, "Only 2 days? We haven't even reached halfway." Han Sen couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise, asking, It's that high?" But after walking for a while, Han Sen seemed to sense something. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Chen Ran saw a small desolate cave on the rock wall and hastily shouted, "Get in here, quick!" It was precisely because of this that they all decided to enter the cave to observe the outside situation, and gestured to each other to remain silent. "Quiet. The sound is getting closer." Han Sen at this moment was intently observing the strange red smoke outside the cave. This was an alien creature resembling a horse or a donkey enveloped in red smoke as described on the Skynet. It was a super god creature. The old folks of Pillar of Heaven Mountain already knew its danger, which is why they planned so meticulously, but this alien creature was extremely powerful, and countless people had died under its claws. "I took you along this path precisely to avoid where it appears. Unexpectedly, we still ran into it here." Dong Jin patted Han Sen on the shoulder and cautiously suggested, "Let's go quickly before it turns around and sees us." After that, they immediately set off. 5 days passed like this, and Chen Ran finally announced happily, "We've arrived." From this angle, he couldn't help but marvel at the mountain's grandeur. So tall, truly worthy of being called Pillar of Heaven Mountain. Many never-before-seen strange birds perched on the branches. The number of alien creatures on the trees probably reached tens of thousands. Among them were several groups of large birds, each numbering over 1,000. The skyhawks you are looking for are also among them. Upon hearing this, Fang Jing said thoughtfully, "With so many alien creatures, it will probably be difficult to hunt the skyhawks while avoiding them, but if we alarm them, our enemy numbers will increase tenfold, 100-fold. Chen Ran then stepped forward, pointing and explaining in detail, "Although there are many alien creatures on the trees, their habitats are fixed, and the skyhawks are located near the mountaintop canopy." As soon as Han Sen saw him, he frowned and thought, "This old fox is following us to prevent us from eliminating super god creatures, not to help us at all." Thinking this, Han Sen felt very annoyed and said bluntly, "Everyone wait here. I will eliminate the skyhawks alone." The old man merely pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "Brother Han, the queen's sky-shifting art is renowned worldwide. She might succeed in eliminating the god-blood skyhawks." However, she completely ignored Han Sen, merely crossing her arms and calmly saying, "All right, I'll wait for you here." Chen Ran still feigned concern, saying, "This is really dangerous. Watching him fly up with his wings, the old man still commented from below, not to mention whether he can catch up with the skyhawks. I'm afraid Brother Han will be surrounded and attacked by other birds before he even reaches the spot. Then he modestly added, even if I, a Chen family member, know the 7 heavenly wonders, I wouldn't dare to contend with the bird flock in the air. Brother Han's chances on this trip are very slim, the queen merely replied indifferently. I also want to know how you will deal with the aerial attacks of these fierce birds. Meanwhile, in the air, countless birds of different species swarmed out angrily. All the birds gathered together, and Han Sen was somewhat surprised. The birds on these divine trees seemed to have very small bodies, even cranes looked like sparrows. Moreover, the shapes of these eagles were very ordinary. The Bird King was not among them. He just circled in the sky, silently observing their every move, then eliminating them. On the ground, Dong Jin couldn't help but gape in admiration. He actually took the initiative to eliminate those birds. Brother Han is truly brave. After a while, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face, and he shouted, how can he be so fast? These birds can't even catch up to him. In the air, Han Sen, with his extraordinary speed, was highly focused on every detail. Dong Jin could easily see that every one of his attacks accurately eliminated targets in the flock without the slightest error. On the ground, Chen Ran also couldn't help but frown at this scene, muttering, berserk god blood wings. The 2 people who heard him also whispered, I actually possess a berserk god blood beast soul. All my beast souls combined couldn't exchange for one of his berserk god blood beast souls. In the air, after a fierce and precise attack, he mowed down those birds like grass. Han Sen gently raised his sword, aimed at the target, his expression serious, and finally eliminated the remaining few. It was then that the bird finally appeared, making him say with satisfaction, I forced you out too. Han Sen didn't care at all because he didn't need to know if it was the Skyhawk King, he just had to eliminate it. But just as Han Sen raised his sword to strike, it suddenly flew past, making him exclaim in surprise, it's actually faster than my berserk god blood wings. Then he saw it summon a group of companions who rushed over aggressively, and Han Sen also turned his head, saying in a deep voice, reinforcements. However, what he had to do now was to maintain distance from this group of birds. Otherwise, if he didn't want to deal with it, he would have to deal with all these birds. Too passive, Dong Jin asked from below with some worry. Queen, aren't we helping him? She immediately refused, merely stating firmly, within 30 sword strikes he will kill the Skyhawk King. Chen Ran stood there and immediately scoffed. Your colleague is truly amazing, even daring to provoke the Skyhawk King. After speaking, he secretly thought with a pensive look, Wang Fu Shangcheng once swore not to teach sky-shifting art to a second person. How does this kid know it? I must ask Han Sen about this when I get back. At this moment in the air, Han Sen was still fiercely fighting several large eagles, showing no signs of stopping, so much so that the spectators below exclaimed, 22 strikes. Chen Ran's group, even though others scoffed at Han Sen, still watched him intently. How could anyone kill the Skyhawk King within 30 sword strikes? That's quite an exaggeration. In the air, he was crossing 2 swords, preparing to deliver another fatal blow to the eagle. This sword went straight forward, extremely powerful. 23 strikes. Indeed, his sword was different from before. Han Sen successfully made the eagle spit out strawberry syrup. Just now it was going back and forth, but now the Skyhawk finally lost its strength and balance, its head falling downwards. 24 strikes. Dong Jin, seeing the situation progressing smoothly, was also somewhat surprised. He actually killed it. After witnessing Han Sen's performance, Chen Ran's view of him was also more different. He can really kill the Skyhawk King within 30 sword strikes. The queen was also very satisfied with Han Sen's ability. He indeed did not disappoint me. At this moment in the air, even though he had defeated the Skyhawk, he still couldn't feel at ease. Why was there no dying scream? Is it not completely dead yet? I can't let it revive and torment me again. So Han Sen grabbed the Skyhawk, determined to make it reincarnate completely. With tenacious strength, he forcefully squeezed the Skyhawk, sending it immediately to meet Yama. As soon as he finished, he immediately flew away. No beast soul. What a pity to avoid Chen Ran's suspicion. However, during the flight, Han Sen was entangled by a peculiar feeling. What is that? It feels very strong. A pitch-black raven suddenly appeared before him, looking very dangerous. It remained motionless, but just looking at it made his spine tingle. Such terrifying power must be a super god creature. As soon as Han Sen landed, everyone gathered around praising him. You actually killed the Skyhawk King. Did you get a beast soul? Show it to us. I've been watching your battle from below. It was so cool. However, Han Sen merely gave them a big cold shoulder, continuing to ponder the black bird from before. He was so close to a super god creature, yet it showed no reaction. Impossible, unless 2 judgments began to form in his mind. It couldn't move, or this raven was incubating eggs, which was why it didn't kill him. Faced with its mystery, Han Sen felt it best to take the initiative himself. Let's go. There's a very terrifying alien creature on the tree. We must leave here as soon as possible, otherwise the raven might leave its nest later, and that would be big trouble. However, Dong Jin was somewhat puzzled. With such a terrifying alien creature up there, can you still come back? Fang Jing, seeing him talk too much, urged him to follow Han Senator. At this moment, only Chen Ran's face was very solemn, as if he were going into battle. However, before they could do anything, the raven flew through layers of leaves and ascended into the sky. Dong Jin seemed to be asking, who am I? Where is this? Feeling very surprised. What is this? A raven. This mysterious black raven had already entered Han Sen's line of sight. He couldn't let it leave so easily. Go. At this moment Han Sen and the Queen had instantly pursued it to Pillar of Heaven Mountain. What's going on? How did it already come out? It's flying too fast. No matter how fast we run, it seems to be able to block our way. Indeed, she was right. The raven was now rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, and surprisingly, Han Sen's guess was not wrong either. The raven had indeed just taken off someone's head, run quickly. Faced with its speed no less than the flashes, he also used all his might to chase, too fast. This raven seems to be able to teleport. My intuition is so strong, yet I can't see its trajectory. Truly a 50-50 situation. Han Sen was already so fast, yet Chen Ran was even more overbearing. This old man saw that he was clearly young and strong, yet he lost to an old man. And he also admitted that the Chen family's martial arts were indeed formidable. Everyone was running as if chased by dogs just to catch a raven. Clearly it hasn't used its full strength, it's just toying with us. When it gets tired of playing, we'll all die. Fang Jing, seeing the current situation was very unstable, suggested, we can't win. How about we split up and run? Do you remember that red cloud horse alien creature down the mountain? However, Han Sen didn't listen to her suggestion at all. Do you want to invite a wolf into the house? This place is far from that alien creature. I'm afraid we'll all be killed by that raven before we even get there. If you don't do it, Fang Jing will do it herself. Her entire body radiated a powerful purple light. Chen Ran was also surprised by her reckless action. What does she want to do? It turned out that Fang Jing used her own power to summon the red cloud horse. It was rushing forward aggressively. The old man, seeing it charge in like an out-of-control break, immediately jumped up. Everyone be careful. The red cloud horse was targeting Fang Jing. It seems the queen wants to lure that creature away. It was then that Han Sen understood her unpredictable plan. That's right, this thing is chasing us now. The raven might lose interest in us. As someone who loves pink and hates hypocrisy, he had a good impression of this horse. Although it was terrifying, at least its trajectory could still be seen and dodged, which was better than that raven. This is our only way out. On Pillar of Heaven Mountain, Fang Jing had successfully made the red cloud horse frantically rush towards her. At this moment its eyes were bright and its entire body was burning with flames, looking incredibly dangerous. This donkey is a bit off. The queen is in danger. The red cloud horse charged at her like this, as if to ram Fang Jing into the sky. Queen, just hold on a little longer. I'll be right there to help you. After a period of letting her face the danger alone, Han Sen finally stepped forward and played the hero, saving the beauty. No god blood beast soul for now. I'll use steel arrows to pierce it. However, his attack seemed to have no effect on the red cloud horse. It still looked very lively. To display its powerful might, it stopped and ascended into the air. The red cloud horse at this moment was no less than those demons chasing them like this. Its skin is really tough. However, the old cat and mouse game also got tiresome. So they split up, each going their own way to divert the red cloud horse's attention. Han Sen sensed the situation was as tense as a bowstring, so he decided to look for a new plan. This can't go on either. When we come back, we'll only have death waiting for us. Going to the bones of the mountain guardian god, no alien beast dared to approach within a 1-kilometer radius. Either eat it all or go home and eat shit. Fang Jing decided to take a gamble and listen to him. Okay. They quickly reached their destination. They had already entered the 1-kilometer range. Is it not afraid? Hide inside the skeleton. They took advantage of the mountain guardian god's oversized skeleton, quickly jumping inside like a feast as expected. With Han Sen, the master of judgment, the red cloud horse could only stop unwillingly. It dared not enter. It seems it doesn't intend to let us go. After running for so long, half dead, they also leaned against each other to rest. I never thought that unlocking the first gene would be such a burden. If there were no place to temporarily hide, I really don't know if I could last until we descend the mountain. However, what puzzled them at this moment was the skeleton that saved their lives. I don't know what kind of creature left it behind. Even super god creatures dare not approach. How strange. You're right, let's hurry up and leave here. At this moment Chen Ran was clearly visible in the distance, running over happily. They actually made it this far. I thought it would be difficult for them to escape. Didn't expect that, did you? As soon as the old man arrived, they immediately encountered the red cloud horse. What's going on? Is it here too? He walked in with his subordinates swaggering. Old man Chen, you came here too? Chen Ran at this moment was also as tired as a dead fish, sitting down to rest, full of unexpressed thoughts. However, looking up from the skeleton, Han Sen also sensed the raven's presence. It's coming. Fortunately, they dare not enter. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. So he sought advice from Chen Ran. We can't stay here forever. Old man Chen, do you have any ideas? He was also at a loss. What can I do? Let's wait a little longer. Maybe they'll leave if they get impatient. Time flew by. A day later, everyone was still in the same spot next to the mountain guardian god's bones, showing no signs of leaving. However, in his predicament, he actually came up with an idea. Han Sen pulled out a small gourd from his clothes. He had been nervous all day and actually forgot about this thing. What a peculiar gourd. Next to the mountain guardian god's bones, Chen Ran talked to himself, then contradicted himself. It seems they won't leave if we wait like this. We'll only starve and thirst to death here. Wouldn't that be a joke? This skeleton is several hundred meters long from head to tail. If we split up and run in two directions, maybe there's still a chance. What do you think? Han Sen, however, felt this idea was completely unfeasible. Not for now. That donkey is near the tail, so anyone running from the tail will definitely be at a disadvantage. Maybe both super god creatures will chase it, he then suggested again. This is my idea, so naturally I can't let you take too great a risk. I'll run from the tail, however I have one condition. Shu Dongjin and the others are my good brothers. They've been with me through thick and thin for many years. I hope you'll take them with you. My skills are the best here. I alone will run from the tail to buy you time. They were somewhat surprised to hear this. Old Chen, why are you so kind this time? He repeated seriously. My mind is made up. After the discussion, they immediately took action. Pay attention when you hear me shout. Everyone run out at the same time. At this moment both of them were looking out. That donkey is chasing. Will the probability of the raven chasing us decrease? Soon after, the time was ripe and Chen Ran shouted, Run! Everyone dared not hesitate in the slightest, seizing the opportunity to run for their lives. However, as she ran, a hand suddenly stopped her. Han Sen then spoke an astonishing and incredible sentence. It seems the raven chose to kill the side with more people. They were too naive, thoroughly tricked by old man Chen Ran. That's right, we were all tricked by that old man Chen Ran. The mountain guardian god's bones. Besides him, they still remained in place, unable to escape safely. The tail looks very short and dangerous, but if you look closely, this tailbone is indeed too much shorter than its skeleton. Then Han Sen, as if possessed by Alaya Vijnana, reasoned with precise accuracy. If I'm not mistaken, this creature's tail is actually very long. The missing part of the tail is buried underground. Although invisible, those creatures can definitely sense it, so they won't pass through there. That's why old man Chen Ran tricked us. Now he's starting to understand, though a little late. That's why the raven didn't chase him but chased us from such a distance. Now that she knew the old man's true colors, Fang Jing couldn't help but feel angry. That bastard tricked us, and he even tricked his own people. This guy is truly beyond redemption. In times of crisis, with Han Sen's wrinkled wise brain, nothing could stump him. However, doing this actually gave us hope. There wasn't much time to discuss, so he immediately made the decision. Did they catch up to Chen Ran? Once Chen Ran leaves the 1-kilometer range of this skeleton, I'll count to 100, then we run together. Han Sen counted, mentally reciting Buddhist scriptures. 97, 98, 99. He couldn't sense their presence. They must not have returned yet. Realizing the timing couldn't be more perfect, he immediately gave the order, Now run! Han Sen ran, looking back at the situation behind him. Quick, retreat there! Fang Jing was currently running desperately with the others. However, she suddenly paused when she sensed something. When she saw the spikes shooting towards Han Sen like darts, Fang Jing cried out Han Sen, but it was all too late. He couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through the body, suffering a superficial wound. And the culprit behind all this was the raven. This creature had made them struggle in pain for days. Then it suddenly flapped its wings and flew high, seemingly intending something. It turned out that a single wound on Han Sen wasn't enough to satisfy it. It delivered another fatal blow to Han Sen's neck. It's over. Seeing him attacked, blood splattering, his life hanging by a thread, Fang Jing anxiously cried out, Han Sen, however, the problem with this raven's skill was that it became entangled in several winding branches. Only then did he notice this pile of seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary vines. Were these dead vines moving? Could it be that they weren't afraid of the skeleton, but the vines entwined around it? Indeed, those vines were relentlessly tormenting the raven, giving it no time to resist. What exactly were these vines to be so powerful? It was then that he suddenly remembered his gourd. This gourd was making sounds again. This sound was like a fetal heartbeat. What exactly was inside the gourd I picked? Seeing the wound on Han Sen, Fang Jing couldn't help but ask worriedly, Are you all right? He immediately reassured her. I'm fine, I can bear it. Now, instead of fighting the raven, he sat and watched it struggle against the vines. These vines were so powerful that even super god creatures found it hard to escape. Indeed, those vines were not to be trifled with. They pierced the raven's body, making it bleed all over. Han Sen's expression at this moment turned to one of astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Were the vines sprouting? After a struggle, the raven also hung exhaustedly from the vines. Fang Jing, who had remained vigilant and never let her guard down, immediately warned him to be careful of the raven, then struggled with her last bit of strength to free herself from the entwining vines. It seemed it wouldn't give up, still trying to unleash its feathers at Han Sen until the very last moment. Did it not even need its feathers to fight? To his surprise, this raven could actually molt like a cicada. He held the razor-sharp feather in his hand and began examining it closely. This thing didn't look like an ordinary feather. Wasn't it the raven's treasure? Afterward, Han Sen threw them onto the ground and said to Fang Jing, I'm not in the best position right now. Why don't you try testing the hardness of these feathers? Such small tasks were easy for her. She readily agreed. All right. Following Han Sen's instruction, Fang Jing scraped the feather with her sword. After trying, she too was astonished by its hardness. My god blood beast soul sword couldn't even cut it. What an excellent item, impervious to blades and swords. He listened, very satisfied, as if he'd seen a ray of hope. Good stuff, truly good stuff, he thought. With a little careful crafting, it could become an excellent artifact, especially combined with the peacock crossbow. I'll have a chance to hunt super god creatures. Since it was such good stuff, Han Sen couldn't keep it all to himself, so he suggested splitting it. There are 36 pieces here, we each get one, but she refused. They're no use to me. If you need them, take them all. Hearing this, he no longer stood on ceremony and simply collected them. Then I won't be polite, he thought. I've already used the peacock repeating crossbow in front of the queen. With her discerning eye, she's bound to be suspicious. How could she be so generous? Just as he was absorbed in his self-congratulation, Fang Jing placed his hand on herself. We must leave here as quickly as possible. If the Red Cloud Horse returns with you so severely injured, it will be hard to escape. Now that he had a moment of leisure, he began to think about her. Since entering the sanctuary, this was the first time someone had helped him, and it was a girl. But being supported by a girl like this wasn't ideal. He had expected a romance novel, but this time Han Sen had to rely on Fang Jing instead. In the forest, after they had escaped the terrifying raven, Han Sen was toying with the thing that had injured him. He kept launching its feathers, testing their durability. Holy crap, that raven's feather is truly a good item, so powerful. However, while Han Sen was astonished by the feather's strength, he was also surprised by the power of his own gourd. If the peacock repeating crossbow and the raven's feather were combined, the power would be so immense that even upon impact it wouldn't be damaged. What exactly was inside this gourd? He held it in his hand, constantly questioning everything. Even the raven couldn't deal with the vines, so how could a small feather break this gourd? This thing was truly too mysterious. If Blood Essence venomous bees flew out, it would be too late to run. After much agonizing thought, he decided it was better to be safe than sorry. It was better to just throw it away. However, when he threw it away, Little Silver rushed towards it. Seeing it holding the thing he had just thrown away in its mouth, its eyes sparkling, he couldn't help but wonder, "What are you doing? Do you know what's inside?" Suddenly, it didn't run off with the gourd but gave it back to Han Senator. What did this mean? To test Little Silver's true intentions, he again threw the gourd far away, letting it fetch it. "If you really want it, little fellow, then pick it up." At this moment, he suddenly changed his mind, rethinking. If Little Silver was so keen on keeping something, it probably wasn't dangerous, right? "Brother Han," suddenly hearing someone call him, he immediately turned around. Elder Chen Ran, who had abandoned them after toying with them, had actually shamelessly returned. "So Brother Han and Zhou Ting are good friends. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Ting sent me to see you. We're all family. Why don't you two come and sit in my territory?" Upon hearing this, Han Sen found an excuse to decline. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll be returning to the ice plain in 2 days. No need to trouble you, Elder Chen. If you have something to say, please say it directly." Then he pulled out a green card and handed it to him. "Then I'll be direct. If you're going back to the ice plain, could you bring some beast souls for Zhou Ting? Of course, I wouldn't let you make the trip for nothing." Here's 50 million. Beast souls were rare on the ice plain. Taking some beast souls from here would yield who knew how many billions, and he was only offering 50 million to him. His calculations were too favorable to himself. After some careful calculation, he immediately counter-proposed, "The ice plain isn't mine alone. If you want to do business, you must give 20 to the 3 families, and I'll take 20 of the remainder." "How about it?" Chen Ran, seeing Han Sen's shrewd calculations and unable to tolerate even a slightly smaller profit for himself, refused. Young people shouldn't be too meticulous in business. Sometimes personal connections are more important than money. Seeing Chen Ran disagree, he had nothing more to say. "All right then, I apologize, Elder Chen." He couldn't help but despise him in his heart. Selling out even brothers who'd been through life and death together, he couldn't accept such kindness. Unable to let Han Sen out of his sight, Chen Ran immediately ordered him to be watched. "Notify me immediately when he leaves my territory." He glanced at Han Sen's retreating figure and couldn't help but mock. A descendant of Han Jingzi? How could that old man Han Jingzi have descendants? Time flew by. 2 days later in the forest, Han Sen was riding a lion. Wangfu Jade Seal, he thought. This map is indeed very detailed. From here, head east through the mountains. Based on his experience, he knew he was being watched by dozens of eyes, so he spoke. "Since Elder Chen is here, why not come out and meet me?" Seeing that he had been exposed, he revealed his true self. Brother Han's intuition is truly sharp. "Everyone come out, stop hiding." People were everywhere from all directions. Elder Chen brought so many people, it was clear he wanted me dead here. Chen Ran then began to spout nonsense. "It's not that serious. Just answer a few questions and I won't trouble you. You've only been in the second sanctuary for a little over a year. How did you gain so many genes, and how did you unlock your first gene?" Faced with his irrelevant questions, Han Sen laughed heartily as if he had inhaled laughing gas. "I thought Elder Chen wanted to ask something important. For such simple questions, why bother using so many people?" With his extraordinary confidence and narcissism, he boldly replied, "I am a genius." "Since you put it that way," Chen Ran decided to see it through today. "A genius indeed. Then today I'll have a good time with this genius. Go get him." Han Sen was not one to sit idly by. He immediately took action. Golden-haired hounds. Chen Ran was a little surprised. Hidden weapons. The game had just begun, but he was already performing exceptionally well. With good movement skills and dense weapons, he was even able to resist. Han Sen spun 360 degrees, forming a beautiful whirlwind slash. However, just as he was starting to display his strength, a sword's edge thrust forward, forcing him to concentrate. Who is this person? Despite only a brief exchange, Han Sen realized this was a formidable opponent, incredibly skilled with the sword. This person is not simple. Human serpent sword emerges. By this point, he had almost finished his display, yet he was still puzzled. His strength was clearly superior, yet he couldn't gain the upper hand. The opponent continuously unleashed countless sword chi at Han Sen. This person seemed to be one with his swordsmanship. The sword was him, and he was the sword. Now he was starting to find things a bit interesting. "I like you, friend. This is a grudge between Chen Ran and me. If you're not part of the Chen family, wouldn't it be better to step back now? Why go all out for him?" However, the opponent merely ignored Han Sen's words. Less talk. Chen Ran stood outside full of confidence and even tried to provoke Han Sen, saying, "It seems, Han Sen, you only have this much skill against Yellow Rabbit," and the person toying with Han Sen before him was nicknamed Yellow Rabbit. "Since I've accepted Elder Chen's favor, I must do something to help." Since he liked it, Han Sen would see it through to the end. "Then I'll show you what a true powerhouse is. The old fox wants to drain my strength." He also wanted to reap the benefits of others' struggles, and the rain was getting a bit heavy. In the forest, as he stood outside observing the fierce battle between the two, Chen Ran realized Yellow Rabbit was about to collapse. It was time for this old man to make his move. He could finish him with one strike. Then he also played a trick, rushing forward with a hot weapon intending to besiege him. "Die brat!" Han Sen began to analyze the situation in his mind. Yellow Rabbit couldn't hold on any longer. So Chen Ran would definitely make his move personally. Now he was right behind me. This was the best moment for him to strike, and I couldn't even sense his body. Chen Ran's abilities were indeed formidable. Compared to him, Zhou Ting was nothing. "Here comes that aura. I was waiting for you, old fox," Han Sen, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time, counterattacked. "What kind of blade is this? It can even counterattack." At this moment he had just acquired a new toy and had to show it off a bit. "You probably didn't expect my wild goose dance blade could counterattack, did you? If you surrender now for your sake, I can spare your life." Indeed, it was a battle of masters, and he also counterattacked, unwilling to show weakness. "If you step back now for Zhou Ting's sake, I can spare your life." Seeing Han Sen's lack of good judgment, he decided to teach Han Sen a lesson in manners. "Idiot, today is your death day. Yellow Rabbit, let's go together and kill him." Sky-shifting art. When he saw Han Sen use a new skill, Chen Ran mocked, "You actually know sky-shifting art? Did the queen teach you?" However, in the next second, Han Sen uttered an incredibly cool line that instantly left him speechless. "Whether the queen teaches me sky-shifting art or not, what's it to you? She can teach whoever she wants. Is it any of your business?" Faced with his fearless attitude, Chen Ran was furious that old geezer Wangfu Shangcheng dared to break his promise. "My Chen family's sky-shifting art. Is the Wangfu family even worthy of inheriting it?" Faced with those clumsy attacks, he couldn't help but wonder. Why would the old fox say that? Could it be that in the Ares Martial Arts Academy there wasn't a second disciple who knew sky-shifting art? Seeing Chen Ran's outrageous claim, he immediately corrected him. "When did the Wangfu family's sky-shifting art become yours? The Chen family's?" Chen Ran could no longer restrain himself. "Today I must capture you alive and then question that old geezer Wangfu Shangcheng," he secretly thought. What a waste, such powerful strength yet only used for scheming and harming others. Seeing him being so long-winded, he immediately warned, "Elder Chen, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." He also refused to back down. "Then show me how impolite you can be." Since Chen Ran was so insistent, Han Sen would see it through to the end. "Then I won't be polite." Chen Ran glanced at him, mocking. "I thought it was some kind of weapon. Turns out it's just a crossbow bolt. This old man has been in the second sanctuary for so many years. Are godblood crossbows and godblood bolts rare to me? A mere crossbow." Seeing Chen Ran's arrogance, Han Sen didn't argue, letting time provide the answer. "Then you try it." "Didn't expect that, old man. 1 second you were contemptuous. The next you're utterly shocked. This broken crossbow actually possesses such immense power? No, I can't dodge it." Seeing the situation now critically dangerous, he quickly escaped. "This arrow is too hard. It even broke my blade. Can't win." "Retreat first." Chen Ran was thrown back by Han Sen's terrifying power. Even though he had utterly defeated Chen Ran, he was still unsatisfied. He hadn't expected one arrow wouldn't kill him. Chen Ran wiped away the blood, smiling cheerfully. "I hadn't expected this brat to have such a powerful weapon." Chen Ran at this moment seemed to have used all his strength, his entire body glowing. "Elder Chen, be careful." He flew from one place to another like a grasshopper, slowly approaching Han Sen. "Elder Chen's 7 heavenly wonders is truly formidable. What a pity." Afterward, Chen Ran decided to fight Han Sen barehanded to the very end. "Let's see if my fists are faster or your crossbow." However, before he could even touch a single hair on Han Sen, Chen Ran took a solid hit. Then he was sent flying, and the outcome was as expected. Han Sen is the winner. "It seems my crossbow is still faster." After battling with him for a while due to his age, Chen Ran was also exhausted. Yellow Rabbit, determined to avenge him, immediately charged towards Han Sen. Elder Chen, at this moment, his attack seemed even fiercer than last time. Indeed, with motivation it was different. The other people, faced with Han Sen's terrifying sweep, were scared out of their wits and ran away with their tails between their legs. "Run, don't look, even Elder Chen is no match for him. Aren't we just looking for death by staying?" Yellow Rabbit gathered all his rage into a single punch. "Die, do you think I'm afraid of you?" He calmly extended his hand and effortlessly blocked it. "What benefit did Elder Chen give you that you're fighting so desperately for him?" Afterward, the deep reason behind his actions was gradually revealed. "He once saved my life. I must repay this debt." Han Sen, also wishing to fulfill Yellow Rabbit's desire, placed his hand on his head. "In that case, go and repay it then." How embarrassing after all that stubbornness. Now Chen Ran was pierced with the most sharp feathers again. Han Sen stepped forward and asked, "Tell me the secret method of the 7 heavenly wonders and I can spare your life." Suddenly, Chen Ran merely smiled faintly and said, "When this old man Chen Ran was still fighting, your father hadn't even been born yet." Hearing this, he suddenly seemed to realize something he had been missing all along. Han Sen immediately pressed him for answers, but it was all too late. "What's going on? Don't die, damn it. Did he commit suicide by poison?" deep in a remote mountain forest, Han Sen held a torch, carefully reminding himself not to underestimate the children of prestigious families, for their chivalry and loyalty were admirable. With this, he suddenly walked to the furnace and sighed contentedly. Not letting such a principled person die in this desolate place could be considered a good deed, and Han Sen secretly guessed that this way, even if the Chen family came looking for him, there would be no witnesses to his death. As soon as the flames ignited, Elder Chen, who had been silent and unconscious moments before, suddenly sprang up, yelling to stop him. No, let's talk about this slowly. Don't you need the 7 heavenly wonders? I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. This startled Han Sen, who was taken aback. Seeing this, Han Sen could only hold his head in exasperation, blaming himself for being utterly deluded, for actually believing this old fox had a sense of righteousness. A few hours later, he had the old man hanging from a tree again, and Elder Chen continued to plead. Brother Han, you've made me recite it so many times. Are you sure I'm not lying? Please save me. My injuries will kill me if not treated soon. Han Sen remained unhurried, squinting slightly as he probed. But if you transmit the 7 heavenly wonders to me, will your Chen family spare me? Fearing he wouldn't believe him, the old man quickly asserted firmly and loudly that if this got out, the Chen family would kill him first, and for his life he would definitely keep the secret. Hearing this, he slowly opened the book, practicing as he casually replied, "Is that so?" And the old man, fearing Han Sen would abandon him, kept pleading, "Don't rush to practice. Quickly treat my injuries first, Brother Han." Han Sen gently closed his eyes, silent. A powerful aura suddenly burst forth intensely. His hand seemed to condense into a mysterious orb of power, accompanied by surges of true qi gradually spreading through the space. Then this true qi flew towards Chen Ran, making the old man cautiously feel it, then ask himself in his mind, what's that smell so fragrant? The more he felt it, the more familiar the scent seemed. But then Chen Ran suddenly realized that under the influence of this true qi, his injuries had actually recovered a little. But the old man had no idea Han Sen was secretly vigilant. Simply because the aura Tang Zhenlu had told him about was different from what he himself described. This old fox's 7 heavenly wonders was indeed fake. Was he trying to kill me? As Han Sen's injuries had barely recovered a little, Han Sen stood up with a grim expression, making the old man frantically try to stop him again. Brother Han, I've already given you what you wanted. Quickly help me treat my injuries. But Han Sen just coldly stood up, drew his sword, and straightforwardly demanded, I ask you, why is the 7 heavenly wonders that Zhou Ting cultivates different from yours? Hearing him make such a comparison, Chen Ran angrily roared, cursing, that bastard dared to transmit my 7 heavenly wonders. He's truly a traitor. The old man's evasive words made him scoff mockingly. So you're like that too. It seems you've lied to me, and in that case I have no reason to let you go. Seeing Han Sen's intense coldness, the old man's face turned ashen with fear, and he quickly explained and defended himself. No, I definitely didn't lie to you, Brother Han, listen to me. That bastard Zhou Ting is an illegitimate son. How could he be qualified to cultivate the 7 heavenly wonders? What you learned from him must be the 3 heavenly wonders, Han Sen sneered, retorting. Isn't the 3 heavenly wonders just the first half of the 7 heavenly wonders? What's wrong with that? But the old man still insisted, of course not. The 7 heavenly wonders requires combining with the unique qi refining method I just taught you. Zhou Ting's 10,000 fragrance poison body is not the qi refining art of the 7 heavenly wonders, and his 3 heavenly wonders is also a cultivation method derived from the 7 heavenly wonders. Without giving Chen Ran a chance to quibble, Han Sen violently thrust his sword next to the old man as a stern warning, asking with a half-smile, tell me what the sky-shifting art has to do with the 7 heavenly wonders, and I'll treat your injuries. Though unwilling, the old man had no choice but to truthfully state his opinion. The sky-shifting art and the 7 heavenly wonders were originally a single cultivation method. At that time, in the tomb chamber, the Chen family ancestors discovered that these 2 pages were originally a set, so only by retrieving both from the ancient tomb and combining them could they unleash their maximum power. At this point, the old man's voice suddenly became resolute, emphasizing, the Wangfu family is too shameless. They actually stole my Chen family's sky-shifting art, causing the 2 parts to be unable to merge, however. Han Sen still absolutely refused to believe the old man's words because he originally thought the cultivation methods of the sky-shifting art and the 7 heavenly wonders were different. How could the 2 parts merge? Do you think I'm a gullible child? Chen Ran retorted, feeling wronged. How could I lie to you? The sky-shifting art is the first half. Only by cultivating the sky-shifting art first and then the 7 heavenly wonders can one reach the realm of heaven-human unity, becoming unstoppable both in heaven and on earth. One can ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth, covering 1,000 li in an instant. This is the strongest movement technique in the world. Even at this point, the old man remained stubborn, so he had no choice but to give up. Elder Chen, I truly wanted to give you a way out, but you stubbornly refused to tell the truth and even tried to take my life. Hearing this, the old man still shook his head in denial. Brother Han, what are you talking about? In my current state, how could I take your life? Han Sen's icy gaze flickered over him, directly exposing the old man's true colors. Behind the profound pass, it should be the upper 9 netherworlds, not the lower 9 netherworlds, shouldn't it? Chen Ran's eyes widened in horror. He knew his sinister intentions had been seen through by Han Sen, and he stammered, How do you know? And he knew more than that. Han Sen's lips curved slightly into a sneer, and he fluidly said, "Behind the Jade Gate crossing is the left ascending chi in Divine Control 9 twists should be Divine Control 3 twists. Do you want me to continue?" Only now did the old man stammer in rebuttal. "Impossible, impossible. Could it be that bastard Zhou Ting?" But no sooner had he spoken than he quickly shook his head in denial. "No, Zhou Ting doesn't know the true 7 heavenly wonders at all. Because as far as the old man knew, this was a fake move specifically prepared by the Chen family. Even a true master would find it difficult to spot anything amiss. How could Han Sen know? Now it was time for action. He began to raise his weapon, speaking calmly. "I gave you so many chances, but unfortunately you didn't tell a single truth." Only then did Chen Ran become frightened, repeatedly pleading for his life. "Don't kill me, I am Chen Ran of the Chen family." However, Han Sen's mind was made up and would not change. He immediately acted, silently saying, "Since cultivating the sky-shifting art, quite a bit of time has passed. The Dongxuan Sutra also has techniques similar to the sky-shifting art. I wonder if I can apply the Dongxuan Sutra's cultivation methods to the sky-shifting art?" Next, he mercilessly dealt with the old fox. After everything was over, he turned and left directly. Han Sen gently pinched Little Silver's face, stroking it. "So fragrant, Little Silver." He fell into thought, pondering. "Little Silver also absorbed the Dongxuan Sutra that I cultivate, which is why it smells so fragrant. It just cultivates too quickly, so I can't see the fragrance circulating within it." This couldn't help but make him somewhat puzzled, asking himself, "Could it be that Little Silver following me and the gourd automatically falling into my hands are all because I cultivated the Dongxuan Sutra?" Han Sen gently rubbed the gourd in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, "This gourd actually understands the method of qi transmission, and it even absorbed my fragrance. Do all alien objects naturally understand this?" Meanwhile, in the mountain gorge, Qin Zan, transformed into her divine beast form, galloped forward, while Han Sen was also moving rapidly across the vast sky. And he truly hadn't expected this miracle, laughing loudly in surprise. "Haha, by imitating the sky-shifting art and 7 heavenly wonders from the Dongxuan Sutra, I can fly in a dozen minutes if I truly master the art of flying. Wouldn't I gain an overwhelming advantage in combat?" Just as he saw that strange thing, Han Sen suddenly stopped, seeming to vaguely guess that ahead lay the sanctuary island that Zhou Ting and the others had mentioned. But he had barely stopped there when several monsters suddenly swarmed towards him in groups. Han Sen narrowed his eyes slightly, saying in a cold tone, "You haven't even entered Sanctuary Island, and you're already delivering yourselves to me." Immediately after, in less than 30 seconds, he quickly dealt with this group of monsters without needing to move an inch. Qin Zan appeared in time. He immediately climbed onto her back and suggested going to Yang Manli first to understand the situation on Sanctuary Island. Thanks to Qin Zan's agility, a moment later, Han Sen had arrived at the Royal Sanctuary. Listening to Yang Manli's report, "I've sent people to investigate and found several godblood alien creatures hiding around the sanctuary. They must be in the Royal Sanctuary, there's no mistake." Even after entering the Royal Sanctuary, she continued to report, "But we couldn't find anyone who could fly up there, let alone attack the Royal Sanctuary. So you could only watch from afar and then return." After hearing this, he could only sigh, indicating his understanding. After all, there was nothing to be done. He told everyone not to approach Sanctuary Island anymore. He would figure out a way to deal with the royal alien spirit. After chatting for a while, the two left first. Han Sen looked at Zhou Ting's distressed expression and couldn't help but ask, "Zhou Ting, do you have something to say?" Hearing this, Zhou Ting no longer held back and asked directly, "Minister, did you kill Chen Ran?" Han Sen's expression remained calm as he replied, "The Chen family can guess whatever they want, all I can say is I don't know." Finally, he couldn't help but voice all the doubts in his heart. "Chen Ran was one of the elders of the clan. Your taking his life shook the entire Chen family. The Chen family ordered me to find an opportunity to eliminate you, but I know with my limited abilities I can't win against you. Since I can't do it now, the Chen family won't let me go back. I can only hide in the sanctuary and dare not go out." Learning of his worries, he stood up from his chair and solemnly affirmed, "Rest assured and stay here. On this ice plain, not even the Chen family can harm a single hair on your head." Seeing Han Sen's powerful declaration, Zhou Ting felt a bit more at ease and replied gratefully, "Thank you, Minister." Watching his retreating figure, he suddenly fell into thought. Although he didn't know if Zhou Ting was sincere or not, keeping him here was still beneficial to himself. Above, Han Sen spread his wings, soaring and circling at astonishing speed in the brilliant sky. When he flew to Sanctuary Island, he sighed with some disappointment. Is it really this small? It's a royal sanctuary after all. But it's far inferior compared to the Yin-Yang Princess's sanctuary. However, judging by the strength of the alien creatures and the alien spirits living in the temple, it shouldn't be worse than the Yin-Yang Princess's S. Then Little Silver let out a low growl, baring its teeth, and simultaneously emitted an overwhelming energy that suppressed these alien creatures. Han Sen also happily stroked it for a while, sighing contentedly. "Excellent. It seems these alien creatures can't resist the little fox's deterrence either. When we return, I'll reward you with a few gene creation pills." Just then, something unexpected suddenly happened. A person suddenly appeared from a distance, violently eliminating alien creatures, angrily shouting nonstop, "Who? Didn't I already order the people of the Ice Plain not to approach Sanctuary Island? Who dares defy orders? taking a quick look at how he fought those monsters, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "His skills are too formidable. I have no impression of him at all. Could he not be from the ice plane?" Just when he wasn't paying attention, the person suddenly changed direction, rapidly charged towards him, and shouted, "Die!" Fortunately, Han Sen's vigilance was high and he turned in time to block the attack. Because of this, he knew the opponent's strength, and his expression turned grave as he thought, too difficult to deal with. I must find an opportunity to use the peacock repeating crossbow against him. The person actually attacked repeatedly, as if the two were sworn enemies. This made Han Sen can't help but ask suspiciously, "I have no grudge against you, even if you want to seize the royal sanctuary. There's no need to push me to such an extent, is there?" Only then did the other person suddenly realize, asking in astonishment, "You're not an alien spirit?" As soon as he said this, it made him ask, annoyed and helpless, "You take me for an alien spirit? Have you ever seen an alien spirit that looks like me?" Wu Hang only now understood, asking with an awkward smile. "I saw all those alien creatures were afraid of you, so I thought you were the alien spirit of this temple. Haha, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. What's your name, friend?" He turned away impatiently, answering perfunctorily, "Han Senator." The person then asked suspiciously, Han Sen from Black Hawk Military Academy," he answered with some impatience. "If there isn't a second Han Sen at Black Hawk Military Academy, then it's probably me." Finally, he extended his hand to introduce himself. "My name is Wu Hang. I'm Wang Mengming's little uncle before coming to the ice plane. Mengming even asked me to see if I could help you with anything, but it seems it's not needed now." This background also made Han Sen ask in surprise, "You're Mengming's little uncle?" He scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this, saying that although he was an uncle, he always thought of himself as only 20 years old. "You can call me little uncle, like Mengming or brother Wang, either is fine." Han Sen suddenly stroked his chin, pondered for a long time, then decided, "Let's stick with little uncle, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it to Mengming later." Wu Hang tightly gripped his sword and said straightforwardly, "Since we're family, I won't bother with formalities. Let's hunt together. Whoever kills a creature gets it, and the sanctuary still belongs to you." Everything seemed reasonable, so Han Sen immediately agreed, excitedly anticipating, "All right, let's see who these alien creatures belong to." Meanwhile, in the metal temple, a sharp and capable female alien spirit sat there majestically. This made Wu Hang regretfully admit, "I'm a bit regretful. Such a beautiful female alien spirit, I should have tried my best to win her over no matter what. What if I could obtain an alien spirit?" Han Sen immediately affirmed, "If little uncle is interested, you can also make a move. Everyone has a chance." But he immediately and decisively refused. "Forget it, us Wang family members never break our promises. Little Han, let's go." After everything was settled, Han Sen immediately walked towards the female alien spirit. Seeing him approach, she could no longer sit still. Wielding a long spear, she charged over as if to eliminate him. Her long spear carried a powerful and evil energy, fiercely thrusting towards Han Sen, but his expression remained calm, hands in his pockets as if it were no big deal. When the spear was just a tiny distance from him, Han Sen leaped up with incredible speed, causing her to miss and thrust her spear violently into the ground. Next, he calmly created two forces, ice and fire, on either side, which left her dumbfounded. Han Sen seemed to summon two very powerful alien spirit clones which rapidly charged towards her to attack. Facing his superb abilities, Wu Hang couldn't help but gape in astonishment, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, two alien spirits, two beautiful twin maidens." When the two twin alien spirits blocked her, he took the opportunity to rush towards the throne with lightning speed. This elusive scene also made him widen his eyes, and he frantically held his forehead, sighing, "Too fast, I didn't even see how he flew past." In the blink of an eye, Han Sen had arrived there, and he swiftly grabbed the spirit stone in the center of the chair. As soon as he touched the spirit stone, she immediately knelt to the ground, her eyes becoming gentle, no longer as frenzied as before. Wu Hang couldn't believe things had happened so quickly. He was so astonished that he gaped, then fell to the ground, exclaiming, "This, he got it just like that." Han Sen also successfully tamed the alien spirit, making her quickly kneel to acknowledge her new master. The alien spirit was willing to pledge her ultimate loyalty to her master, to follow him forever. He used to know he was powerful, but he hadn't expected such might. He immediately stepped forward and praised, "Brother Han, you're amazing. How did you do it? Teach me. I also want to obtain a beautiful princess-level alien spirit, but I've never been able to." This made Han Sen even more smug. He raised a hand to casually run through his hair, sighed handsomely, and replied with a smile, "Subduing beautiful women like this, it takes character." Hearing Han Sen's words, he immediately cupped his hands and exclaimed, "Speaking of character, every day before attacking the royal sanctuary, I would bathe in incense and pray to the gods and Buddhas for protection." There was one truly heartbreaking fact that brought tears to his eyes. The game was over, but none of those alien spirits paid attention to me. They all chose to self-destruct, turning into alien spirit stones. Seeing him cover his face, choking up over his own fate, Han Sen also stepped forward and patted him, but it had little effect. "Little uncle, I can't help you with this one." Wu Hang panicked, quickly pleading, "Don't just pass on some experience or even sell me one." Imagining two beautiful alien women massaging him in the future, his eyes lit up and he tightly grabbed Han Sen's arm, discussing, "Selling too is fine too, we can negotiate the price." But Han Sen was a little reluctant, so he came up with a bold idea. "Little uncle, how about I help you get the spirit stones? With my character, I should be able to get you about 80 to 90% of the good luck you desire." Soon the two of them walked out of Sanctuary Island. Wu Hang chatted happily with Han Sen as they went. "My luck has been bad since childhood. In school there were 25 boys and 23 girls in my class. Everyone else paired up as a boy and a girl, but I always sat with a boy. When playing games, if someone had to be on the teacher's team, it was always me. I've never won the lottery. I've never won at cards. I've eliminated alien creatures but never gotten a beast soul. I've obtained spirit stones but never an alien spirit." His long unlucky record made Han Sen secretly admire and sigh. Wu Hang was truly a super jinx. If he spent too much time with him, would his own good luck also be affected? Thinking this, he couldn't help but shiver and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Little uncle, I have something else to do." But Wu Hang still held Han Sen's hand tightly, happily pouring out his heart. "You're still young. You don't know how aggrieved unlucky people can be." This made Han Sen even more flustered, struggling to pull his hand away. But Wu Hang's grip was too tight, so Han Sen had no choice but to speak. "Just let go first." Wu Hang continued to say chilling things like, "Now that I've met you, little brother, it's like I've found a savior." It wasn't until the sky suddenly turned dark that he finally let go, looking up at the sky in a daze. Han Sen held Little Silver tightly, anxiously saying, "This is bad, run." Only then did the super jinx Wu Hang warn, "It's here, it's really here. Every time I eliminate an alien creature, an even more terrifying one comes." It was so terrifying that even Han Sen, who originally had exceptional speed, couldn't help but exclaim warily, "Its speed is too fast." Yet the distance between it and Han Sen was indeed very close, making Han Sen sigh in surprise. "What is that thing? It looks so terrifying." Seeing the fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus about to catch up to him, Wu Hang suggested, Quick, let's split up and run. I'll go left, you go right." As soon as they split up, the fierce dragon spat out lava-hot flames, forcing Wu Hang to run faster, shouting repeatedly, "Whoa, so hot my butt." Even at this moment, Han Sen actually had the presence of mind to joke, "It's chasing you because of your bad luck, it has nothing to do with me." After running for a while, Han Sen finally breathed a sigh of relief because it'll be safe once we go down from here. However, inside, Wu Hang was still pitifully shouting for help. Han Sen originally wanted to just leave, but he struggled internally. On one hand, he muttered to himself, "What does this have to do with me? I just met him today, we're not that close." On the other hand, he hesitated. But Han Sen still turned around and charged back, cursing fiercely. "I told you to run left, and you actually ran left? Why are you so literal? Besides, he's Meng Ming's little uncle. If I leave, how will I explain it to her later?" Based on what he observed, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wu Hang's abilities aren't bad. He's been chased for so long and hasn't suffered any serious injuries." In addition, Han Sen also said to himself inwardly, "I'll do my best. As for whether he survives, that's up to fate." Inside Sanctuary Island, Wu Hang was still constantly shouting for help after being relentlessly attacked by the fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Han Sen stood aiming for a long time but couldn't find a good opportunity to strike, so he could only helplessly say, "This guy is really formidable, both hated and defensive. Damn it, I can't find a place to attack this fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus." After some thought, he believed that to inflict significant damage, he could only attack its eyes. So he slightly narrowed his eyes, preparing to aim. Han Sen held his breath, concentrating on every movement of the dragon, and suddenly discovered its speed was slowing down. Even if it turned to chase him after he shot an arrow, it might not be able to catch him. That settled it. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated, immediately drew an arrow and aimed for its eye. However, the result disappointed Han Sen. It was unharmed, which made Han Sen exclaim in surprise, "Holy crap, its eyelids are harder than steel, it actually blocked my arrow." However, upon closer inspection, Han Sen noticed that the arrowhead had already pierced its eyelid. Clearly, its rage stemmed from this. It roared incessantly, emitting furious bellows due to the sudden intense pain. The dragon immediately charged over, spitting fire at Han Sen, making him run for his life. "It's really angry, run." Wu Hang was panting, too exhausted to speak, but still managed to say, "Brother Han, I knew you'd come back to save me, you're such a good person." To hear such words in such a critical situation made Han Sen's anger erupt. He turned back and scolded him, "Good person, my foot, why aren't you thinking of a way to distract it so I can get a few more shots in?" Wu Hang then began his task of distraction, repeatedly shouting, "Alright, watch me, big dog, look over here." Han Sen's expression also darkened as he muttered to himself, "What in the world is he doing?" Feeling it wasn't enough, he picked up a rock and threw it at the dragon. This action made Han Sen can't help but curse, "Is this guy stupid? At least use a bow and arrow, a gun, or a sword. What's the point of throwing a piece of metal?" Feeling it still wasn't attractive enough, Wu Hang started dancing a war dance, swaying left and right, continuously provoking, come bite me, come bite me." Unexpectedly, such an odd action actually worked. He successfully made the dragon so angry it was fuming. Han Sen couldn't help but ask himself in confusion, "That works, all right." Due to the dragon's vengeful nature, it kept targeting Wu Hang with fire. This chaotic situation made Wu Hang incessantly scream in terror, "Brother Han, save me, I'm almost roasted." Han Sen also tried his best to concentrate, immediately comforting him. "Little uncle, just hold on a little longer. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly used his instant movement ability and rushed over. But Wu Hang was already close to breaking, continuously sending out distress signals. "Brother Han, hurry up!" At this critical moment, Han Sen suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "It's over. I'm out of raven feather arrows." He truly hadn't expected that even after using all his raven feather arrows he still hadn't brought it down. However, Han Sen firmly believed that if this thing remained here, it would certainly become a scourge to the ice plane. So he immediately cast the longevity spell in conjunction with the Jade Primordial Yang Art. Then Han Sen charged fiercely towards it, shouting aggressively, "Attack!" He swiftly rushed forward, continuously muttering, "Kill the reckless, starve the timid, charge!" Suddenly it abruptly turned and charged towards him. This action made Han Sen exclaim with satisfaction, "Ah, just as I wished. Let's see if I can shoot a raven feather arrow into your eye." Next, the dragon continuously endured Han Sen's fierce kicks but was unable to resist. He showed no mercy, repeatedly kicking it. After a long while it roared in fury, spewing blazing flames at Han. Senator Wu Hang watched from the side, enthusiastically cheering, "Good job, Brother Han." Finally, he lightly leapt down, his lips curving into a smile as he replied, "Successfully killed the bright-eyed peacock. That was quite a gain. This time I really got something good. My first time hunting and killing a super god creature in the second sanctuary." Seeing it roar and flee, Han Sen's lips curled into a smile as he asked, "Trying to run?" Then he immediately gave chase. Below, people saw this scene and took out their binoculars, discussing animatedly, "What is that? Someone's chasing a terrifying creature. It's Director Han." Holy crap, is Director Han at Sanctuary Island in royal territory by himself? Han Sen still chased vigorously, not forgetting to mock, "Haha, this thing can't even spit fire anymore, even though it's already panting exhaustedly." By now, he had completely taken control of the battle. His lips slightly curved as he said, "With this kind of physique, a Tyrannosaurus Rex with fire powers and other abilities seems quite weak. It might harm a group of humans, but to some experts its danger level is far less than that terrifying raven." No sooner had he spoken than he immediately shot an arrow at it, reminding, "Have a taste of this arrow." But just as success was within reach, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was able to spit fire again, burning everything to ashes. Han Sen cried out in pain, "My arrow! My arrow!" He frowned furiously, his eyes suddenly becoming unfathomable. After recovering its abilities, it immediately came to settle the score with him. Han Sen's heart tightened, fearing it would be too late if it charged over. Next, unable to waste any more time, he quickly jumped onto his golden battle armor. The Tyrannosaurus Rex charged over unceremoniously, sending Han Sen flying. The immense impact left him no time to resist, and he crashed to the ground. Smoke billowed around him, making Han Sen narrow his eyes. Suddenly admitting that this super god creature was truly powerful, it decided to give him no chance to breathe and immediately rushed over. Then Little Silver suddenly rushed over to help, deeply moving Han Sen, who shouted, "Little Silver!" In the vast icy sea, Little Silver still charged forward vigorously. Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I never expected Little Silver would act for my sake." He gently sighed, musing, "After all, it's a super god creature. Even if it's just a child, it's not something an evolver can easily deal with." In the blazing sea of fire, the Tyrannosaurus Rex still roared furiously. Han Sen immediately rushed over, aggressively saying, "I'll lend you a hand." Then he continuously unleashed his divine palm attacks, fiercely striking it. Due to the intense pain, it tilted its wings, trying to escape, but it was out of luck. Han Sen saw right through it, and he sharply asked, "Trying to run? Don't even dream about it." Days later, on the sea surface, after days of fierce fighting, he finally subdued it. However, supergod creatures have incredibly tenacious vitality. Despite such serious injuries, it could still fly so far, making me chase until I was utterly exhausted. The system also displayed a notification. Successfully killed supergod creature Firescale Tyrannosaurus. Obtained Firescale Tyrannosaurus Beast Soul. Its flesh and blood are inedible, but its gene essence can be absorbed. Absorbing gene essence can randomly grant 0 to 10 supergod gene points. Han Sen held his spoils of war, exclaiming with satisfaction, "A beast soul, haha, good thing Wu Hang's bad luck didn't rub off on me." He pondered for a moment in a daze, then suddenly asked himself in confusion, "Is the fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus beast soul sealed in this red jade stone? But why is the fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus king so small, like a beast trapped in a crystal ball? How should I use this kind of beast soul?" Then, as he looked at the sea surface, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, "The body decomposed on its own, truly a fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus. The heat it generated even boiled the seawater. There's a fist-sized crystal inside its body." This made him ask himself curiously, could it be life gene essence? Whatever it is, I'll take it first. But as soon as he touched it, Han Sen had to quickly pull his hand back, nodding and admitting, "It really is life gene essence, so hot, so hot." Although he tried various methods, he still couldn't pick it up due to the terrifying heat. However, it suddenly began to sink slowly into the sea, making Han Sen shout in anger, "Damn it, come back!" He finally got it, but then he pondered dazedly. "This life gene essence is too hot. How do I eat it? I won't eat it. I need to put it away safely with the peacock repeating crossbow. I can't touch it. If I tasted it directly like in the first sanctuary, my tongue would definitely be roasted." However, Little Silver stretched out its paw as if wanting to touch the object. Han Sen, startled, quickly shouted to stop it, Hey Little Silver, what do you want to do? This is good stuff, I have to enjoy it myself." but as soon as it touched it, it had to quickly pull back its paw because of the terrifying heat. This action made Han Sen suddenly laugh. Got burned, didn't you silly thing? Still want to eat it? Right, how can you eat something so hot? After everything was over, Han Sen immediately returned to Sanctuary Island and saw Wu Hang enthusiastically waving, but he couldn't help but ask himself in confusion, why hadn't he left yet? As soon as he landed from the air, Wu Hang asked with a smile, "Did you kill that alien creature?" Hearing this, he suddenly sighed, feigning regret, and replied, "It got away. If I had really killed it, how could I have come back without any flesh and blood?" So Wu Hang patted him reassuringly. "It's all right, there'll be other opportunities." Wu Hang took his hand and pointed into the distance. "Brother Han, I think we get along great. I've decided I'll partner with you from now on. Our Wang Han team will definitely become stronger, achieve greater glory, and find shelters in the second sanctuary." But Han Sen felt something wasn't right and quickly called out, wait a minute. However, he only heard Wu Hang begin to babble incessantly. For example, "The two of us will definitely do this and that." But Wu Hang didn't know that Han Sen was thinking disdainfully, "This jinx, what if he attracts a few more super god creatures one day and causes trouble? I'd be doomed." Still, Wu Hang did contribute significantly to eliminating the fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus this time, and the Goddess Legion needed talent like him. Meanwhile, at the Royal Sanctuary, Manli quietly stood in the distance watching everyone discuss animatedly. Director Han subdued Sanctuary Island by himself. He's truly formidable. With Director Han here, our ice plane is invincible. It's my first time seeing someone who can control Sanctuary Island. And on Sanctuary Island, Han Sen still stood quietly with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance with Wu Hang. His eyes were heavy with thought, as if he were secretly plotting something. On the forum, discussions were also very heated. Taking down a royal sanctuary single-handedly? That must be some petty person bragging, right? I'm from the ice plane, and I personally saw Han Sen eliminate a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I officially declare this the funniest joke of the year. Haha, Director Han, director of the latrine? Han Sen, that name sounds a bit familiar. As soon as he returned to the base, he immediately plunged back into work. Little Yan is so outstanding, she'll definitely be fine. If Mom needs flesh and blood, just buy it. Hunting is too dangerous, alright, I know, no more talking, hanging up. Han Sen gently stroked his chin, lost in thought. Gem beast souls confuse with other beast souls, causing another beast soul to mutate and grow. But if it fails, will this gem beast soul also be destroyed? A fire-type gem beast soul combined with a fire-type beast soul means my Tyrannosaurus beast soul needs to find a fire-type Tyrannosaurus beast soul to fuse with. He clearly remembered going with Yidong Mu to kill a red-scaled dragon before, which looked exactly like this Tyrannosaurus Rex. Perhaps it was a god-blood-level Tyrannosaurus creature. Thinking this, Han Sen suddenly became interested and had an idea. Since he now had the peacock repeating crossbow, why not give it a try? No sooner said than done, he immediately headed to the snow mountains, thinking as he went, as long as I don't return to the goddess temple, no one will know I've been there. But not having Little Silver with him felt a bit unusual. Wu Hang, oh Wu Hang, it's not that I want to avoid you, but I must get this beast soul this time. Han Sen suddenly bit his lip tightly, his face turning pale with fright and confusion. Damn it, I haven't caught his bad luck, have I? Life was truly full of drama. Wu Hang was actually standing right in front of him, waving with a smile. Brother Han, what a coincidence to meet you here. Have you been looking for me all this time? He rushed to Han Sen's side like a shot, grabbed his hand and spoke incessantly. Brother Han, have you heard? Something big happened recently. Someone eliminated that creature in the first sanctuary. Han Sen had a resigned look on his face, which made him suddenly ask curiously, what kind of creature? Han Sen asked this because he thought no one should know about his feat of eliminating the fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus. How could this news spread from the Alliance and specifically about the first sanctuary? Wu Hang also vividly recounted the news he had heard, a creature that surpassed god-blood creatures. Now I know it's called a super-god creature. It was your internal cousin who eliminated the super-god creature Qi Ching. Her talent far surpassed yours, earning her the title of the Alliance's top genius and its future hope. Han Sen meanwhile was contemplating with a headache. As soon as the first one was eliminated, the number of super-god creatures eliminated in the first sanctuary would only increase. It was only a matter of time before super-god genes were perfected. He seemed to recall something and asked happily, by the way, did you need something? Han Sen thought to himself, who's looking for you? I'm just unlucky to have run into you. He finally chose to be direct. I want to go into the mountains to eliminate a berserk god-blood creature. Are you interested, little uncle? He immediately nodded. Yes, I love eliminating berserk god-blood creatures. In the icy sea, a red-scaled dragon appeared and the two observed it from behind distant rocks. Wu Hang couldn't help but ask in confusion, is that the red-scaled dragon? This one is too big. Han Sen then turned and gave him a very important task. Little uncle, you go attract the red-scaled dragon's attention and I'll take the opportunity to eliminate it. We'll share the flesh and blood equally. Wu Hang also happily agreed. Good, a small matter. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, be careful, but he just answered confidently, it's fine, watch me. Then he repeated his familiar trick of throwing stones and shouted, go, let it get furious. Han Sen could only ask helplessly, "Still throwing stones? Can't you use a sword or something?" The Tyrannosaurus quickly went berserk, and Wu Heng screamed in fright, "Brother Han, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." He couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself, "Its physique can attract aggro, I must be fast, he can't last long." With this in mind, Han Sen rushed over with the peacock crossbow. But he suddenly realized that when the red-scaled dragon was in a fierce state, its scales would be much harder than those of ordinary beast blood creatures. These small arrows would have difficulty killing it. After all, the red-scaled dragon wasn't a super god creature. The feather arrow could penetrate directly from its eye into its brain. Finally he shouted, "Little uncle, over here!" No sooner had he spoken than he saw him rushing over, shouting loudly, "Run, run!" As soon as he heard this, an ominous feeling began to creep into his heart, and he thought in a panic, "What? Is another monster coming?" When he saw the gigantic mammoth, Han Sen couldn't help but yell in horror. Damn it! The mammoth suddenly extended its trunk, powerfully coiling around the red-scaled dragon. He desperately fled, thinking regretfully, "I actually encountered a super god creature again. I should have come alone. It would have been a bit tiring, but I wouldn't have brought him." Wu Heng immediately suggested running back to the cave ahead. The elephant skeleton had already greedily devoured the red-scaled dragon. Inside the cave, the two of them sat in separate corners, panting. Han Sen looked at Wu Heng in confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Little uncle, I have a question." He answered cautiously, "Go ahead." He no longer hesitated and asked directly, "How do you usually kill alien creatures? Besides here, where do you encounter such terrifying creatures from large to small? How have you survived until now?" Wu Heng also smiled mischievously and shared frankly, "Brother Han, to be honest, I mainly rely on others' help." Hearing this, a hint of bitterness suddenly welled up in his heart, and he thought, "Fortunately he's a Wong family member, otherwise he'd definitely be more miserable than I used to be." To see such a master reduced to needing others' rescue was truly pitiful. Thinking this, Han Sen lightly coughed and suggested, "How about this, little uncle? I'm planning to form a team to hunt super god creatures. If you're interested, you can join. But we must have one condition. Before any team action, I have full command." A hint of doubt flashed across Wu Heng's face as he asked, "Really?" Then he ran over and tightly grabbed his arm, swearing, "Brother Han, from now on we're like blood brothers. My benefactor is too good." Han Sen struggled in fright. "Uncle, you don't have to be so emotional. Please let go of my hand first." Recalling the past events that brought tears to his eyes, Wu Heng spoke with great emotion. "Brother, I have exceptional talent, but no opportunity to use it. Any activity I participate in inevitably ends for one reason or another. It's too bleak. Even our Wong family doesn't dare to use me. You are my benefactor, my son, my neutron star. From today onwards, through hell and high water, I'll obey the team leader in everything. How many experts do we have in our team?" Then he put down a piece of information. Han Sen couldn't help but smile and replied, "Experts? Currently there are only the two of us, you know. Experts usually come from powerful factions. Who would be willing to follow a lone wolf like me? It's hard enough for me to find even one gene-unlocked expert." He then thought and said, "To eliminate super god creatures, the strength of just the two of us isn't enough. First, we must expand the team." This made Han Sen somewhat surprised, thinking, "Not bad, he's already come up with a plan so quickly." Even more surprisingly, he clapped his hands in just a moment. "I've got it, I have a way." Then they set off for the devil territory. Seeing the person inside, Wu Heng's eyes immediately lit up and he exclaimed, "Ah, too cute. Truly the most beautiful and adorable girl I've ever seen." This left Ling Lan speechless and stiff. Han Sen didn't forget to warn, "Ling, this is a strange uncle, keep your distance from him." She also obediently nodded, "Okay." Then he continued to introduce, "Ling is a helper I found and she'll be acting with Uncle anyway. No matter what kind of enemy we encounter, with Ling and Little Silver, it's an extra layer of protection." Seeing him still grinning foolishly since he met Ling, Han Sen quickly reminded, "Stop staring. Quickly take me to meet the person you mentioned." In the room, Lei Hengwu suddenly narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms and asked, "What are you doing here?" He began to explain ingratiatingly, "Old Lei, I've come to see you. I recently joined a team and we're preparing to eliminate supergod creatures. Do you know anything about supergod creatures?" While he was still looking displeased, Wu Heng still happily pointed at him and introduced, "Allow me to introduce, this is Team Leader Han. Senator, let me tell you, our team leader is fierce. He's someone who can eliminate supergod creatures. If that supergod creature hadn't luckily escaped, Chi Ching wouldn't have been first, would she?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice from outside rang out, "Is Mr. Hengwu inside?" Lu Wei handed him a stack of documents and said, "This is our team's membership contract, Mr. Lei. Please take a look." This made the two of them exclaim in surprise. The captain of the Devil Special Forces Blood Blue team, he held the expensive contract and apologized. "Team leader Han Sen, I'm very sorry. I came to Devil Sanctuary, hoping to join Captain Lu's team." He also smiled and greeted, "Han Sen, I've long admired your name. I'm Lu Wei. If possible, I also hope you can join my team." Han Sen also happily stepped forward to shake hands and greet him, but he cleverly declined the invitation. "Thank you for your kindness, Captain Lu. But these are also the words I wanted to say to you." The outcome was already very clear. The two immediately headed for the exit. Wu Heng felt a little disappointed, sighing helplessly, "A wasted trip. Old Lei is really unappreciative, not giving me any face at all." Han Sen saw this and couldn't help but joke, "Maybe Hengwu is afraid of little uncle, which is why he's not joining our team." His gaze turned to the distance, thinking thoughtfully. The transaction volume here is probably unmatched by 10 goddess sanctuaries combined. Only by crossing the Devil Mountain range can the goddess sanctuary truly thrive again. In Devil Sanctuary, Han Sen tightly gripped his blazing sword and casually said, although I couldn't recruit anyone, buying the right Tyrannosaurus beast soul at the shelter store was worth the trip. He plunged his flying dagger down fiercely, continuously praying, Jade Emperor, Grand Pure One, Buddha, Guanyin, Virgin Mary, Jesus, Allah, please bless me. Only after everything was done did he let go with a small wish. I only have this one super gem beast soul. My greatest wish in this life is to succeed once. Please everyone make sure I succeed, I beg you all. Immediately after, the fusion process proceeded as Han Sen wished. System notification. Mutated Tyrannosaurus beast soul fusion successful. The Tyrannosaurus Firescale Gem Beast Soul has evolved into a super god-grade mutated Tyrannosaurus Firescale Beast Soul. He couldn't help but cheer ecstatically. Success! Han Sen quickly picked up his strongest weapon, thrilled. Every time he thought of this monster, if it pierced the hindquarters of those super god creatures, it would surely give them a very satisfying experience. In the Soul Sea, strengthening it to its strongest state using dark crystals to become a berserk super god beast soul would make dealing with super god creatures more certain. Soon the super god beast soul entered the evolution state. But Han Sen wasn't entirely sure about this. He thought in confusion, it's my first time evolving a super god beast soul. I wonder how long it will take. This mutated Firescale Tyrannosaurus can neither be used as a sword nor a shield. I need to find a matching super gene art to complement it. Just then, Ling Lan suddenly came over holding little Silver and softly called, Han Sen, Han Senator. Hearing her call him, he happily turned and took her hand, asking excitedly, Ling Lan, what's wrong? Weren't you shopping? Did you see something you want to buy? Let's go take a look. With that, Han Sen directly took her to the Devil Shelter. A lady, arm in arm with her husband, kept pointing at them, exclaiming excitedly, Honey, look at that pet, how cute. So as soon as Han Sen walked past, Lin Mei immediately called out to him, Friend, wait. How much for these two pets? He stroked little Silver and asked indifferently. Which one? He answered directly. I want to buy both. Han Sen's expression remained calm as he replied. Oh, you want to buy both? Then I'll give you a 30 discount, only 70 billion. This made his face darken immediately, gritting his teeth in anger, and he said tremblingly, 70 billion? Do you think these are god-grade pets? That price is too expensive. He turned and patted his petite wife, comforting her. Honey, this guy is a liar. Let's go. But her gentleness made Lin Mei unable to resist, so she decided to take a chance. As long as you're happy, isn't it just 70 billion? I'll buy it. She happily kissed him and said sweetly, Honey, you're so handsome. Han Sen still looked at him suspiciously, arms crossed, and asked uncertainly, Are you really buying? For his wife, Lin Mei immediately affirmed, Of course it's real. Then she took his arm and walked away, smiling and signaling that everything would be fine. Don't worry, darling, I can handle it, friend. Come talk. Finally, he pulled Han Sen aside and whispered, I'll give you 50 million and you lend me these two pets for 3 days. I'll return them to you in pristine condition after 3 days, not a single hair missing, I promise. How does that sound? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Mei. I know you might not know me, but I know you. You're Han Sen, right? My brother is Lin Feng. You must know him, right? Even if you don't trust me, you should trust my brother, right? However, he widened his eyes and asked blankly in return, Lin Feng, which Lin Feng? He chuckled dryly and introduced, You don't know him. Tang Zhenlu is also your friend. We grew up together. However, he didn't know that Han Sen was secretly calculating in his mind. This kid says he's Lin Feng's brother, and he looks a bit like him. He actually wants to spend a lot of money to rent my pets. It would be a shame not to make a profit. Thinking this, his face still remained very cold as he said, For Tang Zhenlu's sake I can rent it to you, but 50 million won't do, at least 1 billion, and I can only lend you the black cat. He wouldn't lend the white cat, but even so, it was enough for Lin Mei to jump happily and seal the deal. But you'll have to cooperate with me in a play later. Immediately after, he quickly got into character, shouting in displeasure, Boss, that's not right. Didn't we agree on 70 billion for both? How come the price has gone up now? Han Sen also acted along, pretending to reluctantly sell. I really don't want to sell. If you want to buy this black one for 70 billion. The other one is not for sale. Lin Mei quickly ran over, tightly held his wife's hand and retorted aggressively, Isn't it just about making more money? I'll buy the black one for 70 billion and I'll also offer 70 billion for the white one. It wasn't important that his wife liked money, but Han Sen still firmly insisted, No, the white one is not for sale. Seeing his wife holding the kitten, Lin Mei gently stroked it and asked, Darling, what's wrong? Then he winked at Han Sen as if to say, This guy's acting is really good. My wife is also very satisfied, she replied. It's nothing, honey. This black cat is also very cute. Until a few days later, in Devil's Shelter, a noisy stream of curses erupted. Are you blind, not looking where you're going, my beast soul? However, Wu Hang paid no attention. Rushing frantically down the street, he hurried to where Han Sen was sitting and eating, panting as he called out, Team leader. Before he could even ask what happened, he reported in one breath that a powerful alien creature had burst out of Devil Mountain Range, flattening 3 shelters. It was now heading towards Devil's Shelter. Lu Wei was gathering evolvers, hoping to eliminate the powerful alien creature before it reached Devil's Shelter. Han Sen also stood up abruptly after hearing this and solemnly judged, Such power, it's probably a super god creature 9 times out of 10. Let's go take a look together. Deep in the forest behind that was the giant elephant that had burst out a few days ago when they were chasing the red-scaled dragon. As soon as they arrived, Wu Hang was surprised to find it was the mammoth from Devil Mountain Range. And what concerned him was that this neat formation was indeed extraordinary. Lu Wei stood in the distance, waving a flag and commanding the entire situation. Second person on the left retreat. Archers on the right prepare at the four corners. It was this series of perfectly coordinated movements that made Han Sen vaguely realize a fact. He could command 10 people or more. But deploying tens of thousands of people in formation like this, I definitely couldn't do it. This is a true battlefield commander. Lu Wei is indeed a formidable individual. When the elephant bones let out an angry roar, Lu Hui's commanded troops also rushed forward, determined to eliminate it. It was powerful and imposing, ready to charge forward at any moment and flatten everyone in its path. The soldiers reported in a panic, "System, Lu Wei is in trouble." He immediately ordered them, "Lure it to the uninhabited area in the northwest." The team members suddenly cried out in horror. "The elephant's eyes are red, team leader. It seems to be going berserk." From then on, Han Sen seemed to have grasped the crux of the problem, pondering, "If it's a super god creature, I'm afraid those evolvers won't be able to resist." After much deliberation, he also decided to put on his battle armor, making everyone cheer in surprise as if they had been saved. Lu Wei has finally made his move. Deep in the forest, Lu Wei was charging forward fiercely, and the archers were also desperately providing cover. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the mammoth was desperately charging towards them. Han Sen saw this and couldn't help but sigh, thinking, this guy completely ignores Lu Wei and their attacks, always charging forward. After enduring a series of attacks, it still showed no signs of injury. Instead, it became more and more frenzied, which made Han Sen somewhat worried about what would happen next. If it's not stopped soon, the people of Devil Sanctuary will be in trouble. Lu Wei then pushed up his glasses and cried out in panic, "Everyone listen, abandon the city and retreat." Han Sen fell silent, thought for a moment, and then decisively smiled, clenching his hands and said firmly, "I have a plan." Wu Hang was also startled by his action, calling out in confusion, "Team leader." When Lu Wei was already so frightened that he hastily ordered to abandon the city and retreat, the soldiers being attacked by the mammoth below were still screaming in panic, "Run, where's Captain Lu? Save us!" Faced with its terrifying power and overwhelming momentum, they could only keep running, reminding each other, "Run, it's coming, run." What kind of monster is this? At this critical moment, Wu Hang suddenly appeared before it, yelling with his provocative catchphrase, "You foolish elephant, Wu Hang, the 13th battle commander of the Goddess Legion is here, don't cause trouble in this place." Seeing this, Han Sen couldn't help but praise him. This kid Wu Hang is quite an actor just to dodge a god blood attack. His relentless mouth continued, "You foolish elephant, our commander said not to harm ordinary people here. If you're brave enough, follow me to the Goddess Legion to meet your death." Fearing it wasn't angry enough, Wu Hang cautiously provoked again, "If you're brave enough, follow me." The injured soldiers at this moment began to murmur, "Look, who is that? He's a great hero, our savior. Is the Goddess Legion even stronger than Captain Lu?" Lei Hengwu, looking down from above, affirmed, "That's Wu Hang. How does that kid manage to make monsters listen to him? Could it be his unlucky constitution that attracts it?" But Lu Wei only spoke in surprise. "I didn't expect them to actually help Devil Sanctuary." He had personally witnessed Wu Hang's masterful acting and couldn't help but praise him. This kid lured the elephant away and even added extra drama. I have to say, that was a truly spectacular performance. From above, people would think it was obediently following Wu Hang, who was still fully immersed in his act. This way, good, just keep following." Han Sen guessed that this ferocious mammoth seemed to be running in a specific direction, as if attracted by something rather than genuinely charging at Devil Sanctuary. Devil Sanctuary was merely in its path. It was precisely for this reason that he had Wu Hang lure the mammoth past Devil Sanctuary, then fly directly into the sky, thereby saving Devil Sanctuary. Mammoths can't fly, so it couldn't catch him. Wu Hang quickly agreed and executed the plan. Once everything was settled, he immediately flew to Han Sen, asking with a hint of regret, "Commander, these berserk god blood wings are truly amazing. How about you lend them to me for a few days?" But Han Sen immediately chided him, "Enough nonsense, give them back." "Tell me, what was all that babbling about earlier?" Wu Hang explained, feeling wronged. "I was also trying to enhance the Goddess Legion's reputation to make it easier to recruit members in the future." But he still asked, somewhat puzzled, "What about the 13th battle commander thing?" Wu Hang mischievously smiled and truthfully replied, "Doesn't that imply the Goddess Legion has many members? You see, if I'm ranked 13th, everyone will think there are 12 people stronger than me, which will show how powerful the Goddess Legion is." Han Sen, feeling puzzled, pointed forward and asked, "Little uncle, do you know what that place is?" Wu Hang also eagerly peered ahead and honestly replied, "Let me see, that seems to be the Ghost Peach Forest." The Ghost Peach Forest was an endless peach orchard. The peach trees inside were enormous, hundreds of meters tall, and humans could easily get lost within it. Many alien creatures lived in the peach forest, and if one accidentally stumbled in, they might never return. According to his recollection, when it was fruiting season, many alien creatures would enter the peach forest. But now the peach blossoms were just starting to bloom at this moment. Han Sen seemed to suddenly realize something, slowly saying, "So it seems even if this mammoth wants to eat peaches, now isn't the time. It is indeed in this vast peach forest right now. Based on Wu Hang's observation, he felt that this mammoth had already exited its berserk state. Is it possible for berserk creatures to revert from their berserk state to normal now? But Han Sen believed that this mammoth wasn't truly a berserk mutation. It was merely a display of strength before. Then he suddenly turned and suggested, "Little uncle, you go back to Devil's Sanctuary first. We'll go in and take a look." Wu Hang immediately agreed. Okay. Seeing him leave happily, Han Sen's face darkened as he thought, this guy just swindled a large sum from Devil's Sanctuary. He's probably going back to continue the second half of his act. Then Han Sen turned around and asked with a fake smile, "Linger, why don't you go back and wait for me too?" But no sooner had he spoken than she glared at him, her eyes practically on fire, making him exclaim in confusion. Although not particularly willing, he forced a smile and suggested, all right, then come with me." After speaking, Han Sen suddenly felt that everything around them was a bit strange, so he pondered, strange, Little Silver is here. It should have detected some traces of alien creatures, shouldn't it? But since entering the peach forest, besides that mammoth, they hadn't seen a single ghost. Because based on his observation, Little Silver hadn't emitted any warning signals either. Han Sen strolled along, chatting happily. The scenery here is quite nice, but Ling Lan merely responded faintly, He gently placed a peach blossom in her hair, saying contentedly, "It really looks more beautiful this way." Although a bit puzzled, his sudden gesture made her cheeks unconsciously flush, and she shyly asked, "Will a peach blossom in my hair look better?" The two walked on for an unknown period of time until Han Sen suddenly spoke, "Let's go back, we've been walking for so many days." This peach forest was like an endless maze. However, everything around them suddenly became strange. This made him vigilantly shout, "Damn it, what the hell is this gigantic peach tree? It looks a bit off." Then they suddenly fell silent, carefully observing its every anomaly. In a corner deep within the peach forest, the mammoth was approaching step by step. Thus Han Sen was even more certain that this mammoth seemed to be heading straight for this peach tree. However, it suddenly knelt respectfully and solemnly before the peach tree. This sudden sight and the scattering peach petals seemed to be deeply etched in Han Sen's subconscious, making him cry out in alarm. "What?" he asked himself blankly. "What is the origin of this peach tree to make a super god creature of such immense power kneel before it?" When he saw its sitting posture, Han Sen cried out in even greater panic, "Holy crap, it can even sit cross-legged." At this rate, he believed this mammoth was about to achieve Buddhahood. Why is its body turning into white marble? It's even emitting holy light, and the blood-red color in its eyes has vanished, replaced by a clear, calm feeling. Is this beast about to become enlightened? Everything that was happening made him tremble as he asked himself, what exactly is going on? Then he stared blankly at the mammoth. Immediately after, some strange sounds echoed, making him turn his head back even more vigilantly. Something's coming. A red snake suddenly crawled out. Han Sen couldn't help but ask himself blankly, "A snake?" But then he immediately negated it, his whole body burning with energy. "No, it's not just snakes, there's something else." From their fierce aura, Han Sen could tell that the alien creatures capable of reaching this place were by no means ordinary. These things were very likely super god creatures. In the sky, the birds also quickly flew towards the peach tree. Han Sen truly couldn't understand what magical power this mysterious peach tree possessed to attract all of them. This group of super god creatures all knelt before the peach tree, each wearing an expression of immense reverence and solemnity. Han Sen's little fox also broke free from Ling Lan's grip, and he, somewhat worried, quickly shouted, "Little Silver." Then he saw it turn its head and let out a meow, a gesture that made Han Sen ask in bewilderment, "Little fellow, are you calling me to come over?" However, she also quickly followed Han Sen as if panicked and wanting to stop both of them. "Linger, Little Silver. Hey, wait for me." Looking at their behavior at this moment, Han Sen finally understood one thing. As soon as these creatures showed any signs of abnormality, they had to escape immediately. The colossal black bear also knelt there, and he couldn't help but secretly think, "This bear is too big. There's no fighting nearby, and no alien creatures are being attacked except for Little Silver. This is the first time. This feeling is really strange." When Han Sen approached the ghost peach tree, they didn't react at all, which made him feel even more bewildered, thinking, "These alien creatures didn't attack me at all. Have they all become peace-loving little animals?" Then he couldn't help but glance over, seeing Little Silver also worshipping the ghost peach tree. This state was very similar to how it behaved every time after cultivating the Dongxuan Sutra itself. Connecting all the events, a question suddenly arose in Han Sen's mind. Does this strange peach tree offer any benefits for cultivation? Thinking this, he conceived a bold idea, to try cultivating the Dongxuan Sutra himself and see if it brought any benefits. After a while, Han Sen could only nod in acknowledgement. The feeling of cultivating the Dongxuan Sutra seemed much faster. It really was effective. Then he quietly observed the little fox, a sudden doubt arising in his heart. Little Silver absorbed the scent of the Dongxuan Sutra. He wondered if it had been refined, and Han Sen also began to discover an anomaly. How strange, if some creatures have such cultivation ability, then why does the larger black bear of the same species as the smaller one experience chaos when absorbing the scent, while the smaller black bear can circulate it so smoothly? This was precisely the conclusion he reached after a careful observation. Furthermore, Han Sen also guessed that Little Silver and the little black bear were both descendants of super god creatures. Some super god creatures are able to leave behind life gene essence, just like this golden-haired lion left behind life gene essence and its body. Thinking this, he couldn't help but ask himself blankly, are the descendants of supergod creatures different from other supergod creatures? Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Hansen pondered, under this peach tree, my Dongchuan Sutra can make such progress in half a month. The miraculous nature of this gigantic peach tree is truly unimaginable. Just as he was deep in thought, the little fox suddenly appeared. It kept meowing, then gently bit his leg. Hansen's gaze suddenly deepened, and he called out, Little Silver. Compared to the first few days, these alien creatures also showed obvious changes. The peach blossoms began to wither. This group of supergod creatures also began to become ferocious. Just thinking of this made him even more certain that they couldn't stay here long. Therefore, Hansen immediately grabbed Ling Lan's hand and left. However, he was also very curious what unexpected things would happen if he could eat the fruit of this peach tree, which already had such an effect just from blooming. Immediately after, this peach tree seemed to undergo drastic changes. Its leaves and flowers suddenly all fell off, and what Hansen needed to do most at this moment was to find a way to pick some fruits and take them back, though it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce struggle. In Bai Yishan's study, he was stroking his chin in thought, nodding in acknowledgement that this weapon was indeed rare and it was difficult to find a suitable secret art for it. Hansen, hearing this, replied helplessly, holding his head, I've almost read all the S-grade secret manuals, both popular and unpopular, but I still haven't been able to find suitable application techniques. Now I no longer hope to find something perfectly suited for it. As long as it has a 20 to 80 compatibility, I can slowly modify it myself. Bai Yishan fully understood his meaning. However, he also had to emphasize, but I remember someone once created a similar weapon, and that person created a technique for it, but because it was very common, it was only rated A grade when classified in the sanctuary. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Hansen was intently looking at the words Toxic Dragon Void displayed on the screen, saying gratefully, Thank you, Professor Bai. Although it's a grade, it's still much better than what I could come up with myself. Some time later, in the Soul Sea, the blazing Tyrannosaurus had completed its evolution. Its shell gradually peeled off, and it was when this Tyrannosaurus spread its wings, roared and spat out flames that Hansen also admired it with satisfaction. It's quite cool, it looks quite similar to that supergod fire-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Hansen happily gripped the flying dagger, and with its power he smiled and shouted, Berserk blazing Tyrannosaurus. With the feeling it gave him, he firmly believed this was truly a formidable weapon. This was the ice plane, yet its burning aura still lingered. Just thinking of this made Hansen excited, because now that he had a weapon it was time to bring out those supergod creatures and test its sharpness. Menli suddenly walked over and called out, Captain. She quickly reported the news of Lu Hui's arrival to him. His sudden appearance made him feel something was off, so he asked, What is he here for? It can't be to thank us for saving his devil's sanctuary last time, can it? Hansen's voice came from the room. No need for thanks, but if there's business to be done, that's fine. Zhou Ting eagerly pressed his ear against the door, curious. Let me hear what they're saying. Shu Yu also leaned his ear closer, carefully reminding, Let's not get discovered. Lu Wei also went straight to the point. We've discovered a creature suspected to be a super god creature. It's just that with our strength we can't eliminate it. So we'd like to cooperate with your goddess legion. Hearing this, he let out a soft "oh" and asked curiously, What kind of super god creature is it? Lu Wei also candidly shared everything he knew. It's a wolf king that commands 100,000 wolves. As soon as he said this, Hansen was startled, frowning slightly, and fell into thought, a pack of 100,000 wolves, that sounds quite difficult to deal with. Lu Wei also solemnly admitted, It is indeed difficult, otherwise I wouldn't have come to seek your cooperation. At this point, Hansen stopped beating around the bush and directly asked, How do you want to cooperate? He immediately proposed conditions. You attract the attention of the wolf pack and will be responsible for eliminating the wolf king. After the deed is done, everything except the beast soul will be divided equally. Hearing this, his expression became firm, and he decisively said, If you want to cooperate with us, you must let us deliver the final blow. That point cannot change. But for an ambitious person like him, this was completely impossible. For this reason, Lu Wei turned and left, regretfully saying, What a pity, it seems we'll have to cooperate another time. However, he didn't know that he had already given Hansen a valuable piece of information. He firmly thought, This is precisely a gift from heaven for me. It's perfect for testing the power of the blazing Tyrannosaurus. Then he sent someone to act. Manli went to investigate where Lu Wei and his team were hunting the Wolf King, and she immediately complied, Yes, Captain. On a verdant hillside, Hansen was freely riding his divine beast, soaring across the slopes. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't help but laugh happily. Finally found you. Good thing Lu Wei didn't get to you first. Then he quickly approached the wolf pack's gathering place. With just one glance, Hansen immediately understood the reason. No wonder that group dared to hunt the Wolf King. Just hearing the wolf howls, he knew who the leader of this pack was, but it didn't seem like much. Hansen grew even more impatient, coldly saying, My little gray wolf, stop howling. Even if you cry your throat out, no wolf will come to save you. Despite the scorching aura he emitted and the little fox's abilities, they still charged ferociously. This made him exclaim in surprise, Holy crap, no way, they're not afraid of little Silver? So Han Sen was guessing, is it because of the effect of this blue light? Under the Alpha Wolf's command, all the remaining wolves immediately charged at him. He originally just wanted to test his weapon, but damn it, why are there so many? Thinking this, he proposed a comprehensive and polite idea. Faced with such a massive wolf pack and the Wolf King, our best strategy is to spread our wings and escape. However, an unexpected thing happened, making him bite his teeth and curse helplessly. Damn it, how can these wolves walk in the air and fiercely chase Han Sen without letting up? But he temporarily put that thought aside, secretly steeling himself. What else can I do? I can only fight. How could a super god creature capable of leading such a tribe be ordinary? I underestimated the Wolf King. These gray wolves are like well-trained soldiers, even surrounding me in a battle formation. Even though Han Sen had tried his best to combine the longevity spell with the Jade Primordial Yang art, the result was still. He simply couldn't eliminate or defeat them. So he made up his mind to fight them to the death. However, their unusual reaction confused him, and he thought to himself, what's going on? They're all retreating? Suddenly strange sounds came from afar. Han Sen also vigilantly squinted, asking himself, what's that sound? Is something heading our way? Then he focused his gaze in that direction. As a result, he was surprised to see a herd of winged horses thundering towards them. Watching these alien creatures circle in the verdant sky above the grassland, Han Sen couldn't help but feel unlucky. Holy crap, this is like escaping the gourd only to run into the dipper. He slapped his face fiercely, reminding himself to snap out of it. Han Sen, are you that idle? Why are you still provoking these animals? Wouldn't it be better to just find an alien creature to eliminate? What now? Can I still run? After running for a while, he noticed the wolf pack was no longer pursuing. It seemed this wasn't their territory. However, strangely, the horses also suddenly stopped, which further confused Han Sen, and he asked himself, strange, why did they stop too? It wasn't until he observed carefully that he was surprised to find the grass here seemed shorter than elsewhere, but there was nothing particularly special about it. But why weren't they moving? Was there something suspicious about this place? Han Sen stood there for a while, then plopped down on the grass nonchalantly, saying, let them be. Since they won't come over, I'll just sit here. I don't believe you can stand there forever. Days passed, and his prepared nutrient solution gradually ran out. This situation continued until the last bottle was empty. Half a month had passed, and Han Sen was still lying on that pile of grass. Finally, he gave up. I believe it, I believe it. A man like Han Sen was now helplessly begging them with tears in his eyes. Don't look at me like that, even taking turns. This won't do. He picked up the little fox, swinging it back and forth, and said helplessly, the nutrient solution will run out someday. Little Silver, quickly think of something. Are you planning to wait until I die and then sneak away? That would be truly unspeakable. Looking at the situation, Han Sen could conclude that the foxes and wolves hadn't split into separate groups. They looked very similar. Go quickly and talk to the Wolf King, see if it can give us a way out. Hearing him, the little fox scurried off, its bottom wiggling, sweeping his face with its tail, making Han Sen sigh helplessly. Oh, you clumsy idiot. After that, he was left alone, lying on the grass again, tears unknowingly streaming down. Watching Little Silver run back innocently, he knew it was utterly pointless to reason with it. He couldn't rely on it. Suddenly, strange sounds came from nearby, making Han Sen turn to look confused and ask himself, what's that sound? Those horses actually emitted a mysterious power, making him constantly wonder what was going on with them. Suddenly, he was surprised to find a red horse among the herd. This horse looked like it had just been born, its wings not yet grown. But the godblood horses were all afraid of it. Could this be the offspring of a super god creature? As soon as he thought he could successfully tame it, Han Sen perked up again, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If he could get that little red horse, wouldn't he be able to negotiate with the Horse King? But eventually, he realized this was impossible, so he slumped back down like a wilted noodle, disheartened. Thinking too much? Alien creatures aren't human. How can they negotiate? Han Sen was suddenly surprised to find that it seemed very eager to come over. This made him sigh with some regret. What a pity, if it came over on its own, maybe he could have kept it. His day on this grassland quietly passed. But everything tonight seemed a little strange, making Han Sen jump up in surprise. He focused intently on the horses, which were busy admiring the brilliant stars in the sky. At this moment, when he saw that red horse, he guessed in confusion, the Horse King isn't here. So it sneaked out. Han Sen felt the time was right. So he put on a professional smile and enthusiastically called out, come here, little darling, come here quickly. Unexpectedly, it actually came over. He had a chance to escape. Watching it still not come over, just staying put, Han Sen was even more puzzled. Strange, if they previously didn't dare enter this area because the wolves and horses feared each other, now those horses outside are going crazy. Why is it still refusing to come? As he approached, he kept reminding himself not to get emotional. This was a super god creature's child. He absolutely must not provoke it. After that, he still cautiously instructed his fox, Little Silver, don't cause trouble. Its parents are very dangerous. Don't bare your teeth at it or we really won't be able to escape. However, Little Silver still bristled its fur and growled at it. He could only stroke it gently, pacifying it. Good, we want to leave here, we can only rely on it. Then he looked at the horse gently, trying to reconcile them, reciting a mantra, don't quarrel, we are friends. He thought everything would go smoothly, but suddenly a sound came from behind, forcing him to be vigilant. Han Sen immediately spread his wings and flew up because he knew something was coming. Surprisingly, they were tentacles. The tentacles immediately tightly wrapped around the horse's legs. And only then did Han Sen suddenly realize, oh no, the little horse has been caught. Only then did he truly understand that its initial target wasn't him but this little horse. No, there are too many tentacles. Why is the red light on the little horse not working at all? Looking down from high above, he discovered this secret and murmured, no wonder those wolves and winged horses didn't dare come here. There's an even more terrifying creature hidden beneath. Through its eyes, Han Sen also seemed to realize, no, it's about to collapse, it's about to be swallowed. This made him even more resolute. No, I can't just watch it get pulled down. Immediately after, Han Sen unleashed the powerful blazing Tyrannosaurus. He charged forward recklessly, fighting those alien monsters to the end. Finally, after some effort, many tentacles were also cut off. Han Sen looked at the little horse and couldn't help but shout anxiously, run! On that grassland, the little horse had just escaped the jaws of death, but the tentacles surrounded it again, making Han Sen anxiously reminded, go quickly. Only then did the little horse put all its strength into escaping this chaos. He quickly flew over and hugged it tightly, suddenly noticing a strange phenomenon. Too dangerous. This monster seemed very interested in the red little horse. Little Silver and I stayed there for so long and it didn't react at all. Little Silver should also be safe on the ground. But suddenly a huge sound came, forcing him to look back, and he asked blankly, what's that sound? What the hell is that? That monster actually emerged from the ground, constantly moving forward. Han Sen hugged the red little horse even tighter, having already made up his mind. He absolutely couldn't let its tentacles catch them. He thought he would be safer in the air, but unexpectedly its tentacles could stretch so long. After that, he suddenly saw several winged horses rushing over, which made him ponder in confusion. Are these winged horses here to save the red little horse? Watching it frantically entangle those winged horses, still desperately stretching its tentacles, Han Sen just couldn't understand. It killed so many winged horses, yet it still hadn't given up this idea. Is this monster completely reckless for the sake of the little horse? Is there something special about this red little horse? After that, he unleashed the Tyrannosaurus flame. Finally, only a powerful force erupted as the Horse King arrived, accompanied by a yellow smoke. Han Sen asked himself in confusion, what's that? Smoke cloud? Then he suddenly realized. This was the smoke cloud from the Horse King, which seemed to make those tentacles stick together. That monster's movement seemed to have slowed down, saved, but it only lasted for a while and then they became powerful again. Han Sen also suddenly shouted, what? This monster broke free, can't even this white smoke cloud stop it? It quickly extended its tentacles again, and Han Sen already knew it was coming again, targeting the red little horse again. He wondered if the Horse King could stop it. However, the surprising things weren't over yet. He suddenly heard wolf howls, and watching the Wolf King lead its pack charging fiercely, he was even more confused, asking himself, no way, are they still coming to take advantage of the chaos at a time like this? Han Sen was surprised to see them come and bite the tentacles. Were they here to help? He only saw the Wolf King howl again after tearing at the tentacles. After that, he saw the herd of horses seem to gain new strength, and he asked himself in confusion, can the Wolf King's power be transmitted to those horses? Han Sen could thus determine that the wolf was likely an aura beast soul. Furthermore, he noticed the Wolf King tearing at it with its claws. Then he saw the Horse King stab it with its horn. What kind of cooperation is this? And Han Sen firmly believed that if they fought alone, neither the Wolf King nor the Horse King would be a match for that monster. But two tribes joining forces, that was truly unbelievable. Looking at the chaos before him, he suddenly had a bold idea. The Horse King was still desperately fighting that monster. He could take this red little horse and leave, both escaping danger and getting the horse. But suddenly a horse kept staring at him, which startled him. No way, there's still a horse watching me. And Han Sen was sure that if he really took it, its mother would definitely come after him immediately. Thinking of this, he was scared and put it down. Most importantly, Little Silver also came back, and he didn't lack anything. The urgent matter was to leave this place of turmoil. After that, he said to the winged horses, I just saved its life, don't treat your benefactor like this. Then he saw the red little horse whimper softly, and they obeyed the command. Han Sen also pondered in confusion. It seems they still listened to the red little horse's command. Finally, he could leave here. He happily waved goodbye. You still know how to be grateful. After walking for a while, Han Sen suddenly asked himself in confusion, did they eliminate that monster? It must also fear the power of the wolves and horses here, so it hid underground. This time it was attracted by the little horse, so it rushed out desperately. As a result, it was besieged by horses and wolves. The alien creatures here are not only powerful but also intelligent. Lu Hui's attempt to eliminate the Wolf King is probably a pipe dream. Suddenly, Han Sen heard strange sounds again, which made him even more confused. Damn it, what is that? It can't be the Horse King, can it? Coming to take his life so quickly. Thinking of this, he yelled for help. Help! In front of Han Sen were the Horse King and the red little horse rushing towards him. And Han Sen suddenly shouted in panic, holy crap, this speed is too fast. His face was pale, his whole body trembled, and he cautiously asked, you're not here to take my life, are you? At this moment, the red little horse handed him a mysterious small ball. Han Sen asked in confusion, what is this? He fell into thought thinking, life gene essence. Could it be from that monster underground? Then he cautiously asked, is this for me? After everything was done, the Horse King and the red little horse also quickly left. Han Sen was still immersed in joy, moved to tears. Isn't this like winning a 5 million lottery, like walking down the street and suddenly 5 million falling from the sky? Han Sen happily held the life gene essence, grinning from ear to ear. What a wasted trip, who would have thought there'd be such an unexpected surprise? He looked at it and suddenly felt strange. Why didn't it dissolve like in the first sanctuary? Is this not life gene essence? This made him have to seriously reflect. It seems that if he wants to eat life gene essence in the second sanctuary, he must find a special method, otherwise the Wolf King and winged horses wouldn't have given it to him so easily. Moreover, there's still a long way to go to eliminate super-god creatures like the Wolf King. In the competition, Han Sen was like slaughtering gold coins, while the sea wind was like the wind of sea monsters. He kept staring at the weapon in his hand, wondering, what is that weapon? A spear? No, it's too big, a bit like a greatsword and a bit like an ancient knight's lance, but it's much more powerful than those things. Precisely because of this, he told himself that since that was the case, he couldn't underestimate it. Seeing his opponent, Han Sen couldn't help but sigh, so it was a master of the spear. Then he pondered, the penetration of the solitary dragon void is derived from spear techniques, so it's a good chance to test the power of the solitary dragon void. Hailonglong also immediately entered battle stance, humbly replying, you flatter me. I wouldn't dare claim to be a master, just the Central Military Academy's humble top spear technique. That's all. Han Sen was still immersed in chaotic thoughts. The basic use of the solitary dragon void spiral spear technique was quite easy. In an instant, two sharp weapons violently clashed, making him ask himself in confusion, how did I get pushed back? Although the Tyrannosaurus was a system-fabricated product without real fire and the hardness of a Tyrannosaurus, it was much heavier than the Overlord spear in his hand. The system had confirmed this, which also meant the opponent was stronger than himself. As soon as they clashed, he suddenly laughed excitedly. It seems it's just an ordinary weapon. Han Sen couldn't shake off those messy thoughts in his mind. No, it's impossible. An evolver's physique is at most around 150, so it should be much weaker than mine. Looking at him charging over aggressively, he was even more puzzled. His weapon was heavier than the opponent's, and his strength was also greater than the opponent's. It was too unreasonable after that. He immediately rushed forward, using his spear to block this powerful attack. Seeing this, Lei Feng mocked with even greater affirmation. I thought you'd be something special with this strange weapon, but now it seems there's nothing remarkable about it except that spiral move. Then he charged fiercely again to attack Han Senator. He resisted with all his might, pondering. This powerful spear technique is perfect as a weapon for the blazing Tyrannosaurus if I could learn a bit. Haifeng frantically unleashed his moves on him, his tone gradually growing impatient. If he only had this much skill, there was no need to continue. However, he still stubbornly refused to give up, secretly thinking, such a powerful spear technique not only relies on skill but definitely has gene core technology assisting it. If I can't see the opponent's chi flow, learning the moves alone is meaningless, and he also had to re-examine this issue. Although his technique was ordinary, his endurance was long, and his movement skills were also strange. Although he had the advantage, it was difficult to defeat him in a short time. Thinking of this, Lei Feng felt excited again, and the match also became interesting. He looked directly into his eyes and exposed him. You're learning my spear technique. You're creating a technique suitable for this strange weapon. Lei Feng's words startled Han Sen, and he accidentally let his weapon slash across his face. He angrily pointed his spear at him and loudly reminded him, if my sun-shattering infinite spear technique were so easy to learn, it wouldn't be called the tyrannical spear technique. After that, only Lei Feng's movements became more powerful and decisive, and Han Sen also keenly noticed. The spear's momentum changed. He only saw his spear technique become more powerful and profound, which forced him to stop and concentrate on analyzing. From the most rigid to the most fluid in an instant, this spear technique changed too quickly. But this was not a reason for Han Sen to give up. He charged forward even more fiercely. Let me see what's different after the spear technique changes. Lei Feng was also ready to meet the challenge, loudly replying, come on. It wasn't until after they clashed that he was surprised to think to himself, so fast the spear's momentum became very refined and the damage value had already reached 20. The power and weight of the Tyrannosaurus were completely improved. If he could use flying sword techniques, he could win. However, he reorganized his thoughts. What was he thinking about? I'm here to practice with the Tyrannosaurus. Damage value 10, Lei Feng suddenly exclaimed with admiration. I overestimated you a little, but in a match I don't give anyone special treatment. Looking at the incredibly sharp spear tip, Han Sen knew that if he didn't come up with a countermeasure now, in reality, the price he would pay would be more than just defeat. It could even be his life. It was precisely because of this match that Han Sen cast aside all his worries. No, I don't want to lose, and I certainly don't want to die. At this point, his hand involuntarily tightened around his weapon, and looking at that power, Han Sen suddenly realized in confusion. The Dongxuan Sutra was activated. Lei Feng's mouth curved slightly, and at the same time he directly reminded him that if he had already given up defense, then the outcome was decided. This one spear thrust might directly take away his last damage value. After speaking, both tightly gripped their weapons and charged at each other, as if to completely end this battle. An unexpected result occurred. Han Sen actually created a miracle, astonishing everyone. Holy crap! In the 3D training machine, Han Sen cheered repeatedly and happily, his eyes full of anticipation, saying, the wind spear technique of Monster C has reached perfection, but the ultimate victor is still me. While he was still immersed in the recent victory, he suddenly received a friend request from Wind of Monster Sea. Hansen quickly accepted his invitation because although the elephant bone's breathing circulation method was powerful, the body would enter a dangerously weakened state after use. It was better to practice solitary Dragon Void, and if he could practice with him a few more times, it would definitely be beneficial for modifying solitary Dragon Void. Adding him as a friend would make it easier to contact him later. Immediately after, Wind of Monster Sea's message appeared on the screen. "Hello, what was your name just now?" Suddenly receiving this question, he fell into thought. What name should he use? That's right, this move imitated the scene of the giant elephant bone penetrating through mountains and rocks, so let's call it Dragon Elephant Strike. After careful consideration, he finally decided on the name and immediately sent it to Lei Feng. Hansen had only walked a few steps when his phone rang again. He was a little confused who would call him at this time, but when he saw the name on the screen, his face immediately darkened and he shouted, "Why is it him again?" Li Xinglin suddenly asked. "Why are you so surprised to see me? I'm a senior hacker. Your antivirus systems are useless against me. It's too easy to find information about you." Hearing this, he didn't say much and directly probed, "Then you must know that this communicator is being monitored, right?" Li Xinglin immediately affirmed. "Don't worry, no one can monitor this communication, and it will be the same in the future." Hansen was a little confused. "You could have just come directly to the sanctuary to find me. Why go to such great lengths?" A few days later in the Ice Sea, Wu Hang burst out laughing. "Our team has grown again," Xinglin then declared solemnly. "Another warrior has unlocked the first gene and also tracked down a super god creature. Things are going so smoothly." Hansen couldn't help but turn his head and scold. "You suddenly called me and scared me. Wasn't it just to join our team? Did you have to be so anxious?" Then he remembered something important and turned back to ask, "By the way, what happened with Lu Wei and the others hunting the wolf pack?" He also frankly shared. "They suffered quite a few casualties. It's said that just when they were about to succeed, a group of horses suddenly flew down from the sky." Hansen's gaze drifted and he said solemnly, "As expected." Xinglin couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Oh, why do you say that?" Hansen seemed to not want to recount his unforgettable experience there, only answering plainly, "My point is, alien creatures that flock together like that are not easy to deal with. It's better to find a lone super god creature next time." After that, they suddenly saw a crane flying from afar and all panicked. "Is that a god-blood creature?" Wu Hang suddenly exclaimed excitedly. "Sharing the spoils is no fun. How about we make a bet? Whoever eliminates that bird gets all the meat." Hansen thought it was a good idea and replied indifferently, "I have no objection." Xinglin agreed as well. This time, Wu Hang also took the lead. "I'll count to 3 and everyone charges together. It's time to show what we're really made of." Then he counted to 3 and the two prepared to charge out aggressively, while Hansen remained calm. As soon as Xinglin flashed past, he cautiously thought, "He's quite fast." But Wu Hang also confidently sneered, "Is that all you've got? Watch me." Then he joyfully shouted, "This victory is definitely mine." With that, he quickly rushed forward. Hansen merely stood in the distance, raising his peacock crossbow, and feigned an apology. "Sorry both of you, I've disappointed you." Then the arrow he shot whistled past both of them. Just like that, to their astonished gazes, he shot down the crane with a single arrow. The system also popped up a notification. "Successfully hunted a god-blood level snowbird creature. No god-blood beast soul obtained. Consuming its snow meat can randomly grant 0 to 10 god-blood gene points." Wu Hang shouted indignantly, "How can you use such a despicable weapon?" Xinglin immediately pointed at his face and accused, "Holy crap, that's cheating." While the two of them were still fuming with anger, Hansen merely smiled calmly and said, "No one said we couldn't use it and we agreed to rely on our own means. You can use them too." He couldn't help but ask with both confusion and envy, "I want to use them too, but I need to have the equipment first. Where did you get that thing? How can its power be so immense?" In the IC, Xinglin had already confirmed the target was here. Wu Hang looked around, asking in confusion, "Why don't I see the icebone bear you mentioned?" Just as he finished speaking, the bear suddenly picked up a fish and leapt up. Seeing this, Hansen couldn't help but sit down, surprised and flustered, saying, "Something's not right." As always, it charged straight for the moonlight white Wu Hang, scaring him pale. "Why is it charging at me again? Help!" Hansen silently stood by and judged, "Is this guy's physique 100? Xinglin also couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid really has some skills." And Big White continued to relentlessly pursue Wu Hang no matter how desperately he tried to escape. He was scared out of his wits, yelling, "What are you two still doing? Hurry up and attack, I'm almost frozen solid." Wu Hang's body was also getting colder and colder. Xinglin squinted slightly, pondering, "His speed is slowing down. At this rate he'll be caught soon." Hansen also hastily drew an arrow because he knew he couldn't wait any longer. It's now or never. At this moment, beyond the IC, an arrow suddenly struck Big White's body. Seeing this, it turned its head fiercely and roared. Hansen seemed to notice that the arrow just now didn't work inside. This bear's fur is very tough, it only hit a small part. After evolving, the peacock crossbow's power is truly astonishing. Suddenly, Big White raised its claw and rapidly charged, making Hansen shout in panic. "Its mouth! Another one of my arrows is gone." At this moment, he could only stare blankly as it charged over. But Hansen suddenly held a glowing flying spear in his hand and said calmly, "Come on." On the other side, Xinglin also held a flaming bow, reminding him, "Be careful." Then he tightly gripped his weapon, bravely charged forward and shouted, "Die!" Immediately after, Hansen's flaming flying spear struck Big White's body. At this moment, a happy smile appeared on his face, saying, "It hit." But his joy didn't last long before Big White grabbed his weapon with its hand. Soon after, Han Sen's weapon broke and he swayed as if about to fall. This bear's strength is too terrifying. At this moment he had been forced back, secretly lamenting, too strong. Seeing Han Sen like this, Xinglan immediately drew his bow and shouted, "Retreat quickly!" Hearing this, he immediately fled. As he ran, he pondered, "This mature super god creature must be around 300 years old, while I am only 167. Plus my super gene core is only around 200. The difference is too great." At this moment Big White was chasing faster and faster, but Han Sen's escape speed was also not slow. His face was very nervous at this moment. Fortunately, the Icebone Bear isn't fast, so there's still time to adjust. On the other side, Xinglan had already drawn his bow and shot an arrow, seemingly having achieved results, saying with an aggressive tone, "Hit it." One could see his arrow striking Big White's ear, and it suddenly turned to attack Xinglan. Seeing him in danger, Wu Hang shouted loudly to distract it, "Stupid bear!" At this, Xinglan ran wildly and said, "Good job, little uncle. I'm leaving first." He was still trying to attract Big White's attention. "If you've got the guts, come chase me, that fat, ugly, and clumsy bear." Immediately after, it turned to chase Wu Hang. "Is it true I can't go on? Help, help!" Faced with this situation, Han Sen used his peacock crossbow. His expression was tense, saying, "Even if it hits, it doesn't care. Now this bear only has Wang Wu Hang in its eyes." He drew his bow and shouted, "Run towards me!" As if death was near, he screamed in terror, "Help, it's going to bite my head!" Xinglan on the other side also hastily drew his bow. "Damn it, little uncle, don't worry, I'm coming." The chase at this moment was extremely fierce. The two of them continued to shoot arrows at Big White, trying to save him. Many arrows hit it, but they were all like stainless steel needles. Xinglan also realized this and said, "It's useless, it can't be pierced at all." At this moment, Wu Hang's miserable cries for help still echoed through the space. "Save me!" As Han Sen approached, he shouted, "Duck!" Then he extended both hands, drew his bow and arrow, aimed at Big White and shouted, "Lie down!" Hearing this, he ducked his head and many arrows hit it. After that, it suddenly stopped and roared in pain. When it saw someone counterattacking, Big White immediately turned and fled. Han Sen refused to let it go, chasing it with a flying knife, but he quickly caught up, jumped onto its head and said, "Die!" On the ice plane, a voice suddenly warned him, "Han Sen, be careful." Hearing this, he quickly dodged, his body still trembling, and exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's too ferocious, it almost caught me." Seeing the situation was a bit tense, Wu Hang tried to attract its attention again. "Stupid bear, over here, come over here." Immediately after, Big White started chasing him again. "No way, are you really coming? I was just saying that. Help!" At this moment, Han Sen's face was very tense, saying, "Fortunately, there's little uncle. This Icebone Bear seems to hate him to death, as if he killed its father and stole its wife." On the other side, Xinglan drew an arrow and replied, "This won't work. These Godblood Beast soul arrows can't hurt it." Just as Big White was about to charge at him, Wu Hang said in despair, "It's over, I can't win. Is today my last day?" Seeing the situation seemed dire, Han Sen used the Dongchuan Sutra. At this moment he said, "The blazing Tyrannosaurus is already strong enough to tear apart this Icebone Bear's body. What's not strong enough is my own power, but if I can gain the strength of the giant elephant, that's another matter." Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if the power within his body had changed a little. Immediately after, he swiftly charged forward, unleashing a series of powerful and decisive moves. Finally, a scorching fatal blow struck its head, finishing it off. Seeing this scene, Xinglan couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of power is this? It's truly terrifying." Wu Hang on the other side also breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly saying, "I'm alive, I'm alive. I'm finally rid of it." At this moment his figure was faintly visible in the dust. As Han Sen observed Big White's condition, he secretly pondered that this strike was too powerful, creating a large hole in the Icebone Bear's skull. Suddenly another pair of wings appeared behind him, flying high into the sky, and seeing this, another thought flashed through his mind. Such terrifying power in one strike, if it retaliated again, I wouldn't be able to dodge at all. Immediately after, Han Sen discovered it wasn't dead yet. At this moment the two could only stare blankly as it slipped away. Wu Hang sat on the ground looking at it blankly and said it ran away. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately said from above, "Chase it, don't let it get away." At this, the two also quickly chased, shooting arrows as they pursued. "Don't run, you stop right there." Looking at their crude weapons, he secretly thought, "They don't have super god beast soul weapons, they can't even touch this Icebone Bear's fur." Han Sen chased it, pondering, "Fortunately, this flying beast soul doesn't rely on the owner's strength to fly, otherwise I would definitely fall onto the ice and die right now." Xinglan's complaint suddenly came from behind, "This beast runs really fast. Take this arrow." With that, he shot an arrow at Big White, shouting excitedly, It hit the wound on its head." Wu Hang also rushed forward with his sword, shouting, "Chase, I can't catch up, how am I supposed to hit it?" At this moment, a group of people also appeared nearby. "Is it a bear? What's that sound?" Xinglan had somehow gotten a horse and shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way, quickly!" Hearing this, the group of people remained unmoved, instead replying, "Why should I get out of the way? The rules of the sanctuary are that whoever kills it gets it. Why should you, Li Xingxun, kill it and not us? Exactly. Why not? This godblood creature is already severely injured. Now if we act, we might easily get a beast soul." Suddenly, Big White let out a roar and then slammed its two hands onto the ice. Seeing this, he became even more anxious, turned his head and said, The sanctuary is ahead, my knight-level subordinates are there. Little uncle quickly lured away. Hearing this, Wu Hang replied, it's useless. This icebone bear's head has already been smashed. It won't come after me anymore. At this moment, Han Sen had just arrived and saw it was about to climb over the wall. At this point he was somewhat exhausted, barely managing to say, I need to recover my strength. Just one more elephant-shaped strike will do. No time, don't let it get away. As he approached, he suddenly stopped, panting as if he had discovered something. Sure enough, behind the wall, many subordinates and knights were screaming in panic, help, run, scatter, scatter. When he saw Big White about to climb in, Han Sen picked up his flying knife and fiercely charged forward, saying, take this. Blazing Tyrannosaurus anal strike. At this moment, it let out an incredibly miserable roar, and it seemed one strike was not enough to satisfy Han Sen, so he delivered another blow. Take another blazing spiral strike. After that, Big White retaliated with its claws, but he quickly dodged, saying mockingly, trying to kill me, you're still too green. Then Han Sen continuously kicked forward. Finally, let you taste my 7 reversals of the universe. Under this heavy blow, it began to slowly fall to the ground. Immediately after, the system notification sounded. Successfully killed super god creature Icebone Bear. No god blood beast soul obtained, but obtained life gene essence. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 god blood gene points. At this moment, the people below cheered, long live the director, long live the lotus-holding Zen god. These words didn't bother Han Sen too much. He thought calmly and indifferently, finally it's done. At this moment in the ice cave, a mysterious green jade stone was burning. Looking at it, Wu Hang happily laughed. Ha ha ha, is this really life gene essence? Before this, he also excitedly added, we really killed a super god creature. Is this our first time killing a super god creature in the second sanctuary? Wu Hang stepped forward and placed a hand on Han Sen's shoulder, asking, leader, are you selling this super god gene essence stone? As agreed, I can buy the remaining 70 in addition to the 30 I already received. Hearing this, Han Sen merely crossed his arms and replied indifferently, of course not. I need super god genes too. Hearing this, Wu Hang said, leader, as far as I know, the Ji family tried various methods to use the life gene essence they obtained, but none of them yielded super god genes. If you take it back, it will probably be the same. Why not sell it or lend it to our Wang family for research first? Hearing these words, Han Sen was a little surprised.